Others' beast companions always protect their masters, while mine always puts me in trouble. Not only did it run away during battles, but it also deliberately refused to fight. In short, it does whatever it can to mess with me. Chapter 1. Climbing Tiger. Have I crossed over? What the hell? Yin Yu woke up again, only to find that the surroundings were not the internet CF where he fainted, and the pain made him quickly cover his head. Countless fragments of memories flooded into Yin Yu's mind, and he finally confirmed that he had crossed over, inhabiting the body of another person also named Yin Yu. The previous owner of this body was a student who had just awakened his Beast Master talent. He died after being bitten by a silver ring snake while attempting to form a contract with it. At that moment, Yin Yu happened to cross over and took over this body, gaining a second chance at life. Combining the memories, Yin Yu realized that he was on a planet called Blue Star. Thousands of years ago, a great mutation occurred on Blue Star, causing various world planes to merge into it. At the same time, the spiritual energy of Blue Star began to revive massively. Various ferocious beasts started to crazily absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, rapidly growing and evolving, eventually invading human habitats. Humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. This time, the profession of Beastmaster emerged, which curbed the invasion of the ferocious beasts, and the war between humans and beasts gradually improved. Under such circumstances, the status of Beastmasters was naturally extremely noble. Beastmasters on Blue Star are classified into 7 levels based on their talent: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. Yin Yu awakened the lowest level talent. According to his memories, most people on Blue Star awakened their Beast Master talents between the ages of 8 and 15, while Yin Yu's previous self only awakened his talent on his 15th birthday. Combining this with his previous self's memories, in his graduating class of over 90 students, only 2 awakened their Beast Master talents, making Yin Yu sigh inwardly. What a tragedy. After finally awakening an F-level Beast Master talent, I ended up getting killed by this beast. But don't worry, since I've inherited your body, you are me, and I am you. I will inherit your grievances. Through continuous memory fusion, Yin Yu learned that his previous self was abandoned by an old man in a city called Baibuzu when he was 5 years old. According to the fused memories, this is a city in the northern border of a country called Daxia. The north of the city is a primitive forest. According to the fused memories, this Daxia was established by the Beastmasters who led humanity to victory against the ferocious beasts at that time and has a history of over 1,000 years, truly a legacy for the ages. Daxia has been very well developed in various aspects after the inheritance of the previous year. For example, the old man who left Yin Yu here not only provided him with an old house, but then never returned. Yin Yu still managed to survive with social assistance and even graduated from junior high. However, with Yin Yu's junior high graduation, social assistance ended, and the compulsory education in Daxia also concluded. If Yin Yu wanted to continue studying in high school, he would need to prepare 50,000 alliance coins for tuition. Yin Yu's previous self was saving up for tuition and intended to contract a silver ring snake, hoping to make a living by selling its venom. Unfortunately, when the silver ring snake suddenly lunged at him during the contract formation, it bit his neck, leading to the tragedy. As Yin Yu lamented the misfortune of his previous self, he suddenly heard a familiar electronic voice. Please contract a beast immediately to activate the system. System? Golden Finger? Yin Yu quickly sat up. A seasoned reader of crossover novels on Earth. He knew what a system represented and immediately began searching for living creatures around him. After several hours of searching without finding anything, he finally turned to the climbing tiger in the corner, desperately pulled out a root, then bit his finger and drew a formation based on his memories. The formation he drew was just an ordinary beast contract formation. Yin Yu quickly completed the drawing, placed the climbing tiger in the formation, and began to chant. You are beneath me. Entrusting my fate to you. A red light entered the climbing tiger. A phantom of the climbing tiger appeared in Yin Yu's mind, marking the creation of his beast space. The beast space is formed automatically in the mind after a beast master contracts a beast. It serves as the beast's home where it can rest and recover from injuries, although only minor injuries can be healed. After contracting the climbing tiger, Yin Yu heard the electronic voice again. Congratulations, host, you have successfully contracted the common climbing tiger. The divine level system is now activating and unlocking some features for you. Is the system activated? Should I upgrade the common climbing tiger to a spiritual plant? Common plant? According to the system data, Non-human creatures on Blue Star are divided into common beasts and spiritual beasts. Common beasts are ordinary wild animals with no contractual value, while those with contractual value are called spiritual beasts. Spiritual beasts are further divided. Those not contracted are called demon beasts, while those already contracted are called beast companions. The creatures on Blue Star are also divided into animals and plants, and the climbing tiger is a plant, currently a common beast with no value, hence called common plant. Once upgraded to a spiritual beast, it becomes a spiritual plant. Upgrade to a spiritual plant immediately. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the climbing tiger as an level talent spiritual plant. Subsequently, a panel appeared before Yin Yu's eyes near the climbing tiger. Name, climbing tiger. Level, 1 star cub 0100 host. Lin Yu nickname, none. Race, plant weakness, fire attribute, wood. Talent grade, level skills, bind beginner, growth beginner, talent, wood system. Bloodline, none status. Healthy. Evolution route, total. Yin Yu looked at the panel in front of him, confirming that it was indeed level talent, and curiously asked the system. Level talent? The talent of spiritual beasts is ranked from weak to strong in the order of F, E, D, C, B, A, S. Talent determines the upper limit of a spiritual beast growth. The classification of demon beasts is straightforward, ranked from low to high as ordinary, beast soldier, warrior, commander, monarch, emperor, and overlord, in 7 levels. The classification of beast companions is more stringent, also ranked from low to high as black iron, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, and immortal, in 7 levels. Each level is divided into 10 small ranks, each called a star rank. Is there a newbie gift pack from the system? Yes, it has been issued to the system space. The host can enter the system space at will according to their consciousness. Would you like to open the newbie gift pack? Open. Congratulations, host. You have opened the newbie gift pack. Level talent upgrade voucher. Talent upgrade voucher immediately increases the talent of the target beast companion to level, with no restrictions and no side effects. Yin Yu hurriedly placed the level talent upgrade voucher on the climbing tiger's root, and a golden light entered the climbing tiger. Its root immediately thickened to the size of an arm, and the panel beside the climbing tiger changed slightly. Name, climbing tiger cub level, 1 star cub host, Lin Yu. Nickname, none race, plant weakness, fire. Attribute, wood talent grade, level. Skills, bind beginner, growth beginner, wood affinity beginner, earth escape beginner, cutting beginner. Talent, wood system bloodline, none status, healthy, happy. Finally gained some weight. Evolution route total. Twine the vine tiger uses its vines to wrap around the target. Growth the vine tiger continuously grows new vines. Wood affinity passive proficiency increases with the level of the vine tiger. The vine tiger's affinity for wood attribute spiritual energy increases by 1, all attributes increase by 1, growth increases by 1, and skill damage increases by 1. Earth escape the vine tiger can curl up underground and move underground. Cutting the vine tiger tightens its vines to cut the target. Yin Yu looked at the proficiency behind each skill and could not help but ask, how many levels are there for Beast Mastery skill proficiency? Beast Mastery martial skills are divided into 6 levels of proficiency from low to high. Beginner, Proficient, Mastery, Perfection, Transcendence, and Super God. The higher the proficiency of the Beast Mastery skill, the stronger the power. When a skill level of the beast reaches Super God, the beast may suddenly gain enlightenment at any time, acquire new skills, or evolve into even more powerful skills. Chapter 2. The Strongest System. Yin Yu then looked at the host panel. Host, Lin Yu, Martial Artist level, Great Martial Master, Host skill, Self-Mutilation. Beastmaster talent, level 01000. Special talent, none, Beast, Climbing Tiger, 1 star cub, points, 0, Self-Mutilation. Each time the host is reborn, they gain 2 points, 1 point towards Beastmaster talent improvement, and 1 point towards beast growth progress. Each time a beast dies, the host gains 1 point and 1 point towards growth progress. According to memory, there are no ancient martial arts on Blue Star that can enhance human cultivation. Human cultivation mainly relies on the beasts breaking through levels, after which the Beastmaster, under the beast's reciprocal nurturing, gains advanced cultivation. The levels from weakest to strongest are black iron, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legend, and immortal, totaling 7 levels. According to technological research on Blue Star, beasts begin to nurture their Beastmasters once they break through to black iron level, allowing the Beastmaster S level to match that of the beast, although the nurturing from beasts tends to diminish over time. It becomes minuscule after contracting about 10 spiritual beasts. Among the 10 contracted beasts, the first beast has the best nurturing effect, even granting the martial artist a special talent. What is host skill? It is a way for the host to earn points, and all beasts share this skill. The host can spend points in the system shop to purchase new host skills. What are points used for? Points are the universal currency of the system. Used to enhance talent levels, improve beast skill proficiency, and purchase various items in the system shop. How to earn points? Currently, there are 3 ways for the host to earn points. First, through the host skill, self-mutilation, wherein each rebirth grants 2 points, and each beast's rebirth grants 1 point. This is the host's main way of earning points. The host can cultivate other host skills to increase ways of earning points. Second, daily sign-in, where the host can sign in daily in the system to earn a small amount of points. Third, random tasks released by the system, which are divided into sign-in tasks, random tasks, and contract tasks. Sign-in tasks are tasks randomly triggered when the host signs in daily, which the host can choose to complete. Random tasks are tasks randomly issued by the system, which the host can choose to complete. Contract tasks are tasks that the host must complete. Completing tasks will reward the host with points or rare material rewards. What? I have to keep rebirthing? According to memory. Although the contract with the climbing tiger is just an ordinary master-servant contract, if the Beastmaster dies, the beast will also perish. However, if the beast dies, the Beastmaster will not die but will suffer backlash. This backlash, while not fatal, can greatly hinder the Beastmaster's future growth. But now, the system that Yin Yu has received actually allows himself or the beast to continuously die and be reborn, leaving Yin Yu completely unable to remain calm. He hurriedly inquired about the system. Through the fusion of memories, Yin Yu learned that special talents refer to certain abilities randomly awakened in humans, such as detection, premonition, hardening, and so on. Hearing that the cheat allows him to continuously rebirth, Yin Yu unhesitatingly threw the climbing tiger into the furnace. Throwing the climbing tiger into the furnace was not reckless. Rather, the former, Yin Yu was also a deep web novel enthusiast. Which of those predecessors who traveled through time didn't start off as useless, only to awaken a golden finger and soar to greatness afterward? With a cheat that could do anything, why worry about backlash and be laughed at by those predecessors? Sure enough, the climbing tiger in the furnace flickered continuously, and the electronic music in his ears kept coming. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point. Beast Growth Progress 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point. Beast Growth Progress 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 points. Beast Talent Improvement Progress 1. Beast Growth Progress 1. I really wasn't backlashed, and I even grew. This system is so powerful. Yin Yu looked at the experience on the climbing tiger's panel, which changed from 100 to 15,100, watching as the climbing tiger, which had been struggling at first, gradually calmed down, confirming that it was indeed continuously rebirthing. One person working hard is nothing compared to 2 people working together. Without a golden finger, what's the difference from being useless? At worst, I can do it all over again. Let's do it. Yin Yu no longer hesitated and decisively plunged a dagger into his chest. Sure enough, at the moment the dagger pierced his chest, Yin Yu disappeared in place. And after a breath, he reappeared at the same spot. After confirming that he could infinitely rebirth, he began to imagine breaking through mountains and rivers like the predecessors who traveled through time, achieving supremacy. What is the main function of Beastmaster talent? Beastmaster talent relates to the growth and evolution of beasts, as well as their combat capabilities. The strength of a beast is determined not only by its level, but also by its attributes, skills, and talents. The greatest influence of Beastmaster talent on a beast is its understanding of skills. For beasts with the same talent, the higher the Beastmaster's Beastmaster talent, the more skills their contracted beasts will comprehend. As you already know, the Beastmaster's talent levels range from weak to strong across 7 levels. Generally speaking, Beastmasters with talents below level can provide little help to beasts in understanding skills. Whether a beast can comprehend a skill relies entirely on the beast's own insight and luck. Level can help a beast comprehend 1 skill, level 2 skills, level 3 skills, and level 5 skills. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 points. Beast Talent Improvement Progress 1. Beast Growth Progress 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 points. Beast Talent Improvement Progress 1. Beast Growth Progress 1. Too slow. This won't do. I need to contract another beast. After half an hour of understanding Beastmaster talent, Yin Yu began to continuously commit suicide in his yard, discovering that suicide and rebirthing the beast to earn points could not overlap. He only earned 1,000 points after a day of suicide, and the climbing tiger had already broken through to a 4-star cub. After raising the Beastmaster talent, the talent improvement progress became 0,10000, requiring 10,000 rebirths. At this point, Yin Yu was already too exhausted to lift the dagger, prompting a bold idea. The number of spiritual beasts that beast masters on Blue Star can contract is not limited by their talent, but by the resources they can access. As long as they can afford to raise them, they can contract as many as they want. Yin Yu immediately went to the primitive forest around Baibuzu, cut his arm, and lay down in a relatively cool place. At this moment, Yin Yu was not there to farm points, but to attract the most common spiritual beast on Blue Star, the Light Spirit. The Light Spirit is the doctor of nature on Blue Star. Although it has low intelligence and often uses its own spiritual power to heal injured plants and animals, it lacks offensive abilities and is often captured and eaten by those it heals. The Light Spirit's life is very fragile, yet due to its vast numbers, it has managed to survive. Sure enough, moments later, a transparent meatball appeared on Yin Yu's arm, continuously bouncing and touching his injured arm. Yin Yu's injured arm visibly began to scab over, and he quickly waved his hand to catch it, then drew a contract formation on the ground, placing the Light Spirit inside and began to chant, "You are beneath me, entrusting my fate to you." Chapter 3, The Shadow Ferret. Congratulations, host, you have gained 2 points. Beast Talent Improvement Progress 1, and Beast Growth Progress 1 each. Yin Yu no? No. Bang. After the shout, the already dilapidated wall of the small courtyard collapsed, and a girl about the same size as Yin Yu rushed out. The girl was wearing a light yellow plain dress and had shoulder-length short hair. At this moment, due to her anxiety, her smiling face turned red. Yin Yu recalled from memory that the girl in front of him was indeed his former classmate, named Mo Xiaorong, who was another person in the class that had awakened the Beastmaster talent. Mo Xiaorong hurriedly ran in front of Yin Yu and snatched the dagger from his hand, her eyes filled with tears, questioning Yin Yu with a choked voice. "Yin Yu, why are you doing this? Don't you know what you're doing? You misunderstood. I was just practicing with the dagger. How could I do something so foolish?" Yin Yu knew that Mo Xiaorong had guessed what he was doing, but he did not intend to tell her the truth. In Yin Yu's memory, Mo Xiaorong had always been a very quiet classmate, while Yin Yu, as the class troublemaker, often caused problems in class, yet the two had almost no interaction, not even speaking much during their 3 years in middle school. Seeing Mo Xiaorong's reaction, Yin Yu was quite surprised and quickly asked, "How did you get here? Were you looking for me? Is there something going on?" Mo Xiaorong, hearing Yin Yu's explanation, still had some doubts. She quickly hid the dagger behind her and nodded, continuing to say, "I found a way to obtain a good Beastmaster talent. Can you come with me?" Yin Yu was busy inflicting self-harm and had no time for such things. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard the system's electronic voice. "The host has triggered normal task. Please choose." Choose. Agree to go. Reward 10 wood crystal points. Choose. Refuse. Reward none. From his memory, Yin Yu knew that Beastmasters required corresponding attribute crystals to eat every day, and his climbing tiger was a wood attribute spirit plant that needed 1 wood crystal every day. With the market price of a wood crystal being 50,000 lianbi, Yin Yu certainly could not afford it and had to buy it from the system store. Previously, he had just spent 200 points to buy a wood crystal and a light crystal from the system store, feeling heartbroken. Hearing the reward of a wood crystal, Yin Yu quickly agreed, casually throwing the climbing tiger and the light spirit into the furnace, and went out with Mo Xiaorong. At this moment, the system's electronic voice rang in his ears. "Congratulations to the host. You have completed random task." Detecting that this is the first time the host has completed a task, rewards are doubled, and no further triggers will occur. Rewards have been issued to the system warehouse. How do we end up here? In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the largest shop in Baibuzu, Longxing Tianxia. This place specialized in selling various spirit pet eggs. Yin Yu was surprised to find out that this was also where the system constantly prompted the presence of high-level talent spirit beasts. The system's search function could only explore within a 10-kilometer radius around Yin Yu and find according to certain limited conditions in that range, with the default being high-level talent magical beasts. Previously, Yin Yu had been busy with self-harm and hadn't come to check. Seeing Longxing Tianxia before him, he didn't expect that the place Mo Xiaorong mentioned was actually here, and he quickly asked, "Did we take a wrong turn?" "No, this is the place." Mo Xiaorong shook her head. Seeing Yin Yu's puzzled expression, she quickly explained, "I heard that there is an event on the 3rd floor where you can get spirit pet eggs for free, and supposedly they are all above high-level talent." Since awakening her Beastmaster talent, Mo Xiaorong had been worried about high school tuition and what kind of spirit pets to contract. She originally planned to see if she could crowdfund some money to buy spirit beasts and pay for tuition. While crowdfunding, an unfamiliar online friend told her that she could try the local Longxing Tianxia, where it was said that spirit pet eggs could be obtained for free, and they would reimburse tuition until graduation from university. Upon hearing this news, Mo Xiaorong hurried to find Yin Yu, and then the events that everyone knew happened. "Since that is the case, let us go in and take a look." But when Mo Xiaorong heard that Yin Yu wanted to go in, she hesitated a bit. The spirit pet eggs inside Longxing Tianxia were at least 200,000, and Mo Xiaorong's family was just an ordinary working-class family. Where would they have the opportunity to spend here? The usually quiet Mo Xiaorong was afraid that she would accidentally break a spirit pet egg and would not be able to pay for it. Seeing this, Yanyu quickly said, "Looking doesn't cost anything. Besides, even if we can't afford it, can't we still look?" But Yanyu was too lazy to continue explaining to Mo Xiaorong and directly took her hand, pulling her towards Longxing Tianxia. Mo Xiaorong was also being pulled by a boy for the first time. Her mind went blank, and she could only let Yanyu drag her into Longxing Tianxia. After entering Longxing Tianxia, a stylishly dressed female salesperson hurried over. "May I help you? We're here to look at spirit pet eggs." Upon hearing this, the female salesperson quickly led them to the spirit pet egg sales area. Following the system's navigation, after a few turns, they arrived in front of the glass display case containing the spirit pet eggs. The sales area for spirit pet eggs in Longxing Tianxia was as large as a football field, with most of the spirit pet eggs displayed openly. Only the extremely rare spirit pet eggs were enclosed in glass cases. The female salesperson, seeing Yanyu looking at the spirit pet eggs in the glass case, glanced at Mo Xiaorong, who had her head down and was blushing, and stepped forward, "Giving such a rare spirit pet egg to your girlfriend. She will definitely be very happy." Seeing Mo Xiaorong's ears turning red, the female salesperson playfully teased, "Look, your girlfriend is blushing. Hurry up and buy this spirit pet egg for her." At this moment, Yanyu was focused on the spirit pet egg in the glass case, which was the spirit pet egg with high-level talent that the system had been constantly prompting about. Completely absorbed, Yanyu did not hear the saleswoman's teasing. Mo Xiaorong, noticing that Yanyu had no intention of letting go, buried her head even lower. Yanyu, still unaware, was just momentarily distracted. The saleswoman had already assigned him a girlfriend. In reality, Yanyu was looking at the panel near the spirit pet egg. Name: Nether Weasel. Level: Embryo. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Weasel. Weakness: Space. Attribute: Nether. Talent grade: High. Skill: Nether Claw. Beginner. Talent: Nether System. Bloodline: None. Status: Unhatched. Evolution route: Common. Nether Claw. The Nether Weasel swings its sharp claws to strike at its prey, adding nether attributes. "I'm sorry, you misunderstood. We just happened to be here for something and came to take a look at the spirit pet eggs." "Then may I ask what it is?" Chapter 4, Twin-Winged Scarlet Dragon. May I ask what it is?" "Longxing Tianxia will do its utmost to serve you." The female salesperson, holding the spirit pet egg, had already begun to fantasize about being one step closer to completing her sales target. Suddenly hearing Yanyu say he didn't want it, she couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant and asked, "I heard that you can get spirit pet eggs here without spending money. Is that true? Do you really want to claim spirit pet eggs here? How is the talent growth of the pet eggs here?" Seeing the female salesperson hesitating, Yanyu quickly inquired, Well, you should know that even gods find it hard to determine the talents of the beasts inside spirit pet eggs before they hatch. We can only guarantee that the spirit pet eggs you receive will not be lower than high-level talent. Growing a Beastmaster to the golden level will not be a problem at all. As for wanting something higher, that depends on your luck. Is there a fee?" Before the female salesperson could finish, Yanyu quickly interrupted her. Seeing the female salesperson shake her head, high-level talent and golden-level Beastmasters were like a pie falling from the sky for the two of them. Yanyu didn't care about the salesperson's hesitant expression and kept urging her to lead them to claim the spirit pet eggs. The salesperson was being pressed by the two and had no choice but to take them. Two people followed the female salesperson to the third floor of Longxing Tianxia, where they approached an old man with white hair. The female salesperson whispered a few words to the old man, who then looked at the two with the gaze of someone admiring a treasure for a moment. He then handed each of them a few sheets of paper and instructed them to read carefully. At this moment, Yanyu realized he was tightly holding Mo Xiaorong's small hand and quickly released it. Yanyu took the paper and began to read, realizing it was the instructions for receiving spirit pet eggs from Longxing Tianxia and Introduction to Longxing Tianxia. After reading, Yanyu understood why the female salesperson had hesitated in bringing them here. It turned out that the Daxia dynasty, in response to the increasingly severe survival environment, had collaborated with various shops to cultivate more Beastmasters for Daxia through the Dragon Army. As the pioneering army of the Daxia dynasty, the Dragon Army was known for its strict military discipline and its mounts, which were flying two-winged red dragons. These two-winged red dragons were not true dragons, but rather a subdragon species, said to be exotic beasts from outside the blue star. Therefore, they had no evolution direction. Although the two-winged red dragon had fire attribute attacks, they were not strong, but their average flight speed could reach a terrifying Mach 10 at the golden level. This was the signature mount of the Dragon Army. In this collaboration led by the Dragon Army, The spirit pet eggs obtained within the army were given to various merchants in Daxia to hold long-term free spirit pet egg distribution events. The majority of the spirit pet eggs provided by the Dragon Army were spirit eggs from the two-winged red dragons within the army. A small portion of the Dragon Army's spirit eggs were obtained from various secret realms outside the Blue Star. All two-winged red dragons in the Dragon Army had at least a golden level talent, as long as participants took part in this event. Even if the spirit beasts hatched from the eggs had talents below a certain level, Longxing Tianxiao would replace the spirit pet eggs for free until the hatched spirit beasts reached a talent level above a certain threshold. This event not only provided spirit pet eggs, but also reimbursed tuition fees and offered a monthly living allowance of 100 alliance coins until university graduation. Of course, there was no free lunch. While it seemed that participation in this event required no money, only signing a contract to receive the benefits after graduating from university, participants needed to serve in the Dragon Army and complete corresponding tasks to repay 50,000 battle merits, which would take about 5 years of service in the Dragon Army to repay. The reason the female salesperson hesitated was that the Dragon Army, as a pioneering force, was stationed at the borders of Daxia or engaged in secret realm explorations, living in extremely harsh environments. Although the Dragon Army had internal guards, they were few, and the battle merits obtained were not high. After reading the materials, the electronic voice sounded again. System released. Normal task. Please choose. Choose. Sign the contract. Reward. 1 Thunder Crystal, 10 points. Choose. Refuse. Reward. 5 points. Choose. Look again. Reward. None. With such generous benefits, how could Yin Yu refuse? Although Yin Yu could evolve infinitely, the materials for evolution were incredibly expensive, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could consume gold. Being able to obtain a spirit beast with a certain level of talent for free, Yin Yu intended to take advantage of this opportunity. As for guarding the borders or exploring secret realms, for someone with a system like Yin Yu, it was simply a natural experience zone. He immediately signed a contract. And Mo Xiaorong, having already read through it, hesitated while looking at Yin Yu. Seeing him sign, she quickly followed suit and signed a contract. When the old man and the female salesperson saw the two sign the contract, they were overjoyed. The female salesperson was especially delighted, as her task was to find 10 willing Beastmasters to receive spirit pet eggs. However, due to several previous visits from Beastmasters who heard they had to join the Dragon Army and ultimately gave up, she had to go downstairs to sell spirit pet eggs. Now, she had unexpectedly completed 2 quotas at once, making her extremely happy. The 3rd floor was the size of 6 football fields, with 5 areas storing various spirit pet eggs. After the two signed a contract, the female salesperson and the old man each took Yin Yu and Mo Xiaorong to different areas to select eggs. Since selecting spirit pet eggs required quietness and could not be disturbed, the old man arranged for the two to be in different areas and left. Upon reaching the designated area, Yin Yu found that the red spirit pet eggs were the most abundant and looked at one of the red spirit pet eggs. Name: two-winged red dragon egg. Level: embryo. Host: none. Nickname: none. Race: subdragon species. Weakness: space type. Attribute: fire. Skill: soar entry. Talent grade. Level: talent. Fire. Flight type. Bloodline: none. Status: unhatched. Evolution route: none. Soar: the two-winged red dragon can fly in the air for 10 hours at a speed of 50 miles per hour. No wonder its flight speed is so fast. Seeing that the two-winged red dragon had already comprehended the flight skill soar in its cub form. If it weren't for growth limitations, and it could compete with the spirit pet eggs of a certain level downstairs, although it had no evolution route. It was indeed a good flying mount. However, with the system, Yin Yu could clearly see the condition of the egg and didn't rush to choose, continuously looking at other spirit pet eggs. Chapter 5, The Dragon Army. Bang! Suddenly, a shout came from a side hall on the 3rd floor. Yin Yu recognized it was the voice of the female salesperson from before and quickly stopped selecting eggs, following the sound. Suddenly, he heard Mo Xiaorong's voice coming from the side. Yin Yu, over here. Name: two-winged red dragon. Level: 1-star cub. Host: none. Nickname: none. Race: subdragon species. Weakness: space type. Attribute: fire. Skills: soar entry. Red flame entry. Unyielding will entry. Talent grade. Level: talent. Fire. Flight type. Bloodline: true dragon bloodline 1. Status: life-threatening. Reluctant. Unyielding. Evolution route: none. Soar: the two-winged red dragon can fly in the air for 10 hours at a speed of 50 miles per hour. Red flame: the two-winged red dragon can spray flames with temperatures reaching 500 degrees. Unyielding will: the two-winged red dragon increases all attributes by 10, flight speed by 10, and skill damage by 10. No wonder. So it turns out, The overly powerful true dragon bloodline was too strong for the subdragon species, causing the two-winged red dragon's body to be unable to withstand such a fierce bloodline and was on the brink of collapse. Seeing the two-winged red dragon in front of him continuously being killed by its own bloodline, Yin Yu was overjoyed. What could be more suitable as a spirit beast? He immediately said, I want this two-winged red dragon. What? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Yin Yu, and seeing he didn't seem to be joking, the old man quickly asked, don't you know that if a spirit beast dies, the Beastmaster will suffer backlash? Don't worry, my family's secret method can save it. Yin Yu naturally wouldn't explain that he and his spirit beast could resurrect infinitely, so he quickly found an excuse and began to contract the two-winged red dragon. Upon hearing the family secret method, everyone exchanged glances, as family secret methods were certainly not to be inquired about further. Seeing Yin Yu's sincerity, they no longer attempted to stop him. Only Mo Xiaorong looked at Yin Yu with a more serious expression. As the two-winged red dragon was already on the verge of death, Yin Yu's contracting process faced no obstacles and was quickly completed. This card is a special card for personnel of the Dragon Army. Once you enter high school, your teachers will help you activate it. Once activated, whether it's your tuition fees, living allowances, or future salary in the Dragon Army, they will be directly deposited onto this card. This card can be used for consumption anywhere in Daxia, so be sure to keep it safe. If lost, report it immediately. The old man finally picked up the watch and handed it over. This watch is also exclusive to the members of the Dragon Legion. It not only has all the functions of a military watch, but also allows for instant internet access and communication. The most important feature of this watch is the built-in chip, which not only records the exclusive identification number of each Dragon Legion member, but also contains videos of various spirit beast training within the Dragon Legion, which you can watch at any time. Additionally, it can provide real-time updates on certain tasks released by the Dragon Legion within the Great Xia territory. For you at the moment, you only need to take a look at the tasks. Of course, if you are confident in your abilities, you can try to choose to complete some simple tasks. Currently, there are no strict regulations, but once you truly enter the Dragon Legion, you will have to do everything possible to complete every task listed. Finally, I want to reiterate that you must take good care of your watch. If you accidentally lose it, you must report it within a week. Otherwise, it will be treated as desertion. After reporting, someone will naturally help you find it, but you will need to pay with military merits. Seeing Yin Yu put away the watch, the old man turned to Mo Xiaorong beside him. The successful contract means the formal effectiveness of the agreement. The spirit beast you selected will be assessed tomorrow. If it is suitable, the contract will be completed, and you will receive the same items. Okay, I understand. Thank you. Longxing Tianxia has a specialized hatching facility, and Mo Xiaorong's spirit beast egg will hatch tomorrow. Therefore, the two do not need to stay at Longxing Tianxia any longer. They walked out of the dragon shop, leaving only Mo Xiaorong and Yin Yu. Mo Xiaorong couldn't help but recall how Yin Yu had held her hand earlier. And for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After a moment of following closely behind Yin Yu, she finally mustered the courage to ask him, do you really have a family secret technique? Will that spirit beast encounter any accidents? What family secret technique do I have? I just think that this spirit beast does not submit to fate, so I want to save it. Let's see if the contract can help it create a miracle. After sending Mo Xiaorong away, Yin Yu quickly used the system to scan the twin-winged red dragon, which was doing push-ups in the yard. Name, twin-winged red dragon. Level, 1-star cub 1100. Host, none. Nickname, none. Species, subdragon. Weakness, spatial. Attribute, fire. Skill soaring, beginner. Red flame, beginner. Indomitable will, beginner. Talent great. Level, talent, fire, flying. Bloodline, true dragon bloodline 110 billion. Status, healthy. Reluctant, indomitable. I want to continue training. Evolution route, total. It seems that the road ahead is long and arduous. Watching the true dragon bloodline of the twin-winged red dragon increase to 1 requires the twin-winged red dragon to reincarnate 10,000 times, which means it needs to be reborn 1,000,000 times to achieve 100 true dragon bloodlines. Just as Yin Yu was sighing, he remembered that when he left home before, he had placed both spirit beasts into the furnace. Logically, he should be hearing continuous notifications of score increases at this time, but the system had not made a sound. Yin Yu couldn't help but wonder, why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Chapter 6 Fire Resistance. Why is there no response? Yin Yu quickly switched to the host panel. Host, Lin Yu, martial artist level, grand martial master, host skill, self-harm. Spirit beast talent, level 11,000, special talent, none. Spirit beasts, climbing tiger, 3-star cub, light spirit, 3-star cub, twin-winged red dragon, 1-star cub, score, 1367. Seeing that the score on the system panel indeed had not increased, and noticing that the levels of the two spirit beasts had increased, Yin curiously opened the furnace, only to see the climbing tiger and light spirit playing inside. Yin quickly scanned the climbing tiger. Name: Climbing Tiger. Level: 5-star cub. Host: Lin. Nickname: None. Species: Plant. Weakness: Fire. Attribute: Wood. Talent grade: Level: Skill Entangle Beginner. Growth: Proficient. Wood Affinity Level 3. Earth Escape Beginner. Cutting Beginner. Fire Resistance Beginner. Talent: Wood. Fire Resistance. Bloodline: None. Status: Healthy, happy, finally gained weight. Evolution route: Total 56598. Evolution timing: 6-star cub. Fire resistance: Passive, immune to high temperatures below 1000 degrees. Confirming that the climbing tiger was fine, Yin quickly turned to the light spirit. Name: Light Spirit. Level: 3-star cub 0300. Host: Lin. Nickname: None. Species: Spirit. Weakness: Other than itself. Attribute: Light. Talent grade: Level: Skill Healing Proficient. Fire Resistance Beginner. Talent: Fire Resistance. Bloodline: None. Status: Sleeping. Evolution route: Total 25656. Evolution timing: 6-star cub. Fire resistance: Passive, immune to high temperatures below 1000 degrees. Healing: Increases the healing speed of the target's wounds by 60. Wow, they both have comprehended fire resistance. Watching as both spirit beasts grasped the fire resistance skill through continuous reincarnation, Yin recalled the theory of biological evolution he studied back on Earth. It seems that the principle of use and disuse applies equally on Blue Star. As Yin looked at the two spirit beasts comprehending fire resistance, he felt a mix of emotions, happy for their skill comprehension, yet troubled about how to make the two spirit beasts reincarnate next. After a night of worry, Yin sighed. It seems I can only go there. The next day, before dawn, Yin took the 3 spirit beasts to the primitive forest surrounding Baibazu, then placed the 3 spirit beasts inside and directly came to Longxing Tianxia. When Yin arrived at Longxing Tianxia, Mo Xiaorong was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Yin Mo Xiaorong quickly took Lin to the temperature-controlled room on the 3rd floor of Longxing Tianxia. The temperature-controlled room connects to the testing room in the side hall, allowing for timely detection of whether the talents of the hatchlings are too low, so that incubation can be interrupted at any time. The two arrived at the temperature-controlled cabinet in the room, looking at the screen on the cabinet. Name: Twin-Winged Red Dragon. Level: 1-star cub. Host: None. Nickname: None. Species: Subdragon. Attribute: Fire. Talent grade: Level: Talent Flying. Status: Healthy. Looking at the attributes of the hatchling on the screen, a fake was very satisfied with the fully crimson twin-winged red dragon, which was approximately 3 meters long, and quickly had the staff open the temperature-controlled cabinet. The twin-winged red dragon let out a long roar, looking at everyone in front of it. At this moment, Lin was also observing the twin-winged red dragon. Name: Twin-Winged Red Dragon. Level: 1-star cub. Host: None. Nickname: None. Species: Subdragon. Weakness: Spatial. Attribute: Fire. Skill: None. Talent grade: Level: Talent Flying. Bloodline: None. Status: Healthy. Evolution route: Total. Seeing that the status of the twin-winged red dragon cub was very good, comparable to most twin-winged red dragon eggs, Lin signaled Mo Xiaorong to proceed with the contract. Then, Mo Xiaorong's spirit beast contract merged into the twin-winged red dragon's body, and the twin-winged red dragon buried its head in Mo Xiaorong's palm, showing great affection. Moments later, the old man brought the watch and other items to Mo Xiaorong. While Yin and Mo Xiaorong were at Longxing Tianxia, hunters around Baibazu began discussing the strange incidents they encountered. Did you go to the east today? I heard that a dual-winged red dragon, whose identity is unknown, drove away a fully evolved clear-wind wolf over there. What's so strange about that? Maybe it was the dragon riders coming to hunt. If it's the dragon riders, I wouldn't care. That dual-winged red dragon seems to have just hatched not long ago and has no combat power, yet it dared to challenge a fully evolved clear-wind wolf. And it actually won. If that's the case, then the strange happenings on your east side are similar to those on their west side. I heard about a climbing vine that, for some unknown reason, entangles whatever it sees. Even stranger, it clearly got cut down to the root, yet it reappeared after a while. I've already cut it down several times today, so if you're saying that, then the dual-winged red dragon on my west side also disappeared immediately after being killed, then reappeared, and it wore out that clear-wind wolf, scaring it away. What are you kids talking about? A light spirit in the south is still challenging a beast. Should we go take a look? Let's go? Let's see why there have been so many strange occurrences lately. Congratulations, host, you've gained some points. Beast growth progress. 1. Checking the host panel. Host: Lin. Martial artist level, Grand Martial Master. Host skill: self-mutilation. Beast Talent. Level 11,000. Special Talent. None. Beasts. Climbing Vine. 3-star Cub. Light Spirit. 3-star Cub. Dual-Winged Red Dragon. 1-star Cub. Points. 2152. Damn. I've earned nearly 1,000 points just during the day. Yin looked at the system points increasing by nearly 1,000. And after deducting the 300 points needed for preparing 3 crystal stones daily, he still earned over 600 points, and with the points from the night. Earning 1,000 points a day is completely stress-free. Yin previously thought that the items in the system store were too expensive and didn't pay much attention to them. Now that he has some small assets, he began to browse the system mall carefully. Damn, so expensive. The first thing Yin checked was host skill. The host skill shop only had one host skill, waiting for the rabbit. When a creature from Blue Star dies near the host or their beasts, the host gains a certain number of points based on both parties' levels. Waiting for the rabbit is priced at 20,000 points. Although Yin was shocked by the high price of the host skill, he felt no waves inside. Waiting for the rabbit is not needed right now. His beasts are only at most 3-star fully evolved, and one of them is a light spirit, who could beat anyone. Then Yin continued to look at other items in the store. Damn, there are so many good items. Chapter 7, Thunderlight Rabbit. There are actually so many good things. Yin continued to browse the system store, which had various materials, potions, and even talent enhancement tickets. Since he used a talent enhancement ticket on the climbing vine, he had been longing for another one. Seeing it again now, he was overjoyed, though the price was 1,000,000 points. Yin felt it was not far off. As Yin flipped through the store, he found that there were bloodlines for sale, such as the Elven Queen bloodline, Titan bloodline, etc., with the highest price being for the 4 Divine Beast bloodlines, which reached an astonishing 10 billion points. Looking at the dazzling array of goods in the system store, Yin felt immense pressure. Points cannot be spent arbitrarily, otherwise, the Divine Beast bloodline will be out of reach for a long time. Thus, Yin decided to go out to the market tomorrow to see if there are ways to make money. The job of a breeder is to evolve beasts. The resources required to train a breeder are enormous. Only large families or powers can afford it. As large families or powers monopolize, the status of breeders rises accordingly. Their status on Blue Star is second only to Beastmasters, and some high-level breeders even surpass Beastmasters in status. One day, Yin came to the market looking for Beastmasters who needed breeding, and suddenly saw young men on the street looking in a certain direction, their eyes revealing lewdness. Some even unaware that the things in their hands had slipped. Curious, Yin looked over and saw a girl in white with a furrowed brow, seemingly oblivious to the oddity around her, just walking forward with a blank expression. Having seen many beauties in his 2 lives, Yin found it uninteresting and was about to leave when he suddenly noticed the girl tightening her arms. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was holding a pure white Swift-Wind Rabbit. Yin hurriedly used the system to investigate. Name, Swift-Wind Rabbit. Level, 1-star silver, 3-star silver. Host. Nickname, Xiaoxue. Race, Rabbit. Weakness, Space. Attribute, Wind. Talent level, Skills, Enlargement, Mastery. Rush, Mastery. Punch and Kick, Mastery. Talent, Thunder, Bloodline. None. Status, Severely injured. On the verge of death, failed evolution into Thunderlight Rabbit. Evolution route, Common. Yin looked at the Swift-Wind Rabbit in the girl's arms, which was injured due to a failed evolution. The injuries from a failed evolution are different from ordinary injuries. Ordinary injuries can be healed with healing potions, while failed evolution can damage the foundation of the spirit beast. The higher the evolution, the more serious the injuries to the beast. Healing potions cannot cure the injuries caused by evolution, and they can also affect the beast's growth, potentially leading to regression or death. Although the beast contract is just an ordinary master-servant contract, if the beast master dies, the spirit beast will also dissipate. However, if the beast dies, the beast master will not die, but will suffer backlash that affects future cultivation. Seeing the girl's furrowed brow, clearly worried about the dying Swift-Wind Rabbit in her arms, Yin was overjoyed. Isn't this exactly the person he was looking for? Yin hurriedly approached. Does your Swift-Wind Rabbit need healing? The girl had already sought countless breeders for help, trying to stop the injuries to the Swift-Wind Rabbit, but all ended in failure, causing the Swift-Wind Rabbit's level to start regressing. Not knowing what to do, she suddenly heard someone asking and quickly looked up at the boy in front of her. Yin saw the girl's eyes full of doubt and quickly continued. Your Swift-Wind Rabbit is injured due to a previous failed evolution, and not only has its level regressed from 3-star silver to 1-star silver, but its life is also at stake. The girl nodded, seeing that what Yin said was correct. Yin continued. I have a family secret recipe that can not only heal this kind of injury, but also allow your Swift-Wind Rabbit to evolve into a Thunderlight Rabbit. The girl had heard of family secret recipes countless times and was now very regretful. If she had not heard that the family secret recipe could evolve into the thunder attribute thunderlight rabbit and had chosen the ordinary evolution, she wouldn't have to be in such a predicament. It wasn't that the girl craved the thunderlight rabbit with the thunder attribute. The thunder attribute is recognized as the strongest attack attribute on Blue Star. Thus, a beast with the thunder attribute becomes the most precious beast. And with the extreme rarity of thunder attribute spirit beasts on Blue Star, even a level talent would be priced over 10 million. And it's still hard to come by. When the girl learned that her swift wind rabbit had a chance to become the thunder attribute thunderlight rabbit, she was ecstatic. And after the breeder's repeated assurances that there would be no problems, she decided to take a gamble. However, she did not expect the cost to be so heavy. Although the swift wind rabbit fortunately survived, it did not escape the danger to its life. And the girl could only despair while watching the beautiful world one last time with her swift wind rabbit. At this moment, hearing that someone could complete the evolution, the girl couldn't help but hesitate. If she refused, the swift wind rabbit might really just wait to die, but at the same time, there was also the possibility of dying on the spot. Not knowing how to decide, Yin Yu's voice came again. If the evolution fails, I won't charge a fee. If it succeeds, it will only cost 200,000 alliance coins. How about that? 200,000? The girl was startled and looked at Yin Yu in shock. Yin Yu thought he had asked for too much and quickly corrected himself. If that doesn't work, then 100,000 or even 50,000 is fine. But if it's below 20,000, I really can't accept it. As expected, it's unreliable. The girl was furious upon hearing this. The boy in front of her was indeed a fraud. In Blue Star, even the most ordinary beast evolving into a spirit beast requires 200,000. And her wind rabbit, with its top-tier talent, has never evolved for less than 2 million. Even just healing it previously cost 1 million. And now this boy claims he can help it evolve for just 10,000? Isn't that a scam? The girl immediately turned to leave in anger. At that moment, she heard Yin Yu's voice again. How about 5 million to help you evolve into a thunder rabbit? Huh. The girl was puzzled when she heard Yin Yu suddenly change his price to 5 million and looked at him suspiciously. She was confident that no one in the entire Baibao prefecture would dare to deceive her for 5 million, and doubt began to creep into her mind. Could this boy really help her wind rabbit evolve? Although Yin Yu appeared calm on the surface, inside he was as tense as a drawn bowstring, almost stopping his heartbeat. After hearing the girl's complaint, which seemed to indicate that she thought his initial price was too low and suspected he was a scammer, Yin Yu decided to raise his price directly to 5 million. Sure enough, the girl immediately perked up at this. Yin Yu kept praying in his heart. That's enough. That's enough. Don't complain about it being too low anymore. Okay, good. I can do it. The girl hesitated for a moment, but decided to give it a try. But then she added, if the evolution fails, don't even think about getting a penny. And I won't let you off either. Seeing the girl agree, Yin Yu's heart began to rejoice. It truly was a case of not opening for a year, but making a fortune in one go. Afterward, Yin Yu handed over the materials needed for the evolution to the girl, agreed on a meeting place, and left. The girl looked at the list of materials in her hand, estimating that it would cost about 2 million alliance coins. Watching Yin Yu's receding figure, she decided to temporarily trust him. 200,000 was nothing to her. Half an hour later, the girl arrived at Yin Yu's house with the required materials. And seeing the large pot in the yard boiling water, she suddenly felt she might have been deceived. She questioned Yin Yu suspiciously. You mean to say, you're going to evolve my wind rabbit here? The mountain does not need to be high, haha. Don't worry, miss, I will evolve your wind rabbit right away. After Yin Yu checked the materials and found them correct, he tossed them all into the large pot that had been boiling for some time. After boiling for 3 hours, Yin Yu filtered out the dregs and continued boiling for another half hour. He saw that the liquid was almost gone, turning into a paste. Yin Yu quickly grabbed the wind rabbit the girl was holding and tossed it into the pot. The girl was dumbfounded. If it weren't for having treated the wind rabbit several times before and knowing that the cultivation process couldn't be interrupted, she would have exploded with anger. Watching Yin Yu cover the pot and sit down nearby to eat porridge, she knew he had finished, but after about half an hour with no movement. She approached Yin Yu with a dark expression. What have you done to my wind rabbit? Are you sure your method is effective? It's fine. Yin Yu thought the girl was just too eager to see how the wind rabbit had evolved, waving his hand to signal that everything was fine. But to the girl, it looked like Yin Yu was already waiting to eat rabbit meat. She could no longer hold back her anger. Is this what you call evolution? Are you crazy? As she spoke, she was about to push over the large pot. At that moment, the wind rabbit was absorbing the medicinal liquid, which was a critical moment for evolution. Yin Yu hurriedly pulled her back, but the girl, imagining that her wind rabbit might have turned into rabbit soup, glared at Yin Yu. If anything happens to my wind rabbit, just wait and see. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the girl quickly turned around to see the large pot explode, a gray shadow jumping out, which landed not far in front of her. The gray shadow was the thunder rabbit that her wind rabbit had evolved into, its body wrapped in lightning, and its internal spiritual power was completely undisturbed. Watching the wind rabbit enjoying the lightning around its body with closed eyes, the girl looked at Yin in astonishment. This is Thunder Rabbit? Name, Thunder Rabbit. Level, 5-star silver. Host, unknown. Nickname, Little Snow. Race, rabbit. Weakness, space. Attribute, lightning. Talent grade. Top, skills, giantization, mastery. Cloud ladder, mastery. Punch and kick, mastery. Electromagnetic cannon, entry. Talent, water, bloodline, none. Status, severely injured, evolution failed. Evolution route, none. This check has 5 million alliance coins. The girl's consciousness received feedback from the Thunder Rabbit, confirming that her Wind Rabbit had indeed evolved. She immediately took out a check for 5 million and handed it to Yinyu. Yinyu took the check, overjoyed, knowing he wouldn't have to use points to exchange for crystals for the next month, and he now had enough time to do other things. After putting the check away, Yinyu saw the girl off. Chapter 8, Medusa. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 points. Spirit Beast Growth Progress 50. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 50 points. Spirit Beast Growth Progress 50. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 100 points. Spirit Beast Growth Progress 100. Congratulations, host. The Climbing Tiger has been upgraded to 7-star Cub. Congratulations, host. The Light Spirit has been upgraded to 5-star Cub. Congratulations, host. The Dual-Winged Red Dragon has been upgraded to 5-star Cub. Damn, this is so heartless. How can you leave me out of such good fortune? Yinyu listened to the system's constant notifications and knew that the huge fire in front of him could instantly kill his spirit beasts over 50 times. He had been busy watching training videos of spirit beasts, and the 3 spirit beasts had been training in the primitive forest, so he had somewhat neglected them. Seeing this opportunity, Yinyu rushed into the fire without hesitation. The fire on the other side sensed someone entering and immediately intensified. Yinyu heard, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining 150 points. Spirit Beast Talent Improvement Progress 50, Spirit Beast Growth Progress each increased by 50. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 150 points. Spirit Beast Talent Improvement Progress 50. Spirit Beast Growth Progress each increased by 50. This is unbelievable. Not wanting to spray flames anymore, it turned and ran, but due to being heavily injured, it couldn't shake Yinyu off and was gradually caught up. It had to continue spraying flames to buy time while escaping. Suddenly, it started pouring rain from the sky, and the flames couldn't advance much further. Angered, Yinyu quickened his pace. The figure ahead, seeing it couldn't shake him off, directly dove into a nearby cave. Yinyu, seeing the figure enter the cave, was overjoyed and rushed in after it. A wave of intense flames greeted him. But Yinyu had long been prepared and bravely faced the flames. The flames lasted about half an hour before finally extinguishing. Yinyu entered the cave and saw a girl in a red dress inside, but her lower body was that of a snake, clearly a beast capable of taking human form. At that moment, due to severe injuries, she could no longer maintain her form and was stuck in a half-human, half-beast appearance. Yinyu quickly brushed the hair off the girl's face and stepped back. "Why you are?" Medusa. Hearing this, the girl weakly opened her eyes and looked at Yinyu. Yinyu quickly checked the system. Name, Medusa, true form. Level, 7-star Emperor. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, Medusa. Weakness, lightning. Attribute, Medusa. Talent grade, top. Skills, Medusa's Fury, Mastery. Medusa's Charm, Mastery. Medusa's Transformation, Mastery. Talent, Medusa. Bloodline, Medusa Queen Bloodline 75. Status, severely injured. The magic core has developed cracks. Evolution route, only 1. Evolution method, Medusa's Fury. Medusa increases all attributes by 100. Spraying flames with a temperature of up to 500,000 degrees, lasting for 15 minutes, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Medusa's Charm releases a control skill, causing the target to lose their mind. Medusa's Transformation. Medusa can transform into other magical beasts of the same level. You are actually an Emperor-level magical beast. Yinyu looked at Medusa's panel, gulped, and recalled the bounty notice he had seen before. If he handed her over to the guard army of Baibao State, he could at least earn tens of millions of alliance coins. The strongest individuals in the Great Xia now are mostly immortal-level beast tamers. And immortal-level beasts are only equivalent to dominator-level magical beasts, just 1 level higher than Medusa. If he possessed a beast like Medusa, he could immediately become one of the top individuals in the Great Xia. However, tens of millions of alliance coins could also completely change Yinyu's life, making him hesitate. At that moment, electronic music sounded in his ears. System released. Contract mission. Please contract Medusa. Successful reward. 1 level talent enhancement voucher, 10,000 points. Those who know me are truly the system. Hearing that he should contract Medusa, Yin Yu's heart filled with joy, and he immediately walked up to Medusa. Let's discuss something. Shall we? When humans and magical beasts meet, it's usually a life or death situation. What is there to discuss? Besides life and death, there are many other choices. Don't you see the choices in front of you? You wish. Despicable human. Medusa, furious, looked at the magical beast beside Yin Yu, realizing that this human was actually trying to contract her and become her master. Look at you. It's not easy to cultivate to this level. It would be a pity to fall here. Why don't we sign a contract, and you become my magical beast? Look at your injuries. There are already cracks on your magic core. If you fall into the hands of the one who hurt you, do you have any other choices? Look at yourself. Are you really willing to help me heal? Under Yin Yu's continuous temptation, Medusa gradually began to waver. The main reason Medusa was unwilling to trade with humans was because of her bloodline. Even if they contracted, killing her magical beast and seizing her bloodline was not uncommon among humans. Hearing that Yin Yu seemed to really have no intention of killing her, Medusa gradually let down her guard. Light spirit, act. You, despicable. Medusa, hearing this, thought Yin Yu was just trying to make her let her guard down and immediately revealed his intentions to kill her. Medusa quickly sat up, ready to attack Yin Yu. But suddenly the wounds that had been bleeding profusely began to scab over, and the pain in her body lessened significantly. Only then did she relax her vigilance and look at Yin Yu, who was about to draw the array patterns. You should know I am a wanted criminal among your humans. You still dare to contract me? I don't care who wants you. Once the contract is complete, you will be my magical beast. From now on, you will be mine. No, you will be my snake. If anyone dares to harm you, I will kill them. Do you know that as long as I resist slightly during the contract, you might die? Chapter 9, Little May. Do you know that as long as I resist slightly during the contract, you might die? This was the first time Medusa had heard someone speak to her like this, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Watching as Yin Yu's array pattern was almost complete. So I need you to wholeheartedly want to become my magical beast. Naive. Medusa felt that since the contract had already become a fact, she was too lazy to entangle with Yin Yu on such issues. After thinking for a moment, she continued, once I become your magical beast, you must give me freedom. I still have other matters and cannot stay by your side. Of course, if you encounter danger, you can summon me at any time. Of course, once you are healed, you can leave at any time. I should be able to solve the current danger myself. If I really can't solve it, I definitely want to summon you. Alright, then let us get started. Are you really sure? Yin Yu didn't expect Medusa to speak first. He was afraid that Medusa was just acting impulsively and might regret it or not follow his orders later. Didn't you say I am your snake? What? Afraid? Not daring to contract me? Alright, then pretend I didn't say anything. Watching Medusa put her hand into the array, Yin Yu had no choice but to give up. After placing her hand into the array, he began to chant. After Yin Yu contracted Medusa, he didn't have time to let Xiao Guang heal her when the electronic music sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing Abyss task. Rewards have been distributed. Detected that the host's magical beast climbing tiger has reached 9-star cub. Please immediately evolve it. Detected that the host's magical beast light spirit has reached 7-star cub. Please immediately evolve it. Detected that the host's magical beast dual-winged red dragon has reached 8-star cub. Please immediately evolve it. Detected that the host has reached black iron level, and some system functions are being activated. What the hell? After hearing the continuous electronic music after contracting Medusa, Yin Yu also understood why the feedback from magical beasts was getting weaker. The newly contracted magical beasts not only provide feedback to the host, but also to the previously contracted magical beasts, while the first magical beast only provides feedback to the host. Additionally, when contracting the 11th magical beast, both the beast tamers and the magical beast levels have almost reached the extraordinary level, at least legendary level, so the effect is naturally minimal. What? Now you regret not wanting to heal me. After the contract was completed, Medusa saw Yin Yu standing there in a daze, occasionally cursing, and frowned to remind Yin Yu. Hearing Medusa's inquiry, Yin Yu did not let Xiao Guang heal her and slowly walked closer to Medusa. Do you trust me? I am now your magical beast. What else can I do? Alright, then close your eyes. I will heal you immediately. You're being troublesome, really annoying. Medusa didn't know what Yin Yu was going to do, but still closed her eyes. As soon as Medusa closed her eyes, suddenly her chest hurt. And she quickly opened her eyes to see Yin Yu's dagger already plunged into her chest. Medusa wanted to resist, but found her heart had been pierced. Blood gushing from her mouth. She wanted to fight back, but realized her hands and feet were pinned down by the climbing tiger and dual-winged red dragon. Only able to look at Yin Yu with resentment. Why is it taking so long? Yin Yu waited for a moment, and Medusa still hadn't resurrected. Feeling a bit anxious, Although he had long anticipated that the resurrection time for Emperor-level magical beasts might be longer, he didn't expect it to take this long. It was not until 2 hours had passed that Medusa reappeared. The reappeared Medusa was stunned, looking at Yin Yu, who was grinning at her, furious. He had previously said he would heal her, but had killed her instead. She raised her fist to strike Yin Yu, but found that he was now surrounded by magical beasts, thinking that Yin Yu had resigned himself to his fate. She mocked, "If I had known today, why bother in the first place? Don't think I will forget that you just killed me, no matter the outcome. You just killed me. Ha ha ha. You still laugh at me." Medusa originally wanted to find a way out, but Yin Yu's laughter made her face flush with anger. Turning her head away and ignoring him, Yin Yu looked at Medusa, calming down, and quickly checked her panel. Name, Medusa. Level, 7-star legendary, 3,000,000,007 billion times. Host, Yin Yu. Nickname, None. Race, Medusa. Weakness, lightning. Attributes, Medusa. Talent rank. Level, skills, Medusa's fury, mastery. Medusa's charm, mastery. Medusa's transformation, mastery. Talent, Medusa. Bloodline, Medusa Queen Bloodline 77, 5 million to 10 million. Status, angry. This master is really annoying. Evolution route, 1 in total. Evolution method. Alright, since everyone is here, I will talk about future matters. First, let me give everyone a nickname. Climbing Tiger, since you are a plant type, you will be called Little Ji, Light Elf. From now on you will be called Little Guang, Twin-Winged Scarlet Dragon. You will be called Little Chi. Medusa, you can be called Little Snake. After so many reincarnations, the numerous Beastmasters have gained quite a bit of intelligence, and Medusa has already transformed into a human form, with intelligence comparable to that of a normal human. Hearing Yin Yu's call, they all came to Yin Yu's side. Although Medusa was angry, she still approached Yin Yu. Upon hearing that Yin Yu would call her Little Snake, she immediately expressed her disagreement. I don't. Little May is more acceptable. Little May? Alright, then I will call you Little May from now on. Little May, are you in a hurry with your matters over there? When do you plan to leave? Chapter 10, Level Talent. Are you trying to rush me out? If that's the case, I will leave now. Medusa pouted and was about to walk out. I just don't want to delay your matters. If it's not urgent, why not stay a few more days? But you want me to stay? I am the one who wants to leave. Before evolving the beasts, Yin Yu planned to enhance the Light Elf's talent first. He placed the enhancement voucher on the Light Elf, and a familiar electronic voice immediately rang in his ears, detecting that the host is enhancing the Light Elf's talent. Do you confirm to continue? Confirm. The Light Elf immediately emitted a dazzling white light. After the white light faded, the originally ball-shaped Light Elf not only grew a baby's face, but also sprouted a pair of small wings behind it. Previously, the Light Elf could only move in the air with the natural wind, but now with wings, it happily soared around Yin Yu. Yin Yu looked at the freely flying Light Elf. Name, Light Elf. Level, 6-star cub 335,600. Host, Yin Yu. Nickname, Little Guang. Race, Elf. Weakness, beings other than itself. Attribute, Light. Talent grade. Level, skills, healing, beginner. Purification, beginner. Light shield, beginner. Light barrier, beginner. Light affinity, level 1. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, in deep sleep. Evolution route, a total of 668,965. Next evolution, above 6-star cub. Healing, increases the healing speed of the target's wounds by 50. Purification immediately removes the abnormal state of the target. Light affinity, passive. Proficiency follows the level increase of the Holy Light Elf. For every level the Holy Light Elf increases, Light affinity increases by 1, all attributes increase by 1, growth increases by 1, skill effect improves by 1. Light shield adds a protective shield to the target, capable of resisting 80 attack power from one direction. Light barrier forms a protective barrier around the Light Elf's body, capable of resisting 100 attack power from one direction. Now, let's choose an evolution route for you. With so many evolution routes for the Light Elf, Yin Yu certainly wouldn't choose them one by one, so he hurriedly asked the system, find a suitable evolution route for the Light Elf. Support type. Does the Light Elf retain its healing ability after evolution? Yes. Yin Yu thought for a moment and decided to retain the Light Elf's healing ability. Even though there is an infinite reincarnation cheat, he realized that once he breaks through to the Emperor level, the time interval for reincarnation would greatly increase. How high does the host hope the talent grade be when the Light Elf completes its final evolution? The higher, the better. It would be best to reach above. Although Little Guang's talent is already at the highest level, based on experiences from time travel novels, there must be higher levels, but Yin Yu currently cannot access them. Wow, you're really efficient. After a series of questions from the system, the evolution routes for the Light Elf gradually decreased. leaving only the extreme healing Ancient Wood Elf system and the extreme Holy Light Elf system. Ancient Wood Elf system. Holy Light Elf system directly evolves into Holy Light Elf. Consuming 15 low-level light spirit stones and other materials, healing effect increases by 10, can obtain various skills, no impact on existing talents. I choose Holy Light Elf. The Ancient Wood Elf system only offers pure healing, and Yin Yu currently has little reliance on healing, so he immediately decided to choose the extreme Holy Light Elf system. Then, using the same method, Yin Yu chose evolution routes for Little Ji and Little Chi. Medusa only had one evolution route, and it was still far from completion, so there was no rush. After Yin Yu selected the evolution routes, he headed to the shop on Baibao Island to purchase the corresponding materials. Are you sure you want this many materials? The next day, Yin Yu arrived at the largest material shop on Baibao Island, where the materials were the most complete and abundant. The shopkeeper frowned as he took Yin Yu's material list. The materials Yin Yu needed were mainly 3 types of attribute crystals: wood, fire, and light, with a quantity of 15 each. Although the prices of each attribute crystal differed, they were all between 50,000 to 60,000. Adding in other auxiliary materials, it would cost about 3 million, and Yin Yu, dressed in plain clothes, didn't seem like someone who could take out 3 million. The shopkeeper hesitated. Just then, a voice came from behind Yin Yu. Boss, pack up all the fire crystals for me. I want them all. Okay, please wait a moment. The shopkeeper looked at the girl who walked into the shop, wearing a gorgeous blue dress, with an oval face, fair skin, and long hair, exuding the aura of a rich young lady. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly agreed and turned to instruct the waiter to pack all the fire crystals. Shopkeeper, I was clearly here first. Leave 15 fire crystals for me. Seeing the waiter packing the fire crystals, which Yin Yu intended to use for the twin-winged Scarlet Dragon's evolution, he couldn't let them go to someone else. Do you have money? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu quickly handed the alliance card in his hand to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper took the alliance card and, seeing it was a special card for the Dragon Army, wanted to slap himself. In a moment of greed, he underestimated Yin Yu, not realizing that this young man was from the Dragon Army. As a small business owner, how could he dare to offend someone who works for the Emperor? The shopkeeper no longer dared to slack off, quickly swiped the alliance card on the machine beside him, thinking about what to do if there wasn't enough money. Then the electronic voice came. Card balance, 3,100,000. How about it? Is this enough to buy these materials? Enough. Enough. I will pack them for you right away. Hearing that Yin Yu's card had sufficient funds, the shopkeeper quickly helped Yin Yu pack the materials himself. The girl who had seen Yin Yu take out the Dragon Army's special alliance card was slightly taken aback. Seeing the shopkeeper really take out 15 crystals from the packed fire crystals, she immediately became displeased. Hey, do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Yin Yu was extremely angry at this moment. If it weren't for the shopkeeper's interruption earlier, he would have already left with the materials, and naturally, he had no good attitude towards the girl in front of him. What first come, first served? The shop is open for business, and it's always the one who offers the highest price that gets it. The girl was being unreasonable, looking at the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, pack all the materials he needs for me. I want them all. After she said this, she looked at Yin Yu proudly. The shopkeeper looked at the two with a troubled expression. Seeing the shopkeeper hesitate, Yin Yu glared at the girl. Don't think that having money makes you great. Ha ha ha. Then I will tell you today, having money really can do whatever you want. The girl gleefully declared. Well, since that's the case, I originally wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but unexpectedly, what I received was alienation. Now, hurry up and give me these materials. The Dragon Army has requisitioned them. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly packed Yin Yu's materials and handed them to him with a smile. Since it is requisitioned by the Dragon Army, let this small shop contribute a little bit of goodwill. Yin Yu quickly interrupted, paid for the materials on the spot, and was about to walk out with them. In fact, Yin Yu did not fully requisition these materials. He was just putting on a show because the girl in front of him was aggressive. After obtaining the materials, Yin Yu was not worried about being investigated by the Dragon Army later, as he had already paid, and it was just a transaction. No one could say anything. The girl, seeing Yin Yu take the materials, was furious. Don't let me see you again. First, the climbing vine had evolved into the thorn vine. Name, Thorn Vine. Level, 1-star complete body 01000. Host, Lin Yu. Nickname, Xiaoji. Race, plant. Weakness, lightning. Attribute, wood. Talent level, skills entangle, mastery. Growth, mastery. Wood affinity, level 11. Earth escape, mastery. Cutting, mastery. Fire resistance, perfect. Transformation, beginner. Whip, beginner. Sharp spike, beginner. Talent, with system, fire resistance. Bloodline none. Status, healthy, happy, finally gained weight. Evolution route, 1 route in total, locked. Evolution timing, above 6-star complete body. Transformation. Thornvine can transform into various whip-like forms. Whip. Thornvine lashes at the target, causing 10 times the damage. Sharp Spike. Passive. The surface of the thorn vine is covered with sharp spikes. Although the climbing vine evolved into the thorn vine and only comprehended 3 skills, Yenyu trusted the system's choice. Then came the earlier talent upgrade to Little Light. Name, Holy Light Sprite. Level, 1-star complete body 01000. Host, Yenyu. Nickname, Xiaoguang. Race, Sprite. Weakness, living beings other than itself. Attribute, Light. Talent level. Level, skills, healing, mastery, purification, proficient, light shield, proficient, light barrier, proficient, light affinity, level 11, weakness, beginner, madness, beginner. True damage, beginner. Talent, none, bloodline none, status, asleep. Evolution route, 1 route in total, locked. Weakness, reduces all attributes of the target by 50, decreases its movement speed and damage output by 50, and reduces its attack speed by 50. Madness, causes the target's eyes to turn blood red, falling into madness. Boosting all attributes by 50, increasing attack speed by 50, and raising movement speed and damage output by 50. True damage, all of the target's attacks ignore defense. So powerful. After the Holy Light Sprite evolved into the Holy Light Sprite, the additional skills were truly outrageous. Yenyu's future battles now had more trump cards. Don't let me see you again. As Yenyu was marveling at the evolution of the Light Sprite, a blue figure stepped out of a shop in Baibao Prefecture, glaring hatefully in the direction Yenyu had disappeared. The system detected that the host had purchased the Waiting for the Rabbit host skill. Should it be learned? Since obtaining Medusa, Yenyu had decided to learn Waiting for the Rabbit. Although the other beasts had not yet gained combat power, Medusa did. The legendary Medusa now had the ability to respawn continuously, even when facing the strongest group from the Great Xia. She could still fight back and fully utilize the effects of Waiting for the Rabbit. Yenyu finally looked at the host panel. Host, Linyu. Warrior level, Black Iron first stage, host skills, self-harm, Waiting for the Rabbit. Beastmaster talent, level 936100000, special talent, none, beasts, Thornvine, 1-star complete body. Holy Light Sprite, 1-star complete body. Dual Winged Fire Dragon, 1-star complete body. Medusa, 7-star legendary. Luck, 100 points. Points, 16,896. Waiting for the Rabbit. If there are deaths of creatures from the blue star around the host or beast, points will be obtained based on the levels of both sides. What is the new luck value for? Seeing his attribute panel increase in luck, Yenyu quickly asked the system. The system opened a new feature after the host reached the Black Iron level. Weekly Lucky Spin. Every 100 points of luck can activate the Lucky Spin once. Drawing random prizes from the Lucky Spin, which refreshes weekly. The luck value is calculated by the system based on the host's fortune. The better the fortune, the higher the luck value. The luck value can accumulate, but will not exceed 100. Additionally, the host can also exchange points for luck value at a rate of 1001. So that's it. The system added a Lucky Spin panel, revealing a circle divided into 12 parts, each marked with various prizes. Random Bloodline, Random Beast Skill Crystal. Points 11,000, points 1. The system detected that the host had 100 luck points. Should the Lucky Spin be activated? Yes. Yenyu recalled that when he encountered random events on Earth, he often had to discard some materials first to gain good fortune. He immediately threw away the lightning attribute crystal obtained from the previous task before activating the Lucky Spin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 point through the Lucky Spin. Please check. Darn. Hearing that he only received 1 point, a lightning attribute crystal was worth 100 points. He lost 99 points, and Yenyu was furious. Glancing at the more than 10,000 points left, he immediately exchanged them to activate the Lucky Spin again. May the luck of the Emperor be with me. Give me a draw. Chapter 12 Bloodline Crystal. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a random Bloodline Crystal through the Lucky Spin. Please check. The system detected that the host has a random Bloodline Crystal. Should it be opened? Open. The random Bloodline Crystal has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Thorn Queen Bloodline Crystal. Please check. Unfortunately, there are no points left. He could only wait for the next time the luck of the Emperor graced him. Hearing that he had obtained the Thorn Queen Bloodline Crystal, Yenyu was overjoyed. His first beast, the Climbing Vine, had just evolved into the Thorn Vine, and now he had acquired the bloodline of the Thorn Queen. He immediately inquired about the usage of the bloodline from the system. Xiaoji, hurry up and absorb this. Yenyu handed the Thorn Queen Bloodline Crystal to the Thorn Vine. The Thorn Vine took the crystal and felt a deep desire for it, quickly taking it and starting to absorb it. Medusa beside, Yenyu also sensed the aura of the bloodline from the crystal and looked at Yenyu with an increasingly serious expression. A few hours later, The thorn vine finished absorbing the crystal, and Yin looked at the changes on the thorn vine's panel. Name: Thorn Vine. Level: 2-star complete body 12,000. Host: Lin Yu. Nickname: Xiaoji. Race: Plant. Weakness: Lightning. Attribute: Wood. Talent level: Level. Skills: Entangle, Mastery. Growth, Mastery. Wood affinity, level 11. Earth escape, Mastery. Cutting, Mastery. Fire resistance, Perfect. Transformation: Beginner. Whip, Beginner. Sharp spike, Beginner. Hardening, Mastery. Talent: Wood system, Fire resistance. Bloodline: Thorn Queen. Bloodline 1015 billion. Status: Healthy, happy. Actually gained a bloodline, haha. Evolution route: 1 route in total. Locked. Hardening: the hardness of the thorn vine's tendrils increases by 300 after reincarnating over 1,000 times. How is it still not as pure as Medusa's bloodline? Yin watched as the thorn's vine flickered in and out while absorbing the bloodline of the Thorn Queen. Realizing that its bloodline was powerful, even though it had grasped hardening, the thorn's vine's body couldn't withstand it and could only continuously be reborn to absorb crystal stones. As Yin lamented the rarity of the Thorn Queen's bloodline, Medusa became furious upon hearing him. So you were waiting for me here? Is it my bloodline that you covet? You despicable, shameless human. At that moment, Medusa's face turned purple with anger. Her bloodline had always been her greatest secret, coveted since childhood, which is why she kept it hidden. When she previously signed a contract with Yin, she thought he was unaware of her secret. Now, seeing Yin hand over the bloodline crystal to the thorn's vine, her expression became tense, fearing that Yin knew her secret and had ulterior motives. Hearing Yin's lamentation, it was evident that he not only knew her secret, but also had intentions. Medusa could no longer sit still, and her slight goodwill toward Yin vanished instantly. It was truly a case of falling from one pit into another. Bloodline. It seems quite rare. Upon seeing Medusa's anger, Yin quickly realized and nodded, looking at Medusa. Medusa glanced back at Yin, and due to the deepening contract, she could no longer attack him. Tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes in frustration. As a cold-blooded creature, snakes normally do not have tears, showing just how heartbroken Medusa was at that moment. Although bloodlines are indeed rare, your bloodline seems a bit weak. Though Yin had limited knowledge about bloodlines, he could tell from the rebirth count of various Beastmasters that Medusa's bloodline was not very strong. However, in Medusa's eyes, it seemed Yin was about to make a move against her, and she immediately prepared to flee. Let me tell you, my bloodline hasn't awakened yet. Even if you acquire other Beastmasters, you can't use it. How do I take your bloodline? Of course, taking bloodlines had always been a taboo for Medusa, and she wouldn't simply give in. The only way for someone to obtain her bloodline would be to kill her first, but then she would disappear after being killed. Where would they take the bloodline from? After figuring this out, Medusa snorted. Since you know it can't be taken, don't think about it anymore. The bloodline is the genetic carrier of ancient fierce beasts before the birth of Blue Star. Over such a long time, the bloodlines have become very thin. Nevertheless, for us magical beasts, the enhancement in various directions is not comparable to what you humans call evolution. Moreover, if the opportunity arises to activate the bloodline, it will awaken. An awakened bloodline is equivalent to a super evolution, which can enhance our magical beast strength by several levels. For example, if I awaken my bloodline, even a non-awakened dominator-level magical beast would certainly not be my opponent. After explaining, Medusa paused for a moment and looked at Yin. Seeing that Yin only wanted to understand the use of bloodlines, she continued, "It is precisely because of the power of bloodlines that countless people covet them. As far as I know, the humans of the Great Xia have so-called high-level secret techniques that can strip and inherit bloodlines. Even if not activated, the strength of the Beastmasters will significantly increase. This enhancement can easily surpass the backlash caused by the death of a Beastmaster." "Oh, I see. No wonder you're so afraid of someone taking your bloodline." Yin responded. "What bloodline did you just give to Xiaoji?" "The Thorn Queen's bloodline. Don't worry. I will also help you awaken your bloodline." Medusa, who was quite stingy, had just felt the suppression of the bloodline from the bloodline crystal. The bloodline within that crystal must be stronger than her own. Since Yin was able to obtain such a powerful bloodline crystal, he could definitely get another one. Or even a stronger one. At this moment, he only promised to help her awaken her bloodline, which made Medusa somewhat dissatisfied. Sigh. Yin understood the power of bloodlines and wished that all Beastmasters had strong bloodlines. But at this moment, even with the luck of a king, he didn't have enough points to participate in the lucky draw. Watching Medusa get angry, he could only sigh and then arrange the next steps with the Beastmasters. In the evening, the guards on the city defense of Baibao Prefecture were patrolling the walls as usual when they suddenly saw a clear wind wolf provoking them. "Oh woo. Damn. A legendary beast. An evil Beastmaster is attacking the city. Hurry and notify the gunners to prepare." The officer on the wall recognized the aura of the clear wind wolf and knew it was an Imperial-level beast. Seeing a person standing beside the clear wind wolf, he realized that the Imperial-level clear wind wolf was the beast of this person. Any human who reached the legendary level needed to report it, and he didn't recall any legendary Beastmaster who had a clear wind wolf in his memory. Moreover, it was late at night, so the officer guarding the city did not dare to be negligent and immediately ordered the use of the 5 electromagnetic cannons on the city wall to aim at the Beastmaster. Sir, what brings you here so late? Chapter 13, Departure. Sir, what brings you here so late? Fire. The figure outside the city wall, about 100 meters away, did not respond. The clear wind wolf shot a ball of flame toward the wall, then charged at the wall. The officer immediately ordered to fire at the figure. Everyone knew that once a Beastmaster suffered a fatal attack, their beast would also die. Thus, 10 electromagnetic cannons on the wall fired shells at the figure, hitting the figure simultaneously. The clear wind wolf, which had been charging, disappeared in an instant. The officer, seeing the clear wind wolf vanish, breathed a sigh of relief and ordered everyone to remain vigilant. Ha ha ha, I struck it big. Just as the figure that had vanished reappeared, it was Yin. Listening to the system's electromagnetic voice, congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 points. Beastmaster Talent Enhancement Progress, 2,000. Beast Growth Progress, each 2,000. Congratulations, host. The Thorn's Vine has evolved into a 3-star complete form. Congratulations, host. The Light Spirit has evolved into a 2-star complete form. Congratulations, host. I didn't expect to kill me 2,000 times in one go. It seems I need to come here more often. Yin Yu had discussed with the Beastmasters about having Medusa transform into an unmarked legendary beast. Then Yin Yu donned a black robe and provocatively approached about 100 meters outside the city wall of Baibao Prefecture, luring the guards into firing at him. The one who injured Medusa, who was walking 100 meters away at the time, was indeed the 10 electromagnetic cannons on the city wall. Of course, Yin Yu did not have Medusa's Imperial-level body strength, so one shot was enough, but the guards did not know that. Seeing a legendary beast, they naturally assumed Yin Yu was also a legendary Beastmaster and fired at him all at once, allowing Yin Yu to be reborn a full 2,000 times. Meanwhile, Medusa still needed 2 hours to be reborn, so Yin Yu had to wait beneath the dense forest. The next day, various military achievements and commendations were sent to Baibao Prefecture, and the streets were filled with celebrations for the guard's success in killing a legendary Dark Beastmaster. The Dark Beastmasters were those who had long engaged in illegal activities within the territory of the Great Xia. The guards defending Baibao Prefecture naturally received commendations from the Great Xia. Those kids really struck it lucky. 2 legendary Dark Beastmasters attacked yesterday and were killed. The gunners from last night have already been promoted to officers. They are so damn lucky. Yeah, if only there were more legendary Dark Beastmasters coming. You're dreaming. There are only about 100 Beastmasters above the legendary level in the entire Great Xia, and how many Dark Beastmasters are there in total? And they just killed 2 last night. There probably won't be such an opportunity again. That's really a shame. Damn, what happened on the Dark Beastmaster side? Why are so many Dark Beastmasters coming to their deaths, and all of them are legendary? Congratulations, host. Your Beastmaster talent has increased to the next level. Congratulations. Host, Medusa has been upgraded to 8-star legendary. I may have to leave. I can't stay here any longer. 2 hours later, Medusa woke up again and was the first to speak. So soon. What if I kill someone after leaving you? You're already on the wanted list. Haven't you killed enough? However, I still want to remind you that what happened before is in the past. From now on, do not kill innocents indiscriminately. But if someone wants to kill you, make sure to eliminate them completely. So if my friend gets hurt, can you help save her? Your friend is my friend. But she must be alive. After spending a few days together, Yin Yu has come to understand that Medusa's arrival in human cities was also unavoidable. Her childhood playmate has now become an Emperor-level beast. Recently, she encountered danger and sent a distress message to rescue her as quickly as possible. Medusa originally planned to take a shortcut through the human city, but unexpectedly, her whereabouts were leaked. Before she could enter Baibao Prefecture, she was shot at by the electromagnetic cannon of Baibao Prefecture. The guards of Baibao Prefecture, seeing that Medusa was injured, issued a wanted notice and sent strong individuals from Baibao to search for her. Medusa, in a panic, ran into Yin Yu and ultimately became Yin Yu's beast. Due to taking the shortcut, the delay of a few days was equivalent to traveling through the wilderness. At this time, Medusa received another distress message and, of course, did not dare to delay. She said goodbye to Yin Yu. Yin Yu originally intended to send Medusa off before school started. But Medusa's sense of loyalty to her friend made Yin Yu have no choice but to support her. Alright, if you're not by my side, don't forget to cultivate in your next life. Medusa nodded and walked into the darkness. By morning, when Yin Yu woke up, Medusa was already nowhere to be found. With a sore back and aching waist, Yin Yu recalled the sensual events of last night and felt somewhat apprehensive. Medusa never intended to harm Yin Yu, and he quickly regained his clarity. However, at that time, their bodies had already merged. Before the incident, Yin Yu would only occasionally wash his feet and was still a pure-hearted boy, quickly succumbing to pleasure until he was exhausted. Only then did Medusa put on her clothes and leave. As Yin Yu got up and looked at the bloodstains in the grass, he recalled that he had turned to dust under the shelling before. Now, he was uninjured, so where did the blood come from? Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special talent, True Man. Chapter 14, The Chase. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the special talent, True Man. True Man. Yin Yu found it a bit strange to hear about acquiring a special talent, but still opened the host panel. Host. Lin Yu. Warrior level. Black Iron Stage 3. Host skills. Self-harm. Waiting for prey. Beast Taming talent. Level 0 10,000. Special talent. True Man. Beasts. Thorn Vine. 5-star complete. Holy Light Elf. 5-star complete. Dual Winged Fire Dragon. 4-star complete. Medusa. 8-star legendary. Luck. 35 points. Points. 356896. True Man. Immunity to all damage for 50 minutes. It seems that I can only sell items from the system. The system issues a random task for the host to choose. The host has made a choice, and the countdown begins with 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Hearing that there were crystal and point rewards, Yin Yu ran without thinking. Although he couldn't use the metal attribute crystal, it could be exchanged for 50,000 alliance coins. This was a tempting offer for Yin Yu, who was broke. The girl behind him clearly didn't expect Yin Yu to react this way. By the time she realized it, she could only vaguely see Yin Yu and quickly got up to chase after him, shouting, "Stop! Don't run!" The girl was at a higher cultivation level than Yin Yu and quickly caught up, blocking his path. At that moment, Yin Yu recognized the girl as the one who had helped him evolve his snow hair. He hurriedly gestured for her to move aside. Just then, he heard the electronic voice. Detection shows the host has stopped. The task is about to fail. 10, 9, 8. Hearing the system's countdown, Yin Yu quickly turned around and ran again. The girl looked at Yin Yu, who was running away, and couldn't help but wonder, am I that scary? The girl was extremely confident in her looks and insisted on catching up to Yin Yu to ask him clearly. Yin Yu, seeing the girl pursuing him, felt distressed but couldn't tell her the truth. He could only keep changing directions to avoid her. Ha, you little brat. Causing trouble again. Yin Yu kept dodging the girl. And to outsiders, it seemed that Yin Yu had done something wrong. Just as the girl was about to find trouble with him, a blue figure appeared in the corner, a girl who had previously competed with Yin Yu for crystals in the shop. Seeing Yin Yu's embarrassment, she recalled how Yin Yu had humiliated her in the store last time and curiously chased after him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Hearing the system's electronic voice, Yin Yu leaned against the wall and looked at the girl behind him. Why are you chasing me? Ugh, I'm exhausted. Weren't you running? Keep running then. If you don't run, why would I chase you? The girl was also panting heavily at this point. If you don't chase, why would I run? Even if you don't chase, I would still run, Yin Yu insisted. What's your name? Why are you running? I'm just exercising, okay? What's it to you? You can exercise. But since you're not running anymore, I have something to ask you. At this moment, under the blazing sun, the girl clearly wouldn't believe Yin Yu's excuse about exercising. But she also didn't plan to pursue the matter further and asked Yin Yu. Yin Yu glanced at the girl and noticed that her thunder rabbit was unharmed. So he turned to leave, leaving behind a parting shot. I don't know. What do you want to know? Yin Yu. Yin Yu quickly took the check the girl handed him, thinking that such a simple question could earn him 10,000. So he hoped she would ask more. Was that place your home last time? Yes. In the blink of an eye, Yin Yu had already earned over 100,000 alliance coins. The girl's questions were all trivial matters, and Yin Yu began to feel a bit embarrassed. After taking the cash, he signaled for the girl to stop. Forget it. I've already earned enough. Let's call it a day. It's fine. I still have enough money. I have a few more questions. Forget it. It's getting late. And I have things to do. We can earn your money next time. After saying this, Yin Yu turned to leave. But the girl wouldn't let him go after all the groundwork she had laid, quickly stepping forward to block his path. You're in a hurry to earn money for your beast's evolution, right? No, I just thought since you need money. Then for my next question, it's 1 million for each question. Yin Yu, caught off guard, quickly denied it, but his panicked expression did not escape the girl's notice. She quickly offered a price and handed him a check for 1 million. 1 million instantly robbed Yin Yu of the courage to refuse. The girl asked eagerly, my thunder rabbit is injured. Do you have any way to help? Isn't it fine in the beast space? Where did the injury come from? Initially, Yin Yu thought the thunder rabbit was injured, but after using the system to scan, he found it was unharmed. He immediately blurted out, only to realize he had been tricked. The girl's thunder rabbit was still in the beast space, and he shouldn't have seen it. The girl sneered, as expected. You can see the true condition of my beast. Chapter 15. Are you insulting me? As expected. You can see the true condition of my beast. Family secret technique? How come I've never heard of it? Forget it. The girl had already inquired about Yin Yu's situation before, learning that he was an orphan and a poor guy. So it was impossible for him to have a family secret technique. Since Yin Yu claimed it was a family secret, it was clear he didn't want to talk about it. Everyone has their secrets, and the girl didn't press further. Immediately changing the subject. I have another beast with level talent. Can you help me evolve its talent into level talent? You want to evolve your beast? Why didn't you say so earlier? How much are you willing to pay? Hearing that the girl wanted to evolve her beast, Yin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Wasn't he lingering in Baibao Prefecture's market to help others evolve their beasts? If the girl had said so earlier, Yin Yu might have given up the task. Evolving a beast was not something that could be solved with 50,000 alliance coins. Yin Yu immediately looked at the Skylight White Tiger next to the girl. Name, Skylight White Tiger. Level, 6-star silver. Host. Nickname, Xiaobai. Race, Tiger. Weakness, none. Attribute, light. Talent grade, level. Skills, roar, beginner. Tiger pounce, beginner. Bite, beginner. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Evolution route, 1 in total. Let's stick to 5 million. How about that? The girl said eagerly when Yin Yu agreed. Once it reaches 6-star silver, it can evolve into a holy light tiger with level talent. Alright, I'll find you then. The girl nodded, prepared to leave, and casually asked, can the Thunder Rabbit still evolve? How much are you willing to pay? If you think it's too expensive, the price can be negotiated. Negotiate? The girl smiled upon hearing this, and Yin Yu immediately felt that the girl in front of him was as beautiful as a flower. Naturally, Yin Yu dared not think too much about the girl before him. At this moment, the girl recalled how Yin Yu at first stopped her and looked at him teasingly while stepping closer, causing Yin Yu to retreat repeatedly. What do you want? The girl persisted, smiling and nodding at Yin Yu. Name a price. I've decided to support you, as long as you agree. I'll cover the food for your beast from now on, and I'll give you 10,000 pocket money every month. You only need to focus on evolving my beasts. How about that? You're insulting me. Since my beast evolved into its complete form, it consumes 300,000 alliance coins and crystals daily. Now, I have started using points to buy food for my beasts, and I felt insulted. Then what do you want? The girl momentarily didn't know Yin Yu's thoughts. Then please insult me 10 times a month. In the face of reality, Yin Yu had to bow down. Of course, as someone who had lived 2 lives, Yin Yu wouldn't make the low-level mistake of thinking a young girl is a treasure and mistakenly treating her as such. The girl before him could solve the future food expenses of his beasts, so he only needed to worry about their evolution and training. Yin Yu agreed on the spot. Ha ha ha, this is your pocket money for the next month, the girl said, handing Yin Yu a check for 3 million, and left with a smile. Yin Yu took the check and hurried to the shops in Baibuzu. After Yin Yu had walked far, a girl in blue emerged from the corner of the wall. Watching Yin Yu's retreating figure grow distant, Yin Yu immediately bought a month's worth of food for his beasts at the shop with the check. When he finished buying the materials and came out, it was already dark, and he would have to wait until next time to repair the house. Beep beep beep. Yin Yu, school starts tomorrow, what are you doing? Of course, I'm waiting for school to start. The next morning, after getting up, Yin Yu ran towards the school, which was the only beast training high school in Baibuzu, Yutsai Middle School. When Yin Yu arrived at the school, Mo Xiaorong was already waiting for him at the square in front of the school. Yin Yu hurriedly approached and took Mo Xiaorong to the registration office. Mo Xiaorong was once again held by Yin Yu and didn't feel anything unnatural. The two handed their beast certificates to the reception teacher. The reception teacher scanned the certificates and said, Mo Xiaorong, 7th middle school, graduated from the 3rd year of junior high, 15 years old, level talent. Is that correct? Yes. Yin Yu, 7th middle school, graduated from the 3rd year of junior high, 15 years old, level talent. Is that correct? Yin Yu. The Dragon Legion Reserve card has been activated. The reception teacher swiped the activated card and, upon hearing the payment notification, handed Yin Yu a book titled Complete Guide to Blue Star Spirit Beasts, Level Talent, pointing behind him. Class 9 of Year 1. Yin Yu, Dormitory 307, Building 2. Go there to find a senior to take you to the dormitory. After the reception teacher finished speaking, he handed Mo Xiaorong a similar book and pointed to the side. Class 6 of Year 1. Mo Xiaorong, Dormitory 507, Building 6. Go there to find a senior sister to take you to the dormitory. Ah, we're not in the same class. Yin Yu, what should we do? Mo Xiaorong asked Yin Yu, pouting, while holding the book. Yin Yu also didn't expect that they would not be in the same class. So he could only comfort her. It's okay, we're all at school, and it's not far away, and we have each other's messages, right? After a moment, the two separated. Yin Yu quickly found a senior to lead him to the dormitory. When Yin Yu entered the dormitory, he saw more than a dozen students crowding around 2 beds. playing a game on their phones while smoking and shouting, block the heart. Otherwise, they will clear the level. Chapter 16, Dead Fatty. Bro, forget it, they will finish soon. After they finish, they will leave. The whole dormitory was in chaos, and just as Yin Yu was about to step forward to drive everyone away, he was suddenly pulled back. Yin Yu hurriedly asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Bai Danning. I'm also in this dormitory." "What? You're also in this dormitory?" Yin Yu initially thought it was his roommate leading friends to play games, but unexpectedly, it was students from another dormitory playing games in his dormitory. Seeing the saliva and trash all over the floor, he quickly closed the door. Bang. "You bunch of dead fat idiots. You didn't even wear suits. Hurry up and clean this dormitory. After you clean up, get the hell out." "What? This dormitory is ours now. Just wait a bit. After we finish, we will leave." Hearing this, everyone looked up at Yin Yu, realizing they didn't recognize him. One of the taller boys, who had some influence in school, named Ran Wenbin, looked at Yin Yu impatiently while playing on his phone, not mentioning anything about cleaning up. Yin Yu saw that everyone only paused for a moment, so he continued playing his game. He quickly picked up a basin, filled it with water, and splashed it on everyone. Immediately, the students' phones started smoking, and some even sparked. Seeing that they couldn't use them anymore, they all got up to look at Yin Yu. "What are you doing? You're looking for death." "Yes. Today I only want to either kill you all or be killed by you." Yin Yu crossed his arms and looked at everyone. Hearing this, they all rushed towards Yin Yu. In a moment, those who attacked first were all lying on the ground, clutching their chests and wailing. Seeing this, Ran Wenbin quickly stepped forward. "Oh, you still have some skill. All right, I'll give you some face and we will leave." "Didn't you hear what I just said?" After Ran Wenbin finished speaking, he was about to lead everyone away. Seeing this, Yin Yu swung his fist towards the approaching Ran Wenbin. Ran Wenbin was immediately furious. No one had dared to provoke him like this since he arrived at school. At that moment, he felt that his authority was being challenged and also swung his fist to hit Yin Yu's incoming punch. Seeing that Yin Yu didn't hold back and wanted to go head-to-head with him, Ran Wenbin was overjoyed and put in more effort, intending to break Yin Yu's arm and teach him a lesson. As the two fists collided, there was a loud bang, and Ran Wenbin quickly covered his bleeding arm. Looking at Yin Yu in disbelief, You are actually a black iron level warrior. A freshman has actually broken through to black iron level? How did he do it?" Hearing this, everyone looked at Yin Yu, but Yin Yu ignored them and sternly reprimanded. "You bunch of dead fat idiots, playing games without wearing suits, smoking $5 a pack cigarettes. Don't you feel ashamed? You still dare to come here to play games?" Slap, slap, slap. Once the people in the dormitory knew that Yin Yu was a black iron level warrior, they no longer dared to resist. Although they didn't know what Yin Yu was saying, they let him punch and kick them. Outside the dormitory, only the sounds of slaps could be heard, and the group was beaten to the point where they had no choice but to lower their heads and admit their mistakes. Ran Wenbin was furious upon hearing this. "Don't be too naive. Don't think that admitting your mistakes will make him let you go. Let's go together. We might not lose. Given your strong spirit, you few hurry up and clean the dormitory. After cleaning up, get the hell out. You better let me go too. My uncle Ran Qingxi is the homeroom teacher of Class 1 in Year 1 and also a gold-level Beastmaster. If you do anything to me, my uncle will not let you go." Ran Wenbin looked at Yin Yu, truly thinking he was going to let everyone go. Feeling anxious, I revealed my uncle, Ran Qingxi, who is also Ran Wenbin's homeroom teacher. It's just a small golden level. Not to mention golden level. Even if it were diamond level, I wouldn't take it seriously. Before Yin Yu could finish speaking, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. Yin Yu quickly turned around and saw the dormitory door swing open, a figure crashing into him. And he was immediately pushed against the wall, spitting out blood. The place where Yin Yu had been standing was now occupied by a middle-aged man around 30 years old, Ran Qingxi. He glanced at Yin Yu and sneered. "Golden level is indeed as common as dirt, but it's not something you, a black iron tier 3, can look down on." He quickly looked outside the dormitory, searching for a certain figure. Thud. Ran Wenbin immediately knelt down, pleading with Yin Yu. "Big brother, please spare me. I can clean up. I will make it spotless. Just like new." Seeing that Yin Yu's goal was to have everyone clean the dormitory, and since that goal had been achieved, he nodded in agreement. But before he could finish speaking, the door was pushed open again, and a figure lunged at Yin Yu. Before Yin Yu could react, he was pushed back several steps until he collided with the wall, spitting blood. Everyone heard Ran Qingxi confirm that Yin Yu was a black iron tier 3 warrior, and they looked at him with envy. Upon seeing Ran Qingxi arrive, Ran Wenbin rushed up while holding his wound. "Uncle, you finally came." "Shut up," Ran Qingxi shouted, ready to take everyone away. At that moment, Yin Yu, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, said, "Today, if we don't finish cleaning the dormitory, let's see who dares to leave this door." After saying that, he stood up, coldly walking towards Ran Qingxi. "Golden level. Is this all the strength you have? You can't even hit someone properly, and you still dare to call yourself golden level? Haha. You think just because I'm not from your class I can't handle you? If you have the ability, then go ahead and kill me. Ran Qingxi was furious upon hearing this. He raised his hand, but saw that Yin Yu did not evade, instead confronting him head-on. By now, the dormitory was filled with onlooking students, and Ran Qingxi regretted his actions. If he had directly killed Yin Yu earlier, he could have passed it off as an accident in a fit of rage. But now, if he acted again, the public outcry over a teacher deliberately killing a new student would be too much to bear. Not only would Ran Qingxi struggle to handle it, but even the principal would not be able to manage it. Looking at his students inside the dormitory, Ran Qingxi truly did not dare to move forward. He left the dormitory with a parting remark of trash, dragging Ran Wenbin away. You all hurry up and clean the dormitory. Once you're done, get the hell out. Yin Yu had no interest in stepping on the small fry in front of him, so he let everyone clean the dormitory and leave. While Yin Yu was having everyone clean the dormitory, a figure in the crowd had been watching him closely, several times unable to hold back from making a move, but only relaxed at this moment, glancing at Yin Yu before leaving. Chapter 17, Freshman Trial. My name is Yin Yu. Yin Yu, you're already a Black Iron level Beastmaster in your first year? How did you train? Darren quickly asked. Impossible, my beast is still in its complete form. I guess I just worked a lot before, and my physical strength has only reached Black Iron level. Oh, if that's the case, I can rest easy. I thought you were already a Black Iron level Beastmaster. You scared me. Darren finally relaxed upon hearing this. After all, it usually takes until the second year to reach Black Iron level. Now that he knew Yin Yu's only achievement was physical strength, he felt reassured. While the two were chatting, the Great Xia dynasty was shaken by the appearance of an imperial-level magical beast in a human city, fortunately killed by the combined efforts of various powerful figures. The two chatted until evening, and after finishing dinner in the cafeteria, they went to the classroom for the freshman class meeting. Upon entering the classroom, everyone sat according to their dormitory groups. The two casually found a spot and sat down, while other classmates began introducing themselves. Hello, my name is Pei Shuangfei, 15 years old, Beastmaster talent. Hello, my name is... The classroom suddenly fell silent as a girl in a white shirt, in her early 20s, walked onto the stage. She had fair skin, exquisite features, and an alluring figure, with impressive curves that seemed ready to burst out of her white shirt. The girls in the classroom lowered their heads, unable to tear their gaze away from the girl, who reminded them of Medusa. In the distance, a recently appearing figure kept sneezing. The girl seemed already accustomed to the gazes of others, her expression showing no signs of fluctuation as she began counting the number of people in the classroom. After finishing the count and glancing around, she spoke. Hello everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Zheng Nana. From now on, I will be accompanying you throughout your high school life. If you encounter any problems, feel free to ask me directly. Now, let us begin self-introductions. After Zheng Nana finished speaking, she stepped down from the podium. At this moment, everyone noticed she was about 1.7 meters tall, with long legs that attracted countless glances, and she was wearing black stockings. Zheng Nana kept scanning the audience with sharp eyes. Hello, my name is... As the students took turns introducing themselves, Yin Yu took the opportunity to scan Zheng Nana. Name, Zheng Nana. Warrior level, Golden Tier 9, Beastmaster talent. Level, Special talent. Charm, Beasts, Lightning Cat, 9-star Golden level. Purple Crystal Wing Lion, 9-star Golden level. Yin Yu, wake up. Stop staring. Just as Yin Yu was about to inquire further, he noticed everyone in the classroom was looking at him, and Zheng Nana's gaze was particularly sharp. Yin Yu quickly, awkwardly turned his body to look around. The atmosphere in the classroom was incredibly awkward, but fortunately, Zheng Nana lightly cleared her throat. Next student, continue with your self-introduction. Yucai High School is a 3-year program, and every year ends with an assessment. The passing standard for the first-year assessment is a 9-star complete form, while the standard for the second year is to become a 9-star Black Iron level Beastmaster. The third year will hold a national college entrance exam, with the minimum admission standard for universities being a 6-star Silver level Beastmaster. To attend better universities, one needs to become a higher level Beastmaster. If students fail to meet the assessment standards during their time at school, they either have to drop out or repeat the year. The freshman trial is a survival training prepared by the school for new students, lasting 1 month. Each student is allowed to contract one magical beast for free, mainly to let these freshmen understand the cruelty and danger of fighting magical beasts, so they won't be too timid when they reach the battlefield. The trial site is a secret realm specially prepared by Baibao State for the school. Baibao State clears and releases magical beasts every year, removing those above Black Iron level. And most of the released beasts are either level or level talent magical beast cubs or complete forms. However, one magical beast was intentionally placed by Baibao State, a complete form magical beast with level talent. Although it cannot be guaranteed that there won't be any Black Iron level magical beasts slipping through, this trial, while challenging, is also an opportunity for everyone. If the students can contract a magical beast cub with level talent and train hard, they can at least graduate successfully and enter university. If they are fortunate enough to obtain a magical beast with level talent, entering one of the 6 prestigious schools is not impossible. Everyone must take this trial seriously. After Zheng Nana finished speaking, she paused for a moment. The school has already distributed the Blue Star Spirit Beast Encyclopedia level talent to you upon enrollment. The Blue Star Spirit Beast Encyclopedia level talent contains a relatively complete record of the magical beasts with level talent on Blue Star, to help everyone identify the talents of the magical beasts when entering the ruins. Everyone should take the time to watch it carefully and memorize it as much as possible. After the trial, the school will also conduct talent tests for your beasts. A magical beast with level talent can definitely grow to golden level. A magical beast with level talent is much better than my current level beast. People began to discuss when they heard that they could contract a beast with a guaranteed talent level. Darren tentatively asked Yinyu, "Yinyu, what kind of talent beast are you planning to contract?" Yinyu replied, "Let us take a look at that talent level beast first. If it's not suitable, I might not contract it." Ever since contracting Medusa, Yinyu had become somewhat dismissive, not just of talent level beasts, but even of ordinary talent level ones. A talent level beast? You really dare to think that way? Zheng Nana then shared some important notes before concluding the evening's event. Chapter 18, Hidden Rules. Are there hidden rules? Yinyu, hearing this, looked at Darren with a strange expression for a moment, then decided to apply for a dorm change. Seeing this, Darren realized Yinyu misunderstood and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "That talent level beast is actually already predetermined. Is this the hidden rule you mentioned?" Seeing Darren nod, Yinyu then asked, "Has that person already contracted it?" "Not yet." "Then that's fine. Everyone can compete fairly, relying on their own abilities," Yinyu said nonchalantly. Darren shook his head, seeing that Yinyu still held onto the idea of the talent level beast. What fair competition? We are still at the starting line while others are already at the finish. Yinyu, do you know how strong our opponents are this time? The strongest is Class 1, which has 3 Beastmasters above 5-star complete level, one of whom has even reached Black Iron level. Competing against these people is hopeless. It's better to contract a guaranteed talent level beast. Is that so? Am I not a Black Iron level warrior too? Yes, you are indeed the highest level first-year warrior now. But they are Beastmasters. Even if you could defeat them one by one, the chances are extremely slim. If you don't believe me, let me tell you another insider tip. A few months ago, the Beast deployment leader was none other than the current Class 1 head teacher, Ran Qingxi. He knows exactly where the deployment location is. As the saying goes, the fat water doesn't flow to outsiders. How could he let others benefit? Moreover, Ran Qingxi's nephew, Ran Wenbin, is in his own class. Ran Qingxi will definitely reserve the talent level beast for his nephew Ran Wenbin. Even if Ran Wenbin doesn't contract that talent level beast in the end, it will still benefit the students of Class 1. How could it benefit students from other classes? Ran Wenbin, Class 1, Ran Qingxi. After hearing this insider information, Yinyu suddenly felt that the trial might not be so boring after all. Darren, seeing that Yinyu still seemed fixated on that talent level beast, pondered for a moment, as if making a significant decision. Yinyu, let us team up. If that talent level beast isn't suitable for you, let it go to me. Yinyu, upon hearing this, looked at Darren with confusion and then understood. Who would be willing to be mediocre? Going with the flow was just self-deception in the face of unchangeable circumstances. Yinyu nodded. If I get that talent level beast and find it unsuitable, I can let it go to you. But I already have a team, so I need to ask the others. The next day, everyone gathered at the school playground and boarded buses in order by class, heading toward the secret realm. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at an open wasteland. The students formed square formations according to their classes. Soon after, a middle-aged man in his 30s stepped out from the front of the line, pulling out a signal gun, which was the same one Zheng Nana had distributed after boarding the bus. He scanned the crowd. "Hello everyone. I am your grade director, Jinyo Yuan, the overall person in charge of this trial. The secret realm is about to open. I want to reiterate that safety comes first. If you encounter any danger that cannot be resolved, you must fire the signal gun in your hand. There will be plenty of opportunities to capture beasts, so do not act rashly and disregard your own life. Even if you lose the qualification to continue the trial because of this, do you all understand?" "We understand." Inside a relatively hidden tent in the secret realm, students were also present, counting those who entered the secret realm based on the signal gun's location. At the front of the tent was a several-meter-wide screen, divided into countless small screens, each projecting the information of each student based on the signal gun's location. The students inside the tent were obviously the school's rescue personnel, ready to rush to help as soon as they saw a signal gun fired to take students out of the secret realm. Most of these students were second-year students. Half an hour later, Yinyu also entered the passage, which had a fixed exit. Leaving the passage, He found himself in an open grassy field. After steadying himself, he started searching for Mo Xiaorong along with Darren, but they didn't find her. However, a pair of eyes in the open area ahead had already locked onto him. Since beasts only possessed combat capability once they reached black iron level, this trial would rely more on the Beastmasters themselves. Even complete beasts in the wild would require 3 or 5 students to subdue them, so most students would choose to team up for the trial. Many had already formed teams before entering, and some students began to form temporary teams in the open area. The leaders of the formed teams led their groups toward the distant forest. Class 6 entered the secret realm after Class 9, and after searching for a moment, Yu finally found Mo Xiaorong. This is Darren, my roommate. This is Jiang Peiyun, my roommate. Hello, I am. After the 4 introduced themselves, they discussed their requests. Once they concluded their discussions, they prepared to head toward the distant forest. Suddenly, a blue figure blocked their way. Yu quickly looked up. The girl in front of him was the same one who had fought him for the fire crystal in the shop. Yu hadn't expected her to appear here as well. Seeing that Yu recognized the girl, Mo Xiaorong quickly lowered her head and grabbed Yu's arm. Darren was first surprised that Yu knew the girl, then looked at Mo Xiaorong's actions, thinking to himself how impressive it was for Yu to have 2 girls interested in him right at the start of the school year. However, Darren was mistaken. Yu was only on good terms with Mo Xiaorong, while his relationship with the girl in front of him was quite conflicted. Seeing that the situation was not going to end well, Yu quickly asked, "What do you want by blocking us?" Chapter 19, Creeping Ivy. How could you not recognize me? You weren't like this when you snatched my crystal before. Where's that fierceness from when you stole it? Oh, no, it's different. It's actually more like commandeering, the girl said through gritted teeth. Indeed, stealing and commandeering are quite different. One allows for resistance while the other doesn't give the other party a chance to refute. Mo Xiaorong felt delighted to hear that Yu and the blue-clad girl weren't familiar and appeared to have a conflict, but she buried her head even lower. Say it. What do you want? Yu had no desire to continue talking to the blue-clad girl. I want to join your team. Join our team? Are we that familiar? There are so many people over there waiting to form teams, and we already have one. You should find someone else. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately refused and tried to lead everyone away. The girl, however, was not willing to give up and blocked them again. 1 million, let me join your team? We're busy too. Everyone has beasts to catch. The girl looked confused at Yu's repeated refusals, but noticed Yu kept glancing at the check in her hand and sneered. Don't worry, I don't plan to catch any beasts. I just want to follow you for the trial. Huh, you're not going to catch beasts, so you can just stay here? Most of what's inside are complete beasts. What's there to trial? Darren looked at Yu in confusion, then glanced at the girl. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaorong, upon hearing this, held on to Yu even tighter. Yu also looked at the girl with confusion, not understanding why she insisted on joining the team when it seemed they had no connection. But thinking about taking advantage of an opportunity, he immediately spoke. Many people, and each of us has to share a part of our hearts, which is indeed a bit difficult. Everyone thought Yu would refuse, and before they could be happy, they heard Yu speak again. Unless you add another 1 million. Deal. The girl seemed to have anticipated this and smiled as she handed 2 checks to Yu. Then everyone headed towards the nearby forest. Although everyone was suspicious of the relationship between Yu and the girl, since they had just entered the secret realm and each person could get 500,000 alliance coins, they all accepted the reality happily. Hello everyone. I am Chu Tianxian, a student from Class 3, Grade 1. Nice to meet you all. After everyone got to know each other, they quickly arrived at a densely vegetated jungle to capture magical beasts for Jiang Peiyun and Mo Xiaorong. Jiang Peiyun wanted to capture a plant-type magical beast, while Mo Xiaorong said she wanted to be a doctor in the future. After comparing with the system, Yu suggested that Mo Xiaorong capture a wood spirit since it had the best healing effect. Wood spirits like wood attribute spiritual energy, and the denser the vegetation, the richer the wood attributes spiritual energy, making it more likely to see a wood spirit. The 5 of them entered the jungle together, and their vision was blocked by various lush plants. They had to search around together. Suddenly, Mo Xiaorong exclaimed, "Look, a wood spirit." Everyone turned to see a green ball the size of a fist resting on a branch in the distance. Yu quickly scanned the wood spirit in front of him. Name, wood spirit. Level, 3-star complete body. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, spirit. Weakness, fire. Attribute, wood. Talent level, skills, healing, proficient. Talent, healing. Bloodline, none. Status, sleeping. Evolution route, 25, 656 routes. Evolution opportunity, 6-star cub. Healing, increases the healing speed of the target's wounds by 120. To Yu's surprise, this little ball had such high intelligence. It ran pretty fast. It's okay. Let's keep searching. As the wood spirit vanished from sight, Everyone continued to look around. Suddenly, they heard Bai Dazhong's voice from the side. "Ah? Everyone come quickly. That green vine just moved." There were green vines everywhere here. It was nothing unusual for even a slight breeze to cause movement. "It's ridiculous that you're a man." Shu Tianxian, who had been silent beside everyone, followed Bai Dazhong's direction and saw that it was just a green vine as thick as an arm. Everyone was seriously looking for suitable magical beasts, yet Bai Dazhong shouted for such a trivial matter. Immediately, she frowned and scolded him. The two girls also found it hard to watch and shook their heads, ready to turn and continue searching elsewhere. Yin Yu suddenly spoke. "Everyone be careful, don't move." "Ah, help." They saw Mo Xiaorong, the farthest from everyone, being dragged into the jungle by a green vine that suddenly emerged from the side. Everyone quickly became alert. But it all happened too fast. From Yin Yu's warning to Mo Xiaorong being taken away, it was just a few breaths. Yin Yu was now staring at the jungle. Looking at the panel near the green vine as thick as an arm. Name: Wandering Green Vine. Level: 1-star complete body. Host: none. Nickname: none. Race: plant type. Weakness: fire. Attribute: wood. Talent level: level. Skills: entangle, beginner. Wood affinity, level 10. Anesthesia, beginner. Growth, beginner. Talent: wood type. Bloodline: none. Status: hunting. Evolution route: 36 routes. Next stage: 3-star complete body. Entangle: uses the green vine to entangle the target. Anesthesia: the poisonous thorns on the vine sting the target, causing them to fall into a coma. Wood affinity: passive. Proficiency increases with the level of the wandering green vine. The wandering green vine increases the affinity for wood attribute spiritual energy by 2, all attributes by 2, growth by 2, and skill damage by 2. Growth: the wandering green vine continuously grows new vines. Everyone quickly used the green vines nearby to bind your arms. Seeing the attributes of the wandering green vine, Yin Yu knew that Mo Xiaorong was temporarily not in danger. She might have been anesthetized by the wandering green vine's toxin. He hurriedly wrapped his arms with the others. Yin Yu had already scanned these vines with the system. They were just ordinary plants. After everyone bandaged themselves, Yin Yu said, "Let's move." Everyone moved forward together, grabbing a green vine as thick as an arm, and pulled it towards the open space in the middle. When Yin Yu grabbed the vine, he saw that it was covered with small thorns, but since their arms were already tightly bound, the small thorns had no effect on them. The wandering green vine's most powerful weapon lost its effect on everyone, who struggled desperately but were gradually pulled out of the jungle. Once a plant-type magical beast is pulled out from the ground, it immediately enters a dormant state and has no resistance. Knowing this, everyone exerted more force to pull the wandering green vine out faster. After a quarter of an hour, the pulling force of the wandering green vine disappeared, indicating it had been completely uprooted by them and had entered a dormant state. At this moment, a voice came from the nearby jungle. "Oh no." Yin Yu recognized it was Mo Xiaorong's voice and hurriedly followed the sound into the jungle. Chapter 20. I regret it. Yin Yu, I'm sorry. I'm too weak. It's okay. Aren't you fine now? Yin Yu walked in the jungle for a while and saw Mo Xiaorong wrapped up like a dumpling in vines. When Mo Xiaorong woke up, she saw the magical plant that had dragged her in, now uprooted, and was being pulled out of the jungle. Seeing Yin Yu arrive, she quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at him. After a moment of silence from Yin Yu, she quickly looked up to sneak a glance at him, only to find Yin Yu staring at several dumplings not far away, whispering, "Yin Yu, help me get out." Yin Yu, hurry." Mo Xiaorong saw Yin Yu respond but not approach, still staring at the dumplings in the distance. Thinking Yin Yu was doing it on purpose, she urged him again. At this moment, Yin Yu came back to his senses and quickly told Mo Xiaorong to wait a moment. He then walked over to the several dumplings and picked one the size of a basketball. He came back to Mo Xiaorong, who, knowing that those dumplings were probably also prey caught by the wandering green vine like her, saw the one in Yin Yu's hand and vaguely noticed its core was orange. Thinking it was a snake-type, ordinary beast, Yin Yu was about to scare her, so she quickly shouted, "Yin Yu, no, don't. Look, this wood spirit is just right for you." Huh. At this moment, Mo Xiaorong shyly closed her eyes. After a moment, she slowly opened them and saw that what Yin Yu was holding was indeed an orange spirit. She quickly asked, "Why is it orange? Is it really a wood spirit?" "Yes, it's a mutated wood spirit. Its healing effect is even stronger." Before coming over, Yin Yu had already checked the attributes of this wood spirit. Name: Mutated wood spirit. Level: 1-star complete body. Host: none. Nickname: none. Race: spirit. Weakness: lightning. Attribute: wood, fire. Talent level: level. Skills: healing, proficient. Wood affinity, level 10. Sprint, beginner. Scorch, beginner. Talent: wood type, healing type, fire. Bloodline: none. Status: in a coma. Evolution route: 25, 656 routes. Evolution opportunity, 6-star cub. Healing. Increases the healing speed of the target's wounds by 200. Wood affinity. Passive. Proficiency increases with the level of the Wandering Green Vine. The Wandering Green Vine increases the affinity for wood attribute spiritual energy by 2, all attributes by 2, growth by 2, and skill damage by 2. Sprint. Increases the movement speed of allies within a 5-meter range of the wood spirit by 30. Burn. A adds a burning effect to the target's attack. I will rescue you right away. As Mo Xiaorong looked at the orange wood spirit, Yin tried several times to break the vines, but couldn't. So he had to try to pry open a gap, allowing Mo Xiaorong to contract the wood spirit first. After Mo Xiaorong completed the contract and communicated for a moment, a red light fell on Yin. The originally strong vines broke at a touch, showing the intensity of the wood spirit's burn effect. Moments later, Mo Xiaorong walked out from the Zongzi, her clothes already torn into strips by the creeping vines, revealing her fair skin through the gaps. It was the first time Yin encountered such a situation, and he was somewhat distracted. Mo Xiaorong also noticed Yin Yu's abnormality and was delighted to find that she had some attraction to him, twisting her body shyly. Hateful. Quickly give me my clothes. After a moment, Mo Xiaorong put on her clothes and walked out of the jungle with Yin Yu. When everyone saw that the clothes originally worn by Yin Yu were now on Mo Xiaorong, and he was left with only shorts and a t-shirt. Combined with the earlier shyness from the jungle, everyone looked at Yin Yu with curiosity, the girls with disdain, while Bai Danning admired him. Yin Yu coughed lightly and looked at the creeping vines that had been completely pulled out and thrown not far away. Then turned to Jiang Peiyun. Didn't you want a plant-type magical beast? This creeping vine is pretty good. Are you saying this spirit plant can be contracted? Jiang Peiyun was overjoyed. Everyone had come here for Jiang Peiyun and Mo Xiaorong to capture magical beasts. When the creeping vine was pulled out, Jiang Peiyun wanted to contract it, but was unsure and wanted to wait for everyone to discuss before deciding. Now hearing Yin Yu's suggestion, she quickly inquired. Of course, these spirit plants are level talent. Everyone looked at Yin Yu with confusion again. Yin Yu had to use the family secret method to dodge the question. After hearing this, Jiang Peiyun quickly drew a formation on the ground. At this moment, the creeping vine was in a dormant state and had no power to resist. After a moment, Jiang Peiyun completed the contract and communicated with the creeping vine for a while, looking at Yin Yu in surprise. Wait, I regret it. After Jiang Peiyun completed the contract, everyone rested for a moment and planned to continue. Chu Tianxian, who had been walking alone on the side of the team, suddenly changed her demeanor, pulling the two girls to walk behind, while Yin Yu and Bai Daneng cleared the way in front. Seeing a group of students from the no-kill team gathering in the distance, the two quickly quickened their pace to get closer. Chu Tianxian suddenly ran to the front of the team, blocking the way. What are you trying to cause again? Didn't we agree before? Chu Tianxian had indeed helped everyone earnestly in the jungle before, so Bai Daneng found it hard to refuse, but he was somewhat annoyed by Chu Tianxuan's change of heart. Isn't changing your mind a girl's privilege? You're a big man still quibbling with a girl. Fine, you tell me. Let's see if we can accept it. Seeing Bai Daneng's face turn red with anger, Yin Yu quickly asked, what do you want me to help you catch a magical beast? Bai Daneng looked at Chu Tianxian with an odd expression. After all, it was strange not to capture a beast here. He thought if Chu Tianxian was regretting to catch a beast, it was acceptable, so he quickly said, what kind of magical beast do you want to catch? But I have to say, forget about that level talent magical beast. Anything. But Yin Yu, you have to help me choose seriously. Seeing that Chu Tianxian didn't want that level talent magical beast, Bai Daneng readily accepted and nodded at Yin Yu, who agreed. All right. As the group approached, they found themselves at a narrow pass, blocked by several students who weren't allowing anyone to enter. At this point, the area outside the pass was already crowded with people. As soon as Yin Yu got close to the pass, he heard a series of system prompts. A level talent magical beast has been discovered 21 kilometers ahead. Hearing the system prompt, Yin Yu was overjoyed. Since the system said it was a magical beast, it meant that the beast had not been contracted. Yin Yu quickly led everyone to squeeze to the front of the pass, where they heard arguing. Why can't we go in? Everyone has the right to obtain a level talent beast. Just because you aren't from class 1. This is our class teacher's preparation for us. A few people at the pass were scolding those outside with wooden sticks. Listening to the arguing, Yin Yu understood. No wonder he rarely saw students from class 1 before. It turned out they had all come to this valley to look for level beasts, while those outside the pass were all students from other classes. The students from class 1 who arrived here first had clearly divided the labor, specifically assigning people to guard the pass and not allowing students from other classes to enter and search for level talent magical beasts. The others following Yin Yu also heard the arguing at the pass. Bai Daneng carefully counted the number of people at the pass and found that there were actually 13 students from class 1. Everyone understood that class 1 was not letting anyone enter the pass, most likely because they hadn't found the level talent magical beast yet. Seeing the level talent magical beast right in front of them, but unable to pass through, everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. And by Danning anxiously asked Yin, "What should we do with 13 people from Class 1 guarding it?" Hearing by Danning's inquiry, Yin suddenly heard an electronic voice in his ear. "The host has triggered. Random task. Please make a choice. Choose. Rush directly into the pass. Reward 10 points. Choose. Defeat all the guards at the pass and enter the pass. Reward 50 points and 1 with Spirit Stone. Choose. Forget it. Turn around and leave. Reward none." Since they had come here, they had to enter the pass. "Let's wait here for a moment. Don't get separated." Moments later, Yin walked alone into the pass, instantly attracting the attention of the students inside and outside, who began to discuss among themselves. Seeing someone dare to charge in alone, the students at the pass approached with wooden sticks. "I see you, kid." But before they could get close, Yin swung his fist and lunged forward, knocking the person down and starting to strip him of his clothes. Everyone quieted down at Yin's actions, with some hurriedly tightening their own clothes. At this moment, the 12 students from Class 1 inside the pass also rushed over with wooden sticks, watching Yin's actions and adjusting their clothes with peculiar expressions, in broad daylight. "How can you do such a shameless thing? You little brat. Hurry and stop." At this time, the teacher leading the group had already entered the secret realm, gathering in a concealed tent within the secret realm. The tent was filled with students, and at the front of the tent was a screen several meters wide, divided into numerous small screens, each displaying the information of every student based on the positioning of the signal flares. The students inside the tent were the rescue personnel prepared by the school. As soon as they saw a signal flare fired, they would immediately go for rescue and bring the students out of the secret realm. Most of these students were second-year students. Since most of the small screens had gathered at the pass, the screen at the pass had been enlarged, and everyone in the tent was drawn to Yin's actions, showing strange expressions. A girl in white who had been watching the screen mockingly looked at Yin as he was stripping someone else's clothes and seemed to realize something, murmuring, "I didn't expect you to have such a hobby. Just wait and see. Ha ha ha. This year's Class 9 students really open our eyes." Wrenching she, as the head teacher of Class 1, was naturally also the leading teacher of Class 1. Seeing Yin's strange actions, he looked at the not far away Zheng Nana and laughed, fearing that others hadn't seen Yin's oddity. "How can this be?" Bai Danning also found it hard to react and looked at Yin with difficulty and acceptance, then looked at the 3 girls beside him with odd expressions, especially Mo Xiaorong, whose eyes were already starting to moisten, shaking her head continuously. "It can't be. It can't be. This isn't real." At this moment, Yin had already taken off the clothes of the student lying on the ground and started putting them on himself. The student on the ground watched Yin dress, finally feeling a bit relieved, but still worriedly glanced at his companions not far away, his eyes showing a plea. After putting on the clothes, Yin took out the signal gun from the person's pocket and looked at the crowd at the narrow pass. "Who are you? Put down the guns quickly. Or don't blame us for being rude." The crowd at the narrow pass saw Yin raise the signal gun and hurriedly tried to stop him. "Humph." Yin sneered, glancing at the crowd at the narrow pass. "Since everyone is here, it must be for the magical beasts with high talent inside. I didn't expect you all to be blocked by these few trash. How pathetic." It's easy for you to say. They have a teacher backing them. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly realized their purpose for coming here, but they still looked at Yin with disdain. "They have a teacher, but you have a principal." Yin quickly retorted. The crowd looked at each other in confusion. "We have 9 classes in our first year, and Class 1 is only 1/9 at most. If 1/9 dares to block 8/9, don't you feel embarrassed? As long as we work together to drive Class 1 away, I believe even the principal would have to think twice about how to handle us. I guarantee that once we drive Class 1 away, we can each take our chances with the magical beasts with high talent. How about that?" Just as everyone was contemplating this, Yin directly fired the signal gun he had taken earlier. "Bandit, you are simply lawless, nothing but a rogue." At this moment, a series of roars came from inside the tent. Originally, Ran Qingxi was prepared to deliberately delay the rescue and enjoy watching Yin make a fool of himself. But the situation at the narrow pass suddenly changed. Upon hearing that Yin had begun to mobilize the crowd to drive away Class 1, Ran Qingxi was furious. After venting his anger, he approached Zheng Nana and questioned her. "Teacher Zheng, is this how you teach your students?" Zheng Nana seemed not to hear and continued to watch the screen, which was broadcasting the situation at the narrow pass. Ran Qingxi's face turned green and purple with anger. "Charge! Drive away Class 1! Charge! Drive away Class 1! Someone shouted, and the crowd at the narrow pass rushed forward to seize the signal guns from Class 1 students. Within moments, all 12 signal guns from the narrow pass were fired. The crowd surged in, and the members of Class 1 sighed as they watched the crowd rush in. Yin waved to the crowd to enter the narrow pass together, but they remained unmoved, looking at Yin strangely. Yin Yu curiously approached, and Bai Danning sighed as he got closer to Yin Yu. Don't worry, brother. I will help find a way. Okay, that's good. Let us go. Yin Yu thought Bai Danning meant to capture the magical beasts and nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaorong's tense expression immediately relaxed. There's hope. She quickly grabbed Yin Yu's arm and walked towards the narrow pass, with everyone following suit. Just as Yin Yu was about to take a step, he heard the system's voice. The system has released. Random task. Discover if there are 12 fat sheep to rob. Choose. Rob immediately. Reward 10 points. Choose. Forget it. No reward. Yin Yu stopped and looked at the 13 students from Class 1 at the narrow pass. Seeing Yin Yu stop, the few people at the narrow pass showed joyful expressions. Bai Danning quickly stepped in to block Yin Yu's line of sight, while Mo Xiaorong hurriedly tugged at Yin Yu's arm. Yin Yu. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Did you see that? The originally furious Ranqingxi. Upon seeing Yin Yu walk towards the crowd at the narrow pass again and watching the signal guns from Class 1 being fired continuously, felt as if the atmosphere of his anger had found a breakthrough and began to laugh maniacally. Our signal guns have been fired, which means we have already left the secret realm. You can't act against us. The crowd watched Yin Yu approach, nervously starting to adjust their clothes, occasionally glancing into the distance, hoping for the rescue team to arrive quickly. I want to do anything. It depends on you. Yin Yu coldly glanced at the crowd. It all depends on whether you will obediently listen. In the eyes of the crowd, Yin Yu was admiring his spoils, and they would not obediently submit. They quickly huddled together, and the girl in white in front of the screen in the distant tent couldn't bear to watch any longer and turned to leave the tent. Listen up. Robbery. Take out everything valuable on you. You think we will let you? The few people, tightly huddled together, initially thought Yin Yu was asking them to take off their clothes and were about to refute him. Suddenly, they realized something was off. It seemed Yin Yu was asking them to hand over their valuables. They felt as if they had received a reprieve and quickly handed over the items they had on them. Yin Yu took the few crystals handed over by the crowd and turned to leave. Outrageous. Simply a bandit. Shouts of anger erupted from the distant tent. Since entering the valley, as long as Yin Yu saw students from Class 1, he would rob them. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. And students from other classes, influenced by Yin Yu, also began to rob Class 1 students. Ranqingxi was furious and roared incessantly. The crowd couldn't stand it any longer and began to leave the tent. As one figure left the tent, they glanced at the screen with a sneer. Interesting. While other leading teachers pretended not to hear or see and stared at the screen, Yin Yu had already led the crowd towards the location indicated by the system. They had only walked halfway when they saw countless butterflies in the sky. At this moment, Yin Yu also noticed the magical beasts with high talent suddenly starting to move rapidly, just as he was about to lead the crowd to chase. A pink phoenix butterfly caught his attention. Yin Yu checked it for a moment and asked Chu Tianxian, "What about the phoenix butterfly?" "Huh? Which one?" The three girls were laughing when they heard Yin Yu's question and quickly asked which butterfly he meant. Yin Yu pointed to the pink phoenix butterfly in midair. And after looking for a moment, Chu Tianxian responded, "Good. Let us go. Quickly catch it." The crowd began to chase after the pink phoenix butterfly, which seemed to sense the danger and quickly flew towards the swarm of butterflies. The sky was filled with colorful butterflies, and if they flew into the swarm, it would be difficult to find them again. Just as everyone was about to catch up, the pink phoenix butterfly suddenly accelerated. The crowd was startled. Just as the pink phoenix butterfly was about to escape, a gust of wind wrapped around their feet. Everyone clearly felt an increase in speed and quickly picked up the pace to catch up with the phoenix butterfly. Bai Danong, who was closest to the butterfly, quickly reached out to grab it. Just when the phoenix butterfly had finally shaken off the crowd and was about to escape, the crowd suddenly reappeared in front of it. Seeing Bai Danong's reaching arm, the butterfly quickly turned and fled. Bai Danong, seeing the butterfly teasing him, was furious. Beast. Name: Stone Butterfly. Level: 3-star complete body. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Butterfly. Weakness: Thunder. Attribute: Wind. Talent grade: Level: Skill: Wind Blade Beginner. Talent: None. Bloodline: None. Status: Healthy. Evolution route: Common. Wind Blade Swinging Wings. Slashing out 2 light shadows in front. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Damn it. Hold on. Upon seeing the stone butterfly in the formation was the magical beast with high talent. Yin Yu rushed out to stop it. Bai Danning also moved upon hearing the sound. As the two of them stepped out, they saw that the student was Ran Wenbin, who was startled by their sudden appearance while he was chanting. However, at this moment, he was no longer worried about someone taking the stone butterfly away. Even if he couldn't complete the chant, once the stone butterfly left the contract formation, it would turn from a spirit beast into an ordinary beast, losing all value of the contract. Ran Wenbin glanced at Yin Yu and Bai Danning in front of him, paused briefly, and was about to continue chanting. Thinking that since no one else could contract this stone butterfly besides himself, Yin Yu and Bai Danong would helplessly leave. But Ran Wenbin underestimated Yin Yu's shamelessness. Sure enough, when Bai Danong saw that Ran Wenbin was contracting an ordinary stone butterfly, he was puzzled as to why Ran Wenbin would want to contract such a common creature and was already prepared to leave. However, Yin Yu kicked Ran Wenbin to the ground. At that moment, while chanting, Ran Wenbin had no idea that Yin Yu would attack him. Caught off guard, he was knocked over. Bai Danong thought Yin Yu was intentionally taking revenge and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Forget it. It's just an ordinary stone butterfly. Let's go." What if this stone butterfly is a level talent? Chapter 23, Extortion. This stone butterfly is that level talent magical beast. What? Bai Danong could be said to have come for this level talent magical beast. Upon seeing it being contracted by Ran Wenbin, his good mood completely vanished. He immediately attacked Ran Wenbin with punches and kicks. Ran Wenbin looked at the furious Bai Danong, forgetting the pain on his body, and started to laugh. "Ha! Now, besides me, no one can contract it. I love watching you all wanting to kill me, but being helpless. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Bai Danong was completely deflated. Since the school arranged trials here every year, they must be paying close attention to the situation, so there was no way to directly kill Ran Wenbin. He could only vent his anger by giving him a beating. At this moment, Ran Qingxi in the distant tent also changed from his previous anger. Although most of Class 1 had been eliminated, as long as they had this level talent beast, Class 1 would still be Class 1, leaving other classes far behind. Teachers who usually had a distant relationship with Ran Qingxi had already begun to congratulate him. At this time, Zheng Nana, feeling somewhat suppressed, stood up to watch the people on the screen. In the corner of the tent, a pair of eyes were fixed on Yin Yu on the screen. "Interesting guy? What will you do? Don't be so arrogant. Do you really think we can't do anything about you?" Yin Yu looked meaningfully at Ran Wenbin's arrogance. Upon hearing this, Ran Wenbin laughed even more maniacally. "What? Is being arrogant against the law? If you have the ability, then, that's right. I really can't." As soon as Yin Yu finished speaking, Zheng Nana in the tent knew that the situation was settled. She sighed and walked toward the tent exit. At this moment, a girl in white entered the tent. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Yin Yu admit he couldn't, Ran Wenbin laughed even more wildly. In fact, Ran Wenbin had long known that not to mention Yin Yu. Even if his uncle came, he couldn't. Seeing Yin Yu's embarrassment, the resentment in his heart was immediately vented. Yin Yu looked at Ran Wenbin with some pity. "Yin Yu, what should we do?" Bai Danong, upon hearing this, immediately perked up and asked Yin Yu. Ran Wenbin looked at Yin Yu in fear. "If you dare." Ran Wenbin originally wanted to scare Yin Yu, but then he thought, what could he use to scare Yin Yu? Now, as long as he got rid of you, you wouldn't be able to complete the contract. And all he needed to do was shout. He believed many people would be willing to help him. All he needed to do was shout. What was there to be afraid of? 1 million. Let me complete the contract. How about it? Ran Wenbin gritted his teeth and wanted to use 1 million to get Yin Yu to allow him to complete the contract. "I'll give you 2 million if you bring me a level talent magical beast." Before Yin Yu could speak, Bai Danong spoke first. At this moment, Chu Tianxian had completed her contract with the Phoenix Butterfly and arrived here with 3 girls, just in time to hear Bai Danong's words, and looked at him curiously. The furious Bai Danong also realized he had misspoken and signaled that he would explain later. "So what do you want me to do to let me complete the contract?" Ran Wenbin was almost in tears. "Big man, how much does an entire level talent spirit beast cost? Is it that expensive?" Yin Yu couldn't help but remember that the level talent spirit pet egg from Longxing Tianxia cost only 1 million, and had always thought that level talent spirit beasts were over 1 million. That's still the most ordinary one. If the attributes are good, the price will be higher. For example, a powerful lightning attribute beast. If there is a lightning attribute spirit beast, even if it's just a cub, it would cost over 8 million. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu remembered that he had spent 5 million helping someone evolve a lightning attribute beast, and immediately felt he had lost several million. The girl in white in the distant tent also shook her head repeatedly upon seeing this. "Since you want to contract this lightning attribute spirit beast, which is already complete, then I'll charge you 5 million. I'll let you contract it." Yin Yu thought for a moment, looking at the now standing Ran Wenbin. Ran Wenbin glanced at the stone butterfly in the contract. If it really was a lightning attribute, he would be willing to spend even 10 million to get it. But his uncle had told him before that the stone butterfly was a wind attribute, not the lightning attribute Yin Yu mentioned. Ran Wenbin understood that Yin Yu was just trying to swindle him. 5 million could already buy a decent level talent spirit beast, so he gritted his teeth, looked at the stone butterfly in the contract, and shouted at Yin Yu, "I don't want it." Smack. As soon as Ran Wenbin's words fell, Yin Yu slapped him. Looking at Ran Wenbin with a smile, "You brat, do you know how rare and precious a level talent spirit beast is? It would fall like this. Don't you feel heartbroken?" Ran Wenbin was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Of course, he heard the implication in Yin Yu's words. A level talent spirit beast was indeed precious, but how could his own life be less valuable? Even if his uncle could avenge him, he would still be dead today. The Yinyu in front of him dared to threaten even his uncle, so Ran Wenbin didn't dare to gamble on whether Yinyu would dare to kill him. He quickly handed his alliance card to Yinyu. I only have 5 million left. Even if you kill me, I only have this much. I don't want the level talent magical beast. Just let me go. Yinyu looked at the alliance card, feeling regretful. If he had brought a machine before entering, he would have had a considerable income after robbing those students. Now he was hesitant. What if he didn't have 5 million afterward? Chu Tianxian saw that Yinyu hadn't taken the alliance card and thought for a moment before speaking. Why don't we take the card first and let him write an IOU? If there isn't enough money on the card when we go out, he can supplement it. Good idea. Let's write it on this. Yinyu responded, tearing a piece of cloth from Ran Wenbin's body and tossing it to him. Ran Wenbin had no choice but to prick his finger and start writing the IOU. Chapter 24, Beast Tide. Big man, what kind of spirit beast do you want? We can look for it again. There should be suitable spirit beasts for you. Run. The beast tide is coming. After everyone left, intending to find another suitable magical beast for Bai Danning, they were all rejected by him. Since learning that the level talent beast had been contracted by Ran Wenbin, Bai Danning no longer wanted to contract a spirit beast. The others comforted Bai Danning. And suddenly they heard a series of signal gunshots. Since Class 1 had been largely eliminated, everyone had not heard the sound of signal guns for several days in the valley. Now that the signal guns were being fired so densely, everyone looked over. They saw countless magical beasts rushing into the valley from the distance, and the voices of the Grade's master, Jin Yongyuan, came through the signal guns on everyone's bodies. A beast tide has erupted in the secret realm. The trial ends here. Students, please evacuate quickly. You all hurry. Yinyu saw the continuous tide of beasts and hurriedly led everyone away from the valley. Just as they were less than 10 meters from the pass, Yinyu stopped, watching the endless magical beasts charging into the valley towards them. The magical beasts were not very powerful, most of them only equivalent to fully grown magical beasts. But their numbers were overwhelming. Yinyu looked at the countless beasts and quickly urged everyone to leave the valley immediately. My big knife, sword, is already eager for action. Yinyu's loud shout made many girls blush, and Mo Xiaorong, who had originally wanted to pull Yinyu back, dared not approach after hearing this. Damn, that guy really charged in. Run. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Yinyu, holding the long whip in his hand, charged toward the tide of beasts. At this moment, the teacher who was rescuing them had already seen it. Ran Xingxi watched Yinyu rush into the tide of beasts, but did not intend to rescue him. Feeling delighted, heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins cannot live. Alas, what a pity. When Zheng Nana arrived, she happened to encounter an injured student and was slightly delayed, arriving later than Ran Xingxi, just in time to see Yinyu rush into the tide of beasts. She could only sigh, and at this moment, many teachers expressed their regret. Mo Xiaorong heard the teacher's sighs and watched Yinyu's disappearing figure, her vision gradually becoming blurry. Look, that kid didn't die? Look, it was unclear who had sharp eyes, but they saw Yinyu, who had just been submerged by the tide of beasts, suddenly reappearing among them, constantly using the long whip to drive the beasts away. Upon seeing Yinyu again, Zheng Nana was about to move to rescue him, but was stopped by the teacher beside her. He is still moving deeper into the tide of beasts. Even if we are slightly careless, we would be powerless. However, Yinyu, surfing through the tide of beasts, was having a blast, with the most frequent sound in his ears being, "Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 points. Beast Mastery Talent Progress 1. Beast Growth Progress each 1. Congratulations, host. Thornvine has been upgraded to 6-star complete body. Congratulations, host. You have triggered Waiting for the Rabbit. Gaining 3 points. So little? Name, Lightning Cat. Level, 9-star gold level. Host, Zheng Nana. Nickname, Little Flash. Race, Cat. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Electric. Talent grade. Level. Skills, Lightning Claw. Perfect. Stealth. Perfect. Electric Shock. Perfect. Bloodthirsty. Perfect. Talent, Lightning. Bloodline none. Damn, it's actually a Thunder attribute. Just as Yanyu was marveling at the power of the Lightning Cat, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was his homeroom teacher, Zheng Nana. Zheng Nana was holding a set of school uniforms, and as Yanyu was about to thank her, he saw her frown and throw the clothes at him. Hurry up and put it on. Don't flaunt your pathetic toothpick. Toothpick? After throwing the clothes, Zheng Nana left with the Lightning Cat, leaving Yanyu confused among the thorny grass. Suddenly, a cool breeze blew by. Sorry, made everyone worry. After Yanyu walked out of the secret realm, he reunited with everyone, and at this moment, the girls looked at Yanyu with strange expressions. Only Bai Danning smiled and walked towards Yanyu. Class 1, Year 1, Ran Wenbin, Level Talent. Stone Butterfly. Wow, There really is someone who contracted that level magical beast. Hearing the discussions, Ran Xingxi's expression improved slightly. Although the method of obtaining this level beast was not ideal, it was evident from the praises of everyone that Class 1 had become the leader of the first year. The only downside being that the culprit who made Class 1 lose face during the trial had not yet been punished. Ran Xingxi looked towards the direction of Class 9, his gaze gradually becoming sharp. Chapter 25, Holy Radiant Sprite. Class 3, Year 1, Chu Tianxian, Level Talent. Pink Feather Butterfly. Level Talent. Now it's your turn. The testing went quickly. Besides Class 1 having 1 level talent and 2 level talents that drew everyone's attention, most of the subsequent talents were level talents. After Chu Tianxian tested the Pink Feather Butterfly's talent, she looked towards Class 9. Class 6, Year 1, Jiang Jia, Level Talent. Evergreen Vine. Soon it was Class 9's turn. And after a moment, it was Yin Yu's turn. As Yin Yu had shown brightly at the Valley Pass, although everyone did not know Yin Yu's name, their impression of him was incredibly deep. Although they knew that the level talent magical beast had already been contracted, they were curious about what kind of talent beast Yin Yu would contract. Yin Yu summoned the double-winged fire dragon, and after walking through the testing gate, the screen displayed, Class 9, Year 1, Yin Yu, Level Talent. Double-winged red dragon. Yin Yu curiously looked at the screen, but his double-winged red dragon had already evolved into a double-winged fire dragon, yet it did not show up in the test. Then Yin Yu realized that Daxia's research on the double-winged red dragon did not include an evolution route. So how could the testing system include the evolved double-winged fire dragon? If it wasn't included, of course, it wouldn't be tested. Zheng Nana, standing in front of the testing gate, looked at Yin Yu's double-winged fire dragon, frowning slightly. Although filled with doubts, she still announced to everyone, Class 9, Year 1, Yin Yu, Level Talent. Double-winged red dragon. Ha ha ha, I thought he was something. But he didn't catch anything. Alas, what a waste of feelings. Why did Yin Yu's double-winged red dragon turn red? While everyone was laughing, Mo Xiaorong looked at Yin Yu's double-winged red dragon, which had turned even redder, and couldn't help but wonder. Seeing that Yin Yu had not tested any beasts in the secret realm, Ran Wenbin quickly asked Ran Xingxi. Upon confirming that Yin Yu had really not contracted any beasts, Ran Wenbin looked at Yin Yu, recalling the embarrassment of being dragged to get money last night, his gaze gradually turning sharp. Just a level talent beast. Yet he dares to provoke me? Class 9, Year 1, by Danning, Level Talent. Damn. By Danning's test result caused another uproar. This was a beast just below the level talent. So far, only 3 people in the entire first year, including by Danning, had level talent beasts. 2 of whom were in Class 1. Yin Yu looked at by Danning's Swift Wind Rabbit, feeling somewhat familiar, but still didn't forget to check the attributes of the Swift Wind Rabbit. Name, Swift Wind Rabbit. Level, 5-star cub. Host, by Danning. Nickname, Little Wind. Race, Rabbit. Weakness, Ice. Attribute, Wind. Talent grade. Level, Skills, Swift Wind. Beginner. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Swift Wind. Increases the running speed of the Swift Wind Rabbit to 100 yards. Name, Holy Radiant Sprite. Level, 1-star Black Iron. Level 010000. Host, Yin Yu. Nickname, Little Light. Race, Sprite. Weakness, all creatures except itself. Attribute, Light. Talent grade. Level, Skills, Healing, Mastery. Purification, Proficient. Light Shield, Proficient. Light Cover, Proficient. Light Affinity, Level 21. Weakness, Beginner. Madness, Beginner. True Damage, Beginner. Holy Light, Beginner. Radiance, Beginner. Shrink, Beginner. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Status, Asleep. Evolution Route, 1 locked. Holy Light, adds light attribute to the target's attack. Radiance, continuously causes up to 6 targets around the target to suffer light attribute burns. Shrink, reduces the target's size to 10, all attributes decreased by 30. I hope the next few days will bring some improvement. Dong dong dong. Boom. In the deep of night, Yin Yu was awakened by a loud knocking at the door. Just as a rumbling thunder sounded outside, Yin Yu hurriedly got dressed. The first person that came to her mind was Mo Xiaorong. Although she was puzzled as to why Mo Xiaorong would come to find her at such a late hour, it was only when she stepped outside that she realized it was pouring rain. Yin Yu quickly opened the door and, seeing the visitor, exclaimed, "What? It's you? Who did you think it was?" "Oh, I thought it was my roommate." The girl in front of her was the white-clad girl she had previously supported. Yin Yu certainly wouldn't tell the girl what she was thinking. The girl looked at Yin Yu with a strange expression, making Yin Yu feel flustered. She quickly explained, "My roommate is called by Danning." Upon hearing this, the girl's originally calm expression suddenly turned ugly. Seeing this, Yin Yu hurriedly placed her hand on the girl's forehead and anxiously asked, "Did you get caught in the rain? Are you sick?" With such heavy rain, aren't you going to invite me in?" The girl, Thinking Yin Yu was taking advantage of the situation as she felt Yin Yu's hand on her forehead, sighed with relief. There was still hope. She quickly asked Yin Yu. Chapter 26. Seeking help. This is the spirit beast egg I just bought. Hurry up and take it to hatch. As my person, having only one dual-winged red dragon with level talent is unacceptable. At this moment, Yin Yu noticed a glass jar on the table in front of the girl. Inside the glass jar was an egg, and Yin Yu found the number 9527 on the jar somewhat familiar. She quickly used the system to scan. Name, Nether Mongoose. Level, Embryo. Host, None. Nickname, None. Race, Mongoose. Weakness, Space. Attribute, Nether. Talent grade. Level, Skill, Nether Claw Beginner. Talent, Nether System. Bloodline, None. Status, Unhatched. Evolution route, Common. Huh. Isn't this the Nether Mongoose spirit pet egg from Dragon Travels the World? Yin Yu didn't expect the girl to have bought this egg, but she still refused. Not only because she didn't think their relationship was deep enough to accept such a valuable gift, but also because Yin Yu had always believed that women only hindered cultivation speed. She immediately said. The girl wanted to insist, but seeing Yin Yu look out the window and seriously gaze at her, she lost all strength to argue and collapsed onto Yin Yu's bed, starting to sob. Watching the girl cry loudly, Yin Yu was at a loss for what to do and could only comfort her. Don't worry, I will definitely get you home safely. As she watched the girl cry even harder, Yin Yu was unsure of how to handle the situation when a voice rang in her ear. System issued. Random task. Please choose. Option 1. Ignore the girl and go to sleep. Reward. 10 points. Option 2. Take a look and talk later. Reward. None. Since that's the case, then I'll just go to sleep. Due to leaks in other rooms, Yin Yu had no choice but to lay out an extra quilt on the floor and fall asleep on her own. So quickly asleep? What a wooden girl. After crying herself tired, the girl was about to get up when she saw Yin Yu already asleep in the corner of the room. She immediately lay down and followed suit. Rogue. In the morning, the girl woke up, squinting to find Yin Yu still asleep, only to notice that at some point, Yin Yu had kicked off the quilt. As she was thinking of helping Yin Yu cover up, she got up and saw Yin Yu's tent between his legs. The girl quickly covered her face, angrily scolding him, but peeking through her fingers saw Yin Yu still asleep, so she quietly began to study him, until her face turned red again, and she buried her head back into the quilt. Knock, knock, knock. Yin Yu was awakened again by the knocking at the door. Squinting, he noticed that it was already bright outside. He looked at the bed and saw the girl was no longer there. But the spirit pet egg in the glass cabinet was still there. Yin Yu helplessly got up to open the door. What a wasteful girl, always losing and forgetting things. Whoever marries her is bound to have bad luck for 8 generations. When Yin Yu opened the door, the strong light outside made him squint involuntarily. Suddenly, he heard a loud shout and finally saw that it was Chu Tianxian. She had her back to him, but occasionally turned to glance at him. Yin Yu curiously looked down and found his little brother standing proudly, quickly covering himself. Where did the blanket he wrapped around his waist last night go? So early. What brings you here? After getting dressed, Yin Yu brought Chu Tianxian into the room and hurriedly asked, but he did not realize how she knew where he lived. Chu Tianxian looked around, finding no place to sit, and for a moment dared not look Yin Yu in the eye. So she could only gaze out the window, and said, I came here to ask you for a favor. What is it? Tell me. The thing is, Dragon Travels the World recently received several tens of thousands of spirit pet eggs. They plan to hold an egg selection event using this batch of spirit pet eggs. It is said that among the new batch, there are more than 10 spirit pet eggs with level talent, and even one with level talent. After a few days of communication with Feng Dai, Chu Tianxian gradually recognized Feng Dai's power and deepened her trust in Yin Yu, hoping he would help her obtain that level talent spirit pet egg. You can ask for anything. If it's a bit too much, can you accept it? Hearing this, Chu Tianxian quickly looked at Yin Yu, her eyes filled with doubt. Wasn't Yin Yu supposed to have some unspoken difficulties? Could it be that he was not troubled, but rather a philanthropist? Looking at Yin Yu's lewd expression, recalling his youthful vigor, along with her extreme confidence in her appearance, her thoughts became firmer. She thought that apart from some peculiar preferences, everything else was acceptable, and shyly said, if you can be responsible and change your bad habits, I might consider it. Chapter 27. Visiting interns. Alright, 1 million. I guarantee to help you get that level talent spirit pet egg. Chu Tianxian was taken aback when she heard this, thinking of her previous thoughts, and quickly turned around, feeling bashful, sighing. Looks like I was overthinking. This is the VIP card for Dragon Travels the World. There's 1 million inside. Seeing Yin Yu agree, Chu Tianxian handed him a check for 1 million. After thinking for a moment, she also handed him a VIP card for Dragon Travels the World. Sigh. Looking at Yin Yu's lewd expression, Chu Tianxian thought that her unparalleled beauty was not even as good as the VIP card in Yin Yu's eyes, which hit her hard, and she continued. This Dragon Travels the World VIP card is specially issued for this egg selection event. With this card, you can purchase any spirit pet egg at 20 off the transaction price. What do you need me to do? You certainly didn't think there would be such a windfall. All day long just playing games, while your friend's illness is so serious, you don't go help. And even go along with it. What a white-eyed wolf. Holding this card means you are a broker for Dragon Travels the World. You need to select 10 spirit pet eggs for them in advance and raise their prices at the right time, if others choose and buy them. How can the price be raised? Isn't it a bit too much for Dragon Travels the World to do this? Yu, who had previously worked in real estate sales on Earth, was already used to the practice of brokers, although he felt it was not very honorable. The industry competition was too severe. Brokers existed in real estate, restaurants, jade, etc. He immediately agreed but had some doubts about when to raise the price. If only one person chooses that egg, of course, there is no way to raise the price. But what if several people choose the same spirit pet egg? Then it can only be auctioned off, and the highest bidder wins. The auction is when you need to take action. Of course, you can't just throw out any price. Dragon Travels the World can only cover the 1 million on this card, and any excess will need to be borne by you. I see. After Chu Tianxuan's explanation, Yu finally understood that for this egg selection conference, all the spirit pet eggs only required 500,000, which means that the entire venue only needed 500,000 to take away the spirit pet eggs. If someone with high talent happened to be chosen, and those with low talent were left behind, then Longxing Tianxia would suffer huge losses. Chu Tianxian sought Yu to help her obtain that particular spirit pet egg. Longxing Tianxia's goal was to create a competition among everyone to grab the eggs and increase the selling price. After sending Chu Tianxian away, Yu went to the primitive forest to deliver the crystals to the beast tamers, then found a bricklayer in Baibao Prefecture to start repairing the house. Yu began moving the necessary items into the tent set up in the small courtyard. While he was busy, Mo Xiaorong arrived. The surrounding walls of Yu's house had completely collapsed due to last night's heavy rain. Mo Xiaorong walked directly into Yu's small courtyard and happened to see Yu carrying a glass cabinet containing spirit pet eggs out of the house. Although Mo Xiaorong was looking down at the time, she still saw the number on the glass cabinet. Before coming here, Mo Xiaorong had visited Longxing Tianxia, intending to purchase this spirit pet egg, but was regretfully informed that it had been bought last night. Now, seeing the glass cabinet numbered 9,527 again, she couldn't help but have a flurry of thoughts and looked at Yu in surprise. How did this egg end up here? Mo Xiaorong was overjoyed in her heart. Isn't it just wood? Although there were unspeakable secrets, Yu still had hope. Suddenly, she was filled with confidence in Yu. A friend forgot it here. I need to deliver it to him in a couple of days. Yu couldn't find another reason at the moment. Speaking ambiguously with a wandering gaze. In Mo Xiaorong's eyes, Yu was just shy to express his feelings to her, and she merely nodded with a red face. When you have time, you must deliver it. Don't keep him waiting anxiously. I'll deliver it after I'm done here. Then Mo Xiaorong and Yu tidied up the tent together and didn't leave until very late. Mo Xiaorong was right. You really live here. At this moment, Yu's house had been completely demolished. He was sunbathing outside the tent when he heard a shout. Yu quickly looked up, and the person coming was none other than Bai Danning. Bai Danning was able to find this place because Mo Xiaorong had told him. How did you find this place? Can't I come find you if there's nothing going on? Bai Danning joked. In fact, Bai Danning had come to find Yu for a reason. He had heard that Longxing Tianxia was going to hold an egg selection conference the next day, and after witnessing Yu's family secret technique in the secret realm, he came to invite Yu to join him in the egg selection conference to help look for suitable spirit pet eggs. More importantly, Bai Danning's sister had repeatedly instructed him to make sure to bring friends, and since Bai Danning's hometown was not Baibao Prefecture, he only knew Yu as a friend after arriving here. Additionally, Bai Danning had his own selfish motives. He was being tormented at home by his sister and wanted to find someone to share the burden, and Yu became the only candidate. Yu happened to also want to attend the egg selection conference, so he agreed to Bai Danning. After sending Bai Danning away, Yu's watch suddenly rang. He quickly opened the message and found it was from Mo Xiaorong. Yu, are you free tomorrow? Can you accompany me to the egg selection conference at Longxing Tianxia? Mo Xiaorong wants to select a spirit pet egg? Looking at Mo Xiaorong's message, Yu hesitated for a moment and then understood. Although Mo Xiaorong had contracted a mutated wood elf in the secret realm, which was sufficient as a doctor once she joined the Dragon Legion, having only a flying dual-winged red dragon would not be enough for survival. She at least needed to contract another beast with combat power for protection. Given that so many people had invited him, he immediately agreed. Chapter 28. Conflict the next day. Yu first met up with Mo Xiaorong at the entrance of Longxing Tianxia. Upon seeing Yu, Mo Xiaorong asked, Yu, what spirit beast egg do you plan to buy at this egg selection conference? We'll talk about it later. Let's see if there's anything suitable first. But today my main focus is to help others select eggs. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaorong's thoughts were further confirmed. You must be preparing that spirit beast egg for her, having spent 2 million alliance coins, and his previous gains in the secret realm must be running low. Mo Xiaorong had long heard about the egg selection conference at Longxing Tianxia. She had already contracted a wood elf in the secret realm, which was enough as a doctor, and she didn't need any other beasts. Moreover, most of the beasts at the egg selection conference were combat-type spirit beasts, and Mo Xiaorong already had a suitable spirit beast egg in mind, so she didn't plan to participate. Although Mo Xiaorong was delighted about her position in Yin Yu's heart, she felt a bit distressed knowing that Yin Yu only had one beast. That's why she invited Yin Yu to the egg selection conference. Not caring at all about Yin Yu's mention of helping others, thinking he was just shy to admit he didn't have money to buy a spirit pet egg. Danning. You finally. While Yin Yu was chatting with Mo Xiaorong, Bai Danning finally arrived in front of them. Before Yin Yu could finish his sentence, he noticed Bai Danning was staring at him. Mo Xiaorong was startled, and looking at Bai Danning's expression, it was clear he was scrutinizing him. Coupled with Bai Danning's lewd smile, Mo Xiaorong quickly stepped forward and pushed Bai Danning away. Bai Danning, what are you doing? Yin Yu, do you know my sister? Bai Danning, who was pushed away, looked at the angry Mo Xiaorong. He knew about the relationship between Mo Xiaorong and Yin Yu and thought he had interrupted them at the wrong time. Coughing lightly, he turned to Yin Yu. Do you have a sister? It seems you don't know her, right? That's strange. Originally, Bai Danning had arrived early. After getting out of the car, he saw Yin Yu and Mo Xiaorong chatting and was about to greet them together with his sister. However, he didn't expect his sister to look at Yin Yu as if she had seen a cat and immediately turned to leave. Completely different from the confirmation he had received before coming here about whether his friend was really participating in the egg selection conference. Bai Danning only had Yin Yu as a friend in Baibao Prefecture, and he couldn't figure out why his sister suddenly left. Just as Bai Danning was puzzled, the door of Longxing Tianxia opened, and everyone was directed to the backyard, since it was a temporarily built passage. The entrance was very narrow and could only allow one person to pass at a time. Just as Yin Yu was about to enter the passage, suddenly someone pushed Mo Xiaorong aside. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. Seeing Mo Xiaorong fall and scrape her knee, bleeding profusely, Yin Yu was furious. He grabbed the boy who cut in line and slammed him to the ground, giving him a good beating. Not satisfied, Yin Yu stepped on the person's chest, quickly apologized to my classmate. The person, beaten and helpless, hurriedly called for help from the back. Class monitor. Save me. What? Want to fight? Bai Danning saw Ran Wenbin and was also in a bad mood. Ran Wenbin sneered and threw an elbow strike at Bai Danning. Bai Danning quickly swung his fist to block, but was still pushed back repeatedly. Yin Yu rushed forward to support Bai Danning, allowing him to stabilize his stance. Once Bai Danning steadied himself, he looked at Ran Wenbin with confusion. You broke through to Black Iron level? Haha. Now you know, right? A genius like me can't be compared to you useless ones who don't even have a beast at the level. Ran Wenbin looked around, and sure enough, when everyone knew he had a level talent beast, their eyes were filled with envy. It seemed Ran Wenbin enjoyed the worshipful gazes of the crowd. After enjoying it for a moment, he turned to Bai Danning. What about you? You at least have a level talent beast. Why are you hanging around with trash who only has a level beast? Just say you'll follow me from now on, and I guarantee you'll live well. What do you say? You're dreaming. Ran Wenbin heard Bai Danning's refusal and pretended to sigh, shaking his head as he looked around at the crowd. Sure enough, the people around them also felt it was unfair for Bai Danning. In fact, Ran Wenbin did not intend to win over Bai Danning. He just wanted to embarrass Yin Yu. Although Bai Danning refused, at that moment, the contemptuous gazes from the crowd towards Yin Yu contrasted sharply with the admiration they showed Ran Wenbin. Ran Wenbin even began to close his eyes and enjoy the worship of the crowd. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Ran Wenbin quickly opened his eyes, only to see a massive fist coming towards him. Just as he was about to dodge, his opponent was faster. All he could hear was a cry of awe. As he covered his eye, looking at the figure in front of him, you dare to sneak attack me? A Black Iron level Beastmaster is nothing much. With this, you dare to call yourself a genius? Yin Yu watched as Ran Wenbin arrogantly closed his eyes and enjoyed the flattery from those around him. Yin Yu immediately moved, delivering a punch to Ran Wenbin's right eye. At that moment, Ran Wenbin's right eye turned into a panda eye, but Yin Yu did not intend to let him off. He stepped forward and grabbed Ran Wenbin by the collar. Pay up. Just as Ran Wenbin was about to retort, Yin Yu slapped him, making his eyes sparkle with stars. Just as it seemed Ran Wenbin was about to agree, a middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. Stop. How dare you cause trouble here? Quickly apologize. Hearing this, Yin Yu noticed that the middle-aged man had been in the crowd earlier, ignoring the scuffle with Mo Xiaorong and not stopping Ran Wenbin when he attacked Bai Danning. Now, after Yin Yu struck Ran Wenbin, he demanded an apology, clearly not intending to let Yin Yu and his companions continue to stay. The middle-aged man saw that Yin Yu was not planning to back down and suddenly attacked Yin Yu. Yin Yu quickly threw a punch to meet him. And just as their fists were about to collide, a white figure rushed out from the crowd behind Yin Yu, intercepting the middle-aged man's punch. Both sides staggered back a few steps. Yin Yu quickly stepped forward to protect the figure, only to see it was the girl who had been supporting him. Surprised, he looked at her. "It's you? What are you doing here?" "I'm here to protect him. Just say what you want." The middle-aged man, having realized he could not take down the girl in front of him immediately, was at a loss for what to do when Bai Danning, who had been silent behind Yin Yu, quickly stepped forward to address the girl. "Sister, why did you take so long to get here?" Chapter 29. "So it turns out it's my brother-in-law." "Sister, why did you take so long to get here?" The girl immediately pushed Yin Yu aside and frowned at Bai Danning. "Aren't you doing fine?" Bai Danning quickly realized that his sister had come to save Yin Yu. Although he felt wronged, he quickly took Yin Yu's hand, giving him a meaningful look, clearly saying, "So you're my brother-in-law, my apologies." "Stop it. Stop it." Bai Danning happily held Yin Yu's hand, thinking he would no longer have to be tormented by his sister, feeling a great joy in his heart. However, from the perspective of the two girls, especially seeing Bai Danning's lewd expression, it seemed he was leading Yin Yu astray, worsening his condition. The two girls were anxious and quickly stepped forward to pull the two apart, and they both saw in each other's eyes. Who was causing trouble here? Suddenly, an old man walked out from the passage, drawing everyone's attention. The middle-aged man hurriedly approached and whispered a few words into the old man's ear. After listening, the old man fiercely looked at Yin Yu. "Why are you causing trouble here? I heard you want to protect him. Can you really protect him?" A dignified Longxing Tianxia only knows how to bully others. Upon hearing this, the girl almost fell over, and Yin Yu quickly supported her, clearly indicating that the old man had taken action. Looking at him, young Master Ran is a distinguished guest of our Longxing Tianxia. How can you compare? The middle-aged man angrily pointed at Yin Yu. How distinguished can he be? Yin Yu was about to pull out his VIP card when suddenly another girl appeared in the passage. The girl was in her early 20s. With fair skin, her bare arms smooth as jade, wearing a vibrant purple qipao. She glanced at Yin Yu before looking at the old man and the middle-aged man. Of course, it's Consul Chu. The middle-aged man was furious that someone dared to provoke him further, angrily looking at the newly appeared girl in purple, quickly bending down. The old man also quickly leaned close to the girl's ear to whisper. The girl frowned, looking at Yin Yu, and sighed. But she still said, "You must be Yin Yu, right?" "Yes, I am Yin Yu. You go in first. I will handle this." After confirming that the young man in front of her was indeed Yin Yu, the girl signaled for him to enter the venue. However, Yin Yu did not intend to enter. Instead, he looked at the girl. "Everyone calls you consul, so your position here must be quite high, right? Before going in, let's resolve the matter here first." "All right, I await the consul's response." At this moment, Mo Xiaorong had already cleaned her wound and was no longer in serious trouble. So Yin Yu led everyone into the venue. "Yin Yu, don't blame my sister. She has her difficulties." As everyone walked out of the passage, they saw Chu Tianxian coming forward. Yin Yu nodded in understanding. Chu Tianxian looked at the crowd beside Yin Yu. She knew Bai Danning and Mo Xiaorong and greeted them before looking at another unfamiliar girl in white. The moment Chu Tianxian saw the girl, her body shook as she recalled that the person who had bought the 9,527 spirit pet egg was this very girl. Previously, she thought the girl looked familiar but could not place her. Now all her doubts connected, and she finally understood that the girl supporting Yin Yu was indeed the same one. Chu Tianxuan's thoughts surged with memories, recalling the identical scent of perfume when she entered Yin Yu's room. Combining that with Yin Yu's disheveled appearance and the context of support, she dared not imagine further. Quickly shaking her head and looking at Yin Yu with an embarrassed expression, Yin Yu thought Chu Tianxian was eager, so he quickly asked, "When do we start?" Since they had already discussed in the passage, Yin Yu explained to everyone that he needed to help Chu Tianxian select 11 spirit pet eggs. And they all looked at her. At this moment, Chu Tianxian was puzzled. Didn't Yin Yu have a hard-to-speak secret? Why was he engaging in such fleshly business again? She no longer wanted to have any dealings with Yin Yu, regretting asking for his help. But soon she realized that the spirit pet egg of this level was very important, and there could be no mistakes. After adjusting her thoughts, she led everyone towards the egg selection area. Oh, my silly sister. The consul, dressed in purple, had already entered the venue. Watching Chu Tianxian lead Yin Yu and the others into the egg selection area, shaking her head, she then called over a staff member and whispered to them. As everyone entered the egg selection area, they saw numerous spirit pet eggs spread across a space the size of several football fields. Bai Danning was also seeing so many spirit pet eggs for the first time, exclaiming, "Wow, so many." There were too many people in the venue, and Yin Yu searched for several hours without finding everyone. In the process of searching, he also scanned many eggs but did not discover any valuable ones. Feeling a bit tired from scanning, Yin stepped out of the venue to rest for a moment when he heard Mo Xiaorong's voice. Yin, come over here. Seeing Mo Xiaorong struggling to hold a spirit pet egg, her little face flushed red. Yin quickly took it from her and carefully examined the egg. Name, saber-toothed tiger egg. Level, embryo. Host, none. Nickname, none. Species, tiger. Weakness, thunder. Attribute, none. Talent grade, level, skills, none. Talent, strong attack. Bloodline, none. Status, unhatched. Evolution route, common. Why did you choose this egg? Yin asked, seeing that the spirit pet egg had no advantages and looking at Mo Xiaorong with confusion. Then, which egg do you think is better? Chapter 30. What does it mean to be rich? Then, which egg do you think is better? Mo Xiaorong, seeing Yin's expressionless face after he checked the egg, knew that the previous egg was probably not very good and awkwardly pointed to the eggs around them. Are you planning to contract a third beast? Let's go check over there. Yin casually placed the egg in an empty spot, seeing that Mo Xiaorong was still selecting eggs. He pulled her to check other areas. I already have 2 beasts, and you only have 1. You should contract your second beast as soon as possible. Hearing this, Mo Xiaorong became anxious but couldn't say it directly, so she had to hint at it tactfully. Seeing Mo Xiaorong stamping her feet in anger, Yin finally understood that she was helping him choose a spirit pet egg and immediately took her to a less crowded area. Yin, Mo Xiaorong, noticing that there were few people around, felt prepared but didn't expect it to be so sudden. Although there weren't many people here, it didn't mean there were none. Mo Xiaorong, who was shy by nature, immediately turned red and lowered her head, struggling with her thoughts. You see, I actually already have 4 beasts. I don't need any more for now. Seeing how much Mo Xiaorong cared about him, Yin decided not to hide it anymore and released his beast space. Upon seeing that Yin really had 4 beast spaces, Mo Xiaorong quickly covered her mouth in disbelief at the reality before her. Yin, Mo Xiaorong. So you are both here. At this moment, Mo Xiaorong was fantasizing about the beautiful scene of Yin giving her a spirit pet egg. When she heard someone calling her, she was startled and quickly dove into Yin's embrace. Yin was also surprised by Mo Xiaorong's action, and then saw that it was Mo Xiaorong's roommate, Zhang Peiyun, and hurriedly greeted her. Did I interrupt you too? Zhang Peiyun, being Mo Xiaorong's roommate, and knowing how often Mo Xiaorong mentioned Yin, understood her feelings. Seeing their actions, she quickly expressed her apologies. You little brat. Let go of Xiaorong. Just as Yin was about to say that Zhang Peiyun misunderstood, a furious shout came from beside them. Don't mind him. Let's go. Mo Xiaorong was more anxious to pull Yin away, but the boy beside Zhang Peiyun, named Ofa, had no intention of stepping aside. He was also from their class and had a crush on the quiet Mo Xiaorong since the class meeting, launching a crazy pursuit. Since Mo Xiaorong had always ignored him, he approached Zhang Peiyun and invited both of them to the egg selection event. Zhang Peiyun, not thinking much of it, only learned that Mo Xiaorong was already attending, so they hurried over. Ofa happened to see Yin and Mo Xiaorong hugging, and immediately became furious. Mo Xiaorong seemed not to notice Ofa and pulled Yin away. Yin didn't want to cause trouble, so he planned to follow Mo Xiaorong and leave. TCH, no money yet trying to date. Let go of Xiaorong and get lost. Ofa, however, did not plan to let Yin go and quickly stepped forward to block them as Yin was about to leave with Mo Xiaorong. Yin, don't mind him. Let's go. Mo Xiaorong was even more anxious to pull Yin away, but Ofa had no intention of moving. Yin patted Mo Xiaorong's shoulder, saying it's okay. I'll handle it. Then according to you, what does it take to get a girlfriend? Yin asked Ofa. At least you need money. What does having money mean? At least you should be able to afford a spirit pet egg at the auction, not just casually picking one here to fool around. Auction? Haha. You probably don't know this. It turns out there are 2 venues for this egg selection event. This one is the Longxing Tianxia venue, specifically selling a new batch of eggs from Longxing Tianxia, while the other venue is the auction venue, mainly resolving disputes over spirit pet eggs here, allowing people to bid fairly, with the highest bidder winning. Additionally, if anyone has extra spirit pet eggs, they can also bring them for auction, with Longxing Tianxia only charging a handling fee. After learning that Yin was involved in flesh trade, Chu Tianxian didn't want to interact with him anymore and only told him about this venue. As for the VIP card, it was only for the egg selection event and would become invalid after the event. So the worst case scenario was that Longxing Tianxia would give Yin a spirit pet egg after the event, and they would have no further interactions. Lead the way. Upon hearing there was an auction venue, and realizing he hadn't used his VIP card yet, Yin shook his head at Chu Tianxuan's carelessness. Interesting. Just as Yin followed Ofa to the auction venue, a tall girl stood where Yin had been, watching the backs of the group with gradually deepening eyes. Ofa sneered and led Yin to the auction venue. Upon entering, The auction venue was divided into 2 floors. The second floor had private rooms, while the first floor was already filled with people. Yin Yu and the others could only stand in the aisle. When Yin Yu entered the venue, he saw that everyone was bidding for a spirit pet egg. 3 million. 5 million. 6 million. Yin Yu. And Mo Xiaorong, hearing a familiar voice, quickly reminded Yin Yu that the 5 million just now was indeed the voice of Bai Daneng's sister. Yin Yu recognized it immediately and quickly scanned. Name, Cloud Leopard Egg. Level, Embryo. Host, None. Nickname, None. Species, Leopard. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Wind. Talent grade. Level, Skill Sprint Entry. Talent, Wind. Bloodline, None. How about it? Are you interested in playing? After completing the scan, Yin Yu looked at the surrounding crowd whispering to each other, and then at Ofa, who angrily glared at him and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? Who knows what's inside that egg? 7 million. Yin Yu sneered and no longer paid attention to Ofa. He immediately started bidding. I see you are crazy." Ofa didn't expect Yin Yu to participate in the bidding directly and angrily turned to leave. Jiang Peiyun quickly approached Mo Xiaorong and whispered to her, while Mo Xiaorong just smiled and shook her head. Yin Yu's bid caused a stir, and everyone turned to look at him. Bai Daneng was not far from Yin Yu in an aisle and quickly nudged his sister beside him. "Sister, brother-in-law is here. Let's go. You go call him." Ever since the last incident of staying over, Bai Daneng's sister felt a bit flustered upon seeing Yin Yu. Although she really wanted to go find him, she was still afraid of being discovered, so she asked Bai Daneng to go find him. Bai Daneng received the order and quickly ran towards Yin Yu, shouting as he approached, "Brother-in-law, you finally came. My sister is almost dead from anxiety." 8 million. Chapter 31. What is your sister's name? Ah, what a pity. Hearing someone raise the bid, Yin Yu felt heartbroken, glaring at the spirit pet egg on the display stand before turning to Bai Daneng. "How about you guys? Have you seen anything suitable?" After reuniting with Bai Daneng, they headed together to meet Bai Daneng's sister. And Yin Yu didn't forget to inquire about the bidding situation. "Ah, don't mention it," Bai Daneng sighed and told Yin Yu what happened before they arrived. It turned out they had their eyes on a spirit pet egg, but due to someone causing trouble, they ended up not buying any. The troublemaker was Ran Wenbin, who would raise the bid every time Bai Daneng did, and always by just 10,000. After understanding the specific situation of the bidding, Yin Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly looked at Bai Daneng. "What is your sister's name?" "Ah." Bai Daneng didn't expect Yin Yu to suddenly ask this question and hesitated for a moment. Seeing Bai Daneng hesitating, Yin Yu curiously looked at him. "Why can't you say it? Do you want us to call her girl or white-clothed girl in the future? Just ask her yourself when you get there." Bai Daneng, sensing the situation was not right, quickly shook his head and avoided Yin Yu, leaving a remark as he hurried over to his sister. Yin Yu shook his head, realizing that he could only ask her directly. Soon, the previously sold items were taken away and new auction items were brought up. The new item was a blue spirit pet egg, and Yin Yu quickly scanned it. Name, Ice Flame Lion. Level, Embryo. Host, None. Nickname, None. Species, Lion. Weakness, Space. Attribute, Ice. Talent grade. Level, Skill, Ice Flame. Entry, Freeze. Entry. Talent, Ice. Bloodline, None. Status, Unhatched. Evolution route, Total. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Bai Daneng quickly asked. Yin Yu was looking at the spirit pet egg on the display stand, unaware of the strange looks from the girls. He casually leaned against Bai Daneng, and the originally puzzled girls quickly pulled the two apart, separating them. The 3 girls nodded at each other in agreement. Although Yin Yu didn't understand their intentions, he whispered, "This egg must be taken down." The auctioneer had just finished introducing the spirit pet egg when Yin Yu quickly asked, "Is this spirit pet egg from the selection competition?" "Of course." "Good. Then I'll bid 1 million. Are you going to auction it?" Everyone looked at Yin Yu, who had opened with a bid of 1 million right at the start of the auction. The elderly auctioneer smiled widely, and the girls around Yin Yu were contemplating how to successfully bid for this spirit pet egg. Hearing Yin Yu's bid of 1 million, Bai Daneng's sister poked Yin Yu in complaint, then thought that Yin Yu might not know the rules of the auction since it was his first time, and handed her alliance card to Yin Yu. "This is all I have. Take it and have some fun. I don't have more." Bai Daneng saw his sister hand the alliance card to Yin Yu and confirmed in his heart that Yin Yu was indeed his future brother-in-law. While everyone was bidding, an old woman entered the office of the girl in purple and whispered a few words in her ear. The girl in purple sneered. "It seems that kid does have some skills, but he can barely be considered passing." The old woman continued to whisper in the girl's ear, and the originally seated girl immediately stood up, her expression changing drastically. "There's actually such a thing?" Yin Yu never imagined that when selecting eggs, he had deliberately chosen a few with lower talents. But the girl in purple had already marked the order of the eggs Yin Yu chose and began the hatching process. As long as the embryo inside the spirit pet egg formed, its talent could be detected. The 10 spirit pet eggs Yin Yu chose had 5 with high talents and 5 that were worthless. Moreover, the old woman had confirmed that Chu Tianxuan's egg was indeed of high talent before coming, which made people think Yin Yu had done it on purpose. The girl realized this and quickly took the old woman out of the office. Yin Yu, do you have that much money? Yin Yu was focused on the auction when suddenly, Ran Wenbin stood up not far away. Actually, Ran Wenbin also planned to bid for this spirit pet egg, but Yin Yu directly called out 1 million, and although Ran Wenbin could now take out more than 10 million, the auction was still early. And who knew if there would be better items later? He looked angrily at Yin Yu. Isn't my money on your card? Upon hearing this, Ran Wenbin became furious and shouted to everyone, I'll bid 12 million. 15 million. Yin Yu opened his mouth again. Mo Xiaorong saw Yin Yu increase the bid again and quickly leaned closer to him, tightly grabbing his arm. 18 million. Ran Wenbin followed closely behind. Everyone looked at Yin Yu, and Bai Doning's sister, who was also leaning against Yin Yu, nestled in his arms. Many young men in the venue looked at the two extraordinary girls around Yin Yu with gritted teeth. Yin Yu, however, did not pay them any mind. Smiling at Ran Wenbin, sighed, and pretended to leave. Ran Wenbin immediately felt tricked and looked at Yin Yu in a rage, hoping Yin Yu would call out again. Even if Yin Yu raised the bid by $1, Ran Wenbin would not continue. Sure enough, the auction host, seeing that Yin Yu had no intention of raising the bid, immediately knocked the auction hammer on the table and announced, 18 million, second time. Yin Yu, if you need it, I can lend you 10 million to participate in the auction. Seeing that Yin Yu had no intention of increasing the bid, the auction host was about to raise the hammer again when suddenly a girl in blue appeared on the second floor. It was Chu Tianxian. Yin Yu looked at the suddenly appearing Chu Tianxian with curiosity. He hadn't seen her since the selection event. Why was she suddenly asking to borrow money from him? Yin Yu, if you just raise it by $1, I won't follow. Seeing the opportunity to borrow money, Ran Wenbin hoped Yin Yu would raise it by just $1. Then lend me 5 million, and I'll raise it. Yin Yu, hurry up. Raise the bid. Chapter 32 by Xiaoran. Yin Yu, hurry. Raise the bid. Congratulations, young Master Yin. 18 million and $1. Successfully won the item. Everyone looked at Yin Yu in confusion. They clearly saw that Yin Yu had just borrowed money and hadn't raised the bid, yet he successfully won the auction. Just as everyone was about to speak up about the shady dealings, Ran Wenbin shouted repeatedly, Congratulations. Congratulations. Yin Yu. Congratulations on successfully winning this spirit pet egg. Everyone looked at Ran Wenbin with disdain, but he didn't care. After all, if Yin Yu really didn't want it, he would have to pay. Ran Wenbin didn't actually intend to go for this spirit pet egg. Instead, he said to everyone, Who wants it? I'll lend him money to bid. Go get the egg. Yin Yu looked at Ran Wenbin's gloating expression and couldn't imagine what his face would look like if he knew that what was being let go was an egg with high talent. Yin Yu shook his head at the wildly laughing Ran Wenbin. In fact, when Yin Yu saw that the spirit beast egg in front of him was of high talent, he had already decided to buy it for Bai Doning's sister. Since Yin Yu's beast had reached its complete form, its daily food intake had increased several times. If it weren't for Bai Doning's sister's support, Yin Yu's beast would only be eating dust. Yin Yu handed the 20 million check and VIP card to Bai Doning's sister, then whispered a few words in her ear. Bai Doning's sister looked at Yin Yu in surprise, and when she saw Yin Yu nod in confirmation again, she immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. She quickly took the check and VIP card from Yin Yu's hand and ran toward the back hall of the auction venue. Next, Yin Yu borrowed another 10 million from Chu Tianxian to continue participating in the auction. Weren't you two on good terms before? Did something happen? Previously, it was Chu Tianxian who begged Chu Tianjiao for help, which is why Chu Tianjiao helped Yin Yu enter the venue. But after Yin Yu finished selecting the spirit pet eggs, Chu Tianxian had been sulking alone in the private room. Knowing that Yin Yu really selected a spirit pet egg with high talent, she started crying. Hearing Chu Tianjiao's concern, Chu Tianxian could no longer hold back, crying and venting. When she heard about the unspeakable difficulties, Chu Tianjiao recalled the scene of Yin Yu being surrounded by girls and quickly asked, Is it possible that there was a misunderstanding? He doesn't seem to have that kind of unspeakable difficulty. I really didn't expect that he would have such a preference. After hearing about Yin Yu peeling off classmates' clothes in the secret realm, Chu Tianjiao shook her head repeatedly. If it were just that, I could help him slowly treat his condition like others, but he actually, she sobbed. Then Chu Tianxian told Chu Tianjiao about Yin Yu being supported and engaging in flesh trade, causing Chu Tianjiao to feel her scalp tingle and start doubting whether she had helped Yin Yu by mistake. Just then, the old woman from before pushed open the door and entered the private room, whispering a few words in Chu Tianjiao's ear. Chu Tianjiao quickly stood up, looking seriously at Yin Yu in the auction venue. Chu Tianxian quickly sensed something was wrong, wiped her tears, and asked, Sister, what's wrong? Did Yin Yu get into trouble again? It's not that he got into trouble, but that we didn't understand him. How is that possible? Upon hearing the old woman's explanation, Chu Tianxian quickly denied it, but still looked at Yin Yu in disbelief. Watching Bai Daning's sister appear beside Yin Yu again, she started crying loudly once more. The old woman quickly inquired, and Chu Tianjiao sighed and explained. Upon hearing that Yin Yu had unspoken difficulties, the old woman couldn't help but shake her head. However, when she learned that Yin Yu was involved in the flesh trade, she glanced at Bai Daning's sister beside Yin Yu, shook her head, and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxian quickly wiped her tears and ran towards Yin Yu, leaving only Chu Tianjiao and the old woman sighing in the private room. What is your name? Bai Daning's sister trembled at the question, bit her lip, and shyly whispered a few words in Yin Yu's ear, looking at his astonished expression. She bashfully said, no laughing. Bai Xiaoran. Bai Xiaoran is indeed the name of Bai Daning's sister. In fact, when hatching the egg, Yin Yu had informed her not to incubate it, but to directly contract it. Besides hatching, the contract array pattern could also cause the spirit beast inside the egg to hatch, and it only takes a few minutes. However, the offspring hatched using the contract array pattern would be the Beastmasters, and the one drawing the array pattern would be the host. Bai Xiaoran absolutely trusted Yin Yu and looked at him with curiosity. After getting Yin Yu's confirmation again, Bai Xiaoran found a quiet place to contract the spirit beast egg. The aura emitted during the hatching of the spirit beast egg was detected by the old woman beside Chu Tianjiao. Not long ago, the old woman had sensed the aura from Chu Tianchuan's spirit beast egg hatching, so how could she possibly be mistaken? She immediately informed Chu Tianjiao that the spirit beast egg Yin Yu bought from the auction house was a top-grade talent egg, and it had already been contracted by Bai Xiaoran. Seeing that his sister had revealed her name to Yin Yu, Bai Daning knew Yin Yu would have to call him brother-in-law from now on. Thinking about finally being freed from his sister's torment, he hurried forward and hugged Yin Yu tightly, scaring the three girls who quickly pulled Bai Daning away. Unfortunately, Bai Daning hugged too tightly, and the three girls couldn't separate them until the sudden arrival of a blue figure helped to separate the two, which was Chu Tianxian. After the four girls pulled them apart, they nodded at each other. Bai Daneng, who was pulled away, was not happy and looked at the girls. Do you all want to rob me of my last moments with my brother? Last moments? Everyone looked at Bai Daneng in confusion. From now on, he is brother-in-law. How can we be brothers? Bai Daneng said as he lunged towards Yin Yu. The four girls quickly blocked him. Pay back the money. Did I borrow money from you? The one leading the obstruction was Ran Wenbin. Yin Yu looked at Ran Wenbin playfully. Seeing that Yin Yu really didn't intend to pay back the money, Ran Wenbin became furious. The youth behind Ran Wenbin pushed him. Class leader, paying back debts is a matter of course. Let's go together. We can definitely deal with this kid. Yin Yu, do you dare to fight me? If we win, we will give you 5 million. How about it? Ran Wenbin looked warily at Bai Xiaoran, who was a silver-level Beastmaster. Ran Wenbin proposed the challenge to prevent Bai Xiaoran from intervening. As for losing, that was even less possible. Now Ran Wenbin was already a black iron-level Beastmaster. And as long as Yin Yu didn't sneak attack, Yin Yu couldn't win. Moreover, he still had a trump card. Is there such a good thing? Come one by one, or together. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu saw that he could earn another 5 million. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay back. It was that he didn't have it. The money borrowed from Chu Tianxian had already been returned. And the money borrowed from Ran Wenbin had already been used to buy evolution materials for 2 spirit beasts. At that time, borrowing money from Ran Wenbin was to help him reduce losses, and even if Yin Yu had it, he wouldn't give it to Ran Wenbin. Bai Xiaoran looked at Yin Yu with increasingly strange eyes. What? You still want to challenge us 3? Ran Wenbin looked at the two behind him mockingly. Bai Daneng initially thought Yin Yu was just competing with Ran Wenbin and wasn't worried at all. However, upon hearing that Yin Yu wanted to fight 3 at once, Mo Xiaorong quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yin Yu's arm, while Bai Daneng also hurriedly stepped forward to stop Yin Yu. Yin Yu, Feng Qingquan is also a black iron level. You can't agree. You 3 can team up. If you win, each of you gives me 5 million. How about that? Yin Yu patted Bai Daneng's shoulder and looked at the few people in front of him. Bai Xiaoran was curiously looking at Yin Yu at this moment. All right. Since you're seeking death, we don't mind waiting a few more days. On the first day of school, we will have a fair competition on the school stage. How about it? You 3 against 1, and you still have the nerve to say it's fair? Bai Daneng glared at the few of them. If you want to go back on your word, pay up now, Ran Wenbin said, extending his hand to Yin Yu for money. Wait, I want to raise the stakes. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu turned to look at Ran Wenbin, and the two behind Ran Wenbin also looked at him. Ran Wenbin just looked at Yin Yu. I want to bet with you one-on-one. If I lose, the spirit beast must be left to the other party to handle. How about it? Do you dare? Bai Xiaoran's face changed drastically upon hearing this, and was about to step forward to hit Ran Wenbin. The previous bet was just about paying money if they lost, but with Ran Wenbin's raised stakes, if the spirit beast was left to the other party to handle. Judging by Ran Wenbin's demeanor, he would definitely kill Yin Yu's spirit beast, and at that time, It would definitely hurt Yin Yu's foundation. Bai Xiaoran had the money. But harming Yin Yu's foundation, how could she agree? At this moment, Mo Xiaorong was also shaking Yin Yu's arm, signaling him not to agree. Yin Yu waved his hand to stop Bai Xiaoran and nodded at Mo Xiaorong, then looked at Ran Wenbin and nodded. All right. Just don't go back on your word then. Throughout the journey, Yin Yu was busy catching up with the spirit beasts in the spirit beast space and did not notice that ever since he left Longxing Tianxia, there had been a figure following him. Name, Thorn Demon Vine. Level, 1-star Black Iron level 010000. Host, Lin Yu. Nickname, Xiaoji. Race, Plant. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Wood. Talent grade, Level, Skills, Bind, Mastery. Growth, Mastery. Wood affinity, level 11. Earth escape, Mastery. Cutting, Mastery. Fire resistance, Perfect. Transformation, Proficient. Whip, Proficient. Sharp stab, Proficient. Bloodsucking, Beginner. Combo, Beginner. Frenzy, Beginner. Talent, Wood, Fire resistance. Bloodline, None. Status, Healthy, Happy, finally gained weight. Evolution route, 1 route locked. 1. Thorn Demon Flower. Evolution opportunity, above 8-star Black Iron level. Bloodsucking, devour the opponent's blood and convert it into energy needed for growth. Combo, quickly attack twice. Frenzy, attack speed increased by 30. I really didn't expect it. You are indeed a breeder? Yin Yu was fiddling with the fire stick in his hand when suddenly a figure landed in front of him. The person who appeared in front of Yin Yu was Chu Tianjiao. For breeders, Yin Yu did not see it as a secret, and even hoped someone would help promote it widely so that more people would come to evolve their beasts, allowing him to earn more money without relying on deception. Yin Yu looked up at Chu Tianjiao. So late. I wonder what the console has to say. Oh, still angry, huh? After the incident, Chu Tianjiao also reviewed the surveillance and found that Longxing Tianxia was indeed at fault, so she immediately dismissed the middle-aged man. Afterward, she discovered that Yin Yu seemed to be able to see through the eggshell, knowing the talents of the spirit beasts inside the spirit beast eggs. Chu Tianjiao immediately stepped in to help Yin Yu secure the spirit beast egg at the auction. Seeing that Yin Yu seemed unwelcome, she could only awkwardly joke, "Speak. What is it? No matter what it is, leave quickly. I want to rest." Yin Yu had no good feelings towards the girl in front of him. And since she intruded in the middle of the night, he certainly wouldn't have a good attitude. "I want to ask you for a favor. 10 million at least." For someone he had no good feelings for, Yin Yu did not want to have more interactions and rejected without hesitation. Chu Tianjiao, having heard of Yin Yu's deeds, was of course prepared and directly offered a price that Yin Yu couldn't refuse. Chu Tianjiao saw Yin Yu's silence and knew he had agreed, feeling extremely happy. Just as Chu Tianxian had said, he was a person without principles, motivated solely by money. Chu Tianjiao quickly continued. He agreed. "Come out." As soon as Chu Tianjiao finished speaking, a girl dressed in black appeared beside her. The girl was the saleswoman who had previously led Yin Yu to collect the spirit beast egg. The saleswoman smiled and approached Yin Yu, saying, "Sushi Wepping, reserve member of the Dragon Army, your senior from high school." Senior? Yin Yu couldn't help but think of Bai Xiaoran. At that moment, Bai Xiaoran, who was about to fall asleep, sneezed several times, and a figure flashed before her eyes, prompting her to quickly close her eyes and sleep. "Be honest," Chu Tianjiao scolded. And Yin Yu lowered his head in shame. Su Shueping needed Yin Yu's help for a simple task released by the Dragon Army. Yin Yu admired his senior, who started taking on tasks in her second year, and agreed to go. The task was to investigate a hidden base of Dark Beast Masters near Baibao Prefecture. This base was a black market for Dark Beast Masters. According to intelligence, a grand item exchange would be held at the black market tonight, where many treasures that had fallen into the black market would be displayed for sale. The Dragon Army only asked to investigate whether the black market existed. And Su Shueping wanted to take the opportunity to find bargains, so she sought Chu Tianjiao's help. Treasures that had fallen into the black market would certainly be cheaper than their market prices. The two reached an agreement, but Chu Tianjiao was unsure about some treasures. Remembering Yin Yu's family secret technique, Chu Tianjiao suggested that Yin Yu join them. Su Shueping originally planned to have Yin Yu participate in other tasks later. But after contemplating Chu Tianjiao's suggestion, she reluctantly agreed. The three then set off together to the black market to search for treasures. Originally, Su Shueping had a flying red dragon, which was clearly unsuitable for going to the black market. Her remaining beast was a silver-level gale bear, which could only carry one person. Fortunately, Chu Tianjiao had a silver-level swift lion, so the two had to squeeze onto the lion's back. Despite Yin Yu trying to lean back as much as possible, the uneven road caused their bodies to bump against each other. Moreover, the hot weather made the sensitive areas they collided with even more pronounced. Though separated by a black veil, after a moment, Chu Tianjiao felt something pressing against her waist. Initially, she didn't pay attention, but when she sensed the touch from behind, she immediately reacted, her face turning bright red. Luckily, it was nighttime. and she was still covered by a veil, so Su Xueping beside her didn't notice anything unusual. However, Chu Tianjiao felt shy and began to get restless, scolding Yin Yu in her heart, wondering, isn't this guy supposed to have a secret? Why is he still? Yin Yu couldn't do anything about it. At that age, he could only keep taking deep breaths to lower his blood pressure, but the fragrance and soft touch from Chu Tianjiao rendered all his efforts futile. All right, we have arrived. Hearing Su Xueping's voice, Yin Yu finally endured to the end, quickly tidying his clothes before entering the black market tent with the two girls. Chapter 34, The Heist. The entrance to the black market was guarded by two gold-level Beastmasters, and there were also Beastmasters patrolling inside to maintain safety. But they did not check the people passing through, aiming to ensure security within the tent. Not long after Yin Yu and the two girls entered the tent, he saw a familiar figure. Their eyes met. Although both were wearing black veils, they recognized each other, smiled at one another, and then walked away. A friend. Here. Don't casually talk to people. Once exposed, we could all be in danger. I know. Yin Yu understood. Coming here was all about shady dealings, and once exposed, they could easily be overwhelmed. Moreover, the most feared thing here was black-on-black crime. Inside the tent, a dazzling array of items was displayed, numbering in the thousands. They agreed to temporarily split up to search for treasures. Yin Yu quickly used the system to scan and found no valuable treasures, soon arriving at the innermost exhibition stage. The stage displayed 2 crystal stones and 3 spirit pet eggs, with one crystal stone being red and the other black. Damn. Yin Yu quickly used the system to scan and found that all 3 spirit pet eggs contained spirit pets with level A talent. Yin Yu exclaimed in surprise, immediately attracting many people's attention. The host, dressed in black veil beside the stage, saw the opportunity and announced loudly, in this exhibition, we are fortunate to present the following treasures. Everyone is welcome to come and appreciate. These 3 spirit pet eggs have undergone hatching tests and all possess level A talent. Wow. Hearing the host's voice, which sounded like an old man's, he did not continue with the introductions, but deliberately waited for the crowd to discuss for a moment before continuing. This red crystal stone is a blood essence stone. It is a holy medicine for healing, and its quality has been verified as perfect. Whoever obtains it will have a chance to recover even from severe injuries. Indeed, products from the black market are top-notch. Sighing, the old man looked at the crowd. Unfortunately, we have not been able to identify what this black crystal stone is. Based on experience, it should be a bloodline crystal stone. Bloodline crystal stone? The crowd began to discuss again, even if they didn't know what bloodline it was. If implanted into a spirit beast, even without awakening, the spirit beast's strength would greatly increase. The crowd's eyes began to heat up. Strange. After scanning the bloodline crystal stone, Yin Yu found that it was not available in the system store. However, looking at the data of the bloodline crystal stone, it could easily rival divine beast bloodlines. Truly a top-notch item. As the crowd listened to the old man's introduction, they began to discuss again. At this moment, a familiar electronic sound entered Yin Yu's ears. The system has issued. Random task. Please choose. Choose. Rob the exhibition items. Reward, 30 points. Choose. Participate in the auction. Reward, level a talent enhancement voucher. After hearing the system task, Yin Yu felt that participating in the auction granted a talent enhancement voucher. And he couldn't help but worry about whether he could smoothly take away the items after the auction. He quickly observed his surroundings and noticed a pair of eyes in the corner staring intently at the bloodline crystal stone on the stage. Judging by the figure, it should be a middle-aged man who clearly had his eyes set on the bloodline crystal stone. At this moment, the two girls had also arrived at the stage. Yin Yu quietly approached and whispered, I want those 2 crystal stones. You 2 quickly choose one of those 3 spirit pet eggs. I want that blood essence stone. The 2 girls looked at Yin Yu in surprise, unable to grasp his thoughts. Just then, a figure approached Yin Yu and whispered. The 2 girls were surprised to see the sudden appearance of the figure, which sounded like a woman of similar age. While the 2 girls hesitated, the old man on the stage had already struck the auction hammer, now starting the auction for item number 1. Item number 1 was a spirit pet egg, and as the 2 girls saw the spirit pet egg about to be bought, they quickly looked at Yin Yu. What to do? It's about to be bought. 100 million alliance coins. Yin Yu ignored the 2 girls and directly participated in the auction. The figure close to Yin Yu sneered, realizing Yin Yu was about to make a move, and quickly became alert. The 2 girls were shocked, knowing that Yin Yu had no money at all. The money he promised to help with earlier had not been given yet. Where did Yin Yu get so much money? Who is so rich? Who is so rich? They must be crazy. The crowd, upon hearing the opening bid of 100 million alliance coins, angrily cursed Yin Yu as a big lunatic. Although level A talent spirit pet eggs were rare in Baibao Prefecture, in other big cities, spending tens of millions could still potentially buy one, with after-sale guarantees. Here, buying it could mean being robbed just a short distance away. They all scolded Yin Yu as a big fool. The host, hearing the commotion, quickly called over a large group of warriors to surround Yin Yu. The surrounding crowd began to disperse, and the old man, seeing Yin Yu and the girls surrounded by the warriors, looked at Yin Yu. Young hero, are you really going to spend 100 million alliance coins to buy this spiritual pet egg? Yes. Great. Congratulations, young hero. You successfully bid on item number 1. The transactions here are settled immediately. Is it convenient for you to come over to check out? The old man, hearing Yin Yu's confirmation, quickly struck the auction hammer, having someone lead Yin Yu to check out. At this moment, Yin Yu heard the electronic sound. Host successfully participated in the auction. The talent enhancement voucher has been credited. What should we do? Seeing that more and more people were surrounding them, Chu Tianxian quickly asked Yin Yu. Yin Yu nodded and led everyone towards the stage, smiling at the old man hosting. All right. The crowd surrounding Yin Yu moved with him, and the two women had no choice but to follow Yin Yu. When Yin Yu reached the stage, he put his hand into his pocket, and the surrounding martial artists became alert. Yin Yu deliberately hesitated for a moment before taking out the alliance card. Holding the alliance card, Yin Yu laughed and looked around. Everyone, don't panic. It's my alliance card. The martial artists around him finally relaxed their tense nerves, but suddenly they heard a shout from the crowd. Dragon Army, run. At this moment, Yin Yu saw that what he had taken out was actually a special card of the Dragon Army. Seeing a few figures rushing towards him from the agitated crowd, Yin Yu shouted, make a move. Just as the few were about to rush to Yin Yu, a giant serpent with a human head suddenly appeared beside Yin Yu, exuding a terrifying aura. The hosting old man retreated repeatedly, pointing at the girl. Medusa. It's Medusa. It's truly an emperor-level Medusa. At this moment, everyone hurriedly retreated. Yin Yu looked at the crowd and said mockingly, since no one is going to fight me for it, then I'll just take it. Chapter 35, Success. Since no one wants it, then I'll just take it. Hold on. Give me the bloodline crystal. I promise to escort the young hero safely away. Seeing that no one was blocking him, Yin Yu began to pack the items from the stage into the system space. Just as he was about to pack the bloodline crystal, he suddenly heard someone stopping him. He quickly turned around and found it was the middle-aged man who had been staring at the bloodline crystal earlier. Yin Yu sneered and continued to pack the crystal into the system space, then pushed the two women beside him, signaling them to hurry and leave. The two women quickly recovered from their shock and soon boarded the two-winged red dragon. Just as Yin Yu was about to board, a furious roar came from outside the tent. How bold! Who dares to cause trouble here? Legendary level? Hearing this, the crowd stopped in their tracks. Faced with such a powerful being, everyone lost the desire to escape, knowing they couldn't run away. They simply stood still and watched. Medusa looked at Yin Yu, sighed, and moved towards the powerful figure outside the tent. Seeing Medusa leave, Yin Yu quickly boarded Su Shueping's two-winged red dragon. The middle-aged man who had been in the corner, seeing Yin Yu about to leave, would not let Yin Yu succeed. He quickly made a move towards the two-winged red dragon. The two-winged red dragon took a hit and immediately dropped the two women, flying backward and crashing outside the tent. The fallen two-winged red dragon immediately spat out blood, evidently seriously injured. The crowd rushed out of the tent and saw Medusa battling a lion-tiger beast, unable to spare a moment. The crowd gathered closer to the three. Su Shueping and the two women approached the two-winged red dragon, checked its injuries, and quickly shielded Yin Yu behind them. You all get out of here. He is a diamond-level Beastmaster. Diamond level? Yin Yu was overjoyed. Isn't this an experienced baby right in front of him? Yin Yu ignored it and asked Su Shueping, can the two-winged red dragon still fly? It should be fine with 2 people, but 3 might be a stretch. You all get out of here. I will hold them off. No, you all hurry and leave. I will hold them off. Don't worry about me. The experienced baby is right in front of me. How could Yin Yu leave? If it weren't for worrying about the safety of the 2 women, he would have ordered a massacre right away. Seeing Su Shueping still unwilling to leave, Yin Yu slapped Su Shueping's butt. Su Shueping immediately blushed, and Chu Tianjiao looked at Yin Yu's wicked expression, quickly pulling Su Shueping to board the two-winged red dragon again. Chu Tianjiao looked at Yin Yu, still not at ease, and said, everyone saw with their own eyes that Yin Yu had accepted the treasures on the stage. When the 2 women left, no one tried to stop them. The middle-aged man who had attacked the two-winged red dragon slowly approached Yin Yu. As long as you are willing to leave the bloodline crystal to me, I will still escort you away. Ha ha ha. My big knife has long been itching for action. In the distance, Medusa kept an eye on Yin Yu's situation. Now that the 2 women had left, she no longer resisted the pounce of the lion-tiger beast, using her body to take the attack from the lion-tiger beast. After taking the attack, Medusa immediately spat out blood and launched a full-force strike at the lion-tiger beast, blinding one of its eyes before immediately getting up and running away. Seeing Medusa injured and fleeing, everyone rolled up their sleeves and surrounded Yin Yu. The lion-tiger beast, having lost an eye, went completely mad, and its beastmaster was also furious. letting the lion-tiger beast charge at the crowd. And Mo Xiaorong suddenly dreamed that Yanyu was taken away while she could do nothing. A massacre began, and as the crowd watched the lion-tiger beast charge, they all fled. Yanyu saw the experienced babies about to disperse and quickly rushed towards the lion-tiger beast, shouting, "Quickly, let's all work together to kill the lion-tiger beast, otherwise no one can escape." Hey, forget it. How could the crowd listen to Yanyu's nonsense? Even a legendary-level Beastmaster could not guarantee killing a mad lion-tiger beast. Moreover, the crowd was speeding up their escape, and the middle-aged man who had attacked Yanyu earlier watched as Yanyu flickered in and out beneath the lion-tiger beast. Gritting his teeth, he thought of the importance of that bloodline crystal. If he lost track of it today, it would be hard to find in the future. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward. Why hasn't that kid been crushed yet? The legendary-level Beastmaster saw that the diamond-level middle-aged man had already lost his breath. Yet Yanyu was still bouncing around the lion-tiger beast, feeling something was off. At this point, the lion-tiger beast had been trampling for over 2 hours. Exhausted in body and mind, the legendary-level Beastmaster sensed the lion-tiger beast's fatigue and quickly put it back into the beast's space. Yanyu looked at the panel, only over 50,000 times, seeing that he still needed half to enhance his Beastmaster talent. Yanyu would not let the experienced baby leave. If you have the ability, let us continue. Whoever leaves is a grandson. Don't worry, we will meet again. The legendary-level Beastmaster naturally would not take Yanyu's words to heart and already knew Yanyu's trump card. He should have learned an excellent body technique, and today, no matter what, he couldn't deal with Yanyu. He could only glance at Yanyu and enter the darkness. Yanyu looked at the bodies around him and began to loot them. After a while, he finished looting the other few people, finding only a dozen or so crystals and quite a few alliance cards, but without passwords, they were useless. The last person he looted was the diamond-level middle-aged man. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was also from the dragon army. After taking off the middle-aged man's watch, Yanyu couldn't find anything else. Furious, he kicked the middle-aged man, a dignified diamond-level powerhouse, yet has nothing. After kicking the middle-aged man's corpse, Yanyu noticed the lion-tiger beast's paw print indented beneath the middle-aged man, with a blue-purple seed lying in the paw print. Even using the system, Yanyu didn't know what it was, so he had to pocket it and take it away. Come out. Hee. I have no choice. Please don't be angry. Okay. The figure that appeared was Medusa. Seeing the voluptuous Medusa in front of him, Yanyu's anger immediately diminished by more than half. But he still said unhappily, "What do you mean by having no choice? As my beast, in a critical moment, you actually ran away by yourself? Is that called having no choice? If you didn't have the ability to infinitely resurrect, I would certainly fight fiercely and protect you with my life. But you know what happened yesterday? That lion-tiger beast cultivation level was not higher than mine. At most it could kill me once, but if it were, what would you do if you encountered a similar situation next time?" Yanyu saw that Medusa remained silent, clearly intending to repeat yesterday's actions. In a fit of anger, Yanyu began to squeeze Medusa, who complied by writhing her body. Medusa's movements further stimulated Yanyu, rekindling the desire that had been ignited by Chu Tianjiao earlier. Feeling Yanyu's passion, Medusa flushed and begged, "Don't. Please don't." Medusa had come here to seize the blood essence stone for her injured friend. Since a legendary dark beastmaster was nearby, if Medusa made a move to snatch it, she would surely attract a crowd to attack her, making it even harder to obtain the blood essence stone. Medusa had initially planned to wait until after the auction to steal it midway, but unexpectedly encountered Yanyu. And the two acted together. "Next time, I promise to compensate you properly." Medusa kissed Yanyu's cheek for a moment before leaving. Ultimately, Yanyu let Medusa go, as she claimed her friend's injuries were severe and urgently needed the blood essence stone, leaving Yanyu reluctantly, allowing her to depart. Chapter 36, The Flame Horse. What a rare guest. I didn't expect to meet such a big shot in this small baibuzu. Not only Yanyu, but even Su Shueping beside him looked at Chu Tianjiao with confusion. It seems that big shots really tend to forget things. Just a moment ago, you were teaming up with the Emperor-level Medusa to fight, and now you act like you don't know anything. Truly forgetful. Upon hearing this, Su Shueping suddenly realized and immediately looked at Yanyu. Yanyu had to recount how he met Medusa, mentioning only that he had saved the seriously injured Medusa, without admitting to having a contract with her. "Yanyu, come to my office for a moment. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Seeing Yanyu about to leave, Chu Tianjiao became even more convinced that Yanyu had something difficult to articulate, and immediately summoned a flame horse. Yanyu looked at the flame horse. Name: Flame Horse. Level: 2-star gold. Host: none. Nickname: none. Race: weasel. Weakness: spatial. Attribute: fire. Talent level: level. You are a gold-level Beastmaster. Previously, Yanyu felt that he would no longer have interactions with Chu Tianjiao, so he didn't use the system to probe. During his visit to the black market, He was distracted and didn't have time to investigate. At that time, he only saw the silver-level Gale Lion and assumed that Chu Tianjiao was a silver-level Beastmaster. He was curious about how a silver-level like Chu Tianjiao could manage such a large dragon travel world. Now, seeing the flame horse, his doubts were instantly resolved. Remembering the embarrassment from earlier on the back of the Gale Lion, Yinyu quickly asked, "Do you have other mounts?" Yinyu woke up again to find it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Remembering that today was the day he was to compete with Ran Wenbin, he hurriedly got up, looked at the sleeping Chu Tianjiao, and quickly covered her with a blanket, only to notice the bloodstains under her. Sighing, Yinyu quickly got dressed and rushed to school. Yinyu. As soon as he arrived at school, he saw Mo Xiaorong waiting at the school gate. Upon seeing Yinyu, Mo Xiaorong immediately leaped into his arms. Feeling the warmth of Yinyu's embrace, she gradually calmed down. Before reaching school, Yinyu had sent Mo Xiaorong a text to wait for him at the gate, and he hadn't expected her to react so strongly. After comforting her for a moment, they finally parted ways. Yinyu quickly handed over the remaining talent-level spirit pet egg to Mo Xiaorong. Seeing the egg in Yinyu's hand, Mo Xiaorong was curious. Why isn't it the other one? Remembering the faint fragrance from when it was in Yinyu's arms, she wanted to ask about the scent, but was afraid it would touch on Yinyu's unspoken issues. In her urgency, tears and snot began to flow. Yinyu thought Mo Xiaorong hadn't composed herself yet and quickly comforted her. It wasn't until Yinyu promised not to disappear for no reason that Mo Xiaorong quieted down again. Once calm, she looked at the egg in Yinyu's hand and asked, "Where did this spirit beast egg come from?" "Really? Of course. The talent of this spirit pet looks good. This beast is quite suitable for you. So it's a gift." Chapter 37, Provocation. This peacock is so beautiful. Moments later, Mo Xiaorong completed the contract with the spirit pet egg and happily summoned the spirit beast, which turned out to be a colorful peacock. Although the peacock was still small, its multicolored feathers were indeed beautiful. Mo Xiaorong was overjoyed looking at the pretty peacock. Just as she was happily playing, she noticed a few people approaching with smirks on their faces. Mo Xiaorong's expression suddenly changed, and she grabbed Yinyu, wanting to leave the school. Yinyu, curious about Mo Xiaorong's sudden change, looked at the approaching people and realized he didn't recognize them. Just as he was about to ask, one of them spoke first. "You must be Yinyu. How dare you issue a challenge, but not admit it?" Just as Yinyu was wondering who they were, the person continued speaking. At this point, Mo Xiaorong was in a panic, wanting nothing more than to drag Yinyu away, urging him repeatedly, "Hurry up. Let's go. What's wrong? Are you just going to hide behind a woman?" The group looked at Mo Xiaorong, trying to pull Yinyu away. And suddenly one of the students whispered something in another's ear. They exchanged mocking glances at Yinyu, and then looked back at Mo Xiaorong. "Sister O, do you secretly meet up with a pretty boy outside? Does Brother O know?" "What? Secretly meet? Pretty boy?" Hearing this, Yinyu was enraged. Initially, though the group was rude, he had planned to clarify the situation before deciding what to do. But now, with them repeatedly insulting him and Mo Xiaorong, Yinyu didn't care that they were at the school gate. He swung his fist and knocked the group to the ground. One of them losing half a tooth and glaring at Yinyu while covering his mouth. "Pretty boy, if Brother O finds out, he definitely won't let you go. What's your name? Listen clearly. My name is Yinyu." Haha. Yinyu had originally intended to tell them to intimidate them a bit. But upon realizing that they were directly in front of him, the group burst into laughter. They found it amusing and continued mocking Yinyu. "Huh? So you are the Turtle King from Class 6. I thought who it was. How disrespectful. Turtle King?" Yinyu was puzzled upon hearing this. At this moment, Mo Xiaorong whispered in his ear. How outrageous. After hearing this, Yinyu was furious. Although school had only officially started today, students from each class had actually arrived the night before and conducted class committee elections. Ran Wenbin naturally became the class leader of Class 1, while Ofaka was the class leader of Class 6, and Bai Danning successfully became the class leader of Class 9. After Ran Wenbin was elected class leader, he led the students of Class 1 to provoke other classes, calling it a friendly competition through martial arts. Class 1 now had 3 black iron-level Beastmasters, making them indeed the strongest among all classes, and other classes quickly fell behind. At that time, Ofaka was also present at the auction segment of the egg selection event, so he naturally knew about the conflict between Ran Wenbin and Yinyu. Seizing the opportunity to stir trouble, he became Ran Wenbin's #1 lackey. After becoming Ran Wenbin's top subordinate, he openly declared he would challenge Yinyu throughout the entire first year. However, since Yinyu wasn't around, he called Yinyu a coward. Subsequently, Ofaka challenged Bai Danning, who, unable to tolerate the insult, immediately agreed. After they stepped onto the stage, Bai Danning easily defeated Ofaka, but at that moment, other class leaders who had similarly taken Ofaka as their big brother took turns to challenge Bai Danning, and he ultimately couldn't withstand it and was heavily injured. Fortunately, Mo Xiaorong's wood spirit was able to treat him in time, preventing any lasting effects. Meanwhile, Ofaka publicly announced that Mo Xiaorong was Sister O. And as he spoke further, Mo Xiaorong was afraid Yin Yu would misunderstand, so her voice grew quieter. After Mo Xiaorong finished speaking, she quickly explained to Yin Yu that everything was just Ofaka's nonsense, and that she had always pretended not to hear. Yin Yu understood Mo Xiaorong's meaning and quickly comforted her. Now you guys, call all the class leaders who made a move last night to the arena, one by one. And just say that I, Yin Yu, am waiting for them in the arena. 3 minutes. If they still haven't arrived, don't blame me for being rude. After knowing the specific situation, Yin Yu immediately decided to take revenge. Mo Xiaorong looked at Yin Yu challenging everyone and felt very happy. It seemed that she was so important in Yin Yu's heart. However, she was still worried about what would happen if Yin Yu consumed too much energy and had to compete with Ran Wenbin at night. She quickly reminded Yin Yu, calm down. What if you consume too much? What will we do tonight? Don't worry. They are not the only ones at the black iron level. Yin Yu, you have broken through to the black iron level. Seeing Mo Xiaorong's nervousness, Yin Yu felt he should tell her some of his trump cards to put her mind at ease. Then the two walked together to the school's arena. After they arrived at the arena venue for a moment, the students of the school rushed over upon hearing the news, and Ran Wenbin also brought his little brothers over. After entering the venue, Ran Wenbin walked towards Yin Yu. What? Are you in such a hurry to give me money? How's your injury? Sit down and watch carefully. Yin Yu nodded, then whispered a few words in Baidaji's ear. Baidaji was surprised when he heard this, but quickly turned and left. Mo Xiaorong was also curious why Baidaji suddenly left. Ran Wenbin was paying attention to Yin Yu, and upon seeing Baidaji leave, he was also curious but not worried. They were already on the arena. Could they be afraid of the teacher? Yin Yu saw that most of the audience had arrived, walked onto the arena, and looked at Ran Wenbin. Ran Wenbin, is it just you? Are the others too scared? Ran Wenbin looked at Yin Yu with a cold smile, stood up, and shouted to the surrounding audience. Tell him how many of us there are. Victory is assured. Victory is assured. The audience stood up and shouted slogans. Ran Wenbin was very satisfied with the current momentum. After signaling, he looked at the few people sitting in the front row, sneered, and said to Yin Yu, did you see that? These are all my people. Everyone standing here is trash. Bastard. Where did this bastard kid come from? As the crowd expressed their anger, Yin Yu once again said loudly, since everyone does not admit they are trash, how about we have a competition? Let's see if you want a literary fight or a martial fight. How about a literary fight? How about a martial fight? For martial fights, we can bet on the conditions of our two competitions, one by one. As for the literary fight, after explaining the martial fight, Yin Yu looked at Baidaji, who immediately understood and took out a 2-meter-long white cloth. The cloth was divided in the middle by a black line, with Yin Yu wins written on one side and Ran Wenbin wins on the other. After Baidaji fixed the cloth, Yin Yu said again, if you don't want to admit you are trash, then it's either a literary fight or a martial fight. For the literary fight, bet on your representative's victory. No matter what you bet, how many people bet, the odds are 15. As for the martial fight, just come up and compete with me. If you lose, you'll hand over your beast to the other party to deal with. How can it be like this? Handing the beast over to the other party to deal with, wouldn't that mean? I bet on my own victory for 10 million. Taking advantage of the crowd's discussion, Yin Yu was the first to place his bet on himself, handing a 10 million check to Baidaji. I also bet 20 million on Yin Yu winning. Baidaji also placed his check. Yin Yu was astonished. When did Baidaji become so wealthy? Back then, he couldn't even come up with 10 million during the auction. After Baidaji placed his bet, Mo Xiaorong quickly followed, 700,000. Ha ha ha. Yin Yu, after all, you all have only 3 people, ha. Seeing Mo Xiaorong bet 700,000, Yin Yu thought this must be all she had. Knowing that Mo Xiaorong would have 3 beasts in the future, her expenses would definitely be larger. Yin Yu couldn't help but frown. Hearing Ran Wenbin's laughter, Yin Yu retorted, I only have 3 people here, but that's still better than you having no one, right? At this moment, Baidaji looked at Ran Wenbin with a cold smile. Hey, a coward is a coward. A group of cowards. You. Fine, I bet 20 million. Ran Wenbin was furious, angrily tossing his bet to Baidaji, still feeling unsatisfied, and looked at Yin Yu. Watch me not ruin you. Do you all want to admit you are trash? My team does not need trash, those who do not participate. Get out quickly. Ran Wenbin looked at the crowd and roared repeatedly. I bet 10,000. I bet $1. You get the hell out of here. Ran Wenbin was furious when he heard someone bet $1, went up to beat the student who bet $1, and still felt unsatisfied. Roaring. Now anyone betting less than 600,000, either increase your bet or get the hell out. The crowd looked at Yin Yu's hysterical roar. Some began to leave while others chose to increase their bets. I'll raise it to 600,000. I'll raise it to 1 million. Seeing that someone had stood up and was ready to leave, Yin Yu immediately looked at Ran Wenbin. Come up. Let's compete together. What did you say? Ran Wenbin thought he heard wrong. He quickly looked at Yanyu, and seeing Yanyu's serious expression, Ran Wenbin felt insulted and furious, quickly bringing his 3 team members onto the arena. Indeed, those who were ready to leave turned around to bet when they saw Ran Wenbin and his 2 black iron-level Beastmasters come up, leaving only a few behind who probably couldn't borrow 600,000 and had to leave reluctantly, looking back at the betting cloth with reluctance. The school does not allow students to use beasts for private fights, so it set up an arena for students to resolve conflicts. Once the arena is opened, the school not only promotes it widely but also supervises the fulfillment of the agreements made on stage. The arena competition between Yanyu and Ran Wenbin was already attracting attention from the first-year freshmen, and with the school's extensive promotion, many senior students chose to come and watch the competition. Yanyu, you are making trouble again. Come with me, or you can drop out. Just as Yanyu was looking at how many people were betting, suddenly a figure pulled him and was about to leave the arena. The person was Mo Xiaorong. Although Yanyu had told Mo Xiaorong that he had also broken through to the black iron level, Mo Xiaorong thought Yanyu would challenge them one by one. But she didn't expect Yanyu to challenge so many people at once. Mo Xiaorong was flustered seeing Yanyu challenge not just the class leaders who had previously attacked by Daji, but also Ran Wenbin and his little brothers. Seeing Yanyu challenge so many people at once, Mo Xiaorong was worried, not because she was afraid of losing the remaining money, but because she genuinely worried that if Yanyu lost, his beast would be killed by the opponent. And Yanyu might not be able to go further in the path of beasts in the future. Mo Xiaorong couldn't help but think of how Yanyu had faced the school bully for her in middle school and ended up lying in the hospital for half a month. Moreover, the stakes were so high this time that she was really worried for Yanyu. Bai Daji saw this and quickly stepped forward to advise, "Brother-in-law, if we lose money, we can earn it back. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we are not afraid of not having firewood." Hearing this, Yanyu felt warm in his heart, stroked Mo Xiaorong's head, and said, "It's fine. Don't worry. This time they not only have to lie down for half a month, but also have to pay until they spit blood. But you should listen to your little girlfriend's advice and admit defeat quickly. At least you can continue studying here. Awakening the beast talent is not easy." Mo Xiaorong still wasn't reassured and insisted on taking Yanyu away from the arena. Just then, Ran Wenbin's voice came through. After hearing someone call herself Yanyu's little girlfriend again, Mo Xiaorong quickly let go of Yanyu, her face flushed with shyness. Fortunately, she was protected by Jiang Peiyun, who came later, so she didn't lose control, but her gaze secretly looked at Yanyu. "Don't forget, if we lose, not only do we hand over the beast to the other party, but you also have to give me 5 million. Don't try to renege on it later. All right. Since you are so eager to die, it seems I have no need to let you go." Hearing Yanyu's reminder, Ran Wenbin became furious and immediately agreed. He was previously worried that the stakes were too light to completely crush Yanyu, but now hearing that Yanyu was still thinking about winning money, he felt utterly disdained. Yanyu and Mo Xiaorong saw that because of her, Yanyu was becoming even more reckless, and for a moment, they didn't know what to do. Ran Wenbin saw that it was about time and looked at Yanyu. "Let's start now? Are you crazy? You're actually supporting him?" Ran Wenbin often interacted with Longxing Tianxia and naturally knew Chu Tianxian. He didn't expect Chu Tianxian to support Yanyu. Chu Tianxian ignored him and just led everyone to bet on Yanyu's victory. Furious, Ran Wenbin gritted his teeth. "Let's begin." "All right." Yanyu nodded in agreement. "I am Yanyu. I believe everyone already knows me, so I won't introduce myself." After saying this, Yanyu summoned Xiao Qi and Xiao Jing. To the onlookers, seeing Yanyu with a fire stick and the double-winged red dragon by his side immediately caused them to burst into laughter. "Huh? Look, that kid even prepared a walking stick. If I had known earlier, I would have bet more." Chapter 39, Arrogance. Yanyu's double-winged red dragon is even redder than before. At this moment, Mo Xiaorong confirmed that Yanyu's double-winged red dragon had indeed become more vibrant. Jiang Peiyun also curiously looked at the fire stick in Yanyu's hand. In fact, Yanyu's double-winged red dragon had already evolved into a double-winged fire dragon. Name, double-winged fire dragon. Level, 1-star black iron. Host, Yanyu. Nickname, Xiaoqi. Species, subdragon. Weakness, space. Attribute, fire. Skills, soar, beginner. Red flame, proficient. Indomitable will, proficient. Explosive flame, proficient. Hardening, beginner. Burning, proficient. Tear, beginner. Flamestorm, beginner. Flame roar, beginner. Talent grade. Level, talent. Fire, flight. Bloodline, true dragon bloodline 136,356 billion. Status, healthy, excited. Evolution route, 1 route, locked. 1. Double-winged, evil dragon. Next evolution, 8-star black iron. Hardening, increases the hardness of double-winged fire dragon skin by 50. Burning, the attack of the double-winged fire dragon adds a burning effect. Tear, increases the strength of the double-winged fire dragon's arms by 100. Flamestorm. Releases a flamestorm in a 10-meter radius around the double-winged fire dragon, slowing targets in the area by 7.5 and applying a burning effect. Flame roar. Fears and repel surrounding targets. Cool down time 5 seconds. Are you still going to fight? Ran Wenbin looked at Yin Yu mockingly. Hearing this, Yin Yu shouted, My big knife has long been eager to fight. Rogue. The women at the venue lowered their heads in anger, scolding Yin Yu. Upon hearing this, Ran Wenbin glanced at the crowd behind him, nodded, and then shouted, Attack. After saying this, Ran Wenbin summoned a rampaging fire lion. Yin Yu quickly looked at the attributes of the rampaging fire lion. Name, Stone Butterfly. Level, 1-star black iron. Attribute, Wind. Talent grade. Level, Skills, Wind Blade beginner. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Evolution route. The people behind Ran Wenbin summoned their beasts one after another. Name, Clear Wind Wolf. Level, 1-star black iron. Attribute, None. Talent grade. Level, Skills, Steel Claw, beginner. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Evolution route. Steel Claw. The Clear Wind Wolf slashes forward with its sharp claws. Name, Earth Armored Dragon. Level, 2-star complete body. Attribute, Earth. Talent grade. Level, Skills, Earth Armor, beginner. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Evolution route. Earth Armor. The Iron Armor Dragon's defense increases by 30. Yin Yu looked at the 11 beasts in front of him. Only 3 were black iron level, and the others, aside from the complete bodies, were actually younglings. Yin Yu couldn't help but frown. Among these beasts, apart from a few black iron ones that were about his level, the rest were completely useless. If he wanted to grind for experience, it would probably take them until tomorrow morning. Yin Yu instantly lost the idea of grinding for experience, hoping that the few black iron beasts could provide some points. He thought there might be others with different beasts, so he looked at everyone and asked, Aren't you going to summon all your beasts? Don't come crying if you lose. Seeking death. Ran Wenbin was furious that the level talent Stone Butterfly beast was being looked down upon by the level talent Double-Winged Red Dragon. He immediately commanded Stone Butterfly to attack. Hearing this, Stone Butterfly immediately pounced towards Yin Yu, and the Rampaging Fire Lion and Iron Armor Dragon immediately activated their skills. The Rampaging Fire Lion was instantly engulfed in flames, and the Iron Armor Dragon immediately tightened its skin, with bumps appearing all over its body. As they all charged towards Yin Yu along with the other beasts, Yin Yu seemed oblivious, gently stroking the double-winged fire dragon. The crowd gasped in shock. As expected of a level talent beast, that kid hasn't reacted at all. Oh, I thought it would be a fierce battle. But it ended like this. The arena beside Xiao-Qi was instantly filled with flames, and a whirlwind appeared centered on Xiao-Qi, which was Xiao-Qi's flamestorm. The 3 beasts at the front quickly retreated, but the wind was too strong to evade, pulling even the airborne Stone Butterfly towards Xiao-Qi. Just as they were about to reach Xiao-Qi, Xiao-Qi let out another loud roar, sending the beasts flying back once again. After several cycles of this, the many beasts were exhausted and fell to the ground, allowing the flames to scorch them. The beasts that fell off the arena initially wanted to escape, but due to the 75 slowing effect of Flamestorm, even the black iron level Clear Wind Wolf crawled like a baby, extremely slow. While the other beasts were completely immobilized, bathing in flames, the air filled with the smell of charred flesh. Seeing that a few beasts were still struggling, Yin Yu moved. He took the fire stick and began to strike the beasts, causing them to let out cries of pain, a woo. The more Yin Yu struck, the more energized he became. Almost forgetting that he had crossed over to Blue Star, shouting at the crowd around him. Who else? The only ones who can withstand my 3 strikes are the true eyes. After tiring himself out, Yin Yu saw that the beasts only had enough breath left. He shook his arm, and the fire stick grew countless new branches, wrapping around the beasts like zongzi. In an instant, a familiar electronic sound rang in his ears. Killed 1 complete body beast, points 1. Gained special energy, points 1. There are actually points? Yin Yu was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that even complete body beasts could yield points. The few people behind Ran Wenbin began to spit blood frantically, clearly suffering a backlash. The remaining few, seeing the situation was not good, exchanged glances and quickly shouted at Yin Yu. We concede. Concede? Yin Yu pretended not to hear. The remaining few had no choice but to approach the referee to concede. The referee nodded and quickly announced the result. Yin Yu wins. Yin Yu, you've won. Quickly release our beasts. The few yelled at Yin Yu, who still showed no intention of stopping. Yin Yu, however, ignored them. He saw several students behind Ran Wenbin starting to spit blood again, clearly indicating that Yin Yu had not stopped. The referee, noticing that a few more students were about to spit blood, sighed lightly and walked towards Yin Yu with a smile. Since you've already won, it's best to spare them. Hearing this, Yin Yu sneered and retorted to the referee. Do you think that if I lose today, they would let me go? The agreement between Yin Yu and the others before the match was known to him. If he lost, the beast would have to be handed over to the other party. At this moment, he said no more, allowing Yin Yu to continue killing beasts. Yin Yu, hurry up and let go of my beast. If anything happens to my beast, my uncle will definitely not spare you. Ran Wenbin, seeing that the referee did not move Yin Yu, was furious and yelled at Yin Yu. The members of Yin Yu's team ignored Ran Wenbin's threat. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the arena. The arena had a special seal set by the school to prevent accidental injury to the audience during the competition. At this moment, Ran Qingxi, fearing that the seal would be broken, shouted angrily at Yin Yu. Kid, how dare you? Chapter 40, Beast Tamer Talent. Ah, you really killed my beast. It was clear that Yin Yu had already killed Ran Wenbin's stone butterfly. Everyone looked at the Zongzi on the arena, which was continuously oozing fresh blood. At this moment, the Zongzi slowly opened, revealing that the stone butterfly had been cut into a pile of minced meat, and there was no trace of life left. Yin Yu put away his beast and looked at Ran Qingxi outside the arena. If you are not convinced, bring it on. Anyone from class 1, one by one. As long as you dare to come up to the arena, I will accept. The competition ended, and the seal of the arena was lifted. Ran Wenbin, bound by the school's rules, did not dare to attack Yin Yu in front of everyone and trembled with rage. Yin Yu initially thought Ran Qingxi would take action. But after looking at Ran Qingxi's expression, he sighed. Sigh. A coward is just a coward, a whole nest of cowards. Yin Yu walked down from the arena. And at this moment, Bai Danning had finished dividing the spoils and came over to greet Yin Yu, leaving the arena together. Good. Very good. This is what you brought on yourself. As he watched Yin Yu walk away, Ran Qingxi's expression gradually became sharp. Ha ha ha. Damn it. We struck it rich. After this competition, aside from the 15 million owed by the three on stage, the betting amounts from the audience meant everyone received over 20 million alliance coins. The next day, the school announced that due to Yin Yu's reckless killing of beasts in the arena, he was banned for life from participating in any arena events. A few days later, the other members of Class 1 had already paid off their bets, leaving only Ran Wenbin who had not yet settled. Yin Yu went to Class 1 to collect the debt. Although Ran Wenbin had lost his beast, he could still contract another beast and continue studying at school. Seeing Yin Yu enter Class 1, he hurriedly hid but was still caught by Yin Yu. Yin Yu teasingly looked at Ran Wenbin. Class leader Ran? When are you going to pay up? You. Uncle. Save me. After Yin Yu killed Ran Wenbin's beast, Ran Wenbin was now powerless and could only be held by Yin Yu by the back of his neck, like a chick. Seeing Ran Qingxi just enter the classroom, he immediately cried for help. Ran Qingxi quickly came forward to rescue Ran Wenbin and shouted angrily at Yin Yu. Why are you causing trouble in Class 1? To collect a debt. It's only right. In Ran Laosher's view, was this causing trouble? Yin Yu said as he handed the betting slip from the previous arena match to Ran Qingxi. Just 5 million. Does it really need such a big fuss? After confirming the bet was real, Ran Qingxi casually wrote a check and handed it to Yin Yu. Since it's just 5 million, let your nephew pay it back sooner next time. Yin Yu took the check and left directly. Uncle, you really gave it to him? Ran Wenbin had previously relied on Ran Qingxi and planned to default on the debt. Now seeing Ran Qingxi readily give it, he couldn't help but look at Ran Qingxi in confusion. Losing 5 million made Ran Qingxi feel a bit pained, and he angrily scolded Ran Wenbin. Useless. After scolding Ran Wenbin, Ran Qingxi muttered softly while looking at Yin Yu's departing figure. Yin Yu, to be honest, if you hadn't broken through to Black Iron level, I really wouldn't have a way to deal with you. You brought this on yourself by breaking through to Black Iron level, so don't blame me. Huh. Ran Wenbin, hearing Ran Qingxi's murmuring, was overjoyed and exclaimed, just in time for Ran Qingxi to hear. Seeing how naive Ran Wenbin was, Ran Qingxi impatiently said, let him bounce around for a few more days. After all, if he wants to bounce around again, he'll probably have to wait until his next life. At this moment, the first-year students also started the Arena King Challenge. The challenge mainly consisted of individual matches, and the school would rank the students participating in the arena based on the number of victories each month, awarding rewards to the top 3 students. Moreover, the rewards did not conflict with class rewards, meaning if the top 3 students at the end of the month were also the vice class leaders, they would receive 2 rewards from the school. Due to Yin Yu's earlier rampage in the arena, the highest beast talent among the class leaders was only Bai Danning's level talent. As a fellow class leader, Bai Danning naturally wanted to try his hand in the arena. But due to the previous competition, Bai Danning's beast had not yet recovered from its injuries. Seeing Bai Danning sitting dejectedly at the arena watching the matches, Yin Yu approached Bai Danning. Once your beast is healed, you can go up and give it a try. You should be able to achieve a good result. Sigh. I can only wait like this. If only I had other beasts. Where can I find a powerful beast? Come with me. Just as Yin Yu was about to say how difficult it was to find a suitable beast, especially one with level talent, he suddenly remembered that he still had a spirit pet egg at home, and it was also level talent, temporarily meeting the expectations for level talent. The school quickly dragged Bai Daning home. What's the rush? Yin Yu's home was not far from the school. After running for half an hour, they finally arrived at Yin Yu's house, which was still under renovation. Yin Yu led Bai Daning directly to the tent in the small yard and handed him the spirit pet egg. Bai Daning took the spirit pet egg and asked Yin Yu, "Where did you get this spirit pet egg? Level talent?" "Yin Yu, you actually have such a good thing." Bai Daning hurriedly held the spirit pet egg tightly, fearing it would fall and break. Hurry up and find an opportunity to hatch it and see if it's suitable. Yin Yu, you are really my brother. You are too good to me. On this day, the class happened to be taught by Zheng Nana. Not long after taking their seats, Yin Yu's gaze met Zheng Nana's as she entered the classroom. Yin Yu's body trembled, and Zheng Nana clearly did not expect this either. But she still sneered. Yin Yu immediately stiffened and awkwardly averted his gaze. Zheng Nana, still expressionless, walked up to the podium as if nothing had happened. After scanning the crowd, Zheng Nana began the lesson. "I believe everyone has a certain understanding of beast tamers. Now, may I ask if any student knows what the role of a beast tamer's talent is?" Chapter 41, Misunderstanding. What is the role of a beast tamer's talent? Everyone can guess boldly. Is it related to training the beasts? Is it related to the growth of the beasts? Is it related to battles with the beasts? Is it related to training the beasts? After a moment of guessing, Zheng Nana nodded, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then said, "What you all said is indeed correct in various aspects, but not comprehensive. Next, I will explain the beast tamer's talent to everyone. As we all know, the talents of beast tamers range from weak to strong, with 7 levels in total. Since it is a beast talent, it is naturally related to beasts. The beast talent is related to the growth and evolution of the beasts, as well as their combat abilities. After undergoing trials in the secret realm, I believe everyone already knows that the strength of a beast is determined not only by its level, but also by its attributes, skills, and talents. The beast talent of a beast tamer has the greatest impact on the beast's comprehension of skills. For beasts with the same talent level, the higher the beast tamer's talent, the more skills their contracted beasts can comprehend. Generally speaking, beast tamers below level talent have a limited influence on their beast's skill comprehension, and whether a beast can comprehend skills relies entirely on the beast's own perception and luck. A level talent can help a beast comprehend 1 skill. A level 2 can help with 2 skills, a level 3 can help with 3 skills, and a level 5 can help with 5 skills. So does that mean, for example, if I am a level beast tamer and my beast currently only has 1 skill, does that mean my beast can only have a maximum of 2 skills in the future? No. The skills of the beast masters are influenced not only by the innate talents of the beasts, but also by the evolution and comprehension of the beasts themselves. The comprehension is mainly affected by the talent grade of the beasts, and it's too random to discuss here. We will mainly talk about evolution. If your beast has not comprehended any skills before reaching its growth limit, then it can only possess 2 skills throughout its life. Of course, although the chance for comprehension is low, it does not mean there is none, and we shouldn't have too much hope. If I had known this. As a beast master with level talent, I should have tried my best to get that level talent beast. Alas, what a pity. The classroom was instantly filled with wails, with many complaining about missing the opportunity. Even Bai Darren, who had purchased a level talent nether mongoose, felt a bit regretful for not having moved faster back then. Otherwise, he might have had 2 level talent beasts by now. Zheng Nana looked at the complaining crowd with some regret, but suddenly noticed a classmate in the last row who not only showed no remorse, but was also looking out the window with a smug expression. Zheng Nana was instantly enraged. Of course, everyone shouldn't be too sad. There will be many opportunities to acquire beasts in the future. Next time there's a spirit beast with excellent talents, everyone must do their best to obtain it. After class, during the break, Bai Darren saw Mo Xiaorong and Jiang Peiyun enter class 9. Both girls were among the top beauties in the grade, and their simultaneous appearance instantly drew the attention of the boys in class 9. Yin Yu was looking out the window and did not notice the arrival of the 2 girls. Bai Darren, with a mischievous smile, quickly nudged Yin Yu. Mo Xiaorong is here. Yin Yu hurriedly went to greet her, but saw that Mo Xiaorong, along with Jiang Peiyun, ignored him and went straight to Bai Darren's side. Bai Darren, let me see the spirit pet egg you got this morning. Sure. This is the one Yin Yu gave me last night. Bai Darren took out the spirit pet egg and placed it on the desk. Mo Xiaorong quickly turned the glass tank containing the spirit pet egg, and upon seeing the number 9527, her expression changed drastically. Bai Darren was momentarily at a loss. And Yin Yu also noticed something was off with Mo Xiaorong and quickly asked her, Mo Xiaorong, what's wrong? Why are you treating me like this? Yin Yu was bewildered and didn't know how he had offended Mo Xiaorong, so he just let her vent. Seeing that Yin Yu had no intention of explaining, Mo Xiaorong's thoughts became more solidified. She stopped hitting Yin Yu and covered her face as she left class 9. just as Yin Yu was about to chase after her. Jiang Peiyun blocked him and gave Bai Darren a meaningful glance, then looked at Yin Yu. You don't need to go after her. You should think more about why you treated Xiaorong like that. Watching Jiang Peiyun leave, Bai Darren hurriedly asked Yin Yu, what exactly did you do? Is there some misunderstanding? When Yin Yu arrived at the grade director's office, he saw Ran Qingxi. Ran Qingxi approached Yin Yu with a grin. Take out your Beastmaster certificate for us to see. Oh no. Yin Yu realized something was wrong upon hearing that. According to the regulations of Blue Star, if a Beastmaster does not promptly update the information on their Beastmaster certificate, they will face a hefty fine. Yin Yu's certificate still looked like it did when it was issued at his middle school graduation. Name, Lin Yu. Gender, male. Cultivation level, Martial Master, Beastmaster talent, level. Beasts, none. Number, valid until December 33, 5050. Ran Qingxi took the certificate and mockingly looked at Yin Yu. It seems you are already a Black Iron level Beastmaster, right? Everyone knew that the dual-winged magic dragon Yin Yu summoned on the arena was already at the Black Iron level, so there was nothing to hide. Upon hearing Yin Yu's confirmation, the two people behind Ran Qingxi exchanged glances, then took Yin Yu's certificate, tore it up, and immediately made a new one to hand to Yin Yu. When Yin Yu received it, he saw that the cultivation level had been changed to Black Iron level. He couldn't help but feel curious. If he didn't update his certificate in time, he would face a hefty fine, yet these people did not ask him for money. From their appearance, they seemed to have been sent by Ran Qingxi. Was Ran Qingxi really this kind-hearted? Yin Yu looked curiously at the two, and one of them sneered. Yin Yu, because you did not update your certificate in time, we will impose a penalty on you. Just as Yin Yu was about to accept the punishment, a blue figure dashed into the office of Longxing Tianxia, and it was Chu Tianxian. Chu Tianxian immediately asked Chu Tianjiao, Yin Yu's condition has worsened. Chu Tianjiao knew who Yin Yu was and recalled their fierce battle not long ago. So she wouldn't further inquire about the fight between Chu Tianxian and Yin Yu, just asking, are you mistaken? Is there some misunderstanding? It's like this. Oh no. Oh no. Something big has happened. Bai Darren's call naturally was to Bai Xiaoran, who quickly called home to find a solution. When Yin Yu heard he was to face punishment and thought it would cost a lot of money, he saw one of the people behind Ran Qingxi grab his arm. Just as Yin Yu was about to resist, he realized the person was just drawing blood, so he allowed them to prick his finger. That person used a talisman to catch the blood dripping from Yin Yu's finger, while another person opened a portable safe, revealing a black slime inside. Yin Yu quickly used the system to scan. Name, slime. Level, 1-star Cub 0100. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, demon. Weakness, none. Attribute, dark. Talent grade, level. Skills, Devour Master. Perfect. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, dormant. Evolution route, 1 route in total. 1 dark slime. Devour Master. Devours the blood of the host, and the host's beasts to grow. What? Yin Yu looked at the slime in front of him, his heart filled with joy. Such a good item existed? Ran Qingxi saw Yin Yu was stunned and sneered, then coughed a signal to hurry up. As expected, the person who had drawn Yin Yu's blood threw the talisman with the blood on the slime, and a red light entered the slime's body. The two saw that Yin Yu had completed the contract, then nodded to each other, covered the safe containing the slime again. And Yin Yu immediately felt the slime's presence vanish, becoming anxious. Just as he was about to ask, Ran Qingxi was already beaming, patting Yin Yu on the shoulder and saying meaningfully, don't worry, they will give it to you, and before they give it to you, they will take good care of it. The middle-aged man who had pricked Yin Yu's finger walked up to him with a cold smile. All right, now you have 1 hour to transfer your current tasks to your homeroom teacher. Once the time is up, come with us. Where to? Yin Yu looked at the two in confusion. They exchanged smiles and handed Yin Yu a judgment document and a map. Upon receiving the judgment document, Yin Yu learned that due to the failure to update his Beastmaster certificate in time, it had caused significant losses to the internal information of the Dragon Legion, thus stripping him of his reserve identity in the Dragon Legion, expelling him from the military, and sentencing him to 2 years of exile in an uninhabited prison. Moreover, the execution was immediate. Looking at the map, Yin Yu realized that the uninhabited prison was a small island outside the continent controlled by the Daxia dynasty. Thinking that he had nothing to do at school, going out for some experience wouldn't be bad, he handed over his Dragon Legion watch to the two, and then wrote down the evolution routes of the beast for the next 2 years along with the alliance card, giving them to Zheng Nana to pass on to everyone. After preparing everything, Yin Yu followed the two away. Bai Darren clenched his fists tighter as he looked at the huge, dual-winged red dragon in the sky. Why? You haven't explained clearly, and you're leaving? When Chu Tianxian heard the old woman say that Yin Yu was going to be taken to a no-man's prison, she quickly left Longxing Tianxia and rushed to the school. As soon as she got off the car, she saw a giant 2-winged red dragon in the sky, tears streaming down her face. Hey, Where did such a huge, two-winged red dragon come from? Is it a high-ranking member of the dragon army coming to the school? Jiang Peiyun looked at the two-winged red dragon in the sky, her face immediately tense. Jiang Peiyun and Mo Xiaorong lived in the same dormitory, and she was certainly aware of Mo Xiaorong's nightmare, so she quickly pulled Mo Xiaorong towards Class 9's classroom. Is this it? Yes, it's this. When the two-winged red dragon passed by Longxing Tianxia, Shu Tianjiao asked the old woman, who looked at the dragon and nodded. Shu Tianjiao looked at the departing two-winged red dragon and sneered. I didn't expect that I was still planning to discuss with you, but now someone has sent you over in advance. Chapter 43, Turn Off the Light. After flying for several hours on the two-winged red dragon, Yin arrived at the small island of the no man's prison. The island is surrounded by the sea on all sides, truly isolated from the world. Looking at the place where he would live for the next 2 years, Yin couldn't help but feel melancholy. The place where the two-winged red dragon landed was a camp, and its arrival attracted a lot of people's attention. During the landing of the two-winged red dragon, Yin saw many people in the jungle far from the camp and realized that the so-called no man's prison was not without people, as there were tens of thousands of onlookers surrounding the two-winged red dragon. After handing Yin over to the camp guards, the two opened a safe and released the slime. When everyone saw that Yin slime was black, they sighed and shook their heads as they left. At this moment, Yin noticed that the people around him were all accompanied by blue or yellow slimes. Curiously, Yin was taken to a dormitory by the guards. Upon entering, he found it was also a double room. As he approached the bed and quickly started organizing, he discovered women's clothing hanging on the adjacent bed. Yin certainly wouldn't believe there was such good luck. His first reaction was that his roommate was a fetishist. Thinking of this, Yin felt his scalp go numb and quickly left the dormitory, catching up with the guard. Can I switch to another dormitory? Do you think this is your home? You can live wherever you want. The guard mocked Yin and left. Is there something wrong? Hungry? The big man clearly did not expect Yin to ask like this, stunned for 2 seconds, then waved to Yin. You're new here, right? Come. I have something for you to help with. Okay. Thinking that he would have to live here for another 2 years, Yin agreed and followed the big man out of the camp. As everyone watched, Yin followed the big man into the distant jungle. Many people had come to watch when Yin arrived at the camp, and coupled with Yin's black slime, it left a deep impression. People started discussing as they watched the two walk away. Damn, that new kid is going to be unlucky. Sigh, being targeted by Zhang San, what a misfortune. This big brother, how far do we have to go? Yin noticed that as they entered the jungle surrounding the camp, the number of people around decreased and their expressions became increasingly strange. He quickly asked the big man in front of him, all right, let us just consider it doing a good deed. Since you like it here, then stay here. Upon hearing this, Yin looked at the big man in surprise. The big man sneered, kid, hand over everything valuable on you. I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Remember, my name is Zhang San, the so-called outlaw you all talk about, just based on you. Upon hearing this, Yin noticed that the big man was only slightly stronger than him, probably at the 5-star black iron level. Yin felt he had enough cards up his sleeve. When he arrived at the camp, the guard had warned him not to store the slime in the beast space. Now, as long as he summoned another beast, who would be robbing whom wouldn't he be certain? Yin quickly summoned the two-winged magic dragon, but unexpectedly, the dragon did not appear. He then summoned the light sprite, but it also did not appear. Finally, the thorn magic vine was the same. This was the first time Yin encountered such a situation. He quickly checked the beast space and found that besides Medusa and the slime, all the other beasts were asleep in the beast space. Yin was furious and was about to force one out to fight when the big man burst out laughing. Ha! Did you see that? Once you contract a slime, the other beasts cannot be summoned. Saying this, the big man attacked Yin. The big man's slime was yellow, initially only the size of a palm, but suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain, flying towards Yin. Thinking about the problem with the beast, Yin wondered if there would be a problem with the system too, so he didn't dare to be careless and quickly dodged. But he was still crushed under the small mountain. Just as Zhang San was about to search Yin's body, he saw Yin's body disappear. Having worked hard for half a day without getting anything, he cursed in anger. What the hell? Ha ha ha. Great. The system is fine. Ha ha ha. A few moments later, Yin reappeared and quickly used the system to detect Zhang San's yellow slime. A panel appeared near Zhang San's slime. Name, slime. Level, 5-star black iron. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, demon. Weakness, none. Attribute, earth. Talent level. Skills, devour master. Perfect. Taishan pressing down, skilled. Grow, skilled. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, healthy. In battle, ready to crush you. Evolution route 1. Taishan pressing down. The slime falls from a high altitude, crushing the target. Grow. The slime enlarges to the size of a small mountain. Zhang San looked at Yin, who had reappeared, furious. and again made the slime enlarge into a small mountain, pressing down on Yin, who disappeared once more. This is bad. Seeing the slime flying towards him, Zhang Xin chose not to run but instead lunged at Yin, holding him tightly, clearly planning to perish together with Yin. Yin was also curious as to why the slime gave up on him and turned to attack Zhang San, watching as the slime pressed down. Damn! Yin patted the meat paste on his body, which was clearly Zhang San's. Without a system, Zhang San was directly crushed into a pile of meat paste. Yin looked at the yellow slime before him, which shrank and flew towards the camp as soon as Zhang San was crushed to death. Yin felt increasingly curious. Shouldn't the beast dissipate upon the host's death? Zhang San died, so why did his slime fly away? Turn off the light. Oh, Yin saw a naked woman, and his blood pressure immediately rose. It wasn't until the girl shouted angrily that Yin woke up and quickly turned off the light. Sorry, wrong room. Chapter 44, 100 times. No need, you didn't walk in the wrong room. Yin remembered that his roommate was a fetishist, and he didn't think such good fortune would happen to him. So while apologizing, he backed out of the dormitory but was stopped by the girl. You were the new one today, right? I didn't expect the outlaw Zhang San to actually let you go? After the girl got dressed, she turned on the light and looked at the black slime behind Yin. At this moment, Yin also saw a blue slime on the girl's bed. He quickly used the system to detect. Name, slime, level, 6-star black iron. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, demon. Weakness, none. Attribute, ice. Talent level. Skills, devour master. Perfect. Ice blade, skilled. Freeze, skilled. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, healthy, happy. Finally has a companion. Evolution Route 1. Ice blade quickly shoots out an ice knife. Freeze turns the target into an ice block. What? He is your friend? You want to take revenge for him? Seeing the girl's incessant questioning, Yin quickly became alert. Did you kill him? The girl was clever. Noticing Yin stance and what he said about revenge, she quickly understood, but still looked at Yin in surprise. Seeing Yin alertness, the girl quickly added, Don't worry, I'm not familiar with Zhang San. There's no such thing as friends here. What do you mean there's no such thing as friends? Yin quickly asked. My name is Yin. What's yours? I got it. As for my name, let us talk about it after you survive for 3 days. Survive for 3 days? What does that mean? Yin didn't understand the girl's meaning and quickly pressed for answers. Upon hearing Yin's questions, the girl immediately sat up. Looking at Yin in disbelief, You don't know anything? You actually dared to kill someone? What does it matter? Besides, I was acting in self-defense. Hey. Upon hearing Yin's claim of self-defense, the girl quickly held her head, starting to regret her decision to let Yin wait for 3 days. Given the current situation, Yin wouldn't last 3 days. He would probably be killed when he went out tomorrow morning. The girl, after all, had a soft heart and decided to tell Yin some information about this place. It turns out that there is a newcomer period on this island, lasting a month, specifically set up for newcomers to understand the environment. During this period, no one in the camp is allowed to attack newcomers, but this is limited to the camp. This is also why Zhang San insisted on taking Yin to the wild. However, if a newcomer kills someone and opens their light, their newcomer period immediately ends. This is also why Zhang San likes to rob newcomers. Then my newcomer period is over. Why aren't you attacking me? You? The girl looked at the black slime behind Yin, sneered, shook her head, turned off the light again, and went to bed. Seeing that the girl had no intention of attacking, Yin quickly washed up and went to bed as well. Soon, Yin's snoring could be heard, and the girl was completely unable to sleep due to his snoring. She quietly moved closer to Yin, watching him still sleeping like a pig. Indeed, Yin had not yet recognized the seriousness of the situation. The girl sighed. Let us see how to help him get through tomorrow first. Sigh. The next day, Yin woke up to hear the system's voice. Congratulations, host. You have gained 600 points. Beast Mastery Talent Upgrade Progress 100. Beast Growth Progress each 100. Host. Lin, Martial Artist Rank. Black Iron Level. Host Skills. Self-Mutilation. Waiting in vain. Beast Mastery Talent. Level 75659 out of 100. 000. Special Talent. Real Man. Beasts. Thorn Demon Vine. 2-star Black Iron Level. Holy Light Elf. 3-star Black Iron Level. Twin-Winged Fire Dragon. 3-star Black Iron Level. Medusa. 8-star Legendary Level. Slime. 2-star Complete Form. Luck Value. 66 points. Points. 656. 556. Boring. Seeing that the people around him were still like this, Yin no longer paid attention to the gradually approaching crowd and walked straight into the cafeteria. Upon seeing Yin, the people in the cafeteria immediately froze, with some even forgetting to swallow their soy milk, causing it to spill out. Yin couldn't bear to watch any longer. But the ants serving food in the cafeteria also immediately turned into a wooden puppet upon seeing Yanyu. Watching the number of people surrounding him increase, Yanyu couldn't eat anymore and quickly took a few buns, heading towards the dormitory. However, the crowd still followed Yanyu towards his dormitory. Just as they were about to reach the dormitory, Yanyu happened to meet his roommate coming out and was about to ask. The roommate was also stunned upon seeing Yanyu. The girl, noticing Yanyu approaching, quickly ran away, and as she passed by Yanyu, quietly left a message, quickly summon the slime. Chapter 45, There's no strength to hit. Summon the slime. Oh, so that's it. Yanyu suddenly realized that the difference between him and the surrounding people was that he hadn't summoned the slime. Yanyu hurriedly summoned the slime. Suddenly, an ice blade shot towards Yanyu. Seeing that the ice blade was not enough to kill him, Yanyu quickly dodged. At this moment, the crowd surrounding Yanyu began to act. The slimes of the crowd either grew larger to press down on Yanyu or continuously shot ice blades at him. It's over. I was still thinking of ways to help him get through the day. Sigh. The girl hadn't gone far. She stood not far away, watching the nearly 1,000 people surrounding Yanyu. Naturally, she didn't dare to step up to protect him. Watching as the crowd as slimes attacked the unprepared Yanyu, the girl could only shake her head helplessly. Yanyu looked at the attacks coming at him and stopped dodging, allowing various slimes to hit him. The sounds of, "Congratulations, host, you have gained 6 points. Beast Mastery Talent Upgrade Progress 1. Beast Growth Progress, each 1. Kept ringing in his ears. Something's not right. Someone in the crowd suddenly said. And the crowd looked at Yanyu, who, aside from his clothes being a bit dirty, was unharmed, and they all stopped. Yanyu was continuously gaining experience. And seeing so many experience points in front of him not giving any experience, how could Yanyu let them leave? Looking at the crowd with disdain, he said, "Don't you have any strength to hit? You still have the nerve to contract a demon? Bastard. Kill this kid." Huh. Something's not right. The girl watched as the crowd moved to attack again. Previously, she thought Yanyu was doomed, so she didn't observe closely. Now, seeing Yanyu intentionally provoking the crowd, she carefully observed his movements. She saw Yanyu constantly flashing around, but didn't understand why. Under the continuous attacks from the crowd, Yanyu flashed even more frequently. Suddenly, a yellow slime that was originally attacking Yanyu turned back midway and crushed the host. Then, several ice blades that were meant to fly towards Yanyu pierced through him. Some who were slow to react stopped and looked at Yanyu, who was still unharmed, and began to retreat. Seeing the crowd stop, Yanyu rushed towards them. "Do you not have any strength left?" Hearing this, the crowd just looked at each other, but no one moved, slowly retreating. Suddenly, a slime in the crowd grew large and swallowed the host. The crowd stopped the man's screams and dared not linger, fleeing wildly. Watching the crowd escape, Yanyu looked at the buns in his hand that were already dirty and prepared to head back to the cafeteria. Suddenly, a figure blocked his way, and it was his roommate. The girl handed Yanyu a piece of bread, looking at him in astonishment. "I didn't see it coming. I didn't expect you were actually a big shot pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." "Huh, what do you mean?" Yanyu thought the girl had discovered the secret of infinite rebirth, but still asked her without changing his expression. Still pretending. There were at least 800 or 900 people attacking just now. With so many people attacking together, and they couldn't kill you. What else could you be but a big shot? Seeing that the girl hadn't discovered his secret, Yanyu's expression eased. The girl saw Yanyu's expression relax and nodded, looking at him. "It seems there's no need to worry about whether you can survive 3 days. Come, let us get to know each other again. My name is Mingyue. My name is Yanyu." After shaking hands, Yanyu noticed Mingyue seemed to be going out to hunt. After being killed thousands of times by the crowd, the slime had already reached 5-star cub status and needed to prepare for evolution. Although the slime didn't eat anything after arriving on this island, the crystal stones in Yanyu's hand were only going out and not coming in. Fortunately, several beasts were sleeping, so consumption was reduced. Yanyu planned to gather some resources first and quickly asked Mingyue, "Where are you going to hunt? Can you take me with you?" "Sure. Then let us talk while we walk." Mingyue quickly agreed when she heard Yanyu wanted to go too. The place they were heading was still quite far, and the two chatted as they walked. "Isn't this called a no man's prison? Why are there so many people here?" "There really aren't any people here. Then you and I." Mingyue looked at Yanyu with a puzzled expression and immediately explained. "The term no man's prison is what outsiders call this place. In fact, everyone here calls it Demon Island. Everyone here has a slime beast. Slimes are abyssal creatures, a type of low-level monster that grows and evolves by devouring the blood of their host and the host's beasts, eventually even evolving into higher-level demons. That's why everyone here refers to themselves as demons. Other beasts cannot be summoned because their blood has been consumed by the slimes. What about you? Are you scared?" Mingyue noticed that Yanyu had suddenly fallen behind and quickly turned around. She saw that Yanyu's face had changed dramatically, and she hurriedly approached to comfort Yanyu. The fact that slimes consume the blood of their hosts is indeed quite scary. But there's no need to worry too much. If the day comes when the slimes want to backfire on you, humans can't escape at all. It's better to accept the reality early and focus on cultivating. Cultivating? Does that mean I won't be devoured by slimes? Yin, seeing Mingyue approaching, quickly changed the topic. Well, as long as the host's cultivation is enough to suppress the contracted slime, the slime will obey the host's command to fight. If the host cannot suppress the slime, it will immediately backfire on the host. The people who surrounded you earlier were those who, while trying to kill you, consumed too much energy and could not continue to suppress the slime, resulting in a backfire. Oh, I see. It seems I need to cultivate more diligently in the future. Are there any cultivation resources on this island? Also, why are some slimes yellow, some blue, and black ones seem to be rare? Yinyu was most concerned about where to get cultivation resources and then noticed Mingyue's blue slime. What about my black one? Upon hearing there were only yellow and blue slimes, but no black ones, Yinyu quickly asked. Mingyue hesitated for a moment before telling Yinyu, a lifetime? Why would it take so long? I can leave in 2 years. Haha, you're so naively cute, little brother. Chapter 46, Survival in a Deadly Situation. You're so naively cute. Little brother. Naive? Does that mean I can't leave here? Yinyu was alarmed and hurriedly asked Mingyue. Upon hearing that Yinyu wanted to leave, Mingyue thought Yinyu was joking. Seeing Yinyu's serious expression, her gaze gradually became solemn, and she looked at Yinyu meaningfully. Since you want to leave, just focus on cultivating. If one day your strength meets my requirements, I will definitely tell you. Since I need to cultivate, then tell me how to get cultivation resources. This is a hunting partner. Her name is Forget It. After we finish hunting, if we're still alive, I'll introduce her. The girl left the camp early and didn't know about everyone surrounding Yinyu. She glanced at Yinyu's black slime beside him with disdain and walked away. Mingyue shook her head at this and said no more, signaling Yinyu to follow. After a moment, the three encountered a lone wind-bristle pig, which was eating and clearly unaware of the approaching danger. The girl in pink pointed at the wind-bristle pig and looked at Yinyu. This is today's prey. Do you have any insights? Since you want cultivation resources, don't tell me you can't even handle a wind-bristle pig. Hearing this, Yinyu quickly used the system to scan the wind-bristle pig in front of him. Name: Wind-bristle pig. Level: 1-star black iron. Host: none. Nickname: none. Race: pig-headed beast. Weakness: lightning. Attribute: none. Talent grade: level, skill, frenzy. Talent: none. Bloodline: none. Status: eating. Evolution route: common. Frenzy: all attributes increase by 10. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time 1 day. After the frenzy effect ends, it will be extremely weak. I brought you here to hunt, not to seek death. Lin Yu looked into the eyes of the wind-bristle pig, thinking that was where its weakness lay, and stood up to approach it. The girl in pink knew that Yinyu had just arrived and could only summon the black slime behind him, which had no combat power. Even if Yinyu was previously a black iron level beastmaster, without being able to summon a beast, his strength would be greatly reduced. Given his current state, Yinyu simply couldn't handle the wind-bristle pig in front of him. The girl in pink, seeing Yinyu's dangerous action, quickly warned him. No need. If you can't even handle a pig, you might as well find a block of tofu to throw yourself against. The girl in pink certainly caught Yinyu's sarcasm and became furious, ready to argue with him. Fortunately, Mingyue quickly intervened. Having just met, she already had an arrogant attitude. Yinyu certainly wouldn't give her a good face. Yinyu stopped 5 meters in front of the wind-bristle pig. Seeing him stop, the girl in pink wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Afraid now, huh? If you admit your mistake, I might still go hunting with you. Frenzy. The wind-bristle pig has gone berserk. Although the wind-bristle pig was berserk at this moment, it had lost its direction and could only keep running around in the slime. Holding its head, after struggling for a quarter of an hour, the berserk effect ended, and the wind-bristle pig was left with no strength, lying on the slime and continually grunting. Seeing this, Yinyu quickly began to clear the slime and gradually approached the wind-bristle pig. Half an hour later, Yinyu had reached the wind-bristle pig's side, picked up the dagger he had prepared earlier, and killed the wind-bristle pig in one stroke. Then he took out a pea-sized bead from inside the wind-bristle pig's head, which was the beast core. This beast core was the essence of the wind-bristle pig and also the cultivation resource Yinyu needed. After putting away the beast core, Yinyu walked towards the two girls. Where to next? Let's go. Let us find out if there are any other lone monsters. The two girls hurriedly followed. Through the conversation along the way, Yinyu learned that the girl in pink was named Rongshui. Rongshui knew about Yinyu being surrounded in the camp and admired him greatly. The three of them quickly opened up a conversation. Through casual chat, Yinyu learned that there were 2 ways to obtain resources in this place. Besides hunting, there was also a monthly airdrop from the winged red dragon, which would drop various resources from the sky. The exact timing of the drops was uncertain, but there were fixed drops 3 times a month. At that time, there would be large-scale fighting on the island. The two girls, due to their weaker strength, had never dared to hope for the resources from the airdrop and relied solely on hunting to maintain their cultivation. Through chatting, Yin also understood that the rule on the island was that strength is respected and the victor is revered. There was only one explicit rule: those who have not summoned a slime can receive an airdrop reward. This also explained why so many people attacked Yin earlier. Thinking about how many people had attacked him, Yin murmured, "It seems the rewards for the airdrop are quite rich." Of course. Otherwise, how could there be so many people who risk their lives to snatch it? Now you know the danger of snatching the airdrop, right? Yin looked into the distance and sneered. In fact, to obtain resources, there is a third way. Chapter 47, Dark Slime. In fact, there is a third way. Yin, don't do anything reckless. Hearing this, the two girls followed Yin gaze and saw several people attacking a saber-toothed tiger. The two girls quickly understood Yin intention and hurriedly tried to stop him. Yin sneered and was about to go over when he heard a sound in his ear. Host has issued. Random mission, please choose. Option 1. Immediately rob the crowd. Reward, 30 points, 1 wood crystal. Option 2. Forget it. Leave immediately. Reward, none. Since Yin arrived at Demon Island, he has only obtained a magic core from a wind bristle pig, and various crystals have been going out but not coming in. At this moment, hearing about crystal rewards, Yin quickened his pace instead of hesitating. The two women saw that Yin not only ignored their advice, but also sped up. So they gritted their teeth and followed him. When Yin approached, a few people had just defeated a saber-toothed tiger and hadn't had time to take the beast core. Seeing the three of them coming closer, they quickly became alert, blocking the front of the saber-toothed tiger and looking at Yin. "What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Don't you already know? Do I have to say it outright?" Yin smiled at them. "Humph, kid, leave the two women behind, and we won't blame you. Just scram." The group relaxed when they confirmed that Yin only had 3 people and noticed the black slime behind him. Their gazes towards Mingyue and Song Shui gradually becoming lewd. "It seems you haven't seen the situation clearly. Robbery. Hand over all the resources on you." Yin saw the atmosphere of robbery being disrupted and had to clarify his intentions. "Ha ha ha. You want to rob us? I see you're here to deliver beauties." The crowd laughed wildly, clutching their stomachs at Yin shout of robbery. Upon hearing this, the two women quickly protected Yin and shouted at the crowd, "You, hurry up and hand over your things. Look at me just killing something so heavy, and you guys teasing me like this. How embarrassing is that?" Hearing the awkward robbery lines from the two women, Yin couldn't help but laugh, putting them behind him and looking at the crowd. "Now hand over your things. Or you can take your lives, but leave the stuff. All right, since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame us." The leader signaled to a young man beside him. The yellow slime behind the young man quickly grew larger. Yin hurriedly moved to meet it. The young man, seeing that Yin not only didn't dodge, but also wanted to confront the growing slime head-on, sneered and commanded the slime to press toward Yin. Seeing this, Song Shui was about to step forward to help, but was pulled back by Mingyue to retreat from the slime's attack range. A slime the size of a small mountain pressed down on Yin, and the crowd burst into laughter. "Ha! With this strength, you want to rob us? You're killing me." As Yin was pinned under the slime, the crowd surrounded the two women, ready to tease them. When suddenly Yin's voice came. "With this little strength, you dare to ignore me? You aren't already." The crowd saw Yin, who was originally crushed under the slime, reappear, and they looked at him in disbelief as he approached. At this moment, they didn't have time to think and began to attack Yin with slimes. Yin disappeared and reappeared continuously, getting closer to them. The crowd hurriedly increased their attacks on Yin. Seeing the crowd's attacks coming, the system's voice was also intermittent. Yin frowned and started to mock the crowd. "You guys are too weak. Can't you move a bit faster? This is ridiculous. Everyone, speed up." The crowd hurriedly sped up, and indeed, Yin's flashing speed increased significantly. Suddenly, one of them was backfired, and the crowd quickly stopped. Looking at Yin, "What did you do? Didn't you see clearly? Try attacking again and you'll know." The crowd was left speechless. The recent memory of their companion being backfired still fresh in their minds. They dared not move again. "Since you don't want to fight, then hand over your resources and scram." Seeing that the crowd didn't intend to continue fighting, Yin shook his head helplessly. The crowd quickly handed over their belongings to Yin and left. "What did you just do?" After the three took out the magic core from the saber-toothed tiger and counted, they obtained a total of 6 magic cores, with each person getting 2. Song Shui was overjoyed with her magic core. Just these 2 cores already equaled several days of income for the 2 women. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked Yin, and Mingyue, having seen it for the second time, looked at Yin with curiosity as well. "It's only noon. Let's rest for a bit, and then go look for other prey." The system is Yin's biggest secret, and he certainly wouldn't say it. He quickly changed the subject. "Virtue. Seeing that Yin Yu didn't intend to tell them, Song Shui glared at the side in anger. Mingyue shook her head repeatedly. But the two women soon understood that everyone has secrets and stopped pursuing the matter. They knew exactly what Yin Yu meant by prey, and the two women quickly rested. Name: Dark Slime. Level: 1 star, complete body 01000. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Demon. Weakness: None. Attribute: Dark. Talent grade: Level: Skill: Devour Master. Perfect. Talent: None. Bloodline: None. Status: In dormancy. Evolution route: 1 in total. 1 Dark Knight Slime. Damn, not even a skill understood. Yin Yu looked at the slime, which had only increased the number of deaths required for growth and had no other changes, and sighed. I can only try that. Chapter 48. This is really garbage. It seems I can only try that. Yin Yu looked at the slime evolving into a dark slime and found no skills understood. According to Yin Yu's knowledge, a beast with a level talent should have at least 3 skills at the complete body stage. But his slime still only knew how to devour Yin Yu and the beast's blood. Yin Yu recalled that Mingyue had previously mentioned that slimes are abyssal species. The black crystal he had snatched in the black market had been identified by the system as a bloodline crystal of the Abyssal Demon King. There were no related items for sale in the system store. Although the slime was just a low-tier abyssal monster, Yin Yu decided to use the bloodline crystal to see if any surprises would occur. Yin Yu fed the bloodline crystal to the slime, which had just evolved and had already strengthened quite a bit. The slime, thinking it was another evolution material, swallowed it whole. After a moment, Yin Yu heard, "Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point. Beast Dark Slime Growth Progress 1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point. Beast Dark Slime Growth Progress 1. Sure enough, watching the slime flicker continuously before his eyes, it was clear that the slime's body couldn't withstand the impact of the bloodline, constantly being killed and reborn, then killed again and reborn. Suddenly, Yin Yu heard a different electronic sound. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point. Beast Dark Slime Growth Progress 1. Dark Slime is undergoing mutation. Dark Slime is undergoing mutation. Mutating? Listening to the electronic sound, Yin Yu found the slime was still flickering and not far away. Mingyue's voice came. What's wrong with you? Yin Yu stepped out of the dense forest, and Mingyue saw the slime constantly flickering and thought something had happened to it. Quickly asking, nothing, just self-training, Yin Yu casually said as Mingyue was staring at the slime. Upon hearing this, Mingyue's body trembled, and she immediately blushed and ran away. Damn, not digested yet. The next morning, Yin Yu woke up to hear the system's voice again. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 point. Beast Dark Slime Growth Progress 1. Dark Slime is undergoing mutation. Nothing. After all, I don't rely on the slime for combat. This can actually confuse others even more. Seeing the two women about to leave and unable to tell them that the slime was in the process of rebirth and training, Yin Yu could only take the two women to the dense forest to hunt. Sigh. It seems I was overthinking it. Mingyue felt a bit disappointed as she watched Yin Yu truly start to rob after entering the dense forest. Sure enough, Yin Yu's slime kept flickering, and everyone's vigilance towards Yin Yu relaxed even more. For several consecutive days, everyone harvested at least 5 magic cores each day, until a week later. Yin Yu's slime finally stopped flickering, and the electronic music in Yin Yu's ears finally ceased. After entering the dense forest around the camp alone again, Yin Yu began to detect the attributes of the slime. Name: Dark Slime. Level: 9 star, complete body 5633900. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Demon. Weakness: None. Attribute: Dark. Talent level: Skill: Devour Master. Perfect. Talent: None. Bloodline: Abyssal Demon King, bloodline 10 billion. Status: Healthy, happy. Evolution route: 1 route in total. 1 Dark Knight Slime. Evolution materials: Dark Crystal 100. Damn, is it still this trash? Yin Yu saw that the bloodline had completely fused, and although the slime had transformed into a dark slime and was on the verge of breaking through the black iron level, it had not comprehended a single skill after becoming a dark slime. It still only knew how to devour its master, and Yin Yu began to curse. The slime, now possessing a certain level of intelligence, heard Yin Yu's complaints and puffed itself up like a balloon, continuously bumping into Yin Yu. Looking at the balloon that kept crashing into him, Yin Yu had no choice but to take out the talent enhancement voucher he obtained from the black market and placed it on the slime, starting to chant, "My sword shall be with you. Your fate shall coexist with mine." Sigh. Still not working. Yin Yu looked at the panel of the dark slime. Aside from the talent enhancement, everything else remained unchanged. Unable to contain himself, Yin Yu asked the system, "Is there any way to dissolve the contract with this slime?" "Sorry. This system is also unfamiliar with abyssal species and cannot dissolve contracts." "Damn. Forget it. Anyway, this is the last time. Yin Yu spent 100,000 points to buy some evolution materials. These points were not only what Yin Yu had accumulated earlier, but also points gained from the slime's successive rebirth over the past few days. After purchasing the crystals, only a few thousand points were left. As Yin Yu said, since it was the last time for evolution materials, spending a little more didn't matter. After feeding the materials to the slime, a dazzling white light radiated from the slime. After the white light faded, Yin Yu quickly used the system to scan. Name, Dark Slime. Level, 1-star Black Iron level 010000. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, Demon. Weakness, none. Attribute, Dark. Talent level, level. Skill, Devour Master. Perfect. Talent, none. Bloodline, Abyssal Demon King Bloodline 10 billion. Status, Healthy, Happy. Evolution Route, 1 route in total. 1 Dark Gold Slime. Evolution Materials, Dark Crystal 100. Holy crap. Alright, you just stay here. Yin Yu looked at the sky, having completely lost interest in the slime. The resources combined, not counting the invaluable Bloodline Crystal. The talent enhancement voucher in the system store would cost 1 million points to buy. With only a few thousand left from the over 100,000 points Yin Yu had, if the slime's strength had significantly improved, Yin Yu could accept it. But the slime had only grown a complete face with no further enhancement. Yin Yu couldn't take it anymore and couldn't afford to spend any more. Watching the slime in front of him open its mouth asking for food, Yin Yu, who was already distressed over the slime, didn't carefully search the system space and randomly took a blue-purple seed. It was the seed Yin Yu had picked up from the diamond-level Beastmaster earlier. After trying various methods, he still didn't know what kind of seed it was. Looking at the seed in his hand and then at the slime, Yin Yu sighed. Perhaps this is fate. Chapter 49, The Watch. The Beastmaster Dark Knight slime was devouring its kind and analyzing. Damn, it's an abyssal thing. Hearing that the slime was devouring abyssal creatures, Yin Yu quickly pried the slime's mouth open, but the slime's mouth was hidden by its body and was nowhere to be found. Just as Yin Yu was anxiously pacing around, the electronic music came again. The slime has analyzed the lightning attribute. Skills are being analyzed. Yin Yu quickly opened the slime's panel. Name, Dark Knight Slime. Level, 1-star Black Iron level 010000. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, Demon. Weakness, none. Attribute, Dark Lightning. Talent level, level. Skill, Devour Master. Perfect. Talent, none. Bloodline, Abyssal Demon King Bloodline 10 billion. Status, Healthy, Happy. Evolution Route, 1 route in total. 1 Dark Gold Slime. Your slime seems to be darker now. It used to be shiny black, but why is it bluish black now? Mingyu, what is that person doing? What kind of watch is he fiddling with at this late hour? It seems that resources for an airdrop will arrive tomorrow. Mingyu looked in the direction Yin Yu pointed, nodding to the guard. Can a watch really call for an airdrop? That's not just any watch. It's a military watch from the Dragon Legion. The watch has a pinpoint airdrop function, as long as it's located on this small island. Someone from the Dragon Legion will deliver supplies. That's why they had to take away our specialized Dragon Legion watches before bringing us here. Don't speak. I have something to discuss with you. If you can use the Dragon Legion's watch to summon an airdrop? Mingyu, seeing Yin Yu turn off the light and cover her mouth, immediately thought of Yin Yu's previous self-cultivation and blushed, lowering her head. While Mingyu was still thinking about how to refuse Yin Yu, she saw Yin Yu lowering his head, thinking Mingyu agreed to keep quiet, and hurriedly asked her. It's not that simple. Here, apart from the designated watch for the guards that can summon an airdrop for free, other specialized Dragon Legion watches require merit points to call for an airdrop. Moreover, the supplies summoned also consume merit points. The guard's watch requires merit points to summon airdrops from other places as well. How many merit points are needed? How would I know? But each time supplies are delivered, there should be a prompt indicating how many merit points are needed. If there aren't enough, the airdrop won't come. Mingyu saw Yin Yu lost in thought, suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly reminded Yin Yu. You must not have any ideas about the guards. They are all golden level powerhouses, and they don't have contracted slimes. Their beasts can fight normally. Even if you succeed by luck, once the Dragon Legion discovers the disconnection from here, they will immediately send someone over to kill everyone on the island. You must not act recklessly. Rest assured, I won't have any ideas about them for now. For now? Mingyu realized that her previous warning was in vain. Just as she was thinking about how to make Yin Yu give up on unrealistic ideas, she suddenly saw Yin Yu handing over a watch. Mingyu took it and was shocked, exclaiming loudly. You heard Mingyu's exclamation. And Yin Yu quickly covered her mouth again. After Mingyu calmed down, she signaled Yin Yu to let go and hurriedly asked in a low voice, Where did you get this? I said I found it. Do you believe me? Mingyu heard this and knew that Yin Yu wouldn't tell her how he got this watch. Now wasn't the time to pursue the matter. The watch in Mingyu's hand was exactly the watch of the Dragon Legion, which Yin Yu had obtained from a diamond-level Beastmaster in the black market. Initially, Yin Yu planned to keep the watch for later use, secretly using the battle points on it to buy materials. However, he didn't expect to be sent to this place before he had the chance to use it. By chance, he found the abandoned watch, which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. When Yin Yu decided to keep the watch, he instructed Xiao Qi to clean the site thoroughly. At this moment, he took it out, first out of trust in Mingwei, and also because the massive airdrop couldn't be hidden. It required several people to cooperate to obtain the resources from the airdrop. Xia Qingtian must be the owner of this watch. When Mingwei opened the watch, she was shocked to see that it contained billions of battle points. Then she found the personal information inside the watch, confirming that it indeed did not belong to Yin Yu, and she looked at Yin Yu with a meaningful expression. Yin Yu had looked at the watch hundreds of times and certainly knew to whom it belonged. He nodded in agreement. Do you know who Xia Qingtian is? If the battle points on this watch are used, it's very likely that Xia Qingtian will be drawn here. What will we do then? Mingwei pondered for a moment, and her gaze towards Yin Yu gradually deepened. True, the Dragon Legion must also be looking for this watch. We should be cautious. Chapter 50, Oddities. The Dragon Legion must also be looking for this watch. Mingwei almost shouted again, then cautiously asked Yin Yu, did you kill him? He wanted to kill me. Should I have let him live until New Year's? Yin Yu, realizing he could no longer hide it from Mingwei, simply admitted it. Yin Yu didn't think Mingwei and Xia Qingtian would have any connection. After receiving Yin Yu's confirmation again, Mingwei took a deep breath. Her gaze towards Yin Yu gradually clearing up. Then she thought of something and hurriedly asked, did you see the seed of the demon on Xia Qingtian? Seed of the demon? What is that? Yin Yu quickly asked Mingwei upon hearing this. Mingwei looked at Yin Yu, who was surprised, then nodded and said, I only heard that it's something that can cause the abyss species to mutate. I don't know the specifics. Yin Yu nodded, and the two continued to explore the watch in Mingwei's hand. Neither of them noticed that Yin Yu's black slime had already revealed its mouth and was slightly grinning. The next day, only a few people entered the dense forest to hunt, while most waited at the camp's entrance for the upcoming airdrop. The waiting crowd began to form teams, with Yin Yu naturally teaming up with the two women. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the airdrop is coming. Sure enough, a massive two-winged red dragon flew towards them from the distance. Moments later, someone rushed towards the direction the two-winged red dragon was flying, and soon, screams echoed from the dense forest outside the camp, indicating a fierce battle was happening within. After seeing the two-winged red dragon drop a red box, Yin Yu hurriedly moved with the two women towards the direction the box fell. As the three entered the dense forest, Yin Yu suddenly heard the system's electronic voice, slime devouring complete, acquired, Taishan pressing down skill. Hearing the electronic voice, Yin Yu quickly turned around to see the black slime devouring a yellow wandering slime. Yin Yu hurriedly used the system to detect the attributes of the slime. Name, Night Slime. Level, 1-star Black Iron 010000. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, Demon. Weakness, none. Attributes, Dark, Thunder, Talent Grade. Level, Skills, Devour Master. Perfect, Taishan pressing down, Entry. Talent, none. Bloodline, Abyss Demon King Bloodline 1000 billion. Status, Healthy, Happy. Evolution Route, 1. Dark Gold Slime. What? It can actually acquire skills through devouring. Just as Yin Yu was amazed, the two women noticed that Yin Yu had fallen behind and quickly turned around, only to see him staring at the black slime, which was devouring a yellow slime. The two women's expressions changed dramatically, and after exchanging glances, they nodded to each other. They quickly dragged Yin Yu into a nearby uninhabited part of the forest. Song Shui, who was more straightforward, glared at Yin Yu. Are you doing this on purpose? What purpose? Why such a big reaction? I'm just. Yin Yu was also curious about how his slime could devour other slimes. The only explanation he could think of was that after spending money earlier, the slime had undergone some change. Seeing the two women still in shock, he was also puzzled. I think you're courting death. If others find out about this, we'll all be implicated. Do you understand? Song Shui looked at Yin Yu, trembling with anger. Yin Yu realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly asked Mingwei, Mingwei, do you know why my slime can devour other slimes? Mingwei, realizing that Yin Yu seemed unaware of why his slime could devour others, quickly instructed Song Shui to keep watch around. Once Song Shui confirmed that there was no one nearby, Mingwei spoke again. Since you already know that these wandering slimes haven tea dissipated, do you know where they went? I see most of them flew towards the back of the camp. Earlier, the two women had explained to Yin Yu that slimes, being abyssal species, would not dissipate after the host died. Instead, they would enter a wandering state. Yin Yu wasn't particularly curious about the wandering slimes. Looking at the wandering slimes, most of them flew toward the back of the camp. Not most, but all. That can't be right. Look, that one is flying towards another place. Have you heard of goo worms? Yes, These wandering slimes can be recontracted by others. The people on the island are just raised goo corpses. I see. No wonder you all reacted so strongly. Indeed. If others ask you to provide nutrients for the goo worms, and you end up eliminating their goo worms, how can they tolerate you? At this moment, Yanyu understood why the two women reacted so strongly. Mingyue saw that Yanyu had realized the seriousness of the matter, hesitated for a moment, and still asked the question in her heart. Can you tell me why your slime can devour other slimes? It should just be a breakthrough that caused a mutation. I don't know either. This is my first time seeing it. Yanyu really couldn't think of a better reason. So soon. Your slime has reached its complete form? Upon hearing this, Mingyue seemed to find it reasonable. After all, if slimes could mutate without being under contract, other forms of mutation were also possible. Moreover, many slimes that rebelled against their hosts had swallowed them whole. Hearing that Yanyu's slime had broken through, Mingyue was also overjoyed. Actually, it has broken through to black iron level. Yanyu wiped his nose. What? It broke through to black iron level? Mingyue quickly covered her mouth, looking at Yanyu in disbelief. After confirming with a nod from Yanyu, she quickly pinched her thigh hard to ensure it was real, and then shouted towards Song Shui not far away. What is going on? Mingyue, did Yanyu bully you again? Song Shui was evidently still very angry about Yanyu's recklessness. Mingyue quickly shook her head, denying it, and then whispered a few words in Song Shui's ear. Upon hearing this, Song Shui walked over to Yanyu with a puzzled expression. Did you break through to black iron level? Yes. Yanyu initially thought Song Shui would be shocked, but to his surprise, her expression remained cold as she looked at him for a moment. So quickly, to black iron level. It seems you are not entirely useless. Chapter 51, Taking Action. You are not entirely useless. What? Yanyu was taken aback by the unexpected response. Instead of the reaction he anticipated, he received a cold mockery. He thought he had misheard and was about to retort when Song Shui gently patted his shoulder and said again, reaching black iron level is indeed quite fast. But we still need to keep working hard. Let's break through to gold level as soon as possible. Yanyu was instantly speechless upon hearing this. He was only at black iron level, and Song Shui was directly ignoring the silver level, telling him to quickly reach gold level. Yanyu could only reply irritably, let's find a way to get the airdrop first. The three quickly rushed towards the location where the airdrop was falling. Moments later, when they arrived, they saw that the area around the airdrop was crowded with people. Among them, two teams were closest to the airdrop, and the two leaders were discussing. Fei Yixiong, just like before, let's South cooperate to drive away these weaklings first, then we'll compete based on our own abilities. How about it? The leader named Fei Yixiong looked around, and indeed saw 5 or 6 other teams eyeing them nearby, clearly also aiming for the airdrop. Although Fei Yixiong's team had dozens of members, facing the other teams alone would be risky. Fei Yixiong wasn't absolutely sure they could secure the airdrop and leave safely. Seeing that the other side had a similar number of people, he thought for a moment and looked at the other leader. Jing Ziyu, you better keep your word. Of course. Do you think I'm lying? The leader named Jing Ziyu smiled at Fei Yixiong, who suddenly laughed out loud. Ha! What do you think? Ha! Jing Ziyu also laughed heartily. Both knew that the other's words couldn't be trusted. They might agree on the surface but could attack at any moment, as both posed the biggest threat to each other's acquisition of the airdrop. In the face of such huge benefits, without corresponding strength, talking about trust was indeed a ridiculous matter. As for the surrounding teams, although they were also a significant threat, if they got the airdrop, they could afford to give some to the stronger ones among them, which would basically allow them to leave safely. Of course, all of this depended on retaining some strength after obtaining the airdrop. Without strength here, even if they got resources, they could be robbed, and in the end, whether they could survive would be uncertain. How are you two negotiating? Just as the two were wary of each other, suddenly a team of dozens stepped out from the dense forest, led by a big man with a full beard and dark skin. The scar on the big man's chest was striking, clearly indicating he was a tough character. Wei Jianlong, are you also here to take a piece? Didn't you take the airdrop a few days ago? Why are you back? The two leaders became alert upon seeing the big man. There is no helping it. Those guys seem to be about to break through, and I don't have much left. I can only come back and mix it up. The big man pinched his chin, looking mockingly at the two. Since the big man said so, it indicated his involvement was certain. Just as the big man stepped out of the forest, on the rooftop where the camp guards were stationed, a few were observing everyone with binoculars. And one of them said, Wei Jianlong has joined in. Hurry up. Place your bets. In front of the few guards seated together were several names of leaders. Clearly they were engaged in betting, and the stakes they placed were represented by cards indicating how many merit points they were wagering. Everyone clearly feared Wei Jianlong's strength. The previously quarreling Fei Yixiong and Jing Ziyu moved slightly to the side, making space for Wei Jianlong's team. The nearby teams that had been watching began to retreat, clearly intimidated by Wei Jianlong's presence. After Wei Jianlong joined, He ignored the two leaders and instead looked at the other nearby teams. What? You still want to stay for the feast? Go. Come back next time. After Wei Jianlong's words, the nearby teams quickly began to leave, evidently frightened away. Wei Jianlong looked at the shaking forest around him, sneering. This little strength dares to covet the resources here? What kind of strength is needed to covet the resources here? Just as Wei Jianlong's voice fell, someone walked out of the bushes. It was Yanyu. Upon hearing this, Wei Jianlong immediately felt his authority threatened and turned in anger to look at the newcomer. The crowd that had been preparing to leave also stopped in their tracks to watch. Damn, another nameless brat has come. Quickly, add him in. Cheers erupted from the guard's rooftop. One of the guards grabbed the binoculars, looked for a moment, and shook his head. Forget it. That kid slime is black. It seems he hasn't been here for even half a month. But the betting still placed an unknown kid's betting card on the table, waiting for everyone to place their bets. The crowd exchanged glances, completely ignoring the newly added betting card. You seem to be new here. Wei Jianlong also noticed the black slime behind Yanyu, remembering he had heard about a newcomer who had contracted a black slime. However, Wei Jianlong did not intend to let this newcomer off easily. Looking at the other teams that had not yet left, Wei Jianlong felt it was necessary to reinforce his authority and mockingly said to Yanyu, as the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. I should have let you go, but you disturbed my good mood, so you should just kill yourself. Spare me the trouble, otherwise, it won't be as simple as just killing yourself. Then go ahead and do it. I also want to see how many pounds and ounces your fat pig self has. What did you say? Wei Jianlong, who was already dark-skinned and stout, became furious upon hearing someone call him a black pig. I've changed my mind. I must skin you alive and try all kinds of torture before letting you off. Make you regret coming to this world. Just as Wei Jianlong finished speaking, the slime behind him shot out a light blade towards Yanyu. Yanyu had never seen a slime release a similar skill before, so he quickly used the system to scan. Name, Blue Ice Slime. Level, 7-star silver. Host, Wei Jianlong. Nickname, None. Race, Demon. Weakness, None. Attributes, Ice, Light. Talent grade. Level. Skills, Devour Host. Perfect. Ice Blade, Proficient. Freeze, Proficient. Light Blade, Proficient. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Light Blade. Rapidly fires a light blade forward, slashing the target. So it's a silver level slime. Chapter 52, Distribution. So it's a silver level. Yanyu looked at the slime behind Wei Jianlong, seemingly oblivious to the light blade rushing towards him. Seeing that Yanyu did not dodge, Wei Jianlong knew he could not torment Yanyu any longer. Although he was displeased, he still said, Don't think you can end it all with death. The price of angering me is very high. After a light blade passed, Yanyu was indeed split in half and then disappeared. Wei Jianlong, seeing Yanyu vanish, thought the power of the light blade was too strong and had shattered him. Looking at the surrounding teams that hadn't left, he laughed loudly. Do you see that? This is the consequence of offending me. Upon hearing this, everyone began to retreat. But at that moment, Yanyu's voice came. With this little strength, you still want to be the boss? Everyone stopped in their tracks and saw Yanyu reappear in front of them. Wei Jianlong thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes, confirming Yanyu's reappearance. Filled with confusion, while Yanyu was overjoyed inside, having just heard the system beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 points. Beast Taming talent progress increased by 10. Beast growth progress increased by 10. Just a light blade made him resurrect 10 times. Yanyu certainly would not miss this experience opportunity in front of him. Looking at Wei Jianlong, who was about to strike again, Yanyu quickly taunted. You are too weak. You trash should just team up. Wei Jianlong was furious upon hearing this. He immediately unleashed several light blades that struck Yanyu. After being split in half again, Yanyu disappeared and then reappeared. Wei Jianlong realized that he could not deal with Yanyu alone, so he quickly called for everyone in the team to join him. The others watched as Yanyu kept disappearing and reappearing. Half an hour later, Wei Jianlong hurriedly called for everyone to stop, as it was clear that the team had reached their limit. If they continued to fight, they might be counterattacked. Wei Jianlong smiled and approached Yanyu, saying, I don't know the esteemed name of this master. I apologize for any offense. How about this airdrop as compensation? Wait, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I have something to announce. Wei Jianlong had to stop and his gaze towards Yanyu became increasingly serious. The others were curious about what Yanyu was going to do. After surveying the crowd, Yanyu spoke loudly. I know that although you all are trash, there must be some who are unconvinced. Now, anyone who is unconvinced can come at me. I will give you half an hour. If no one makes a move, I will take this airdrop away after half an hour. Everyone present had witnessed the battle between Yanyu and Wei Jianlong. Upon hearing Yanyu's provocation, they exchanged glances, but no one made a move. After a few minutes of silence, someone finally stepped out of the crowd. I'm not convinced. A young man stepped forward, and the slime behind him instantly grew larger, pressing down on Yanyu. I'm not convinced either. Countless people saw Yin take hits and then disappear, reappearing again, causing everyone to stop. Seeing that no one stepped forward to challenge him, Yin sighed and looked at the crowd. Now you all admit you're trash, right? Although everyone gritted their teeth in anger at Yin, no one stepped forward to refute him. Seeing that indeed no one opposed him, Yin surveyed the crowd for a moment and announced, "Now we will begin distributing resources." After saying this, Yin walked towards the airdrop, and no one dared to stop him. He took out a box from the airdrop and handed it to Wei Jianlong. "Thank you, young hero." Wei Jianlong was still hesitating, but upon seeing Yin's fierce gaze, he had no choice but to take it, thanked him, and then left with his team. "You've had a tough time too, so each of you can take 2 boxes and leave." Yin called Fei Yixiong and Jing Ziyu over, and once again took out 4 boxes to throw to the 2 of them. They received the boxes, thanked him, and immediately left with their team. Yin picked up the last box and looked at the crowd, saying loudly, "Sorry, there are no more. If you want resources, just rely on your own abilities." Bastard. Wei Jianlong, who had just walked a short distance, was furious upon hearing this. When Yin had given him the box earlier, Wei Jianlong understood that Yin was not kindly sharing resources with him, but rather making him a target for hatred. Although Wei Jianlong's team was already in a precarious position, no one could say for certain if they had any trump cards left, and most people were here for resources. So no one would dare to attack Wei Jianlong's team. But now, Yin had given him a box, and with the weakest strength, he was still holding resources. Who would they rob if not him? Just as Yin had anticipated, Wei Jianlong was surrounded before he could get far. Hearing this, Fei Yixiong and Jing Ziyu quickly merged their 2 teams into one and hurriedly sped up to leave, but they were still gradually caught up. Yin, holding the box, looked at the encircling crowd and said mockingly, "If you want to make a move, do it quickly. If you wait any longer, those boxes will be taken far away." The crowd that originally surrounded Yin began to disperse. They had witnessed Yin's strength and knew that they would not gain any advantage against him. So they reluctantly glanced at Yin before leaving. "Take it." After seeing that no one was around, Yin walked into the bushes and approached the 2 girls, handing the box to them. The 2 girls opened the box eagerly and were overjoyed to find that it contained various high-level crystals and high-level beast cores. This was already more than all their previous gains combined. They quickly closed the box and smiled at Yin. "This is just a small amount." Yin looked at the 2 girls, unimpressed. "This is still too little." Song Shui quickly denied it, thinking that with so many resources, if they saved it, they would have enough for a year. Mingyue, being more perceptive, suddenly thought of something terrible and quickly looked at Yin, only to see him gazing towards Wei Jianlong's direction. Mingyue immediately understood why Yin had chosen to distribute the airdrop to others. She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry. We are too weak." Chapter 53, Leave the Boxes Behind. "I'm sorry. We are too weak." Song Shui had originally wanted to refute, but upon Mingyue's reminder, she recalled that Yin could have taken the airdrop directly in front of everyone. But now he was distributing it to others, which clearly indicated that Yin had concerns. If Yin was not afraid of others attacking, what could he be worried about? That left only herself and Mingyue. Song Shui pouted and looked at Yin. "With these resources, we will work hard to cultivate. Let's go? If we don't leave now, the boxes will really be taken away." Yin shook his head and led the 2 girls towards Wei Jianlong's direction. The 3 of them moved quickly and soon caught up with Wei Jianlong. They saw him and his team being besieged outside the bushes. Song Shui quickly asked, "Should we make a move now?" "Why should we make a move? Let them fight it out for a while longer. Isn't that better?" The 2 girls, seeing Yin's righteous demeanor, could only shake their heads. "Do you really want to kill them all?" At this point, Wei Jianlong's team had suffered heavy casualties, with fewer than 10 remaining, while they were surrounded by nearly 100 people. Wei Jianlong actually wanted to drop the box. But having made too many enemies before, even if he dropped the box now, those wanting his life wouldn't be fewer than they were now. Wei Jianlong also realized that whether he had the box or not, today was a day of calamity. He immediately disregarded everything else and went all out. He saw several people around him instantly frozen into ice sculptures, and then his slimes continuously launched light blades, splitting the ice sculptures in half. After several successful attacks, Wei Jianlong was completely blinded by rage and was about to freeze the surrounding crowd again when suddenly, his slime froze him into an ice sculpture and then split him in half. Wei Jianlong had been overexerted, causing a backlash from the slime. A boy at the edge of the crowd saw the box within the ice sculpture and reached out to touch it, when suddenly a huge slime crashed down from above, turning him into mush. The crowd immediately became alert, realizing that to get the box, they must eliminate the others. Thus, chaos erupted again. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Aren't you afraid it will burst from overeating?" In the forest, the 2 girls watched as Yin continuously grabbed nearby stray slimes and fed them to the ones behind him. At this point, The two girls were no longer surprised by Yin Yu's slimes consuming other slimes. In fact, when there were too many slimes floating in the sky, they would even help Yin Yu catch them. It seemed Yin Yu's slimes were insatiable, having not stopped consuming other slimes since they arrived. The slimes finished consuming and gained a skill, Light Blade. The slimes finished consuming and gained the skill, Grow Bigger. After several hours of chaotic fighting outside the jungle, only about 10 people remained, still wary of one another. Yin Yu saw that the time was ripe, stepped out of the bushes, and laughed. Ha ha, everyone has worked hard. You are shameless. Upon seeing Yin Yu appear, everyone immediately understood they had been fooled. Yin Yu had planned to monopolize the airdrop from the very beginning, but had hesitated due to concerns. Now, he was waiting for everyone to nearly wipe each other out before coming out to reap the rewards. Seeing that the crowd finally understood, Yin Yu nodded and looked at them. Since you all understand now, leave the boxes behind, and you can take your lives with you. I'm not convinced. One of the people, while everyone around was fighting fiercely, Yin Yu did nothing and ended up with the box. Furious, he quickly ordered the slime to attack Yin Yu. Perhaps due to previous exhaustion, he lost his rationality and didn't realize he could no longer control the slime within him. Just as the slime grew larger, it fell directly onto that person, who was then backfired in front of everyone. At this moment, Yin Yu couldn't help but laugh loudly. Ha! Is there anyone else who wants to make a move? Hey, kid, you are ruthless. After everyone sighed, they put down the box and retreated into the dense forest. Yin Yu picked up the box and went after Fei Yixiong and Jing Ziyu with the two girls. Since there were more boxes here and more people had chased over, the chaos was still intense when the three arrived, only to find that one box was missing. They immediately decided to take action to avoid any long-drawn-out issues. The three quickly pursued a boy holding a box, who was also being chased by several people. The boy quietly hid in the bushes, lying flat on the ground, observing the surroundings through the gaps in the grass. The leader of the chasing group looked around for a moment, but still couldn't find the previous boy. Infuriated, damn. We lost another one. What now? Are you coming out yourself, or should I take action? Once the team moved away, Yin Yu revealed himself and looked at the nearby bushes where the boy with the box was hiding. After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement in the bushes, Yin Yu sighed and walked toward them. Just as he stopped, he heard a sigh from the bushes, and a boy stood up, handed the box to Yin Yu, and did not leave. Yin Yu thought the boy was going to attack and looked at him mockingly. What's up? You want to make a move? Now each of the three had at least one box. After preparing for a moment in the bushes, the two girls each ran out of the dense forest holding a box, entering the battle group. Originally, everyone was fighting over 2 boxes, but suddenly seeing 2 more boxes appear, they all surrounded them. The 2 girls ran quickly, but were still surrounded. So they had to drop the boxes and rush back into the dense forest. Everyone had come for the boxes, so they didn't care where the 2 girls went and rushed forward to grab the boxes. The pressure on the 2 teams in the center of the battle immediately reduced by half. One of the teams, which had fewer people, quickly signaled the boy with the box to escape, while everyone was momentarily distracted. Yin Yu sneered and quickly gave chase. Stop. Everyone stop. Chapter 54, Conspiracy. Originally, the people on Demon Island were meant to raise goo, a type of poison, but now the people raising it had all been killed. So what would they use to raise goo? Initially, to encourage everyone to desperately cultivate slimes, they allowed competition and private fights among people. But that was on a small scale, with only a few hundred people participating from both sides. This time, however, for the airborne resource competition, most people on Demon Island participated. This battle directly reduced the island's population by nearly 70%. Watching as fewer than 1,000 people continued to fight, the guards did not dare to slack off and hurried over, fearing that if they were late, only a few would be left. Just as the guards were stopping everyone from continuing to fight over the resources, Yin Yu also caught up with the girl holding the box. Although the girl did not know Yin Yu, she had a strong impression of him from when he distributed the airborne resources. Seeing Yin Yu, the girl quickly hugged the box tightly, looking at him with tearful eyes. You big liar. You just bully me. Yin Yu looked at the girl's misty eyes, unsure of how to respond. The girl, seeing Yin Yu hesitate, felt overjoyed, tears streaming down her face, and shouted, Liar. Liar. Bad guy. You're a big bad guy. Help me do something, and I'll give you half. How about it? Yin Yu thought that the resources he had obtained earlier were enough for a month's consumption, and the next matter was crucial, so he proposed a deal. You really won't kill me? Won't take my box? The girl looked at Yin Yu suspiciously. Of course. Huh. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Why should I give it to you when I got it by my own ability? What did you say? I can't understand. Yin Yu certainly would not admit it. The 2 girls also found the suddenly appearing girl strange and quickly stepped forward. That box of mine has a mark on it. It's obviously been opened. How do you explain that? Don't say it was stolen. I don't think anyone here could take the box from you, including those guards. The girl kept staring at Yin Yu as she spoke, making him feel uneasy. The girl sneered and then looked at the two women. The boxes you threw away earlier have problems too, right? I can keep it a secret for you. But from now on, your actions must include me and my friend. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Seeing that Yin Yu still wanted to struggle, the girl sneered and called out to the guards not far behind. Guards, I have something to report. I agreed. My name is Shan Changhong, and this is my friend Huang Jiaowen. Seeing Yin Yu agree, the girl quickly pulled the boy not far away to introduce him to the three. The three took a deep breath upon seeing the boy, who was the same one they had previously robbed. Huang Jiaowen was also shocked to see them. It's you guys? Haha, what a coincidence. The two girls felt awkward upon seeing that the boy they had robbed was friends with the girl, indicating they had a close relationship. And they could only greet them awkwardly. Afterwards, Yin Yu called the two girls aside to discuss for a moment, and then everyone gathered again. Yin Yu gave the girl half the resources they had discussed, and began to talk about what would happen next. The higher-ups knew how many people were on the island, and with such a sudden decrease, once they learned about it, they would definitely hold them accountable. At that point, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. The officer at this moment couldn't think of a good solution. Just as he was at a loss, a fair-skinned soldier stepped forward and tentatively said, "Actually, boss, you're overthinking this. This little issue is nothing." "Oh, Defei, what do you mean?" The officer was surprised and quickly asked, and everyone looked at the fair-skinned soldier. The fair-skinned soldier was a boy named Tang Dafei. It just needs this. It'll be foolproof. Chapter 55, Devouring Comprehension. It just needs this. It'll be foolproof. Oh, good idea. Good idea. Everyone immediately relaxed upon seeing Tang Dafei's gesture. The officer still looked a bit worried and said, "If it's too obvious, will it? Boss, of course, we need to solve these troubles. We really can't be too obvious, but we don't need to do it ourselves, right?" Tang Dafei smiled as he walked towards the pile of boxes in the corner, which were the boxes dropped from the previous air supply. The officer nodded at the boxes in the corner and asked, "What about the year-end assessment?" "This is simple. We actually don't need to complete the assessment. Just participating in it is enough. By then, who would know our specific situation here?" Exactly. After the assessment, we just need to apply again." The officer at this moment hugged Tang Dafei's shoulder, as if they were brothers. Then the officer handed the watch used to call for air supplies on Demon Island to Tang Dafei, pointing at the boxes in the corner. "Brother Dafei, I trust you with this. You can handle it." Tang Dafei took the watch, overjoyed, but didn't he notice the officer's gaze gradually becoming deeper. The next day, everyone was summoned to the square, where 5 boxes and a ring were placed. These boxes were the ones previously dropped from the air supply. After scanning the crowd, Tang Dafei said loudly, "These boxes, I believe everyone knows them. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to distribute these boxes. If you want a box, go up to the ring and compete. If you defeat all the contenders, you can obtain the box. Everyone understand?" "We understand." Just as Tang Dafei was about to announce the start of the competition after everyone indicated they understood, a young man suddenly rushed onto the podium. Tang Dafei, somewhat impatient, asked, "Do you have any questions? One of these boxes is mine. You said you would return it when you took it yesterday. Can I take it now? Then go find yesterday's guards." Tang Dafei sneered and was about to start the competition, but Yin Yu interrupted again. "I want my box. I don't want to participate in the competition. Did you not understand? These boxes are handled by me now, and you must follow my rules. If you want the box, you have to come up to the stage and participate in the competition." Tang Dafei was already a bit impatient after being interrupted by Yin Yu several times. He quickly ordered someone to drag Yin Yu down. The crowd laughed uproariously as they saw Yin Yu being dragged away helplessly. Seeing the atmosphere was right, Tang Dafei immediately announced, "The competition begins." Yin Yu was dragged out of the square. Due to his previous antics, he was banned from participating in the competition. Yin Yu had no choice but to leave the square and went alone into the dense forest. At this time, everyone was in the square participating in the competition, and the dense forest was empty. Yin Yu remembered that the system had previously prompted him that the slime had comprehended some skills. Yin Yu found a secluded spot and began to use the system to detect. Name: Night Slime. Level: 1-star Black Iron Grade 689100000. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Demon. Weakness: None. Attribute: Dark Thunder. Talent Grade: Level: Skills: Devour. Perfect. Grow: Beginner. Mountain Pressure: Beginner. Ice Blade: Beginner. Light Blade: Beginner. Freeze: Beginner. Talent: None. Bloodline: Abyss Demon King Bloodline 1000 billion. Status: Healthy, Happy. Evolution Route 1. Dark Gold Slime. Does it have to rely on devouring to comprehend the skills? Yin Yu thought of the slimes that had been devoured before, most of which had comprehended these skills. After the slime comprehended the skills, there would be no system prompts upon further devouring. Looking at the slime's skills, Yin Yu wondered, if the slime devoured other species, could it also acquire their skills? To verify his guess, Yin began searching for magical beasts. After a while, he indeed found a fully grown wind bristle pig. Yin was quite familiar with this magical beast, as it was the first magical beast he hunted after arriving on Demon Island. After using the system to detect, Yin confirmed that the slime had comprehended the frenzy skill. He quickly instructed the slime to use the devouring skill, freeze, devour. The fist-sized slime quickly shot out a blue beam of light, instantly freezing the wind bristle pig into an ice block. The fist-sized slime swiftly landed on the ice sculpture of the wind bristle pig and began to gnaw at it. Although the slime was munching away loudly, its mouth was too small, only able to bite off pieces the size of a little finger each time. Yin watched with a headache, but since he had nothing else to do, he waited nearby. After the slime finished devouring, it acquired the frenzy skill. Damn, it actually succeeded. Yin, who had been waiting nearby, felt a bit sleepy and dozed off. He was awakened by the electric sound of the system. Ignoring his drowsiness, he used the system to detect and confirm that the slime had indeed acquired the frenzy skill from the wind bristle pig. Overjoyed, Yin did not forget to contemplate the necessity of changing his cultivation method after breaking through to the black iron level. Just as he was beginning to have some ideas, a sudden alarm sounded from the direction of the camp, prompting Yin to quickly rise and head towards the camp. When Yin arrived at the camp, he saw guards surrounding the area. Upon seeing Yin, the guards quickly blocked his way. It's almost dark. Where do you want me to let you go? You can't enter the camp anyway. You can go anywhere. After saying that, the guards ignored Yin. Not knowing what had happened inside the camp, Yin was anxious when he suddenly saw 50 or 60 people being escorted out. Among the crowd, he spotted Mingwei and Song Shui. He hurriedly approached and asked, "What happened inside? Have you forgotten what you did before so quickly?" Chapter 56, Betrayal. Have you forgotten so soon? Dan Changhong glanced at the two girls following him and said sarcastically, "Are you saying we were exposed?" Yin quickly asked, "I thought you were really fearless." Dan Changhong responded, "Forget it. Let me remind you again. I really didn't expect that the three of you each had a box. Do I have to spell it out for you?" "Jiawen, don't be like this. These were agreed upon before." Hearing this, Dan Changhong was also surprised and looked at Yin, then at the two girls. Dan Changhong understood that Huang Jiawen was trying to extort Yin and quickly intervened. "I can do without it." But he can't. Huang Jiawen suddenly raised his voice. Song Shui and Mingwei quickly looked at Yin. "Fine. What do you want? Just say it." Yin teased Huang Jiawen. "I only have one box left. You can take it now. How about I give you the rest next time when I get more supplies?" As Yin spoke, he took out a box and handed it to Huang Jiawen. Upon opening it, Huang Jiawen saw there were indeed many magic cores and crystals inside and nodded. Only then did he continue to explain the situation. Here's what happened. As the competition proceeded in the square, people kept obtaining boxes. One person, when flaunting his box, opened it to find it was filled with stones. At that moment, other boxes were also opened, and everyone saw that out of 5 boxes, only one contained crystals and magic cores. The others were all filled with stones. Infuriated by the thought that they had fought so hard for boxes filled with stones, the crowd erupted into chaos. At that time, there was only Tang Dafei, who had just broken through to become a gold-level Beastmaster among the guards in the square, while the others were all silver-level Beastmasters. With so many people in the square, Tang Dafei realized he couldn't suppress the situation and had to sound the alarm. Soon, guards from other areas rushed over. The arriving guards began to clear the area and expelled everyone else from the camp. Meanwhile, Song Shui and Mingwei had already learned that only one of the 5 boxes was real, so they didn't go to the square. Huang Jiawen was not fully aware of the situation at the time. He only realized what was happening when all the boxes were opened. Taking advantage of the chaos, he fled the square and found Dan Changhong to discuss, learning the whole story. While Huang Jiawen was lingering in the barracks, he heard that the guards were also starting to investigate why the boxes contained stones. "I see." When Yin learned the details, he felt a great joy in his heart, but still maintained a calm expression, nodding. "Don't forget, you're still short 1 box. Huang Jiawen, seeing that Yin was already aware of the specific box, was about to leave with it, but as he was leaving, he reminded Yin. "Wait." Yin suddenly called out to the departing Huang Jiawen. Huang Jiawen quickly stopped and looked back at Yin in confusion. "What do you want now? You need to give it to me now." "Humph." Yin sneered and looked at Huang Jiawen playfully. "Of course I can give you another box now. But do you have the life to take it? Do you dare?" Jiawen was just confused for a moment. "Yin, let him off this time." Dan Changhong pleaded with Yin. Seeing that Yin did not take the box, he also stopped. Dan Changhong quickly placed the box in front of Yin and pushed Huang Jiawen away. The two girls looked at each other in confusion, while Yin laughed at their departing figures. The two girls scolded Yin in frustration, still laughing. "It's this time, and you can still laugh. It's fine. Next, you both need to act according to the situation." Seeing the two girls anxiously waving in front of him, Yin comforted them for a moment. then called them closer and spoke softly. You finally came. Yin Yu was admiring the moon in the dense forest when suddenly a large number of guards surrounded him. From the darkness, a figure emerged. It was Tang Dafei. Seeing Yin Yu still enjoying the moonlight, Tang Dafei angrily stepped forward. Kid, is this the treasure you swapped in the boxes? Yes. I did take the crystals from those boxes. What's wrong with that? Yin Yu had anticipated this, as Huang Jiawen had informed the guards after leaving that the treasures in the boxes were swapped by Yin Yu. However, Yin Yu continued to admire the moon. Tang Dafei, seeing Yin Yu so calm at this moment, was furious. Do you know that by swapping the boxes, you not only instigated a fight among tens of thousands on the island, but also caused a riot not long ago? Do you realize how serious the consequences are? What does that have to do with me? Besides, there is no rule on the island that says you can't swap treasures in the boxes. Tang Dafei's face turned red with anger, and at a loss for words, one of the guards beside him stepped forward. Let me tell you, don't be so arrogant. What rule says I can't be arrogant? What rule have I violated by being arrogant? Yin Yu had no intention of backing down. Tang Dafei, losing patience, shouted, take action. Kill this kid, and I'll take responsibility for it. Upon hearing this, the guards saw one of them summon a beast to pounce on Yin Yu. The summoned beast was a shadow moon demon wolf. Following its master's command, the wolf swiftly lunged at Yin Yu, slashing with its sharp claws, creating a shadowy light that shot toward him. Yet, Yin Yu seemed oblivious, continuing to gaze at the moon. Chapter 57, Transaction TCH. With this level, you dare to cause trouble? I thought you were some big shot. Tang Dafei coldly laughed as the shadow moon demon wolf lunged at Yin Yu, who remained unguarded. Clearly, Tang Dafei had lost all interest in Yin Yu. The wolf's claw strike hit Yin Yu, who then vanished. Moments later, Yin Yu reappeared in the same spot. Hearing the system's electronic voice, congratulations, host. You have gained 72 points. Beast Talent Enhancement Progress 12. Beast Growth Progress 12. 12 times. Yin Yu thought he misheard and quickly used the system to scan the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Name, Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Level, 8-star silver. Host. Nickname, Race, Wolf. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Shadow. Talent grade, Level, Skill Steel Claw Mastery. Talent none. After checking the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's panel, Yin Yu found it matched the silver level of Wei Jianlong. Looking at the surrounding guards, he mocked. Hey, so weak. You can't even quell the riot in the plaza. What did you say? Yin Yu's taunt struck a nerve with the guards surrounding him, who were the same guards that had failed to maintain order in the plaza and had been scolded by their leader. They were irked, and now Yin Yu was mocking them without restraint. The guards gritted their teeth, and luckily, Tang Dafei stopped them. He had seen Yin Yu escape from the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and was puzzled about how Yin Yu managed to do it. Just as he was about to question Yin Yu spoke again. Get lost. Tang Dafei was furious upon hearing this, and, disregarding everything else, roared, everyone, attack together. Kill this kid. Boss. This is strange. This kid can't be killed. The surrounding guards summoned their beasts and began attacking Yin Yu, who continued to admire the moon. They saw Yin Yu vanish repeatedly, and after a few moments, he reappeared again. A few guards noticed something was off and were about to stop. But the system's electronic voice kept ringing in Yin Yu's ears. Why would he let them stop? He immediately continued to taunt. Everyone, speed up. Tang Dafei, hearing this, was infuriated and quickly summoned his beast to attack Yin Yu. Yin Yu enjoyed the onslaught while closing his eyes to rest, and the system's voice broke through. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 points. Beast Talent Enhancement Progress 50. Beast Growth Progress 50. Why so many? Yin Yu noticed the number of kills had increased significantly and quickly scanned the surrounding beasts, discovering a new golden lion. He immediately used the system to probe. Name, Golden Lion. Level, 3-star gold. Host, Tang Dafei. Nickname, Race, Lion. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Gold. Talent grade, Level, Skill Diamond Claw Mastery. Copper Skin Iron Bone Mastery. Talent none. Finally found you. Yin Yu looked at Tang Dafei, who had the Golden Lion. He had heard earlier that several guards were Beast Masters at the gold level. He had thought they were all silver level since their attacks were similar and had not paid much attention. Now that he saw a bigger experience source, Yin Yu could not let this opportunity slip by. He quickly said, wait, I have something to say. Oh, Tang Dafei was surprised to hear Yin Yu suddenly become insightful. While confused, he signaled the others to stop. Yin Yu slowly walked toward Tang Dafei. The guards beside Tang Dafei quickly stepped forward to block him. But Tang Dafei signaled for them to let Yin Yu get closer. Yin Yu approached Tang Dafei, patted him on the shoulder, and smiled. Little plane, you need to work harder. Otherwise, you won't catch me today. Tang Dafei was taken aback for a few seconds as he noticed the other guards nearby, trying hard not to laugh. Enraged, Tang Dafei shouted, what are you all still doing? Hurry up and kill him. Little plane, when you're done resting, remember to come find me. Yin Yu looked at Tang Dafei, who was sprawled on the ground, and for the experience sources before him, he didn't plan to extract just once. He thought it would be good to give some benefits. Yin Yu sighed and looked at the surrounding guards. Fine. As long as you can attack me like this without holding back every day, I can help your beasts with an evolution plan in a year. You all think about it. You're a breeder. All the guards looked at Yin Yu. Yin Yu smiled and remained silent for a moment before turning to leave. If only every day were like this, with experience sources rushing to me. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. Charge. Kill. To Yin Yu. The hundreds of guards in front of the camp were just experience sources. He suddenly shouted and charged toward the camp. The guards had just suppressed the riot in the plaza and thought there were still fish that slipped through the net, so they began attacking Yin Yu. However, the guards only aimed to capture Yin Yu and did not use lethal force. Seeing their attacks were too weak, Yin Yu scoffed. Haven't you eaten? With this little strength. You think you can catch me? Everyone help me. Help me. The leader of the guards at the camp entrance was about to take action when suddenly a bloodied guard crawled out of the bushes. It was Tang Dafei. Yin Yu was momentarily stunned, not remembering injuring Tang Dafei. Seeing Tang Dafei's signal, Yin Yu immediately understood. This guy was really working hard to enhance his beast talent. Seeing Tang Dafei cooperate so well, Yin Yu turned around fiercely and charged at Tang Dafei. To the guards, it looked like he was going to kill Tang Dafei. They all aimed to protect Tang Dafei and attacked Yin Yu with lethal force. Chapter 58. The Kill List Kid. Why did you kill the guards? Do you know how serious this crime is? Huh. Yin Yu was taken aback by Lai Lanxiang's question and was about to continue provoking when suddenly several figures rushed out from the dense forest behind him. They were the ones who had previously gone to capture Yin Yu. Yin Yu saw Tang Dafei whispering something in Lai Lanxiang's ear. And Lai Lanxiang looked surprised as he asked Tang Dafei, really? Since it's a misunderstanding, let's all back off. Lai Lanxiang, realizing he had misspoken, quickly signaled everyone to disperse. However, we can give it a try. Tang Dafei, hearing this, also looked puzzled but still felt it was worth a shot. We must have thought about the matter too simply. Yin Yu pondered for a moment, unable to understand what was so simple, and quickly asked the two women. After thinking for a moment, the two women explained to Yin Yu. The situation is like this. There's no need to think about it. They won't participate in seizing airdrops. Seeing Yin Yu puzzled, the two women elaborated. The kill list, as the name suggests, is about who kills the most people on the island. The more kills, the higher the ranking. There are only 100 people on the list, and their kill counts are strictly verified by the guards. The list is divided into 10 ranks, and every rank receives different rewards monthly, with the highest rewards equivalent to the resources in one box of an airdrop. Since these 100 individuals have their own exclusive courtyards and do not live in communal dormitories, plus they rarely take action, most of their time is spent training. Very few people on the island have seen them, and most only know their names from the kill list. Even so, no one dares to doubt their strength. And there's an unspoken rule on the island. Whoever obtains a treasure chest from an airdrop must give 90 of its contents to the gatekeeper of the kill list, which is the one ranked 100th. So these individuals do not need to compete for airdrops to get 90 of the resources. This explains why no one encountered anyone from the kill list during the brawl. What level do you think those on the kill list are? The two women were also nervous since it was their first encounter with someone from the kill list. Hearing Yin Yu's inquiry, they quickly advised him. The two women saw that Yin Yu seemed to ignore the dangers and shook their heads, continuing. According to rumors, the top 10 on the kill list are all gold level, while the rest are silver level. But it's unclear whether the lowest is silver 6-star or 7-star. Ha ha ha, you really are arrogant. You've only been here for less than a month, and you dare to look down on gold level? Yin Yu heard this and quickly went outside, only to see a young man in splendid white clothing, constantly shaking a folding fan. Just as he was about to ask the young man, the latter spoke first. I am Luo Yinzhou, here to make friends. Make friends? Yin Yu was taken aback, surprised that someone would want to make friends on their first meeting at night. Just as Yin Yu was about to question the young man's true intentions, Luo Yinzhou seemed to have already assumed Yin Yu would agree. He turned his back and began to recite poetry to the bright moon in the sky. A true friend must enjoy life to the fullest. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Wouldn't you like to become friends with the moon twin dragons? Moon twin dragons? Aren't you Luo Yinzhou? Chapter 59. All garbage. If you miss this opportunity, don't regret it later. Get lost. Yin Yu pushed Luo Yinzhou away and walked towards the dormitory. Seeing that Yin Yu truly ignored him, Luo Yinzhou panicked and quickly spoke up. Do you know that you have been targeted by Lung Xiuquan? I knew it. Who isn't afraid of death? Seeing Yin Yu actually stop, Luo Yinzhou snorted coldly, then suddenly straightened up and looked at the moon in the sky again. Now that the moon twin dragons have spoken, as long as you give all 4 treasure chests you obtain to the moon twin dragons, they can help you plead with Lung Xiuquan. Moon Twin Dragons are ranked 95th on the kill list. Before Luo Yunzhou could finish, he was interrupted by a slap. It was Yin Yu who slapped Luo Yunzhou. Covering his mouth, Luo Yunzhou was about to continue, but Yin Yu's voice came. If you dare to say another word, see if I dare to kill you. Hearing this, Luo Yunzhou had to cover his mouth and leave, but just as he turned around, Yin Yu's voice came again. What? Huh. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunzhou stood in place for 3 minutes before reacting and quickly fled in terror. If you're afraid, hurry up and leave while you can. Oh, now that you've grown some wings, you want to shake us off? You wish. After Song Shui finished speaking, she quickly hugged Yin Yu's arm. Yin Yu was also surprised by Song Shui's overreaction and asked somewhat angrily, then what are you afraid of? If one day you become a heartless demon, would you even kill us? Song Shui pressed on. Who have I killed? Even Huang Jiawen, who betrayed us, is living just fine. Why do you think I would become a heartless demon? After pondering for a moment, Song Shui still looked at Yin Yu suspiciously. Although those people died fighting over the treasure chests, you could say they all died because of you. If you hadn't deliberately let them see the opportunity, would they have fought to the death? So what are you going to do about Huang Jiawen? Now you've angered people on the kill list. What are your plans? Mingyue saw that Yin Yu didn't want to continue this line of questioning. So she quickly stepped forward to ask him, you don't need to worry about any of this. Right now, you just need to train and quickly improve to gold level. At this moment, a roar came from a secluded courtyard within the island's camp. Bastard. Trash. Did he really say that? Alright. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being rude. Brothers, grab your weapons. Yin Yu's conversation with Luo Yunzhou also drew the attention of others. In a nearby courtyard not far from the Moon Twin Dragons, a young man in red gently sipped tea, listening to those around him recount the happenings on the island. After hearing the story, the young man sneered, interesting. Dafei, have you heard? That kid has provoked someone on the kill list again. What do you think? The guards are certainly well aware of what happens inside the camp. And Lai Lanxiang, as the leader of the island's guards, was even more so. Hearing that the Moon Twin Dragons were leading a team towards Yin Yu's residence, Lai Lanxiang asked Tang Dafei for his opinion. Unfortunately, the Moon Twin Dragons are only silver level. It would be even better if we could alarm the others. Lai Lanxiang, upon hearing this, pondered and quickly asked, should we change our plans? Breeders are indeed rare. Since that kid is a breeder, he only needs to cultivate our beasts. So why should we let him breed someone else's beasts? Boss, don't you think I'm right? As Tang Dafei spoke, he looked at Lai Lanxiang teasingly. Ha ha ha. Little brother, your foresight is quite profound. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lai Lanxiang laughed heartily, repeatedly praising Tang Dafei's scheme. After Tang Dafei left, Lai Lanxiang's lips slightly curled up. Bang bang bang. Stupid kid. Come out. Yin Yu, wake up. The two women quickly got up and pushed Yin Yu. Yin Yu, awakened and still groggy, saw two white bodies and quickly covered himself. What do you want? The two women, seeing Yin Yu wake up, quickly covered themselves, realizing they were only wearing underwear, and retreated. What angered them even more was that after Yin Yu woke up, he immediately covered himself, as if he were the one at a disadvantage. Song Shui angrily said, put away your dirty thoughts. Angrily, Song Shui didn't notice that Yin Yu was blushing or that Mingyue beside her was particularly quiet. Bang bang bang. Stupid kid, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now you're scared? Afraid to come out? Just as Yin Yu was about to retort, the loud knocking on the door came again. Yin Yu originally didn't want to respond, planning to fight again tomorrow, but thinking about the difficulty of future training, he ultimately decided to deal with the current situation first. Chapter 60. Hurry up and make your move. It's late at night. Are you going to let anyone sleep? Yin Yu dressed himself and walked out of the dormitory, only to see the entrance surrounded by 50 or 60 people. Seeing so many experienced players in front of him, Yin Yu immediately lost his drowsiness. He scanned the crowd and said, don't you have any public morals? It's so noisy. Are the others still trying to sleep at this late hour? If you don't want to be garbage, follow me, you little brat. Before I kill you, I want to see whether your teeth or my fist is harder. Although the crowd was furious, they still followed Yin Yu out of the camp to an open area. The leader, Yu Shuanglong, looked around. Even though it was late at night, there were still quite a few people who came to watch. Yu Shuanglong naturally thought these people were there to admire the prowess of the assassins on the leaderboard. So he generously looked at Yin Yu and said, kid, since you like it here, after I kill you, I will bury you right here. Do you have any last words to say? Why do you always like to talk to people like this? Haven't you read any books? Why is your quality so low? Quality? What is the value of quality? Yu Shuanglong sneered and looked at Yin Yu. Here, everything is decided by fists. What good is quality? Fine. You guys go ahead. Let me see just how trash you really are, and let me see how low your quality is. Stop talking nonsense. Attack. Freeze. Yin Yu saw that the others had started to attack and quickly ordered his slime to use the freeze skill. Soon, more than half of Yu Shuanglong's followers were frozen into ice blocks. Yin initially just wanted to clear the area and leave those who could easily kill him. But he didn't expect to see so many ice sculptures. He looked around and found that only a dozen people around Yu Shuanglong had not turned into ice sculptures. Yin shook his head, teasingly looking at Yu Shuanglong. Is this it? Are the soldiers all cowards? Or is the general a coward too? Wow. I didn't expect you to be at the black iron level. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuanglong quickly urged a few people beside him to take action. Suddenly, a giant slime slammed towards Yin Yu. Yin Yu thought he could respawn directly and didn't prepare, only to hear a loud bang. He quickly covered his head, realizing blood was streaming down from it, and shouted, "Damn, that hurts. Attack." Upon hearing this, the slimes behind Yin Yu quickly shot out ice blades and light blades, easily driving back several people. Yin Yu teasingly looked at Yu Shuanglong. Come on. It's your turn. I'm giving you a chance. Now attack and kill me. How can you be so strong? Yu Shuanglong looked at Yin Yu approaching and quickly retreated. Yin Yu would not let him have it his way, quickening his pace and grabbing Yu Shuanglong by the collar. I told you to attack. Did you hear me? I was wrong. Big brother, please spare me. Seeing Yu Shuanglong starting to beg for mercy, Yin Yu was surprised at how weak Yu Shuanglong's fighting spirit was. Furious, Yin Yu, who had not gained any experience after coming here in the middle of the night, vented his anger by continuously slapping Yu Shuanglong, hoping to provoke him into suddenly attacking. He shouted angrily, "Attack! Hurry up and kill me." No matter how Yin Yu humiliated him, Yu Shuanglong would not attack. After venting for half an hour to the onlookers, it seemed as if Yin Yu had won and was crazily humiliating Yu Shuanglong. The crowd began to look at Yu Shuanglong with sympathy, and seeing that he truly had no fighting spirit, Yin Yu lost interest in continuing to fight. He turned and left with his slime. Suddenly, he saw a figure rushing towards them from a distance, continuously shouting, "Stop! You brat, stop right there." When the figure arrived, he quickly helped Yu Shuanglong, who had been beaten to a pulp by Yin Yu, up from the ground. At this moment, the crowd also recognized the face of the newcomer and began to discuss among themselves. It's the 50th rank Yu Fei. I heard his slime is now at 8-star silver level. This is going to be interesting. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Yin Yu frowned, not expecting to encounter such a glitch plot. While the crowd was talking, Yin Yu quickly detected the blue slime behind Yu Fei. Name, slime. Level, 6-star silver level. Host, Yu Fei. Nickname, none. Race, demon. Vulnerability, none. Attribute, ice. Talent grade, level. Skills, Devour Master, perfect. Ice Blade, Master. Freeze, Master. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, healthy, happy. Finally has a companion. Evolution route, 1. It was Yu Fei, the brother of Yu Shuanglong, who helped him up. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei was furious and sternly scolded Yin Yu. Since you know he's my brother, how dare you be so heavy-handed? I think you're tired of living. Hey, this is really unfair. Yin Yu shook his head. Yu Fei was taken aback and looked at the crowd in confusion. The crowd looked at Yin Yu with disdain, clearly thinking that Yin Yu was afraid of Yu Fei and was planning to back down. Although Yu Fei noticed the unusual atmosphere around, he still asked, "How am I unfair to you? Tell me. I saw your brother had no fighting spirit. Your brother saw that his subordinates were finished by me but dared not attack me, so I had no choice but to repeatedly provoke him to attack me. But unexpectedly, after all this effort, your brother still refused to attack. I had to give up. Bastard, you're looking for death." Upon hearing this, Yu Fei was furious. And at this moment, he realized that Yu Shuanglong had not made a single move and had been beaten into his current pitiful state by Yin Yu. Suddenly, the slime behind Yu Fei shot out a blue light, freezing Yin Yu into an ice block. Then, the ice blade shot by the slime pierced through the frozen Yin Yu, causing him to disappear. Seeing that Yin Yu had been killed, Yu Fei was overjoyed and sneered. "Charge and kill." As Yin Yu shouted, the slimes behind him simultaneously shot ice blades at Yu Fei. Yu Fei was furious and quickly attacked again. Sure enough, Yin Yu disappeared once more. After a few moments, Yin Yu reappeared, shouting as he charged at Yu Fei again, forcing Yu Fei to attack repeatedly in a cycle. Chapter 61. I give you a chance, but you're useless. Why did you stop? Yin Yu noticed the electronic music in his ear had cut off and hurriedly quickened his pace towards Yu Fei. Until he got close to Yu Fei, he still hadn't attacked. Yin Yu slapped Yu Fei across the face, asking, "Why did you stop? Who told you to stop?" Yu Fei, furious, covered his cheek and glared at Yin Yu. "I told you to attack. Did you hear me? Hurry up and attack." After each slap from Yin Yu, Yu Fei finally understood why he was beaten like that. Fearing retaliation, he did not dare to attack. Seeing that Yu Fei had lost all fighting spirit and had no intention of attacking, Yin Yu helplessly looked at Yu Fei and said, "I'm giving you a chance. But you're useless." "Hey," Yin Yu sighed, preparing to leave when suddenly a familiar electromagnetic voice sounded in his ear. "The host has triggered. Random task. Discover a silver-level magic core on the Beastmaster in front of you. Please choose Choose. Rob the silver level magic core, reward 30 points. Choose. Turn around and leave, reward none. Don't move. Yin Yu grabbed Yu Fei by the shoulder, searched him up and down, and after a moment, pulled out a magic core the size of a ping-pong ball from Yu Fei's protected clothing. Yin Yu looked at the size of the magic core and confirmed it was indeed a silver-level magic core. He put away the magic core and was about to leave when Yu Fei, who had worked hard to obtain this magic core, was now afraid of Yin Yu's intimidation but did not want to lose the magic core and said sternly, "You've already won. And you still want to rob my magic core? Don't forget, what are you here for?" Yu Shuangfei's face changed dramatically upon hearing this. And only then did she remember that she and her brother had come to kill Yin Yu. Looking at Yin Yu, her eyes revealed fear, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yin Yu looked at Yu Shuangfei's trembling legs and sneered, "Why would I snatch your magic core? It's just that this magic core is too precious, and I'm afraid you can't handle it. Let me take care of it." Yu Shuangfei, seeing that Yin Yu spared her and took the magic core away, felt anything but happy. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yin Yu's back. After Yin Yu left, a shadow looked at the dejected Yu brothers on the ground and sneered, "Interesting. What is it?" "It's what you said yesterday." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu realized that the boss mentioned by Tang Dafei was the leader of the guarding troops, Lai Lanxiang. Lai Lanxiang must have sought him out to discuss the cultivation of beast tamers. Yin Yu was also troubled about where to find experienced babies, so he immediately agreed to go. Hearing that the young hero was a cultivator, Lai Lanxiang said, "Perfect. We have a mundane beast here. I wonder if you have a way to evolve it into a spirit beast." Yin Yu, upon hearing this, looked calmly at the tied-up gorilla not far away. Name: Gorilla. Level: Mundane Beast. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Primate. Weakness: Human. Attribute: None. Talent grade: None. Skills: None. Talent: None. Bloodline: None. Status: Light injury. Evolution failed. Angry: Let me go. Hurry, let me go. Evolution route: 9 paths after evolving into Spirit Beast. Evolve into Spirit Beast. Black Iron Power Type Magic Core 5, Spirit Grass 10, Iron Gourd 10. Okay. Yin Yu knew that this was Lai Lanxiang testing him, so he quickly began to evolve the gorilla in front of him. After preparing various materials and boiling them in a large pot for about 3 hours, he placed the gorilla inside and covered the pot. Seeing this, Tang Dafei was about to step forward to stop him, but Lai Lanxiang quickly blocked him, signaling him not to disturb Yin Yu. Clearly, Lai Lanxiang had more knowledge than Tang Dafei, knowing that beast tamers could not be disturbed during evolution. Lai Lanxiang was also quite surprised, thinking to himself that if Yin Yu made a mistake, would he be preparing to eat gorilla hot pot? About an hour after the gorilla entered the pot, there was a loud bang, and the pot lid shot up into the air as the pot exploded, revealing a bewildered gorilla. The gorilla, aside from its hair now being jet black, showed no other changes. Tang Dafei was still in shock, but Lai Lanxiang clapped and walked towards the gorilla. Impressive. Your method of evolution is truly unique. To meet a cultivator like you is indeed a stroke of luck. Haha. When the gorilla reappeared before everyone, Lai Lanxiang began to test the spiritual energy fluctuations on it. After confirming that the gorilla had evolved into a spirit beast, he continuously praised Yin Yu and walked over to him with a smile. Although Tang Dafei did not understand the gorilla's current state, he inferred from Lai Lanxiang's reaction that Yin Yu was indeed a cultivator, feeling delighted. As Lai Lanxiang approached, Yin Yu quickly used the system to check whether the gorilla had successfully evolved into a spirit beast. Name: Gorilla. Level: 1-star cub. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Primate. Weakness: Human. Attribute: None. Talent grade: Level. I heard you can cultivate golden level beasts? While Yin Yu was observing the evolved gorilla, Lai Lanxiang began to test him. And Tang Dafei looked at Yin Yu excitedly. Of course. However, due to my insufficient cultivation level, the success rate is a bit low. How low? Upon hearing Yin Yu say the probability was low, Tang Dafei's expression darkened, and he quickly inquired. Currently, it's about 1%. If I break through to golden level, it should reach 70%. Tang Dafei seemed dissatisfied with the probability, but Lai Lanxiang had a beaming smile. 70% was already quite high. The usual success rate for beast evolution was only 30%. Even so, other beast tamers might not have the time to evolve your beast. Even if you made an appointment, you would have to wait several years. And now Yin Yu was right in front of him. Lai Lanxiang would not miss such an opportunity and quickly asked, "So, what is your current cultivation level?" Chapter 62, Public Enemy of All. I am currently at the Black Iron level. Oh, then it looks like we still have to wait several years. Lai Lanxiang nodded thoughtfully. Tang Dafei, hearing that Yin Yu still had to wait several years to help his beast evolve, was furious. Didn't you say you could evolve it for me within the year? I can evolve it for you now. Do you dare to evolve it? Yin Yu retorted immediately, looking at the aggressive Tang Dafei. All right, speak. What do you need? How long until you can break through to golden level? Seeing that the argument was pointless, Lai Lanxiang asked immediately. I need. Boss, this kid really dares to speak. As Tang Dafei watched Yin Yu leave happily, he reluctantly asked Lai Lanxiang. Lai Lanxiang shook his head. If we can really evolve it by then. What do these things count for? In the afternoon, after Yin Yu left the warehouse, the camp issued an announcement. From now on, Yin Yu becomes a public enemy of all. No matter when or where, anyone who sees the public enemy must do their utmost to kill him. If successful, they will enjoy an airdrop as a reward. How did you become a public enemy? In the afternoon, while Yin Yu was still sleeping in the dormitory, Song Shui suddenly rushed in, eagerly waking Yin Yu to ask, what public enemy? Right now, you are the enemy of everyone on the island. And as long as you are killed, you can receive an airdrop reward. Everyone is looking for you. Seeing that Yin Yu seemed unaware, Song Shui became even more anxious. Asking Mingyue what to do, Mingyue just glanced at her and continued to cultivate, making Song Shui even more anxious. It's a critical situation. Why aren't you worried at all? At first, Yin Yu was puzzled about becoming a public enemy, wondering what it meant. But upon hearing that everyone on the island would participate in hunting him down, he understood this was Lai Lanxiang's doing. Are there really that many people? You should hide quickly. They might be coming soon. Song Shui urged Yin Yu to hide. Why don't you persuade him? I'm just worried. If something happens to him, we'll have to go hunting again. Song Shui kept urging Mingyue to stop Yin Yu. Suddenly noticing something strange in Mingyue's eyes, and quickly explained, I'm just worried about him. I believe everyone already knows that I am the public enemy of all, and now I will defeat all of you. What? Bastard. Yin Yu's arrogant words stirred the crowd in the square, igniting their blood and making them eager to move forward to kill him. Seeing that the time was almost right, Yin Yu once again looked down on the crowd. Bastards. Make your move. It was unclear who shouted in anger, but everyone commanded the slimes behind them to attack Yin Yu. Mount Tai presses down. Ice Blade. You asked for it. As the ice blades and slimes the size of small mountains smashed towards Yin Yu, a figure in the corner of the square, Huang Zhouan, looked at Yin Yu, thinking he was doomed, and laughed even more wildly before suddenly remembering something and quietly leaving. So boring. Song Shui arrived at the square and watched as Yin Yu continuously disappeared under the attacks of the crowd, only to reappear moments later. She realized her worries were unnecessary and lost interest in watching. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something, mischievously nodded, and hurriedly ran towards Yin Yu's dormitory. Upon pushing the door open, she shouted towards Mingyue. Mingyue, it's bad. Yin Yu is injured. Of course, training was a given. But she wanted to confirm whether she was the only one concerned about Yin Yu. Mingyue immediately retorted, don't think too much. I'm just worried that if something happens to him, we'll have to go hunting again. Oh, Song Shui suddenly understood and continued to tease Mingyue. I get it. Do you think Yin Yu likes quiet girls? Or does he prefer? Yin Yu, come save me. Humph. Upon hearing this, Mingyue wanted to rush Song Shui out of the dormitory even more. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. What a pity. What a pity. The two girls immediately stopped their playful banter and saw a figure at the door. It was Huang Zhouan. Seeing Huang Zhouan's lewd gaze, they quickly asked, what are you doing here? Shameless. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Yin Yu to have such good taste, hiding two little hot peppers. Ha ha ha. Chapter 63, The Pimp. Hiding two little hot peppers. Upon hearing this, the two girls instantly felt shy, but Song Shui, having a bolder personality, quickly composed herself and sternly asked Huang Zhouan, what are you doing here? Huang Zhouan frowned upon hearing this. It seemed that Song Shui needed some training. Looking at Mingyue's flushed cheeks, resembling a ripe apple, Huang Zhouan was about to step forward to take a bite when he remembered his purpose and quickly scolded. You have those two boxes, right? Hurry up and take them out. Ha ha ha. What did that guy give you? Why are you defending him so much? Huang Zhouan was becoming impatient, adjusted himself, and continued. That guy can only grab some airdrops to please you girls who have never seen the world. If you follow me, why would you want to live in this crowded dormitory? Not only do you have endless resources delivered to you every day, isn't that better? You? The two girls obviously knew what the small courtyard represented. It was a privilege only for those ranked in the top 100 of the killer list. However, it was clear that Huang Zhouan's strength could not possibly place him in the top 100. The two girls looked at him with disbelief. Of course, with my strength, I really can't make it to the top 100. Huang Zhouan, seeing their disbelief, awkwardly adjusted himself, cleared his throat, and spoke again. You know there are so many men on the killer list, and there are always one or two who are lonely and cold. As long as you're willing to spend one night, you can have an elegant courtyard and a comfortable bed, right? I happen to know a few from the top 100 of the killer list. If you're willing, I can introduce you right now. Hearing this, Song Shui's eyes widened, and Mingyue didn't dare to look up anymore. Of course, I charge a 30 introduction fee for every night's service. You just need to give me those two boxes. And from now on, I'll introduce you for free every day. What do you think? Get lost. As Song Shui looked at Huang Jiawen, who was becoming increasingly lewd, she couldn't hold back anymore and quickly commanded the slime to attack Huang Jiawen. Huang Jiawen and Song Shui were about the same strength, both being Black Iron 3-star Beastmasters. As Huang Jiawen defended against Song Shui's attack, he lamented, "Now society laughs at the poor instead of the prostitutes. For the sake of that ridiculous dignity, you're missing out on a better life. You're simply ridiculous. Mingyue, come help me." The angrier Song Shui got, the quicker she urged Mingyue to join the attack on Huang Jiawen. Upon hearing this, Mingyue stopped being shy, her gaze became sharp, and she commanded the slime to shoot ice blades at Huang Jiawen. Seeing that he couldn't withstand the girls' combined assault, Huang Jiawen still refused to give up and continued to persuade them. "Useless. You two can't even handle this. If it weren't for your wife's sake, I'd slap you to death." As Huang Jiawen finished cursing, he looked at Song Shui and Mingyue with an increasingly lewd gaze. In the square, everyone had been attacking Yin Yu for hours, and they were all exhausted, lying on the ground panting heavily. It was clear they had reached their limit. If they continued, they might suffer a backlash from the slime. Looking at Yin Yu, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Yin Yu observed that everyone was completely worn out and quickly glanced at the host panel. Host: Lin Yu, martial artist level, Black Iron. Host skills: self-abuse, waiting for the rabbit. Beast mastery talent, level 95659. Special talent: real man, beasts, thorn vine, 6-star Black Iron. Holy light elf, 6-star Black Iron. Dual winged fire dragon, 6-star Black Iron. Medusa, 8-star legendary. Slime, 6-star Black Iron. Luck value, 79 points. Points, 13656. Yin Yu looked at the results of so many days of effort, only to have a little over 10,000 points, and couldn't help but sigh at everyone. "You guys are too trash." "What did you say? Bastard. Don't get excited." Seeing that everyone seemed ready to act again, Yin Yu hurriedly stopped them. He didn't want to lose any of the already limited experience points. He cleared his throat and began to comment on everyone. Everyone's hard work is evident, but there are a few who have been slacking off. As the saying goes, rewards for achievements and punishment for mistakes. As he spoke, Yin Yu took out several magic cores and handed them to those who had been particularly aggressive in their attacks. After distributing them, just as he was about to continue his comments, he suddenly saw Song Shui stumbling into the square. Yin Yu quickly glanced at the crowd and said, "Shameless." Amidst the crowd's wails, he approached Song Shui. Noticing the many wounds on her body as she fell to the ground, Yin Yu quickly helped her up and asked, "Quick, go save. You reminded me. It is time to change to a small courtyard." Chapter 64, Dignity. It is time to change to a small courtyard. When Yin Yu arrived outside the small courtyard, he saw that the environment was indeed much better than the dormitory. He directly pushed the door open and walked in, where a cold and arrogant little brother approached him. Obviously the caretaker of the small courtyard. This caretaker, used to being arrogant, saw Yin Yu bringing Song Shui into the courtyard and stared at her with a lewd smile, saying, "Kid, if you're here to deliver a woman, you can leave. If you're here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." Slap. Yin Yu was there to save her, so he had no time to argue with him. He stepped forward and slapped the caretaker to the ground. Even though he fell, the caretaker still covered his face and yelled at Yin Yu, "Kid, since you're here to cause trouble, don't blame me for being rude." Just as the caretaker finished speaking, several people rushed out from the courtyard, surrounding Yin Yu and Song Shui. Yin Yu looked at the crowd and sneered, "You're all so useless. And Cold Xiuquan can get in. It seems that Cold Xiuquan isn't that impressive either. You're looking for death." One of them shouted angrily and charged at Yin Yu. Yin Yu glanced at the people in front of him, not even having the desire to farm experience, and immediately commanded the slime to attack. Ice Blade. The caretaker's leg was pierced by the ice blade, blood gushed out, and he fell to the ground in pain. Looking at Yin Yu approaching and hurriedly begging for mercy, "Hero, spare me. Spare me. Where's Mingyue?" Seeing Yin Yu subdue the caretaker, Song Shui quickly asked. The caretaker obviously didn't know who Mingyue was, so Song Shui quickly added, "Where is she?" "In the cellar behind." "Hurry, take us there." Seeing the caretaker's panicked expression, Song Shui thought it was bad and quickly urged him to lead the way. Yin Yu shook his head at Song Shui's actions and directly stepped on the caretaker's leg wound, causing him to howl in pain and beg for mercy. "I'll take you there right now." As the butler led the two men to the cellar, inside were Lin Guang and Huang Jiawen, who were feeling somewhat fatigued from the interrogation. Looking at the unconscious Mingyue in front of them, Huang Jiawen noticed Lin Guang's increasingly lewd gaze and hurriedly stepped forward. "Big brother, since we've got the box, we might as well enjoy it, sooner or later. It's the same, why not?" Lin Guang, hearing this, looked at Huang Jiawen with approval, then glanced at the unconscious Mingyue not far away, nodding slightly. As he looked at the delicate Mingyue, Lin Guang unconsciously stepped closer. Seeing this, Huang Jiawen quickly took his surrounding lackeys and quietly exited the room. At this moment, only Lung Xiaochuan and Mingyue were left in the room. Lung Xiaochuan completely let go, untied the ropes on Mingyue, and laid her on a nearby bench. Then, Lung Xiaochuan began to take off his clothes. Just as he was about to pounce on Mingyue, wearing nothing but his briefs, the door was suddenly pushed open. Disturbed at such a crucial moment, Lung Xiaochuan was furious, and the one who interrupted him was Huang Jiawen. As Lung Xiaochuan was about to angrily scold him, Huang Jiawen was trembling in fear, kneeling before him, saying, "Yin Yu is here." "What? Didn't you say he was dead?" Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaochuan immediately deflated, disregarding his clothes and collapsing to the ground. At this moment, several screams could be heard from outside. A moment later, Yin Yu appeared at the door with Mingyue. Upon seeing Mingyue, Song Shui rushed forward, discovering that she was merely unconscious, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Xiaochuan was already scared out of his wits and hurriedly crawled to Yin Yu's front. "Brother Yin, it's my fault for not seeing clearly. Please have mercy and spare my life." Slap, slap, slap. As Lung Xiaochuan spoke, he began to slap himself in the face, clearly aware that Yin Yu had not killed the Yu brothers, but had only beaten them up severely. At this moment, Lung Xiaochuan held on to a glimmer of hope that Yin Yu would spare him. However, Yin Yu said sternly, "Since you are the boss, you should let the dead die with dignity, shouldn't you?" Upon hearing this, Lung Xiaochuan's face gradually turned pale. From Yin Yu's words, he realized that there was no way Yin Yu would let him go. He immediately stood up and shouted, and behind him, the yellow slime instantly enlarged and rushed towards Yin Yu. Lung Xiaochuan was a silver-level Beastmaster, and although each attack only gave Yin Yu single-digit experience, Yin Yu still planned to squeeze the remaining value out of Lung Xiaochuan and did not resist, allowing the slime to smash down. As expected, Yin Yu vanished. But Lung Xiaochuan did not dare to be careless. Not long ago, he had learned that during the battle with the Yu brothers, Yin Yu seemed to have mastered a secret technique that allowed him to become invisible, effectively dodging attacks. After a few moments, Yin Yu indeed reappeared. Lung Xiaochuan quickly attacked again, but after taking the hit, Yin Yu vanished once more. This cycle continued, and due to Lung Xiaochuan's relentless attacks, after only half an hour, he was countered by the slime. As Lung Xiaochuan faced life and death, Huang Jiawen regained consciousness and hurriedly knelt before Yin Yu. "Brother Yin, it's all my fault for not seeing clearly. Everything was forced upon me by Lung Xiaochuan. I was really left with no choice. Please spare my life. I heard you can be a pimp." Huang Jiawen, who was constantly bowing, was overjoyed to hear Yin Yu's question. This so-called fear of Yin Yu being principled but not having interests made him quickly rise to ask, "I wonder what kind of things Brother Yin likes. I have some fresh goods on hand. Should I go get them for you?" Shameless. Song Shui, who was taking care of Mingyue not far away, changed her expression drastically upon hearing this, angrily rebuking Yin Yu. She immediately took Mingyue and left. Watching Song Shui leave, Yin Yu shook his head helplessly. Song Shui left too quickly, giving him no chance to explain, and in Huang Jiawen's eyes, it was clear that Yin Yu was caught having fun and was found out by his wife, looking helpless and regretful. Huang Jiawen immediately began to ponder whether Yin Yu preferred plump ones or spicy ones. Yin Yu looked at Huang Jiawen's lewd expression and impatiently asked, "Then tell me, which people on the killer list have you helped to pimp out?" "All right, if that is the case, you will help me in the future. Get those people from the killer list for me as soon as possible." Yin Yu listened to Huang Jiawen's introduction. The people Huang Jiawen had previously helped were all ranked outside the 60th on the killer list, yielding little experience. Yin Yu frowned and could only comfort himself that even the smallest fly is still meat, urging Huang Jiawen to quickly bring those people. Huang Jiawen was taken aback. The people on the killer list who were looking for him to be a pimp were all men. Isn't being a pimp just for those things in bed? Why would Yin Yu want him to help find men? Huang Jiawen dared not speak or ask, truly unable to understand why a good golden hoop would want to be a stirrer of filth. Seeing Yin Yu's sharp gaze, Huang Jiawen realized he had misspoken. Although the difficulty of helping Yin Yu as a pimp was exponentially increasing, he could only lower his head and agree. "Okay, I will definitely bring them as soon as possible. If you do well, I can let the past go. If you can't even handle this small matter, then don't blame me for being unkind." After saying this, Yin Yu left. Huang Jiawen only slowly got up after Yin Yu had walked far away. Looking at Yin Yu's back in disbelief, "I really didn't expect such a lowly person." Lowly? Yin Yu truly could not understand what he had done to be described as lowly by Song Shui. Anger surged within him as he quickly asked Song Shui, "Do you know what lowly means?" "Anyway, you are just lowly." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu frowned and suddenly looked at Song Shui with a lewd smile, gradually moving closer. Seeing Yin Yu's lewd expression approaching step by step, Song Shui quickly closed her eyes and shouted, "Don't come over! Don't come over! Who is causing a ruckus here?" Yin Yu looked at Song Shui. who had her eyes closed, and smelled the fragrance emanating from her. He didn't expect Song Shue's scent today to be so pleasant. Yin Yu leaned against Song Shue's shoulder to enjoy it, but suddenly a loud shout interrupted him, and it was Huang Jiawen. Huang Jiawen, hearing Song Shue's cry for help, thought it was originally Lung Xiaochuan's lackeys causing trouble. Having just joined Yin Yu's side, he was aware of the relationship between Song Shue and Yin Yu. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, Huang Jiawen dashed over to the sound, just in time to see Yin Yu leaning against Song Shue's shoulder and then glancing at Mingwei in Song Shue's arms. Could it be that Yin Yu was? I'll deal with you next time. Huang Jiawen's loud shout immediately made the two of them calm down. Yin Yu shot a displeased glance at Huang Jiawen and left. Song Shue watched Yin Yu leave, feeling a bit lost again. Huang Jiawen, watching Yin Yu depart, recalled that Yin Yu had previously asked him to find male companions. Why had he suddenly returned to normal? He couldn't help but marvel at Yin Yu's broad-mindedness in his heart. You guys hurry up and pack your things and get lost. Yin Yu was not one to kill innocents indiscriminately. After dealing with the lackeys who had come to the dormitory to catch the two women, he drove the others out of the small courtyard. He also did not keep Huang Jiawen, urging him to quickly bring the people on the killer list and let Huang Jiawen leave. Due to the previous awkwardness, both Yin Yu and Song Shue began to tidy up their rooms separately. Song Shue, how did you get caught too? Mingwei woke up, realizing she was not in the dormitory, and quickly shook the sleeping Song Shue awake, getting up to head outside. Drowsily, Song Shue quickly grabbed Mingwei. Where are you going at this late hour? Are you planning to? Mingwei was taken aback. She did not expect such a big change in Song Shue in such a short time, looking at her in disbelief. Actually, I've thought it over carefully. Living here is quite good. It has a comfortable environment for cultivation and plenty of resources. Upon hearing this, Mingyue's mouth dropped in surprise. She did not expect Song Shue to really change. Although Mingwei did not agree with Song Shue's way of pursuing happiness, she knew she could not stop her and had to get up sadly and walk towards the door. At this moment, Song Shue, seeing Mingyue's dejected expression, slowly said, "What if it was Yin Yu who brought us here?" "Impossible. He is not that kind of person." Mingwei quickly denied it. Previously, when Yin Yu faced the higher-rank Yu brothers, he did not back down. So how could he yield to Lung Xiaochuan? Mingwei completely did not realize that Yin Yu had already killed Lung Xiaochuan and occupied his small courtyard. Sigh. I used to think the same way, but unfortunately, we were wrong about Yin Yu. Otherwise, why do you think I'm here? Could it be that Yin Yu really had an accident in the square? Mingyue's first thought was still that Yin Yu might have encountered an accident, which led to Song Shue being captured again. Yin Yu, you big liar. You bad guy. How could I trust you so much? Hoo. Damn it. Who did I offend? It's late at night, and you still don't forget to scold me. Mingyue's cries were so loud that they woke Yin Yu, who was sleeping in another room. It was late at night, and Yin Yu couldn't go over to ask. So he had no choice but to cover his head and go back to sleep. You still say you don't care about Yin Yu. Let's see how you make up stories next. Do you dare to mock me again? Song Shue saw Mingyue crying so sadly that she forgot to escape. Unable to hold back, Song Shue burst into laughter. When Mingyue saw Song Shue's rampant smile, she knew she had been tricked and felt extremely shy. However, she still hurriedly asked, "Didn't I say it? Of course, it's Yin Yu who put us here." A few days later, on a clear morning, Yin Yu had just gotten up when he heard someone breaking into the small courtyard. The two girls also came to the door and saw a young man walk in. Upon seeing Yin Yu, the young man quickly saluted and cautiously asked, "I heard that the young hero obtained 3 treasure chests. I wonder when the young hero plans to hand over 90% of them?" What did you say? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was convinced that the unspoken rules seemed to be true. How could Yin Yu hand over the treasure chests he had just obtained? "My lord, please don't be angry. I'm just here to pass on a message." It was clear that the news of Yin Yu killing Lung Xiaochuan had spread after a few days, and no one on the island was unaware of it. The young man thought Yin Yu was going to get angry again and quickly apologized. Pass on a message? Yin Yu recalled asking Huang Jiawen to relay a message for those on the killing list to come find him, but it had been several days, and there was still no sign of them. Yin Yu was too lazy to think about it now and quickly asked, "Who are you passing a message for?" "For most of the people on the killing list." "All right, then you help me pass on a message too." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was overjoyed. These past few days, he had been worried about the decreasing number of people in the square. It just so happened that no one from the killing list had come to the square before, and Yin Yu wanted the people on the killing list to go to the square. So he said, "If you want 90% of the treasure chests, come to the square and kill me." Yes, I will definitely convey it." Yin Yu was killed in the square for several consecutive days. Aside from upgrading his beast taming talent to level, he hadn't even broken through to a higher level beast. One day, looking at the fewer than 100 people in the square, Yin Yu lost his patience and went to Lai Lanxiang's office. Lai Lanxiang, seeing Yin Yu enter the office, was well aware of what had happened in the square, and he had also continuously increased the reward for killing Yin Yu. but there had been no results. He awkwardly looked at Yin Yu and said, "Brother Yin, you see, I have raised the reward for killing you so high, yet there is still no progress. I really can't do anything about it." "Then hurry up and call for an airdrop," Yin Yu said irritably. Lai Lanxiang was taken aback. If he called for an airdrop at this time, the already few people in the square might dwindle even further. Lai Lanxiang had been hesitant to call for an airdrop, fearing it would slow down Yin Yu's training even more. Now, hearing Yin Yu's words, he looked at him in confusion. "It's fine. As long as I get all the airdrops, I don't believe they won't come to the square." Yin Yu expressed his thoughts. "But if that happens, you might really become the public enemy of everyone. Then let the storm come even more fiercely. How did you do it? From now on, all the airdrops will be mine. You all hurry up and train. Break through to the golden level as soon as possible." "Oh, this is boring." The two girls initially wanted to chat with Yin Yu a little longer, but upon hearing Yin Yu's urging, they had no choice but to give up and went inside to practice with the treasure chests. Sure enough, after Yin Yu obtained all the treasure chests, the number of people in the square noticeably increased the next day. Seeing the growing crowd, Yin Yu immediately took out 2 treasure chests and scanned the crowd, saying, "Welcome everyone back to the square. From now on, no matter who it is, as long as you are ruthless enough in the square and put in enough effort, these treasure chests will belong to you." As Yin Yu spoke, he opened the 2 treasure chests. The crowd looked at the 2 chests filled with crystals and magic cores, their eyes gradually becoming greedy. With Yin Yu's command, everyone jumped into action. "Start. Charge. For the spirit stones. Charge. For the magic cores." Watching the crowd eagerly directing the slimes to attack, Yin Yu hadn't enjoyed the continuous electronic music in his ears for several days. Now, as the melody played once again, Yin Yu began to savor the sound. In the following 6 months, Yin Yu indeed obtained all the airdrop treasure chests. After 6 months of relentless effort, he finally heard the familiar electronic music again. "Congratulations to the host. The Holy Radiant Spirit has been upgraded to 6-star black iron level. Damn, finally. There's one that can evolve to silver level." Just as Yin Yu was happy that the Holy Radiance could evolve, Huang Jiawen suddenly arrived at the small courtyard. Upon seeing Huang Jiawen, Yin Yu immediately gave him a beating. Remembering the task he had assigned to Huang Jiawen 6 months ago, Yin Yu had tried several times to find Huang Jiawen during this time, but he had disappeared without a trace. Yin Yu had to go to the square every day for those few thousand experience points. While beating Huang Jiawen, Yin Yu scolded, "You know how hard I've been waiting for you. Spare me, spare me." In his anger, Yin Yu showed no mercy, beating Huang Jiawen until he covered his head and fled, crying out in pain. Huang Jiawen felt bitter. It wasn't that he didn't come for the past 6 months, but that he didn't dare to come. The day after Huang Jiawen left the small courtyard, after Yin Yu went to the square, Song Shui and Ming Yue found Huang Jiawen. Knowing the relationship between Yin Yu and the 2 girls, Huang Jiawen naturally didn't dare offend them, but he was also afraid of Yin Yu. As the saying goes, a local official is not as good as a current officer. Huang Jiawen had no choice but to tell the truth after being tormented by the 2 girls. When the 2 girls learned that Yin Yu had such a habit, they were also shocked. After a brief discussion, they warned Huang Jiawen not to appear in front of Yin Yu again, or he would face consequences. Huang Jiawen had to think of ways to avoid Yin Yu. The island wasn't too big, but Yin Yu was almost always working in the square, leaving only when the airdrops arrived. This gave Huang Jiawen many opportunities to dodge, allowing him to narrowly escape for half a year. Just then, someone asked Huang Jiawen to help introduce Yin Yu. Huang Jiawen certainly didn't dare to come, but he also didn't want to offend the other party. He could only take a chance, thinking maybe Yin Yu had forgotten about the previous incidents, and steeled himself to come. Unexpectedly, upon meeting, Yin Yu wasted no time and immediately gave him a beating. Huang Jiawen didn't dare to explain why he hadn't shown up, so he could only silently endure Yin Yu's wrath. To Huang Jiawen, Yin Yu's furious demeanor seemed like he was pent up, looking terrifyingly filled with desire. Over the past 6 months, Yin Yu monopolized the resources from the airdrops, causing everyone to envy him. Huang Jiawen couldn't help but have strange thoughts. After venting his anger, Yin Yu saw that Huang Jiawen had come alone and sternly scolded, "You came here all by yourself. What do you want?" Chapter 67, Color. "What are you doing here alone? Is this person from the killing list? Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I am Tang Shui, of course. I'm here to help you solve your troubles," Tang Shui said, deliberately posing flirtatiously. Yin Yu's beating of Huang Jiawen had already alarmed Song Shui and Ming Yue, who were practicing inside. At this moment, the 2 girls had already come outside, watching Tang Shui flirt with Yin Yu, and they angrily scolded, "Shameless. What kind of trouble could I have? How do you know you can help me?" The 2 girls were already very close to Yin Yu, and Yin Yu naturally heard everything clearly. Shaking her head, she looked at Tang Shui. Yin Yu never felt that she lacked trouble around her, and the girl in front of her was extremely alluring. Yin Yu did not believe that the girl could solve her problems. Noble people are really forgetful. Wasn't it you who had someone send a message that you wanted the treasure chest and came to kill you? Tang Shui said, playfully looking at Yin Yu. I came here to tell you to prepare early, so you don't lose your territory due to carelessness. Haha, look at how confident you are. It seems I came at the right time. Nice to meet you. Yin Yu heard the sudden change in Tang Shui's tone and looked at her in confusion. Tang Shui, seeing Yin Yu's puzzled expression, smiled and continued. The latest news is that, except for the top 10 on the assassin list, the other 90 will arrive at the square tomorrow to participate in killing you. Really? Yin Yu was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, fearing that the others would not come. Suddenly, Yin Yu thought of the 10 strongest individuals who had not yet arrived and quickly inquired, why aren't those in the top 10 coming? Tang Shui, upon hearing this, looked at Yin Yu with a serious expression, feeling that Yin Yu was too arrogant. After glancing at the two girls, she shook her head, beginning to regret coming to find Yin Yu early. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke again. Since you are so confident, I hope you won't disappoint me tomorrow. After saying this, Tang Shui turned to leave. Yin Yu, confused, called out, what are you really here for? Just to deliver a message? Actually, I originally wanted to join forces with you, but I've changed my mind. If you can return victorious tomorrow, we can discuss it then. Tang Shui said. Hearing this, Yin Yu became displeased. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Shui added, don't blame me for being cautious. After all, this is a significant matter that concerns my future, and I can't just entrust it to anyone. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu felt that revealing her true feelings on their first meeting was somewhat off-putting. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, an electromagnetic voice suddenly sounded in her ear. System issue, contract task. Asked Tang Shui about the color of her lingerie. Reward, 5,000 points. Yin Yu was taken aback upon hearing the task issued by the system, not expecting such a mandatory contract task at this moment. The 5,000 points were also the income Yin Yu had earned from being beaten in the square for 2 days. Gritting her teeth, Yin Yu looked at the girl in front of her and asked, can I ask you a question? Seeing Yin Yu seemingly hesitating, Tang Shui was instantly disappointed. A person who didn't even understand the basic rules of life on the island, no matter how strong, would have predictable achievements. Thus, Tang Shui had no intention of continuing to cooperate with Yin Yu. Even if Yin Yu were to win tomorrow, upon hearing Yin Yu's question, she impatiently responded, stop. I want to know what color your lingerie is. Tang Shui nearly fell to the ground upon hearing this, quickly turning around and looking at Yin Yu in confusion. While Song Shui and Ming Yu thought they had misheard, seeing confirmation in each other's eyes, they immediately looked at Yin Yu with anger. The most exaggerated reaction came from Huang Jiawen, who, fearing to provoke Yin Yu, had originally been lying on the ground without daring to move. Upon hearing this, she opened her mouth in shock, as if it could fit a fist. Seeing Yin Yu's face turn red, Tang Shui looked at her teasingly for a moment and walked towards Yin Yu, lifting her cheongsam as she approached. As Tang Shui got closer, her long, fair legs were undeniably exposed, causing Huang Jiawen to drool. Just as the mystery was about to be revealed, the two girls quickly stepped forward to cover Yin Yu's eyes, angrily scolding Tang Shui, shameless. What a pity. When you return victorious tomorrow, I will reveal the answer for you. Damn, so close. What a pity. As Yin Yu was covering her eyes, a sharp pain suddenly shot through her waist, as both girls had pinched her hard. Yin Yu winced in pain, while Huang Jiawen's furious roar came from the side. Obviously, Tang Shui had stopped her upward movement, as Yin Yu's vision was blocked. Chapter 68 arrives. Hurry up and get out. Upon hearing Huang Jiawen's angry shout, the two girls' faces turned crimson, and they angrily chased Huang Jiawen away. Damn, no wonder it's Yin Yu. She dares to tease her. Huang Jiawen looked at Yin Yu with growing admiration. In Huang Jiawen's view, although Yin Yu had occupied Lung Xiuquan's small courtyard, Lung Xiuquan's rank was soon overtaken. That person didn't dare to ask Yin Yu for the courtyard, but Yin Yu was indeed not on the assassin list. Let alone Lung Xiuquan from before, even those in the top 10 wouldn't dare to tease Tang Shui, while Yin Yu, who wasn't on the list, had genuinely teased Tang Shui, who was ranked 12th. As Huang Jiawen left Yin Yu's small courtyard, the more she thought about it, the more afraid she became. And she quickly ran away. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Hurry up and come out. Taking advantage of the two girls' moment of relaxation, Yin Yu quickly turned around and hid in her room, shutting the door tightly. The two girls were furious, continuously banging on the door, demanding Yin Yu come out and explain. But Yin Yu wasn't going to go out. First, there was the matter of the system that she couldn't explain, and she also didn't know how to explain things to the two girls, so she let them tire themselves out outside and leave on their own. The next day, when Yin Yu arrived at the square, she found that it was already filled with people. Yin Yu wasn't in a hurry to start. Instead, she was looking for something in the crowd. Familiar faces that had participated in attacking Yin Yu in the square were becoming impatient as they saw Yin Yu still searching. In the end, I was wrong to trust you. Yin Yu sighed and waited for a moment. When she confirmed that no one was coming, she quickly stepped forward to announce, "Since we haven't all come, how dare you start? You are too arrogant." Before Yin Yu's words were finished, dozens of people were seen riding yellow slimes, rushing towards her. The crowd, which had originally seen slimes as attacking beasts, now looked on as they became flying mounts. Among the crowd in the square, many were also yellow slimes, knowing that yellow slimes could be used as flying mounts. However, since the flying speed of yellow slimes wasn't fast, and they could only fly the distance across the square, those who had flown to Yin Yu's front had evidently been there for a while. To show off, they were riding slimes in the air, which prompted some to express their dissatisfaction. "We're all here to work and earn a salary. What's there to show off about? Get down quickly. Let's start." But some recognized that those in the air were people from the assassin list and quickly fell silent, watching as these people landed in front of Yin Yu. After waiting for them to stabilize, Yin Yu carefully counted and confirmed that there were 90 people. Then she looked at the crowd in the square. "I hope everyone won't be stingy with your applause and welcome these 90 pieces of trash from the assassin list to your group. Get lost." The group of 90 was led by Xie Tianliang, ranked 11th on the assassin list. Hearing this, Xie Tianliang was furious and glared at Yin Yu. "Kid, hand over all your resources right now, and we can spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." "May I ask how you plan to be rude?" Yin Yu didn't see any danger at all. "It seems you really don't know how to drink for pleasure and are looking for punishment. Brothers, attack." Xie Tianliang was infuriated. This was the first time since he had risen on the assassin list that someone dared to speak to him like this in public, and he immediately signaled for everyone to attack. "Wait." Yin Yu suddenly waved her hand to signal them to pause. Xie Tianliang thought Yin Yu was afraid and mockingly taunted. "Now you know to be scared. It's too late. You can all attack together." Yin Yu ignored Xie Tianliang and instead signaled the crowd in the square to take action together. Xie Tianliang was furious upon hearing this and immediately jumped into action. Disregarding everything else, he transformed his yellow slime into a 3-meter-high wheel and charged towards Yin Yu. Yin Yu was curious and quickly scanned the attributes of Xie Tianliang's slime. Name, slime. Level, 9-star silver. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, demon. Weakness, none. Attribute, earth. Talent level, skills, devour master, perfect. Mount tie pressing down, proficient. Enlarge, proficient. Rolling wheel, proficient. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, healthy. Evolution route, 1. Rolling wheel. The slime transforms into a wheel and continuously crushes the target. What are you waiting for? Don't you want your wages? Yes. Yes. Everyone, hurry up and take action. Quickly finish and get off work. The crowd in the square began to take action. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Seeing Yin Yu constantly disappearing and reappearing under the wheel's crushing, Xie Tianliang felt it was strange and quickly called the people behind him to join in. Tang Shui initially did not take action, but after seeing Yin Yu disappear and then reappear, she joined the others in action. After several hours, Yin Yu finally heard the electromagnetic sound again. "Congratulations, host. The Holy Radiant Spirit has been upgraded to 7-star black iron. Congratulations, host. It's great to have you all join." Yin Yu looked at the crowd lying on the ground and walked up to Xie Tianliang, handing him a few magic cores the size of chicken eggs. "From now on, you will be the leader of these people, responsible for distributing their wages." Xie Tianliang stared blankly at the few magic cores in front of him. Over the past 6 months, Yin Yu had monopolized all the resources. The people on the killing list heard about Yin Yu's strangeness but did not dare to approach recklessly. They had to form teams. And during these 6 months of teaming up, they had exhausted their previous savings. Now, seeing the magic cores again, they all widened their eyes. Xie Tianliang was certainly not satisfied with these magic cores and angrily said, "You are insulting us." Chapter 69, End of Year Assessment. You are insulting us. Don't worry. If you feel insulted, the people you bring can come back every day. What kind of insult 10 times? That is a special scene for Yin Yu. How could it be easily let others succeed? Yin Yu immediately expressed his stance. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianliang quickly kicked the magic cores into his pocket, still relentlessly saying, "Today, considering these magic cores, I'll let you go. Tomorrow, we'll see how we deal with you." After saying this, Xie Tianliang left with the crowd. The people in the square looked at Xie Tianliang's departing back and began to complain. "Damn, 13 can still act like this. No wonder he is a strong player on the killer list. Even acting cool is so skilled. What are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Tang Shui originally came to find Yin Yu, but was blocked by 2 girls. After thinking for a moment, she joked, "If you always keep a tight watch on a man, over time, he will get tired of it." The 2 girls were no match for Tang Shui and quickly lost. They couldn't help but recall that over the past 6 months, apart from distributing treasure chests, Yanyu had only interacted with the two girls during work or while sleeping in the dormitory. Even when going to the cafeteria together, they rarely talked, leading the two to suspect whether Yanyu had grown tired of them. The panicked affection in their eyes fell into Tang Xue's view, and she teased, "Be careful. If there's even a slight disturbance, he might leave you." Seeing the two girls calm down so quickly, Tang Xue was quite approving, especially of Mingwei. Seemingly shy, Mingwei actually had an unknown strength. As for what it was, Tang Xue certainly wouldn't ask. Seeing the two girls determined to drive her away, she sighed, "You know how to leave?" The two girls were surprised and exclaimed. Tang Xue looked at the astonished duo and knew she had come to the right place. She chuckled, "No need, wait a moment. He is sleeping." The two girls had no choice but to go wake Yanyu. Tang Xue didn't mind and followed the two girls with a smile. "Why are you here?" Yanyu woke up and looked at Tang Xue in confusion. "I'm here to reveal the mystery to you," Tang Xue said as she lifted her cheongsam. The two girls hurriedly stepped forward to block Yanyu. Glaring at Tang Xue, "What do you want? Hurry up and say it." "Ha ha ha. Well, there is plenty of time in the future. There will be many opportunities." Tang Xue sighed and, as she lowered her cheongsam, deliberately revealed her snow-white thigh, causing the two girls to feel both shy and angry. Tang Xue only smiled lightly. "Since everyone wants to leave, let us talk about the methods we each have. I'm a guest, so I'll go first. Here is the situation. On each island, there are at least 10 people who have reached golden level. Only those who reach golden level or above have a chance to enter the top 100 for the assessment." Oh, no wonder the two girls realized that their friends had secretly told them that to leave, they must reach golden level. Yanyu thought it was simple, always believing he could leave after serving 2 years. Now thinking about it, he knew it was impossible. The three had been on the island for several years, and Yanyu thought that he hadn't even reached silver level yet, with the assessment at the end of next month. It was impossible to break through to golden level in such a short time. He looked at Tang Xue speechlessly. "Isn't it too early for you to say this? I probably need another 2 or 3 days to break through to silver level, and they will also need about 10 days to break through to silver level. The assessment is less than a month away. Do you think it's possible to break through to golden level in this little time?" Yes, but our goal for this assessment is not the top 100. Tang Xue had come prepared and had enough understanding of Yanyu and the other situations. Upon hearing that Tang Xue's arrival was not about leaving, Yanyu was momentarily confused. The two girls realized they had been tricked when they heard that Tang Xue was not there to discuss leaving and immediately stood up to drive her out. "Since this isn't about discussing leaving, we're done talking. You can go. What do you want?" Tang Xue, upon hearing this, glanced at Yanyu teasingly and actually stood up to leave. Yanyu quickly stopped her, asking, "Looks like the young master is reluctant to let the young lady leave." Tang Xue took the opportunity to lean against Yanyu, wrapping her beautiful leg around his right leg. The two girls rushed forward to separate them, fiercely protecting Yanyu from behind, glaring at Tang Xue. "Speak about business. That is more like it." Actually, even though the two girls were furious, they still learned some inside information from Tang Xue's narration. The secret realm for the assessment has a relic, which is a remnant left behind due to the fusion of Blue Star with other spaces. The area around the relic is fraught with danger, and countless people have died there. So far, no one has entered the inner city. The purpose of Tang Xue coming to find Yanyu is to hope that Yanyu can take her into the relic to gain opportunities. What is inside the relic? Chapter 70 Spiritual Spring. What exactly is in the relic? Yanyu couldn't help but feel curious. So much time has passed without it being broken through. What could be inside? Is there some great treasure? Otherwise, why would it attract so many people, spending so much time searching for opportunities inside? I don't know what is inside, but I heard that 100 years ago, someone in the outer city accidentally obtained a pet egg with a level talent. A level talent pet egg? Yanyu had completely lost interest upon hearing about the spirit beasts with level talent. Now, apart from the twin-winged demon dragon, all of Yanyu's spirit beasts were of level talent, and they all possessed special bloodlines, which ordinary level talent spirit beasts could not compare to. Tang Xue noticed the disappointment on Yanyu's face and, after hesitating for a moment, thought of something and smiled as she continued. "Actually, you don't need to worry at all about not being able to summon your previous spirit beasts." Why do you say that? Tang Xue's words immediately caught the attention of the three. Seeing their excitement, Tang Xue continued, "As long as you break through to the golden level, you can summon your other spirit beasts normally. Is there such a thing?" The three looked at Tang Xue and nodded in confirmation, their desire to break through to the golden level growing even stronger. As they calmed down, Yanyu suddenly thought of a question. Where did those golden level people on the assassin leaderboard go? What? Do you think they also went to the square? Upon hearing this, Tang Xue immediately sensed Yanyu's ulterior motives. Yanyu quickly awkwardly said, "I'm just worried they don't have training resources and are delaying their plans to leave." I was thinking about how to send them some. Ha ha ha. The three girls burst out laughing. It was clear that Yin Yu wouldn't actually send them resources, but would find a way to make them go to the square. Once the three girls calmed down, Tang Shui didn't want to crush Yin Yu's hopes. Don't think about it. The resources you have in hand, they wouldn't even want. Huh. Are there other resources on the island? Yin Yu couldn't understand. The airdrops and resources distributed to the people on the assassin leaderboard had all been sent to him by Lai Lanxiang. Yin Yu really couldn't figure out what other methods there were to obtain resources, as the golden level experts on the island certainly wouldn't go hunting. He hurriedly asked Tang Shui. In fact, they are using the spirit spring on the island. At this moment, Mingwe spoke up first. Tang Shui looked at Mingwe curiously, clearly surprised that Mingwe knew about the spirit spring. Upon hearing about the spirit spring, Yin Yu's spirit was lifted. His spirit beasts consumed crystal stones and magic cores every day, and the absorption couldn't possibly be as good as that of liquid spirit springs. He immediately stood up and said, "Let's go. We need to find the spirit spring. Forget it. I'll take you to see it." The three girls quickly stopped him when they heard Yin Yu wanted to look for the spirit spring. In the end, unable to dissuade him, Tang Shui had to agree to lead Yin Yu there. A moment later, the four of them arrived at a small courtyard filled with the sounds of birds and blooming flowers. Yin Yu looked at the luxury of the courtyard and couldn't help but exclaim, "So extravagant?" Yes, golden level spirit beast masters have many privileges on the island. And these are just the basics. After Tang Shui finished introducing, she suddenly blushed. Yin Yu, seeing the shy Tang Shui, became even more curious. He hadn't expected the usually flamboyant Tang Shui would also be shy. Yin Yu hurriedly stepped forward to open the door, but was interrupted by Tang Shui. "Let me do it." "Ha ha ha. Shui, you've finally come to your senses. I've missed you to death." As soon as the voice fell, a young man in his 20s rushed out of the courtyard. The young man's attire was extremely disheveled, and the lipstick mark on his face was particularly eye-catching. Everyone could tell what the young man had been doing. Even the carefree Song Shui blushed at this moment, let alone Mingwe. The young man was none other than the 10th-ranked Wu Damu on the assassin leaderboard. Wu Damu was known for being lecherous, and everyone knew that he was powerful and naturally attracted many beautiful women. Tang Shui was famously beautiful on the assassin leaderboard, and Wu Damu had long coveted her. After being rejected multiple times by Tang Shui, Wu Damu wanted to have a taste of her even more and had done many unspeakable things behind the scenes. It was already evening, and upon seeing Tang Shui arrive, Wu Damu assumed she had finally softened and hurriedly grabbed her arm, afraid she would run away. Wu Damu then looked at Song Shui and Mingwe behind Yin Yu, especially noticing Mingwe shyly lowering her head, making him want to pounce on her immediately. Struggling to suppress his beastly instincts, he tossed a magic core to Yin Yu with a grin. "Kid, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You're someone who will achieve great things. From now on, just follow me." After Wu Damu finished speaking, he pulled Tang Shui to enter the courtyard. But Tang Shui quickly looked at Yin Yu. "Help me. I don't know him. Shui, after tonight, you'll be mine. He is my lackey. There is plenty of time for you to get to know him." Ha ha ha. Wu Damu was now completely consumed by his desires, not noticing that Tang Shui was not speaking to him at all. Hearing this, Yin Yu quickly laughed along. "Since the big brother is so enthusiastic, let us go in and talk." Huh. Tang Shui was furious upon hearing this, not expecting Yin Yu to be this kind of person. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly saw Yin Yu signaling her to look around. At this moment, many people had already hidden in the bushes, watching. She shot a furious glare at Yin Yu and then followed him into the courtyard, with the two girls also entering at Yin Yu's gesture. At this moment, Wu Damu's lackeys saw their boss's desires boiling over and all left the small courtyard. Seeing that the surroundings were empty, Wu Damu could no longer hold back and lunged at Tang Shui. Mingwe and Song Shui immediately shouted angrily at Wu Damu. "Pervert! Ha ha ha! Why are you still here? Get lost!" The two girls' angry shouts only excited Wu Damu further. He eagerly looked at the two girls and, seeing Yin Yu standing next to them, quickly tried to chase Yin Yu away. "Of course, I'm here to liven things up for the boss. I even plan to invite others to come and appreciate the boss's extraordinary charm." Yin Yu's voice was loud, and since he and T closed the door when entering, the people hiding in the bushes outside all came to watch Wu Damu's extraordinary style. "Kid, I think you're tired of living. Go die." Chapter 71, The First Battle with the Golden Level. "I think you're tired of living," Wu Damu said, swiftly swinging his hand to strike Yin Yu. As a golden level spirit beast master, although he was attracted by beauty at this moment, he had not lost his rationality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived this long. He had already tested Yin Yu when he saw him at the door. Yin Yu was merely a black iron level and not worth worrying about in front of a golden level. Thus, he didn't take him seriously and was confident he could kill Yin Yu with one punch. Sure enough, as soon as Wu Damu's fist made contact with Yin Yu vanished. Wu Damu didn't understand why Yin Yu disappeared, but upon seeing him vanish, he was certain Yanyu had been killed by him. Wu Damu hurriedly walked towards the courtyard's main door. He didn't want to be watched by others and shouted at the crowd outside. Are you all tired of living too? Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly scattered. And Wu Damu, furious, closed the yard door. Just as he was about to get to the main point, he saw a young man standing in the courtyard. And that young man was Yanyu. At this moment, Yanyu was overjoyed. Finally, another golden level person has come to kill me. Previously, although Lai Lanxiang had actively cooperated with Yanyu, it was only to meet Yanyu's resource needs. Yanyu was certainly not satisfied and hoped that the golden level Lai Lanxiang and Tang Dafei could also participate. Every time Yanyu went to invite the two, they were either in meetings or out patrolling, and he could only find Tang Dafei once a month. Lai Lanxiang was even more elusive. At this moment, he heard the long-lost electromagnetic voice again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 300 points. Spirit Beast Talent Enhancement Progress 50. Spirit Beast Growth Progress for each 50. Just as Yanyu was rejoicing, he was facing away from Wu Damu. Wu Damu, seeing Yanyu come out and disturb his enjoyment again, became furious and swung his hand again to strike Yanyu, who vanished once more. A few moments later, Yanyu reappeared again. Wu Damu could finally no longer endure it and instantly summoned all his spirit beasts. Behind Wu Damu appeared a giant earth ice bear and a yellow earth dragon. Yanyu quickly scanned them. Name: Giant Earth Ice Bear. Level: 1-star golden level. Host: Wu Damu. Nickname: Race: Bear. Weakness: Fire. Attribute: Ice. Talent quality: Level. Skills: Icebound, Mastery. Ice Explosion, Mastery. Frost Claw, Mastery. Roar, Mastery. Talents: None. Bloodline: None. Status: Healthy. Evolution route: Common. Icebound creates a frost area within a 2-meter radius around the Earth Ice Bear, gradually freezing targets within the area into ice sculptures and slowing their movement speed by 30. Ice Explosion causes immobilized targets to explode. Frost Claw adds ice attributes to the Earth Ice Bear's attacks. Roar increases all attributes of the Earth Ice Bear by 10. After detecting the Earth Ice Bear, Yanyu quickly scanned the Earth Dragon. Name: Slime. Level: 1-star gold level. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Demon. Weakness: None. Attribute: Earth. Talent rank: None. Skills: Devour Master. Perfect. Mountain Press, Mastery. Grow Big, Mastery. Rolling Wheels, Mastery. Transformation, Beginner. Talents: None. Bloodline: None. Status: Healthy. In battle, I will sit on you to death. Evolution route: Only one. Transformation: Slime can change its own form. 3 types. Huh. It's actually the Earth Dragon transformed from a slime. Yanyu looked at Wu Damu and was completely taken aback that it was a slime transformation. Seeing Wu Damu so smug, as if victory was assured, Yanyu sneered and shouted, Rotten wood. What are you posing for? You don't really think you can scare me to death, do you? Ha! Wu Damu hated being called rotten wood and felt humiliated by Yanyu's words, becoming furious. He quickly commanded his 2 beasts to attack Yanyu. When Yanyu saw the Earth Ice Bear and Earth Dragon attacking, he charged forward instead. Wu Damu was startled by Yanyu's actions, watching as Yanyu moved slower and slower, laughing mockingly. You fool. You don't even have a bit of combat skill and dare to provoke me? Yanyu gradually stopped moving amidst Wu Damu's taunts, and at this point, his body was completely encased in thick ice, unable to advance an inch. Moments later, there was a loud bang, and Yanyu, frozen into an ice sculpture, exploded, disappearing in the process. Wu Damu did not learn from his previous experience and thought Yanyu had been completely killed this time, mockingly walking towards the 3 women. Now? Who's coming first? The first one will definitely not be done yet. Are you in such a hurry? The Lud Song Shui and Mingyu angrily reproached him, while Tang Shui looked at Wu Damu with a cold smile, glancing at the distance where Yanyu had disappeared. Seeing that only the 3 women remained in the courtyard, Wu Damu laughed loudly. Now? Who's coming first? What? Are you so anxious? Hearing this, Wu Damu quickly turned around, only to see Yanyu reappearing near the Earth Ice Bear. Wu Damu was furious and shouted at his beasts, Kill him! Roar! With Wu Damu's roar, the 2 beasts went wild immediately. The Earth Ice Bear let out an angry roar, its originally white fur turning ice blue, continuously clawing at Yanyu in front of it. The Earth Dragon also soared into the sky, flying dozens of meters high and crashing down towards Yanyu, creating a large pit in the courtyard, dust flying everywhere. Even Wu Damu, being a gold level, could not see clearly what was happening inside. All he could hear were the sounds of glass breaking within the dust. At this moment, the Earth Dragon seemed to still want more dust, rolling around in it. The crowd that wanted to enter the dust to check was hesitant. After the 2 beasts struggled for several hours, they finally quieted down. Just as everyone was about to rush into the thick dust, Wu Damu suddenly spat out blood. pointing angrily at the depths of the dust. You dare to kill my beasts. Why? Why? Chapter 72. Why is there still a difference of 300? Why? As Wu Damu fell, the double-winged red dragon also lost the strength to struggle and was immediately put into a black plastic bag, disappearing. Moments later, the black plastic bag returned to the form of a slime, following behind Yanyu. At this moment, Wu Damu spat out blood again, realizing something. Looking at the terrified slime behind Yanyu and saying, your beast can actually do this. This is the price of toying with women. Do you want to end up like him? After hearing this, Yanyu's body shook, looking at Wu Damu, who was now on the verge of death and beyond saving. Quickly continuing to clean the small courtyard. Moments later, Tang Shui took Wu Damu's head and left. The three then began to tidy up the small courtyard with Wu Damu's subordinates. The two women, upon entering Wu Damu's room, suddenly pushed everyone outside and quickly called Yanyu over. Yanyu thought there was something filthy inside, and the two women, feeling embarrassed, rushed to help. But they found a naked woman bound in Wu Damu's room, her upper body completely covered in red candle wax, blood dripping between her legs, and a pool of blood beneath her feet. One can imagine how shocking the scene was before the crowd arrived. Yanyu was also stunned and angrily urged Wu Damu's subordinates to clean up. You guys hurry up. Wait. Huh. It was Mingyu who stopped Yanyu. Yanyu looked at Mingyu in surprise, wondering if Mingyu, seeing Yanyu's strange gaze, feigned anger and said, you quickly look at who that person is. Why are you treating me like this? Hypocritical. Who asked you to pretend to be a good person? If you really want to save us, then give us all your resources. Get out. Yanyu said, feeling no mood to help Shan Changhong at this moment, immediately instructing Wu Damu's subordinates to escort Shan Changhong out of the small courtyard. The two women, realizing they had done something wrong, lowered their heads to apologize to Yanyu. Although Yanyu felt upset, he knew it wasn't the two women's fault. After comforting them a bit, he let them continue cleaning the small courtyard, while Yanyu was tidying up Wu Damu's small courtyard. The news of Wu Damu's death spread quickly, and other gold-level individuals learned about it instantly. The other 9 gold-level individuals gathered together, except for their female companions. All 9 were bald, each with a shiny head. The one sitting at the top was Guang Xiaobing, the number 1 on the kill list. Seeing everyone had arrived, Guang Xiaobing asked, I believe everyone should know by now that old Tin has been killed. This is related to our plan to leave. What does everyone think? So what if he was killed? Just let the 11th, Xie Tianliang, take his place. I heard the kid who killed old Tin has some strange skills. Letting him replace old Tin's position isn't bad. I heard that kid got quite a few resources before. He should compensate us a bit. Although Wu Damu had previously allied with everyone here to leave Demon Island, after Yanyu killed Wu Damu, they were discussing how to make Yanyu compensate them. This shows how ridiculous friendship and alliances are on Demon Island. After Guang Xiaobing listened to everyone's discussions for a while and saw that opinions had mostly reached a consensus, he announced the results and then let everyone leave. The next day, Yanyu went to work in the square as usual. After Yanyu led everyone to move their original small courtyard to Wu Damu's small courtyard, he dismissed Wu Damu's subordinates. Since the new small courtyard was farther from the square than the previous one, Yanyu arrived a little late. Upon seeing Yanyu's tardiness, the people in the square expressed their dissatisfaction. Xie Tianliang, noticing Yanyu's late arrival, stepped forward and scolded, Why are you only just arriving? Everyone thought you were backing out today, but I must tell you, even if you don't come, you still have to hand over today's crystal stones and magic cores. You can't let everyone run here for nothing. Since everyone is here, let's get to it. Yanyu watched as Xie Tianliang quickly fell into the true fragrance law. Feeling delighted in his heart, he immediately signaled everyone to take action. As Yanyu's voice fell, everyone began to command the slimes to attack Yanyu. A few hours later, Yanyu looked at the people in the square who were tumbling all over the place, but his brows furrowed even tighter. Although Yanyu had been attacked by everyone for a short time, he heard that his beast had already broken through to 8-star black iron. Seeing that everyone was out of energy, Yanyu quickly opened the slime's panel to check. Name: Dark Slime. Level: 8-star black iron 966210000. Host: None. Nickname: None. Race: Demon. Weakness: None. Attributes: Dark, Thunder. Talent grade: Level. Skills: Devour Master. Perfect. Transformation: Beginner. Freeze: Beginner. Ice Blade: Beginner. Explosion: Beginner. Mountain Pressure: Beginner. Frenzy: Beginner. Light Blade: Beginner. Enlargement: Beginner. Ice Claw: Beginner. Soaring: Beginner. Talent: None. Bloodline: Abyss Demon King Bloodline 10 billion. Status: Healthy, Happy. Evolution Route: Total 1. 1 Dark Knight Slime. Evolution Materials: Black Iron Magic Core 100, Dark Crystal 100, Thunder Crystal 100. Why is there still a shortage of over 300 times? Chapter 73, Silver Level. Why is there still a shortage of over 300 times? Yin looked at the panel, realizing he needed over 300 rebirths to use materials to evolve and break through to silver level. At this moment, Yin felt like he was playing a game, just one level away from opening a new dungeon, but all the tasks had already been cleared, and there was no way to gain experience to level up, making him anxious. Yin looked at the panel and didn't hear Xie Tianliang's urging. Hey, we are done. Hurry up and distribute the resources. You aren't planning to default on the debt, are you? Hearing Xie Tianliang's urging, everyone began to urge Yin as well. Yin was even more annoyed at this moment and directly pushed the treasure chest beside him to Xie Tianliang. Why don't you distribute it to everyone? Huh? Xie Tianliang thought he heard wrong and was about to ask, but saw that Yin really left the square. Xie Tianliang had no choice but to nervously start distributing crystal stones or magic cores to everyone. Yin left the square with a frown and suddenly looked up to see the barracks of the guards not far away. He smiled and ran over. The guards had already been informed by Tang Dafei and Lai Lanxiang, and they quickly stopped Yin. Seeing that the guards were determined not to let him through, Yin thought for a moment and looked at the guards blocking him. I have something important to report to Instructor Tang. If I delay, can you bear the responsibility? Brother Yin, don't report it. Last time, one of our brothers believed you and let you in to report, and you took our Instructor Tang away. It took him 2 days to recover in bed. The brothers standing guard here are still cleaning the toilets. Brother Yin, you better leave quickly. Is Captain Lai here? He just went out on patrol. Oh, Yin would not believe the guards. Since he gathered everyone in the square to work, there were hardly any hunters left. Most were in the camp. Except for daily patrols, there was no need for the captain to go personally. Seeing that he couldn't get in, Yin had to give up and asked the guards to help relay a message to Instructor Tang. Tell Instructor Tang that I have broken through. Stop. As Yin was walking towards the cafeteria, he suddenly heard 2 shouts from behind. He pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. The 2 behind saw Yin walking even faster and hurriedly quickened their pace to catch up, blocking Yin. The 2 who blocked him were Lai Lanxiang and Tang Dafei. After they blocked Yin, they quickly asked, You broke through to silver level? I'm so glad to see you too. I was just looking for you about the breakthrough. Oh, Instructor Tang, Yin is at a critical moment of breakthrough right now. You must do everything you can to help. I happen to have a few documents that still need approval. I'll be leaving now. Lai Lanxiang immediately sensed something was wrong and dropped Tang Dafei to leave. Tang Dafei quickly found a way to leave, but Yin didn't let him speak. He grabbed Lai Lanxiang, who was about to leave, and said, Really? Lai Lanxiang thought, with just 300 more times needed, if they waited until tomorrow, it would indeed be a bit unwise. As the saying goes, the sooner the breakthrough, the more hope there is. Lai Lanxiang still looked at Yin uncertainly. Don't worry. As long as you can attack 350 times, when I come to the square tomorrow, I will definitely be at silver level. How about that? Okay. Then let's go now. Lai Lanxiang and Tang Dafei only had 2 beasts, both of which were winged red dragons. At this moment, in order to help Yin break through as soon as possible, even though the winged red dragon's attack was weaker, they still let the winged red dragons continuously breathe fire to scorch Yin. The guards at the entrance looked at the 3 in the square from a distance, filled with regret, thinking that they might have to replace their comrade who was cleaning the toilets, with a dejected expression. Congratulations, host. The Dark Knight slime has broken through to 9-star black iron level. Okay, enough. Yin heard the electromagnetic voice and quickly told the 2 to stop. At this moment, the 2 also immediately supported each other and walked towards the barracks of the guards. As they left, Tang Dafei didn't forget to remind, Brother Yin, you must not let me and Captain lie down. You must break through to silver level tomorrow. You can't stay in that room. We've already let you stay here. You can't be too greedy. That room is empty. Why can't I stay here? No way. It's too close to your room. But your room is even closer, right? Tang Shui was also convinced that the distance of the 2 women's room to Yin Yu's room was even closer. Our relationship with Yin Yu is not something you can compare to. Song Shui also relentlessly argued. What relationship do you have with Yin Yu? Tang Shui immediately retorted upon hearing that. The 2 women trembled upon hearing this, looking at Yin Yu. Before Yin Yu could prepare, Tang Shui lightly laughed and leaned against Yin Yu, looking at the 2 women. What relationship do you have with Yin Yu? My relationship with Yin Yu is just that. Yin Yu, don't you agree? I went to Xiao Tan to practice. You can discuss your matters among yourselves. After Yin Yu finished speaking, he took the treasure chest and walked toward Xiao Tan. Upon arriving at Xiao Tan, Yin Yu quickly fed the evolution materials to the slime. After a moment, a bright light flashed and a strong aura entered Yin Yu's body, clearly the feedback from the beast. Yin Yu felt his physical strength significantly increase at this moment. Reaching silver level, he quickly used the system to detect. Name, Dark Moon Slime. Level, 1-star silver level 0,100,000. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, demon. Weakness, none. Attributes: Dark, Thunder, Talent Grade. Level: Skills: Devour Master, Perfect. Transformation: Beginner, Freeze, Beginner, Ice Blade, Beginner, Explosion, Beginner, Mountain Pressure, Beginner, Frenzy, Beginner, Light Blade, Beginner, Enlargement, Beginner, Ice Claw, Beginner. Soaring, Beginner. Talent: None. Bloodline: Abyss Demon King Bloodline 10 billion. Status: Healthy, Happy. Evolution Route: Total 1. Evolution Materials. Finally, I have broken through to silver level. Chapter 74, Bald Head. Finally, I have broken through to silver level. Master, quickly let us out. Huh. Yin Yu was shocked to hear this. Wasn't it said that only beasts that break through to gold level can be summoned again? Moreover, he had never heard that beasts in the beast space communicated with their hosts through thoughts. How had it changed to verbal communication? As Yin Yu was marveling, several beast companions were already making a racket, eager to come out and stretch their legs. Yin Yu had no choice but to try summoning 3 of his beast companions. Looking at the 3 beasts before him, Yin Yu was so happy he almost jumped out of the small pond. Being able to summon beast companions meant Yin Yu had another trump card for future battles. He hurriedly went to the warehouse in front of the treasure chest. The warehouse he arrived at was the one previously used for the evolution of the Black Gorilla. Yin Yu quickly put the materials needed for the evolution of the Thorn Demon Vine into the reaction kettle. After waiting about 1 or 2 hours, Yin Yu poured the residue from the reaction kettle into a nearby frying pan. After placing the Thorn Demon Vine into it, while waiting for it to absorb the liquid, Yin Yu put the evolution materials for the Light Spirit into the reaction kettle. Just as Yin Yu was continuously evolving his beast companions, the 3 girls quietly arrived at the small pond. Hadn't they said before? They were cultivating at the small pond in the backyard. The spiritual energy in the small pond was so comfortable that one could easily fall asleep. Yin Yu, feeling a bit tired at that moment, was too lazy to explain and casually made up a reason. Nonsense. Then why didn't we see you when the 3 of us went to the small pond? Song Shui was straightforward and immediately exposed Yin Yu's lie. I'll give you one more chance. What exactly were you doing? The next day, Yin Yu was working in the square as usual. Noticing a bald head in the front row, he felt it was strange but still let the crowd attack. After everyone finished attacking, Yin Yu had already reached the silver level, having been killed only a little over 500 times, which was almost halved. Tang Dafei and Lai Lanxiang in the office noticed that the number of times Yin Yu disappeared had significantly decreased, confirming that Yin Yu had truly broken through to the silver level, which made them very happy. After everyone finished attacking and fell to the ground, Yin Yu still planned to have Xie Tianliang distribute the treasure chests. After searching for a moment in the crowd, he still couldn't find Xie Tianliang's figure. Just as Yin Yu was puzzled about why Xie Tianliang hadn't come, a bald man approached him. Brother Yin, are you looking for me? Who are you? Xie Tianliang? What happened to you? After looking at the bald man for a long time, Yin Yu finally recognized that this person was indeed Xie Tianliang. Haha, I'm now the 10th on the kill list. After listening to Xie Tianliang's explanation, Yin Yu learned that the leader of the kill list, the first place, Guang Xiaobing, had mandated that anyone entering the top 10 of the killer list must shave their heads. As for the reason, Xie Tianliang was somewhat vague, saying that it seemed Guang Xiaobing was naturally bald and couldn't stand to see others with hair, hence the rule. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu exclaimed, that's too tyrannical. Congratulations, host, you have received 5,000 points. Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000 points. Congratulations, host, you have received 8,000 points. What are you doing here? Are you here to seize the small courtyard? Yin Yu looked at Xie Tianliang, who was stammering, and of course, he knew that this small courtyard belonged to the 10th on the kill list, which was now openly owned by Xie Tianliang. Not at all. My previous small courtyard was quite good, and I had gotten used to living there. Xie Tianliang's expression immediately stiffened upon hearing this. He wouldn't dare compete with Yin Yu for this place. He got bullied by Yin Yu every day in the square. So coming here to seize it would be courting death, right? Then what are you doing here? Chapter 75, Passing Messages. Then what are you doing here? Since Xie Tianliang wasn't here to seize the small courtyard, Yin Yu really couldn't figure out what Xie Tianliang was doing here. Previously, the resources that needed to be distributed in the square were all given out on time by Yin Yu without any delays. Someone asked me to help pass a message to you. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianliang looked at Yin Yu with trembling legs. Yin Yu noticed and became more curious. While Xie Tianliang was cursing the 9 people in front of the kill list in his heart, realizing the situation, Xie Tianliang had to be forceful and seriously said, Yin Yu, hurry up and hand over the resources you have. Quickly move out of the 10th place small courtyard, or don't blame us for being rude. Yin Yu was puzzled as Xie Tianliang suddenly changed his tone and finished speaking. Just as he was about to ask, Xie Tianliang hurriedly smiled at Yin Yu. Brother Yin. Those words were sent by the 9 people in front. The message has been delivered. I'm leaving now. Brother Yin. Those words were really not said by me. I was just passing the message. You helped a few people pass the message. When they asked me to pass it on, all 9 of them were there. Shouldn't that count as 9 people? Seeing that Yin Yu didn't intend to pursue the matter, Xie Tianliang quickly told him about the situation at that time. Xie Tianliang understood in his heart that through the previous sparring with Yin Yu in the square and the feedback from the beast companions, he knew that Yin Yu had likely broken through to the silver level. Yin Yu had killed a golden level Wu Damu while still at the black iron level. Definitely a big shot that he needed to cling to tightly. Most of the people in the square were at the black iron level, and Yin Yu was clearly provoking those at the golden level now. After pondering for a moment, Xie Tianliang came up with a plan and quickly left. As Yin Yu watched Xie Tianliang leave, the 3 girls were about to practice at the small pond in the backyard. Song Shui seemed a bit distracted, and Ming Yu quickly asked, "Shuer, what's wrong?" "Of course, I'm going crazy thinking about men. I can't even focus on cultivation." Before Song Shui could speak, Tang Shui started to mock. "Don't mind her. What is really going on?" The 2 girls were already at odds with Tang Shui, and Ming Yu pretended not to hear her, continuing to inquire about Song Shui. Upon hearing this, Song Shui became displeased and retorted, "Yeah, I'm not like some people who dress up flamboyantly every day but can't even keep a man who knows where they go to fool around at midnight, yet act all high and mighty here." Ming Yu realized upon hearing this that Song Shui was still brooding over where Yin Yu had been last night. She was even more convinced that Yin Yu must have gone to fool around. Ming Yu pondered for a moment and was about to explain when Tang Shui mocked again. "How do you know I don't know where he went? If you knew, then you wouldn't be wrong. He told me yesterday. And I even told him to go if he wanted to." Upon hearing this, Song Shui thought to trap Tang Shui into revealing more, but Tang Shui directly interrupted her. "You're shameless. Ming Yu, let's go, don't mind her." Song Shui was furious upon hearing this and was about to drag Ming Yu away. Ming Yu shook her head and, after calming Song Shui down, said, "Actually, don't you know what kind of person Yin Yu is?" But he clearly had Huang Jiawen help him look for someone. Song Shui's face grew redder as she spoke, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say it. "He dares." Tang Shui certainly knew about Huang Jiawen's shady dealings, and upon hearing that Yin Yu had such a relationship with Huang Jiawen, it was now Tang Shui's turn to be unsettled. Not only does he dare, but he also did it. He might have gone to do that last night. This time, you might have misunderstood. The more Song Shui spoke, the more agitated she became. Ming Yu quickly spoke up to dispel Song Shui's doubts. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui looked at Ming Yu with bright eyes, clearly surprised that the usually delicate Ming Yu could also figure things out. Song Shui, however, became even angrier. "That's impossible. He is not that kind of person." Ming Yu remembered the first time she met Yin Yu, when he saw her completely naked and quickly avoided eye contact. Yin Yu should not be that kind of lecher. Seeing Song Shui becoming increasingly anxious, Ming Yu quickly explained. "So what if he did? Maybe the place he went to could be for a medicinal bath?" Song Shui, of course, also smelled the medicinal fragrance on Yin Yu. She just thought he had taken a medicinal bath. Upon hearing this, Ming Yu shook her head. The medicinal fragrance on him is extremely pure, which ordinary medicinal water cannot achieve. Combined with his unusual behavior with the beast companions, I believe these anomalies certainly did not appear for no reason. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a cultivator, causing his slime to undergo an unknown evolution, and from the aura of his beast companions last night, he should have already broken through to the silver level. Is what you said true? At this moment, it was Tang Shui's turn to lose her composure. She looked at Ming Yu with increasingly bright eyes. Upon hearing this, Song Shui was also surprised and covered her mouth, looking at Ming Yu. When they saw Ming Yu nod, they were both shocked. Suddenly, Song Shui thought of something and became even angrier, continuously complaining. "Since you are a nurturing master, why are you hiding everything? You don't help us evolve at all. Yin Yu, I really misjudged you." "Humph. Shuer, don't be angry. Everyone has their secrets. Aren't we the same? Besides, Yin Yu never said he wouldn't help us evolve, right?" Ming Yu quickly reminded Song Shui as she noticed her constant complaints. Upon hearing this, Song Shui quickly retorted, "How could he?" Song Shui suddenly remembered that Yin Yu had urged them more than once to reach the 8-star black iron level as soon as possible. At that time, both of them thought that Yin Yu was deliberately slowing down their training because he was afraid that their cultivation levels were too high and would hurt their pride. Now that she thought about it, it turned out that Yin Yu had already arranged for their evolution and was just waiting for them to reach the 8-star black iron level. After realizing this, along with knowing that Yin Yu hadn't gone to the island's indulgent places, Song Shui immediately felt relieved and focused on her cultivation. However, Tang Shui was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Bang, bang, bang. In the evening, the 3 women were still cultivating by the small pond, while Yin Yu was idly relaxing in the courtyard. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Yin Yu quickly got up to open it. As soon as he opened the door, a figure rushed into the courtyard, shouting incessantly, "Brother Yin, save me. Hurry, save me." Upon closer inspection, Yin Yu realized that it was Xie Tianliang. Xie Tianliang looked battered and bruised, completely unrecognizable, and Liang also had several injuries on his head. Yu quickly asked, "Who beat you up like this?" Chapter 76, Leaving Together. Damn, who turned on the lights? My eyes are blinded. Upon hearing this, Liang looked outside, and then back at Yu, pretending not to hear. The other 9 people who were on the killing list were outside Yu's house. And upon hearing this, they immediately became displeased, glaring at Yu with gritted teeth. The leader of these 9 was Guang Xiaobing, who stepped forward and stared angrily at Yu. "Kid, are you looking for death? Weren't you here to kill me? Hurry up and do it. Just kill me already. What? Now you want to be a coward? Where did your earlier momentum go? If you don't act, I will." No matter how Yu provoked them, the 9 people in front of him refused to strike. Liang had already been scared away, so Yu had no choice but to take the initiative. He attempted to anger Guang Xiaobing by instructing the slime to transform into a small mountain and crush Guang Xiaobing. Just as it was about to land on Guang Xiaobing, he still showed no intention of attacking, so Yu had to withdraw his attack, looking helplessly at the 9 people in front of him. "What exactly do you want? Boss, you really broke through to silver level. Huh?" Liang's address made Yu momentarily stunned, but he still nodded to confirm that he had broken through to silver level. Seeing Yu's confirmation and thinking of his powerful strength, Guang Xiaobing had the intention to recruit him and said, "Since you've broken through to silver level, and Liang is your subordinate, you can take the 10th spot on the killing list." Not interested. Yu declined directly. "Kid, don't be ungrateful. Are you looking down on us?" Guang Xiaobing frowned upon hearing this, and a young man beside Guang Xiaobing immediately began to reprimand Yu. "What's wrong with looking down on you?" Seeing that the moment had finally come, Yu quickly added fuel to the fire. The young man, who was angered by Yu, was about to take action, but Guang Xiaobing quickly reached out to stop him. After looking at Yu for a moment, he sighed. "Let's go." "Wait, do you think this is your home? You can come and go as you please." After Guang Xiaobing finished speaking, he led the group away. Yu knew that if he let them leave, he might never be able to extract the experience from these experienced babies again, so he quickly stepped forward to block their way. Seeing Yu blocking their path, Guang Xiaobing quickly smiled and said, "Sorry for the disturbance today. I will definitely prepare a generous gift to apologize to young Master Yin." Hey, upon hearing this, Yu realized that it was probably completely hopeless to make these people take action, so he had to give up. Suddenly, he heard a mechanical voice in his ear. "System issued. Random mission. Please turn all the golden level individuals in front of you into experienced babies. Choice complete. Points 100. Choice fail. Deduct 500 points. Damn, if I fail, I still have to deduct points." Although Yu felt helpless after hearing the mission, he had no choice but to ask, "All right, I think everyone present knows this, right?" Guang Xiaobing nodded in response. This was almost the wish of everyone on Devil Island, but only the people in front of Yu had the opportunity to realize it. Guang Xiaobing and his group came to Yu to demand resources for this purpose. Although the spiritual spring was already enough for everyone to cultivate, who would complain about having too much money? Moreover, the spiritual spring couldn't be taken away, but the resources on this island could be. The ultimate goal of everyone asking for resources was also to have some leverage after leaving Devil Island. "Okay, I agree to join you, but all of us must leave together. How about that?" Yu wasn't acting on a whim, but rather, "How about this? I will take responsibility for the people in this small courtyard. Once we enter the ruins, we will help each other. You just need to help me break through with all your strength in the remaining days." Ha ha ha. You've just broken through to silver level not long ago, right? Before Guang Xiaobing could speak, the young man behind him had already started to dismiss Yu's proposal. Guang Xiaobing didn't stop him. Clearly, he also thought so. Yu nodded. Indeed, according to the current cultivation speed, it might take about 7 or 8 months. Then we might be of no help. Guang Xiaobing said as he was about to lead everyone away. With less than 10 days left for the ruins trial, even if a god came, they wouldn't be able to help Yu break through to golden level. Yu quickly stopped everyone. "I never said I had to break through to golden level. And I just need you to attack me with all your might. You're thinking too beautifully. By then, we'll all be exhausted like dogs. Why should we do that?" The people in front of them certainly knew what Yu had been doing in the square for the past 6 months. He had constantly provoked the crowd in the square to attack, leaving them all exhausted. Those at black iron and silver levels could recover, but it wouldn't be so easy for them at golden level. The young man behind Guang Xiaobing directly rejected Yu, and so did the others. What if I add this? Chapter 77, The Arrival of Medusa. What if I add this? Upon hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Just as Yu finished speaking, the black slime behind him unleashed 2 skills, attacking Guang Xiaobing. Guang Xiaobing easily blocked it with a wave of his hand. The little brothers behind Guang Xiaobing, who were already dissatisfied with Yu, were about to take action, but Guang Xiaobing quickly stopped them. At this moment, the few people behind Guang Xiaobing looked at him with some resentment. They had originally come to cause trouble for Yin Yu, but their boss allowed Yin Yu to humiliate everyone without taking action, and in the end, he even planned to prepare a generous gift to apologize after leaving. The resentment in their hearts deepened, and they only held back because there were outsiders present. Now that Yin Yu had already attacked, Guang Xiaorong, as the leader, still restrained everyone, seemingly wanting to agree to Yin Yu's unreasonable request. They all began to express their dissatisfaction. But Guang Xiaorong still stopped them and looked increasingly deep at the black slime behind Yin Yu. After a moment, Guang Xiaorong spoke again. Name your price. What conditions do you want? As soon as Guang Xiaorong finished speaking, the people behind him could no longer hold back and quickly stepped forward. Boss, are you confused? Yeah. Boss, what's wrong with you? While Guang Xiaorong restrained his subordinates, he kept his gaze on Yin Yu, but he showed no intention of attacking. Not far away, Song Shui looked on in confusion and asked, is their boss really confused? Yin Yu's attack shouldn't be able to hurt him, right? No, he is indeed intimidated. Their boss must be thinking about how to curry favor with Yin Yu now. Ming Yu has been watching the situation in the arena, murmuring to herself. How could this happen? Upon hearing this, Song Shui quickly covered her mouth, but still exclaimed. Tang Shui looked at Ming Yu with confusion. The problem lies in the skill he just released. If you think about it carefully, you'll understand. It's just Mount Tai pressing down and Ice Blade, right? Xie Tianliang blurted out. Song Shui and Tang Shui immediately felt something was off. Xie Tianliang also realized that Mount Tai pressing down is a skill of the yellow slime with earth attributes, while Ice Blade is the skill of the blue slime with ice attributes. But Yin Yu only has a black slime. Shouldn't it have dark attribute skills? Why is your slime able to release ice and earth attribute skills? Because the one standing before you is a breeder. A breeder? How is that possible? As long as everyone can assist me in improving my cultivation in the next few days, even though I can't break through to the golden level. Once I do break through, I can provide everyone beasts with an evolution for free. How does that sound to everyone? Is this true? Guang Xiaorong quickly confirmed with Yin Yu, and the people behind Guang Xiaorong had never realized how wise their boss was. They all looked at Yin Yu, afraid he would change his mind. As for working hard, they could just spend all day going back and forth between the square and the spiritual spring to quickly help Yin Yu improve his cultivation. Yin Yu immediately agreed with everyone on the upcoming matters. In the following days, almost everyone on the assassin leaderboard gathered at the square, and Yin Yu was able to gain thousands of experience points each day. Life began to look more promising. One day, after Yin Yu finished gaining experience, the few golden level players had already left. Xie Tianliang continued to distribute resources to everyone. Now, other than going to the square to work, Yin Yu had almost handed over all his other tasks to Xie Tianliang. Thinking of the small courtyard, Yin Yu was resting on a lounge chair when suddenly he heard a cry for help from the beast space. Master, help. Yin Yu quietly approached the edge of Demon Island. Moments later, he saw a giant python emerging from the water. When the giant python landed in front of Yin Yu, it immediately transformed into a human form, revealing Medusa. At this moment, Medusa was completely soaked, her body's outline clearly visible. The desire that Yin Yu had suppressed for over half a year on Demon Island was instantly ignited. He lunged at Medusa, starting to touch her up and down. Medusa's face turned crimson from Yin Yu's teasing, and she kept twisting her body, which only excited Yin Yu more. Just as it seemed Medusa was about to succumb, she shyly said, wait, help my friend. Friend? Yin Yu then noticed that Medusa was holding a three-tailed white fox in her arms. He quickly began to scan the white fox in Medusa's hands. Name, three-tailed white fox. Level, 7-star Emperor level. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, Medusa. Weakness, thunder. Attributes, thunder, fire. Talent level. Skills, charm, transcendent. Transformation, transcendent. Mysterious thunder curse, transcendent. Fox fire, transcendent. Heavenly fox claw, proficient. Talent, Medusa. Bloodline, nine-tailed celestial fox, bloodline 100. Status, severe injury. Magic core has shattered. Evolution route, 1. Evolution method. Please save her, master. Chapter 78. Adding another emperor level. Please save her. Medusa spoke, tears streaming down her face, kneeling in front of Yin Yu. Yin Yu quickly helped her up, pinched Medusa's nose, and joked, you're my snake. Your friend is my friend. Don't worry, I will definitely save her. After comforting Medusa for a moment, Yin Yu knew the magic core of the three-tailed white fox had already shattered. The only way he could save the three-tailed white fox was to contract it as his beast. The three-tailed white fox was now unconscious, and there would be no resistance to the contract. But since the three-tailed white fox was a friend of Medusa, Yin Yu still felt it was necessary to ask for Medusa's opinion. You know, the only way I can save her is to turn her into my beast. But what if afterwards, the three-tailed white fox regrets it? What happened? Did you succeed? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu quickly checked his mind see and indeed found an additional beast space. He gestured to Medusa, indicating that he had completed the contract. Medusa finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Luckily we saved her in time. How timely. Look, I was about to die from anxiety. Upon hearing this, Medusa looked at Yin Yu with confusion. The three-tailed white fox has already been contracted, so what's there to be anxious about? As Yin Yu lunged at her, Medusa shyly lowered her head. That damned little snake, how dare you? A half-shadowy figure appeared in the nearby dense forest, watching Yin Yu and Medusa, gnashing its teeth in anger. You're biased. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. That's more like it. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui was overjoyed and immediately cleared the way. Yin Yu was thrilled and hurried into the room. Just as he entered the room, he hadn't even had the chance to close the door when Tang Shui grabbed him. Just as Yin Yu was about to ask, he heard Tang Shui shout, "You all come out. Yin Yu want to sneak a bite." Yelling in the middle of the night, how can people sleep? Tang Shui, are you mistaken? As soon as Tang Shui finished speaking, Song Shui rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked out of the room. Tang Shui looked at Song Shui, who was still dazed with sleep, feeling indignant. Song Shui was acting too much. She still had her hairpin in her hair, and she was asleep? Song Shui walked towards Yin Yu, sniffed the fragrance on him, and immediately began to drag him out of the room without questioning him. Sure enough, moments later, Ming Yu also walked out of the room. After Ming Yu walked out, she didn't sit with the two girls, but circled around Yin Yu, biting her lip and looking at him. Yin Yu felt a shiver in his heart as he was seen. Just as Yin Yu was feeling frightened, the slime behind him slightly raised the corners of its mouth and kept nodding. Ming Yu looked at Yin Yu for a moment and leaned closer to him, whispering, "Since this is your first offense, I'll let you go this time. But remember, we are not letting you off the hook. This will not happen again." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was overjoyed and was about to leave when he heard Ming Yu walk towards the two girls, saying, "This time, let him stand here for a night. If there's another time, it will be like this water kettle." Ming Yu said, picking up the kettle on the table and breaking the spout with a knife. With a clang, the spout fell off, and Yin Yu quickly squeezed his legs together. The next day, Yin Yu, with panda eyes, arrived at the square. Everyone looked at him, who appeared extremely weak, and they all laughed without saying a word. Xie Tianliang approached Yin Yu and whispered, "Boss, are we continuing today? Is there anything that can't continue?" Yin Yu looked at Xie Tianliang in confusion. Xie Tianliang glanced around and quietly whispered, "Boss, although the ladies are all beautiful, you shouldn't indulge too much. Take care of your body. It's better to go slow." Seeing Xie Tianliang misunderstanding, Yin Yu angrily patted his head. To everyone else, it seemed Yin Yu was embarrassed by his feelings being exposed, pretending to be furious. Now, Yin Yu's gaze had become increasingly profound. Seeing the odd looks from those around him, Yin Yu knew that no explanation would suffice and angrily shouted at everyone, "Are you all still going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving." Chapter 79, What else can we do? Are you all still going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving. Upon hearing this, everyone finally began attacking Yin Yu. While Yin Yu was enduring the attacks from everyone, the three girls also came to the small pond to cultivate. The three girls were making little progress in their cultivation, clearly not in the mood to practice. Song Shui looked at Ming Yu, who was trying hard to calm herself, and eventually couldn't help but ask Ming Yu, "Why did you let him go so easily yesterday?" "Right. Since he had this chance, he will definitely have another. He really shouldn't be let off so easily." Tang Shui echoed. Sigh. Ming Yu, upon hearing this, also lost interest in practicing, sighed helplessly, and then said, "Don't say this time, even if he goes again next time. What can we do? Should we just let him indulge like this? If we want him to stop, I'm afraid." Ming Yu said, her face turning red as she lowered her head. The two girls also instantly understood, lowering their heads with flushed faces. How could this happen? Song Shui threw off the blanket, her face flushed as she ran away. Tang Shui and Ming Yu didn't actually go far, quietly observing the movements inside the room. They saw that Song Shui had barely been in bed for a minute before she emerged. The two girls curiously followed her. It turned out that after Song Shui got into bed, she only lightly kissed Yin Yu's face to test the waters. Seeing that Yin Yu didn't react, she quickly snuggled into his arms. With her eyes closed, waiting for calmness, Yin Yu suddenly shivered all over, and some mucus fell on Song Shui's face. Ignoring her shyness, Song Shui quickly reached down towards Yin Yu, and indeed found something soft and wet. Song Shui immediately realized what might have happened, hurriedly threw off the blanket, and ran away. Although the two girls no longer worried about Yin Yu being addicted, they were still troubled by other matters. Just as the three girls were feeling down, a half-visible figure appeared not far away. Looking at the three girls with disdain, he sneered, "You think you can cut in line with just a few of you?" Yin Yu was sound asleep, completely unaware of what was happening around him, until midnight when he woke up again, realizing that he was sticky all over. He quickly got up, grabbed the slime by the bed, and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. Complaining as he washed, he said, "Why are you starting to spit mucus again? If you spit mucus again, get ready to sleep on the floor. Damn it. Why is it bleeding again instead of mucus?" After washing up, Yin Yu saw that the slime had started bleeding, and he became busy again. On that day, after finishing work at the square, Yin Yu arrived at Lai Lanxiang's office. Upon entering, Tang Dafei handed Yin Yu a map. Yin Yu took the map and realized it was not a map of Demon Island. It clearly indicated danger zones. Confused, he asked, "What map is this?" "Brother Yin, your year-end assessment should be next Wednesday, right? This is the map of the assessment secret realm, and there's only this one copy on the entire island." Seeing Yin Yu nod, Tang Dafei was not surprised, as Yin Yu was already considered part of the higher-ups on the island. "Only this one? For me?" Yin Yu looked at Tang Dafei with confusion. "Yes." Tang Dafei nodded and continued. "Distribution?" "Yes." After nodding, Tang Dafei continued. "So what if I pass the assessment?" "Huh. Brother Yin, you're really humorous." Hearing this, Tang Dafei turned to exchange a knowing glance with Lai Lanxiang, both bursting into laughter. After a moment, seeing Yin Yu's puzzled expression, Tang Dafei explained, "Brother Yin, your family's secret method is indeed outstanding. We all believe that even without the map, you won't be in danger. We give you this map just to hope you won't waste effort." "Waste effort?" Yin Yu was even more confused. Tang Dafei smiled and explained, "You don't know? But the vast majority of the monsters in the secret realm are at the general level, and the danger zones even reach the commander level. This means only those at the golden level have a chance to survive under the monster's rampage. To break into the danger zone, you need to reach the diamond level. Currently, the highest statistics from various islands only show up to 6-star golden level, and the monster's fur in the secret realm is exceptionally tough, making it hard to cut through. Even at 6-star golden level, you can only barely kill 1 or 2 monsters that have just broken through to golden level. With your strength, you should only be able to barely kill black iron level monsters." After hearing this, Yin Yu realized how difficult the assessment was. Not only was it hard to obtain monster cores, but he also had to guard against others snatching them. Seeing Yin Yu becoming increasingly despondent, Tang Dafei didn't forget to encourage him. After Tang Dafei finished speaking, Lai Lanxiang also stood up and came to Yin Yu, meaningfully reminding him. Chapter 80, The Map. "Boss, do you think he can pass the assessment?" After sending Yin Yu off, Tang Dafei asked Lai Lanxiang. Lai Lanxiang sneered and whispered to Tang Dafei, "Boss, I got a map of the secret realm. There are plenty of treasures on the map. How do we get them later? Let's start from the nearest treasure area." Does the boss mean?" Xie Tianliang asked hurriedly upon hearing this. "What a waste of time. Why dream during the day? You two have broken through." Yin Yu looked at the 2 girls behind him, whose slimes had already reached 8-star black iron level, and quickly got up. The 2 girls originally wanted to surprise Yin Yu, but now, seeing that he had guessed it, they could only nod helplessly. Yin Yu quickly said, "Then let's go evolve your slimes now, so that both of you can break through to silver level." After saying this, Yin Yu took out several crystal stones and monster cores from the resource treasure chest and handed them to the 2 girls' slimes. Since slimes only had one evolution path, evolution could only speed up their cultivation and improve their level. In a moment, the slimes emitted bright lights, and the 2 girls also received benefits from the slimes. Filled with joy, they broke through to silver level so quickly. "This is too fast." Xie Tianliang watched as Song Shui and Mingyue swiftly broke through from 8-star black iron to silver level, looking at Yin Yu with increasing admiration. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of breakthroughs, Tang Shui suddenly interjected with a complaint. "Biased, big liar. Tang Shui, you've already broken through to golden level. Congratulations." "Congratulations." Insincere. Hearing Yin Yu's praise, Tang Shui's expression became even more sullen. It was only then that Yin Yu remembered his earlier promise to help Tang Shui evolve, and quickly said, "Actually, I don't have a silver level evolution plan. If I did, would I not let you break through to golden level? Besides, I can only let the beast grow to 7-star golden level or higher before they can evolve again. If your beast reaches 7-star golden level or higher, I will definitely find a way to help you evolve. How about it?" "Really?" Tang Shui looked at Yin Yu with doubt. Yin Yu had to explain for a moment before Tang Shui finally calmed down. After calming down, Tang Shui took out a map from her body and handed it to Yin Yu. Upon receiving the map, Yin Yu found it identical to the one in Xie Tianliang's hands. He casually handed it to Xie Tianliang, who, after looking at the map, hurriedly asked, "How do you have this map? Where's your map?" At this moment, only Yin Yu did not take out a map, which made him an outlier. The group could hardly believe that Yin Yu didn't have a map. After thinking for a moment, Yin Yu took out the map. After everyone looked at it, they exclaimed, "Forget it. Now is not the time to discuss these things. Let's first see what to do after entering the secret realm." Yin Yu knew he had already fallen into Lai Lanxiang's trap, and he certainly didn't want everyone to fall into it with him, so he changed the subject. Only Tang Shui snorted coldly without pursuing the matter further, and everyone began to discuss the upcoming matters. A few days later, dozens of winged red dragons descended, taking everyone on the island to the secret realm. After flying for a while, the winged red dragons landed on a purple cloud, and everyone quickly got up. They heard Lai Lanxiang announce to everyone, "We have arrived at the assessment location. Everyone can jump down." Upon hearing this, everyone jumped into the cloud. Yin, having learned previously, knew that this purple cloud was the entrance to the secret realm. Just as he was about to get up, he was held down by two people, Lai Lanxiang and Tang Dafei. Before Yin could ask, Lai Lanxiang looked at the cloud beneath them and meaningfully asked Yin, "Have you memorized the locations on the map? Where do you plan to trial?" "That's good. Since you've chosen the location, we'll help you a bit more." As Lai Lanxiang's voice fell, he quickly used his palm power to part the clouds. Although it was only a fine line, he could faintly see the location of the falling water lake. Upon hearing this, Tang Dafei hurriedly picked up Yin and threw him towards falling water lake. Chapter 81. A crooked upper beam leads to a crooked lower beam. The most important reason Yin chose falling water lake was of course not for safety, but because although falling water lake was not the safest area closest to the inheritance ruins, it allowed a direct descent to the ruins along the water. The inheritance ruins were precisely the meeting point that Yin and the others had discussed. After arriving at the secret realm, Yin quickly made a simple bamboo raft and descended along the lake towards the ruins. On a small island near the ruins, Lai Lanxiang watched Yin on the screen, noting that he was not resting on the beach, but was instead flowing down with the water. Lai Lanxiang naturally knew where the water was headed and sneered, "Kid, you're not being honest." Yin drifted along the water for a week before reaching the inheritance ruins. The ruins were a 7-story ancient tower, with a large number of people gathered in front of it. Many were also queuing to enter. After much effort, Yin found Tang Shui, who was resting alone under a tree. Yin hurriedly approached and asked, "Have the others arrived?" "Only I and Xie Tianliang made it here. Mingwei and Song Shui have not yet arrived." After Tang Shui finished speaking, she saw Yin starting to look for Xie Tianliang and continued, "I and Xie Tianliang were really bored waiting, so we went in a few times. After failing, Xie Tianliang was still unwilling to give up and went again. Can he still find a female companion?" Although everyone came in teams, each person had their own opportunities. Yin naturally didn't team mind, and with nothing around, the tedious wait was indeed extremely boring. Hearing that Xie Tianliang had entered alone made Yin a bit worried. Previously, everyone had received information that there was no limit on the number of people entering the ancient tower, and after entering, each team would be assigned to different spaces to face stone puppets. If there were members of the opposite sex in the team, they would be placed in the same space to face the same stone puppet. Most of the time, it was two members of different sexes entering together. Now that Xie Tianliang was going in alone, Yin couldn't help but worry that Xie Tianliang wouldn't find a female companion. Don't worry about that. As long as you hand over 3 magic cores from the secret realm, plenty of girls will team up with you. Besides, Xie Tianliang is already a golden level Beastmaster. Even without magic cores, many girls would be willing to team up with him. He should be busy having fun right now. After Tang Shui finished speaking, she thought of something and coldly snorted, "It really is a crooked upper beam leading to a crooked lower beam." Huh. Yin didn't expect Tang Shui to turn the conversation back to him and quickly change the topic. "Did you gain anything from going in? Is it that easy? We didn't even get past the first floor." While the two were chatting, they indeed saw Xie Tianliang repeatedly teaming up with different girls to enter. Every time Tang Shui saw Xie Tianliang enter the ancient tower, she would give Yin a scolding, wiping out any lingering thoughts he had. The two waited under the withered tree for 2 days before Mingwei and Song Shui finally arrived, supporting each other and looking quite injured. At this point, Yin couldn't care less and quickly summoned the light spirit to heal the two. The 3 girls looked at Yin summoning the light spirit and exclaimed in unison, "How can you? Yin just broke through to silver level and hasn't even been a month. He certainly can't reach golden level." But the silver level, Yin has indeed summoned a beast. There's no way the 3 girls wouldn't be surprised. Well, the 3 girls also knew that it wasn't the time for explanations. While the light spirit healed the two, they recounted their experiences in the secret realm to Yin. After hearing it, Yin learned, before the assessment began, the military leaders on each island would draw lots for assessment benefits for the personnel on the island. The benefits were divided into special benefits and ordinary benefits. Ordinary benefits were mostly bows, swords, crystals, or magic cores, etc. Special benefits, as the name implies, were the best benefits of the assessment. This year's best benefit was the secret realm map, which was drawn by Lai Lanxiang on Demon Island. According to the assessment regulations, the drawn benefits needed to be distributed to all participants on the island. Lai Lanxiang had previously only drawn ordinary benefits. The 2 girls had only received bows earlier, and due to being on the kill list, Tang Shui, and Xie Tianliang had received crystals before the assessment every year. Everyone did not pay attention to the fact that the assessment benefits were actually distributed before the assessment began, thinking that a kind-hearted person had painstakingly drawn the secret realm map over decades. As for those on other islands without maps, they naturally sought to snatch the map from the people on Demon Island after entering the secret realm. While saving people on Demon Island, they exposed their identities and were chased all the way here. Yin Yu pondered for a moment upon hearing this and sighed. It seems your heart is quite big. Indeed. As Yin Yu thought, Lai Lanxiang and Tang Dafei had experienced a bloody battle over the airdrop among the people on Demon Island. At that time, the number of people on the island had decreased to less than 1,000. In fact, there would be inspections from above every month on the island, mainly to count the number of people and to avoid the military from committing indiscriminate killings. Once such behavior was discovered, the military would be taken to a military court. The lightest punishment would be the loss of cultivation and exile, while the heaviest could be death. At that time, the airdrop snatching led to a massacre, reducing the island's population from over 30,000 to less than 1,000. If discovered, the punishment faced by the military on the island could be imagined. While Yin Yu summoned the light spirit to heal the two girls, Lai Lanxiang also saw this. Looking at the wounds on the two girls, which quickly scabbed over, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards. What a pity. Chapter 82, The Inheritance Ancient Tower. You have quite a few trump cards. Boss, I've already formed a team here. I won't disturb you and your wife. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you already have the demeanor I had in middle age. Although the numbers are a bit small, there is plenty of time ahead. You will definitely surpass me in the future. After tens of thousands of years, I finally see someone from my generation again. Quickly go to the 7th floor to receive your inheritance. Am I going through just like this? Yes, since you are one of my kind. Of course I'll give you a backdoor. The old voice rang out again. This can be done. Don't other teams have configurations similar to mine? Why didn't they go through? Yin Yu felt that this inheritance might be a bit unreliable upon hearing this. He voiced his doubts. Although there were also 5 or 6 female teams and 1 male team entering, they could only be considered superficial members of his generation. A temporary team formed purely for the inheritance here. Which of his generation wasn't he loved to death by numerous beauties around them? How could those superficial ones compare? Of course, it wasn't he entirely opening a backdoor. The difficulty of the level was inherently set based on the depth of love the women in the team had for the men. The deeper the love the women had for the men in the team, the easier the level would be. The more women who deeply loved the men in the team, the simpler the level would be. Of course, to say it was opening a backdoor, it was because I discovered your figure in that girl's memory when she entered earlier. Through her memory, I thought you should be one of my kind. So I had her bring you here. I carefully checked your memory, and unexpectedly, you truly are one of my kind. Ha ha ha. Come to the 7th floor quickly. As the old man's voice fell, Yin Yu woke up. Following the direction pointed by the old man, he looked and saw that it was Tang Shui. At this moment, everyone also woke up, and Tang Shui was also looking at Yin Yu, instantly blushing and avoiding his gaze. Then Yin Yu noticed that not only the 3 girls, but even the familiar Medusa began to dodge Yin Yu's eyes. Yin Yu also just learned the feelings of the girls, and at this moment, he didn't know what to do. The girls also tacitly began to act confused. Yin Yu awkwardly coughed. Then let us go up. Just as Yin Yu entered the 2nd layer, the people below the ancient tower erupted in exclamations. Damn. Someone has passed the 2nd layer again. As the crowd's exclamations had not yet subsided, the light spots representing Yin Yu and others had already entered the 3rd layer. The previously calm crowd at the foot of the ancient tower began to discuss. Who is this person? How did they clear the 2nd layer so quickly? Chapter 83, Cultured People. So fast to the 7th layer? Who is this? In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Yin Yu arrived at the 7th layer, where a treasure chest was placed in the center of the tower. The crowd eagerly approached, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at the treasure chest. Suddenly, several beams of light descended from the top of the tower, forming a cage that trapped the women inside. Yin Yu was alarmed and was about to rescue them when the old man's voice sounded again. Don't worry. Once you obtain the inheritance, you will naturally be able to use my method to rescue them. Seeing that the women around him were not harmed, but merely restricted in movement, Yin Yu finally felt relieved and opened the treasure chest. As soon as it was opened, a cloud of black smoke burst out. Before Yin Yu could react, the slime behind him immediately advanced and began to absorb the black smoke. Moments later, a system notification echoed in Yin Yu's ears. Congratulations, host. The Dark Moon Slime's Abyssal Demon King bloodline has been upgraded by 10. What are you going to do with these eggs? What is there to handle? After I label them clearly, each of you can just pick one. You can do that? What if you get it wrong? Don't worry. I definitely won't make a mistake. Yin Yu, annoyed, used the system to detect one of the spirit pet eggs in his hand. Name, Silver Moon Wolf. Level, Embryo. Host. None. Nickname. None. Race. Wolf. Weakness. Lightning. Attribute. Light. Talent grade. Level. Skill. Silver Moon Claw. Entry level. Talent. None. Bloodline. Silver Moon Wolf King Bloodline 1. Status. Healthy. Evolution route. Common. This is the Silver Moon Wolf Spirit Pet, with a level talent and possessing the Silver Moon Wolf King bloodline. After labeling 3 Spirit Pet eggs, Yanyu handed them to the 3 women for selection. After the 3 women selected and stored their Spirit Pet eggs, they were about to leave when Yanyu called out to them. You all wait a moment. Is there anything else? The 3 women looked around the tower, seeing nothing else, and approached Yanyu with confusion. Yanyu, looking at the crowd gathered below the tower, continued to ask the 3 women. Of course. It's about Tang Shui. Without hesitation, she said, to obtain magic cores, we must hunt magical beasts. Before Tang Shui could finish, she noticed the strange looks from Song Shui and Mingyu, hurriedly stopping herself and looking at the 2 women with curiosity. The 2 women glanced at the crowd below, which had at least 50 to 60,000 people, and inquired Yanyu. Yanyu, are you trying to say something ridiculous? Am I that kind of person? Yanyu certainly knew they were referring to robbery and quickly retorted. Just as Yanyu finished speaking, he heard Mingyu whispering, but we didn't say what you wanted to do. You dare to set me up. Yanyu felt he had been tricked and stepped forward to playfully tussle with the 3 women. After a moment of playful banter at the top of the tower, Yanyu said with annoyance, the atmosphere was so good, and you all made it so awkward. I originally wanted to show you what cultured people are like. Sigh? Cultured people? The 3 women looked at Yanyu with confusion. Look, they are coming down. They are coming down. The crowd watched as the light from the top of the tower gradually descended, rushing forward to surround the entire exit of the ancient tower. Moments later, Yanyu and the others appeared at the tower's exit, and the crowd became noisy. Hand over the items. Quickly hand over the items. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Yanyu looked at the noisy crowd, holding the jade slip in his hand, and displayed it to everyone. This is the inheritance jade slip from within the ancient tower. But I have already absorbed it. Now it is just an ordinary jade slip. Does anyone still want it? First hand over the items. Yes, hand over the items first. All right. Since you all want it, let us start the auction. As soon as Yanyu's voice fell, several young men exchanged glances and rushed towards the jade slip in Yanyu's hand. Just as they were about to touch the jade slip, a red figure behind Yanyu immediately took action, effortlessly killing them on the spot. The crowd fell silent at once. After a brief pause, Yanyu continued. Now we will start the auction for the jade slip, with a starting price of 1 magic core from within the secret realm. Each subsequent bid must also be 1 magic core. What? Did I hear that wrong? The crowd was stunned when they heard the starting price was only 1 magic core from within the secret realm. Initially, they thought they had misheard. But when Yanyu confirmed it again, they all felt it was not worth it for those who had just attempted to snatch it. After a moment of noise, the crowd began to raise their bids. 2 cores, 5 cores, 60 cores. Deal. As the bids continued to rise, Yanyu kept an eye on the crowd around him, noticing that there were not many left, and announced the deal. Ultimately, the jade slip was sold for 60 magic cores. Seeing the inheritance jade slip being bought, the crowd realized that there was no longer any significance in lingering around the ancient tower and began to disperse. At this moment, Yanyu's voice sounded again. Everyone, don't leave. The auction isn't over yet. Is that a map of the secret realm? Is it really a map of the secret realm? Chapter 84, Auction. It really is a map of the secret realm. How much do you plan to auction it for? The crowd, confirming it was a map of the secret realm, began to inquire about the price. With this map, the chances of finding treasures in the secret realm would greatly increase. After the crowd finished discussing, Yanyu announced again, this map is also part of the inheritance. There is only 1 copy of the entire secret. To be honest, I haven't found out if there are any treasures inside. If anyone wants it, we will start the auction now, since it's an unknown treasure. The starting price will naturally be higher. Let us say 30 magic cores. What? The crowd was stunned again. Where did this spendthrift come from? The map could be said to be the most valuable treasure in the secret realm, and it was a map of the inheritance. Most people knew that the jade slip had likely been absorbed by Yanyu and did not participate in the snatching. Now hearing about the inheritance map, they all began to join in the bidding. 100 cores, 150 cores, 200 cores. The inheritance map was ultimately sold for 200 magic cores. The 3 women watched Yanyu happily counting his magic cores, feeling speechless. The items in Yanyu's hand were clearly those he had before entering the secret realm. Yet he claimed they were from the inheritance. Wasn't this obviously deceiving? But the crowd surrounding them was still lamenting their failure to buy the inheritance map, and the 3 women shook their heads. Just as the crowd was shaking their heads and sighing, Yanyu took out another map from Tang Shui's hand and displayed it to everyone. The crowd saw Yanyu take out yet another map and began to inquire. Is this also an inheritance item? There's actually another inheritance item? No, no, no. How can there be so many inheritance items? Yin Yu quickly denied, and upon hearing that it was not an inheritance item, the crowd looked at Yin Yu with curiosity. After calming the crowd, Yin Yu spoke again. This is a special benefit of Demon Island, a map of the secret realm. That's still good. I bid 50 cores. I bid. The crowd misunderstood, thinking it was a sellable item, but upon seeing the red-clothed woman beside Yin Yu, they could only complain endlessly. Seeing the crowd wailing, Yin Yu hurriedly comforted them. Everyone, please remain calm. Let me explain slowly. I guarantee that everyone will have a share of this map. When the crowd heard that everyone would have a share, they gradually quieted down. Yin Yu paused for a moment before speaking again. Since I have already obtained the inheritance, I am now unable to search for treasures. To thank everyone for their support, this map can be copied for just 3 magic cores. Anyone who needs it, please come and line up. This time, everyone was convinced that Yin Yu was indeed a spendthrift, as he allowed people to freely imprint maps for just 3 magic cores. They believed it was the second young master who had started to squander money, and everyone seized the opportunity to line up for the map in Yin Yu's hands. I want a copy. I want one too. Hurry up and hand over the map. Just as Yin Yu was busy having people imprint maps, several individuals from Demon Island were surrounded. A few of them were clearly injured, and the leader of the surrounded group was furious. Entering the secret realm and spending so many days to find people from Demon Island was, of course, to get the maps in their hands. Seeing that the map was about to be in hand, his expression gradually became sinister. The individuals from Demon Island, realizing they couldn't hold on to the map any longer, had no choice but to hand it over. Just as the leader was about to rush forward to snatch it, a mocking voice came from beside him. A bunch of idiots, fighting to the death over a broken map. Ridiculous. What did you say? The two opposing sides, originally at each other's throats, suddenly merged into one and rushed towards the few individuals. What? Do you want to fight? The surrounded individuals were not outnumbered by those around them. What do you mean by what you just said? The people from Demon Island were furious. The map they had desperately protected turned out to be a worthless one. As they spoke, the individuals from Demon Island took out a map from their clothing and displayed it to everyone, looking quite smug. The previously surrounding individuals from Demon Island looked on with greedy eyes. In fact, the individuals from Demon Island took out the map, hoping that since those in front were also participating in the snatch, they would have a chance to escape. However, the surrounded individuals looked at the people from Demon Island with disdain and said to those behind them, "Brothers, it seems we've been underestimated. Let these country bumpkins know what era it is now." Hearing this, everyone pulled out the maps they had, indeed each having one, leaving the surrounding individuals dumbfounded. The people from Demon Island were still unwilling to give up. Are you also from Demon Island? Your whole family is from Demon Island. I'm from Meteor Island. Where did all these maps come from? The previously surrounding individuals, seeing that the others had no injuries and no signs of having fought, were curious and quickly inquired. Walk forward 900 meters at the ancient Tower of Inheritance, and 3 magic cores can imprint a copy by itself. The surrounded individuals shook their heads and pointed towards the direction of the ancient tower. What? The others wanted to ask more, and sure enough, they saw that not far away, everyone had a copy of the map, panicking and shouting to everyone. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and go imprint. Where are we going next? As more and more people came to imprint maps, the few individuals were overwhelmed. Fortunately, Xie Tianliang brought several girls to join, allowing them to barely cope with the crowd coming to imprint. They spent half a month imprinting, and the flow of people gradually decreased. Although not all the magic cores paid by everyone were from within the secret realm, there were so many people coming to imprint maps that now everyone had tens of thousands of magic cores in hand. Previously, the highest score from the assessments had only been over 3,000 magic cores, and everyone was now certain they had passed the assessment. One day, everyone was quite bored and kept asking Yin Yu, "Since there are no more people here, why don't we all try the trials?" "Really?" Yin Yu looked at Xie Tianliang with a teasing expression. "Forget it, I'll go somewhere else." Chapter 85, Commander Level. Yin Yu watched as Xie Tianliang walked away and headed straight for the Commander Level magical beast. After a moment, a cave appeared before Yin Yu, where a storm tiger was sleeping. Yin Yu quickly scanned it. Name, Storm Tiger. Level, Commander Level. Host, none. Nickname, none. Race, Tiger. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Wind. Talent grade, Level. Skills, Roar, Mastery. Tiger Pounce, Mastery. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, Deeply Asleep. Evolution route, Total. After confirming that the creature inside the cave was a Commander-level magical beast, Yin Yu quickly summoned Xiao Guang and the Thorn Demon Vine. By this time, Xiao Guang and the Thorn Demon Vine had already reached silver level. Name, Holy Radiance Elf. Level, 1 silver level 53, 56, 10,000. Host, Yin Yu. Nickname, Xiao Guang. Race, elf. Weakness, other than itself. Attribute, light. Talent grade. Level, skills, heal, mastery. Purify, proficient. Light shield, proficient. Light cloak, proficient. Light affinity, level 21. Weakness, entry. Madness, entry. True damage, entry. Holy light, entry. Radiance, entry. Shrink, entry. Grow, entry. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, deeply asleep. Evolution route, total 1, locked. True damage, all attacks against the target ignore defense. Shrink, the target size is reduced to 10. With all attributes decreased by 30. Weakness, the target's all attributes are reduced by 50, decreasing its movement speed and damage output by 50, and reducing its attack speed by 50. Name, Thorn Demon Flower. Level, 1-star silver level 0 10,000. Host, Lin Yu. Nickname, Xiaoji. Race, plant type. Weakness, thunder. Attribute, wood, poison. Talent grade, level, skills, bind, mastery. Grow, mastery. Wood affinity, level 21. Earth escape, mastery. Cut, mastery. Fire resistance, perfect. Transformation, proficient. Whip, proficient. Sharp thorns, proficient. Bloodthirst, entry. Combo, entry. Frenzy, entry. Cage, entry. Deadly poison, entry. Resilience, entry. Talent, wood type, fire resistance. Bloodline, none. Status, healthy, happy, finally gained weight. Evolution route, total 1 locked. Evolution timing, above 8-star gold level. Cage, quickly closes petals, trapping the target inside. Can control up to 5 targets simultaneously. Poison, passive. The Thorn Demon Flower's attacks add poison attribute effects. After being poisoned, the target suffers continuous poison attribute damage. Resilience, passive. The resilience of the Thorn Demon Flower is increased by 10. Xiao Guang. Yanyu entered the cave holding the Thorn Demon Flower, which had transformed into a whip. The sleeping storm tiger immediately woke up and roared angrily as Yanyu stepped into the cave. With a command from Yanyu, a beam of golden light descended, and Yanyu exclaimed loudly. Yanyu was ready to use True Man and True Damage to see if he could defeat the storm tiger before him. However, as the golden light fell, Yanyu's form immediately shrank to the size of an infant, and his cultivation also dropped to black iron level. Yanyu looked at the storm tiger, which was originally only 2 meters tall, now a giant before the infant-sized Yanyu. Even more infuriating was that Yanyu could not lift the Thorn Demon Vine, which was larger than himself. Clearly, only Yanyu was affected by weakness and shrink. Seeing that things were not right, Yanyu wanted to throw away the Thorn Demon Vine, but to his surprise, the Thorn Demon Vine had tightly wrapped around his arm. Even worse, the other side had deeply embedded itself into the ground, and at black iron level, Yanyu couldn't pull it out at all. He had no choice but to let the 3-tailed white fox and Medusa behind him take action. However, upon seeing this, the 2 girls began throwing rocks at the storm tiger. These 2 were emperor-level magical beasts, easily causing the commander-level storm tiger to suffer injuries. The storm tiger realized that the 2 girls were not to be trifled with and kept retreating. Even when it had backed against the stone wall, it continued to retreat. Seeing that the storm tiger was sufficiently frightened, the 2 girls turned around and walked away. Interesting. It seems the Monkey King ultimately cannot escape the palm of Buddha. As soon as the 2 girls left, Lin Xiang, who was staring at the screen, relaxed his furrowed brows and sneered. He looked at his increasingly clenched fists. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 700 points. The progress of beast mastery talent has increased by 100. The growth progress of the beasts is each 100. Is it only me who cannot use it? Only me who cannot attack? Obviously, just now, Xiaoji killed the storm tiger using Xiao Guang's true damage. Although Yanyu already knew the duration of each skill, he still couldn't feel happy. He reprimanded Xiao Guang and Xiaoji, filled with regret for having contracted a beast with such high intelligence. Yanyu helplessly stored the magic core and went to other places with commanding level beasts to continue extracting experience. After Yanyu cleared the surrounding commanding level beasts, he noticed that most of the skills of the 2 were still at the beginner level. Remembering that the space heart he obtained earlier could simulate beast combat scenarios, Yanyu took out the space heart. Chapter 86, Space Heart. The crowd gathered on the nearby island of the secret realm consisted of the heads of various islands. They watched as the clouds in the sky shook violently and shrank at a visible speed, and many people fell from the secret realm. Clearly, something unusual was happening within the secret realm. Everyone quickly activated the emergency plan and rushed forward to tear open the cloud layer to check the situation. But the clouds were continuously gathering, making it not easy to tear apart. Finally, with everyone's efforts, they successfully tore open a 2-meter-wide hole and shouted to the people inside the secret realm. Everyone come here. Leave the secret realm quickly from here. Look, there's a hole. Let's hurry. Quickly. The crowd rushed towards the hole, but the clouds gathered too quickly, and the hole only lasted a few minutes, allowing only a small number of people to escape the secret realm. At this moment, the heads outside the secret realm were already powerless to open it again, only watching the clouds shrink and sighing. After a while, the crowd outside the secret realm saw the clouds completely gather, revealing an ancient tower, which was the inheritance tower within the secret realm. Just as the heads were about to approach and test it, someone exclaimed, "Look, the ancient tower has become shorter. It's only 6 floors now. Wasn't it still 6 floors before? How come it's only 5 now?" The ancient tower only stopped decreasing when it reached 1 floor, and countless figures were ejected from the tower. Below the tower was the ocean, and the heads finally felt relieved, announcing to the people falling into the ocean, "Everyone swim forward 800 meters and climb onto the small island. The assessment is over." As the ancient tower ejected the last person, it completely disappeared. The heads, seeing that most people were fine, hurried towards the nearby small island. Suddenly, a shadow turned back and pounced on the last falling figure, grabbing it and rushing towards the side island. After the 3 girls fell into the water, they immediately regrouped and began searching for Yanyu. Suddenly, they saw a shadow in midair carrying the last falling figure. Mingyue, being attentive, recalled Yanyu's special map and quickly pointed at the figure speeding through the air. "Look, that's Yanyu. He has been captured. Are you sure that's the boss?" Xie Tianliang, who was also looking for Yanyu, immediately stepped forward upon hearing this. "That last person must be Yanyu, and if I'm not mistaken, the one who captured Yanyu should be Lai Lanxiang." Mingyue didn't have time to explain and quickly swam towards the small island where the figure fell. The others hesitated for a moment, but decided to check it out and quickly followed. "Captain Lai, your concern is truly touching. The one who captured Yanyu was indeed Lai Lanxiang. With Yanyu falling from such a high altitude, the impact was unimaginable. Lai Lanxiang, in order to catch Yanyu, didn't wait for him to fall into the water and directly caught him. Even Lai Lanxiang, a golden-level Beastmaster, suffered considerable internal injuries. Yanyu was deeply moved to see Lai Lanxiang get hurt just to prevent him from falling into the water. "Hey, I remember that multiple-choice questions should have at least 2 options, right? Why haven't you mentioned the other option yet? Old Lai, it seems your homework isn't doing so well. I'm not afraid to tell you that the beasts of those 3 girls are all related to me." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Lai Lanxiang looked at Yanyu with increasing desire. Lai Lanxiang paused for a moment. "Execute the plan." Received. Lai Lanxiang closed his watch and sneered at Yanyu. "Don't think that just because you have enough magic cores, you can pass the assessment. If that's the case, you underestimate me too much. By the way, have you forgotten something?" "Oh, Captain Lai, are you talking about this?" Chapter 87, Atomic Flash. "Oh, are you talking about this?" After Lai Lanxiang spoke, he deliberately pointed to his watch to remind Yanyu. Yanyu sneered and then took out a watch to show Lai Lanxiang. "How is this possible? Clearly, I already submitted it, right? But why is it in my hand?" The watch Yanyu took out was not his own, but rather Xia Qingtian's watch. As Yanyu spoke, following Mingyue's earlier hint, he summoned an airdrop. And the location was precisely this small island. In fact, Yanyu had wanted to use Xia Qingtian's watch to summon an airdrop on Devil Island. But since resources were sufficient later and he was unsure whether summoning an airdrop would expose him, he had been waiting for the opportunity. Now, due to the disappearance of the assessment secret realm, the surrounding sea was filled with people, making it impossible to investigate. Furthermore, there were only himself and Lai Lanxiang on this island. So after the incident, Yanyu definitely wouldn't let Lai Lanxiang go, allowing him to summon the airdrop without worries. Just as Yanyu summoned the airdrop, countless figures rushed into a dark room in the distance, each taking an envelope to read. "Boss, the matter has been taken care of." Just as Lai Lanxiang was feeling anxious, he heard Tang Dafei's voice from the watch. Lai Lanxiang was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Ha, kid, I see you're too happy too early. Let me tell you, exposing your trump card too soon comes with a price." After saying this, Lai Lanxiang looked at a few figures who had just landed on the small island and sneered. Seeing Lai Lanxiang suddenly change his tone, Yanyu looked at him in confusion, and the figures who had just landed on the small island were led by Mingyue. Yanyu shook his head and teased Lai Lanxiang. "Old Lai, it seems like you're the one who is too happy too early." Lai Lanxiang thought he understood all of Yanyu's trump cards and looked at him with confusion. Yanyu, with a calm demeanor, summoned 6 beasts. When Lai Lanxiang saw the white fox and Medusa behind Yanyu, he was immediately frightened and retreated. Lai Lanxiang realized he was in danger and stumbled, falling to the ground, still kicking his legs back while pointing at Yanyu with a trembling finger. How could you have Imperial-level beasts? And 2 of them. You all go protect them. I'll handle this." In fact, it wasn't that Yanyu was being arrogant. He had previously called for an airdrop, and to be safe, he sent the 2 Imperial-level beasts to protect everyone. Hearing this, Medusa and the white fox glanced at the terrified Lai Lanxiang on the ground and quickly headed towards Mingwei and the others. Lai Lanxiang, seeing the white fox and Medusa, couldn't help but tremble all over. When Lai Lanxiang saw the white fox and Medusa leave, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! If you let those two imperial-level beasts kill me, I would accept it. But you, who consider yourself a genius, forgot that I am a golden-level Beastmaster. My trump cards are not something your little silver level can touch. Ha ha ha. After saying this, Lai Lanxiang summoned a wind chaser wolf and quickly mounted it, rushing away into the distance. Yan Yu was currently scanning the attributes of the wind chaser wolf. Name, Wind Chaser Wolf. Level, Yellow level. Host, None. Nickname, None. Race, Wolf. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Wind. Talent grade, Level. Skill Sprint, Perfect. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Status, Healthy. Running. Evolution path, Common. Sprint. The Gale Wolf runs at full speed, reaching a speed of up to 1,000 yards. Damn. Yan Yu watched as the Gale Wolf quickly pulled away hundreds of meters and hurried to chase after it. As he saw Lai Lanxiang becoming just a black dot, Yan Yu shouted towards his beast behind him. Chase after it. Go after it. Suddenly, a golden light emitted from Xiao Guang, but the light did not fall on Yan Yu. Instead, it shot towards Lai Lanxiang. Sure enough, once the golden light landed on Lai Lanxiang, he disappeared in an instant. Yan Yu had no choice but to chase after him desperately. After a while, Yan Yu finally reached the spot where Lai Lanxiang had vanished, unsure of what to do when he heard Lai Lanxiang's voice. Little brat, what have you done? Stop it now. Following the voice, Yan Yu saw a half-meter-long wolf cub struggling in the mud, carrying a baby who was none other than the shrunken Lai Lanxiang. The wolf cub was naturally the Gale Wolf. In a moment of excitement, Yan Yu picked up the whip that had transformed into a plant and began to strike Lai Lanxiang repeatedly, urging him, run. Hurry up and run. Bastard. Stop it right now. Although Lai Lanxiang had shrunk, his hatred for Yan Yu had not diminished at all. Under the lashes of Yan Yu's whip, he kept cursing. Seeing Lai Lanxiang in such pain, Yan Yu proposed, how about we have a contest? If you win, I'll let you go. You wish. Lai Lanxiang had attacked Yan Yu in the square on Demon Island more than once, so he naturally knew that Yan Yu was just trying to extract his remaining value. Lai Lanxiang was well aware that the two Emperor-level beasts were both on the wanted list, so how could Yan Yu possibly let him go? Even if he agreed to Yan Yu, after the contest, he would be like a dead dog, devoid of any strength, and on this deserted island. Lai Lanxiang could only wait to die. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Ha! I'm right here. I'm right here. Just as Yan Yu was about to have Xiao Ji take action, a cry echoed from afar, the sound of the twin-winged red dragon. Believing someone had come to rescue him, Lai Lanxiang hurriedly called for help in the distance. Yan Yu also quickly instructed Xiao Ji to act. Just as Xiao Ji was about to envelop Lai Lanxiang, several blue lights suddenly flashed across the back of the twin-winged red dragon. Yan Yu was puzzled when Lai Lanxiang shouted, "Atomic flash! Run!" At that moment, Medusa and the white fox, not far away, sensed the crisis and quickly flew away with the others to other islands. Although Lai Lanxiang and the Gale Wolf had returned to their original sizes, seeing dozens of missiles approaching, Lai Lanxiang had lost all courage to escape, muttering, Why? Who would have thought that I, with a heart devoted to the great Xia, would end up like this? Boom, boom. The island was constantly sprouting mushrooms, while in the distance, the twin-winged red dragon continued to launch missiles until the entire island had transformed into clouds in the sky. Only then did it stop firing and leave, confirming that the island was devoid of life before departing. Chapter 88. Accept your fate. It turned out to be her. After Mingwei and the others were escorted to other small islands, they watched as the white fox and Medusa disappeared. All the girls knew that these two young girls were actually the beast forms of Yan Yu, so they realized Yan Yu was still on the island extracting experience. Mingwei had been saved by Medusa before and had inadvertently caught a whiff of the perfume on Medusa, which felt incredibly familiar. Yet she couldn't remember where she had smelled it before. Now, seeing Medusa disappear, she suddenly realized where Yan Yu had been that day. While Mingwei was deep in thought, she heard Xie Tianliang's voice. Where did the person who just saved us go? The boss is the boss, to know such a powerful person. What do you think? What cultivation level does the strong person who just saved us have? It should be diamond level. Song Shui asked Mingwei eagerly. Tang Shui also looked at Mingwei thoughtfully. After pondering for a moment, Mingwei replied, I think it should be. Before she could finish, a voice came from a distance behind her, causing Mingwei to smile happily and skip towards the small hill. After running a few steps, she suddenly stopped and looked at Song Shui. Shui, come with me. If you dare to cheat, you'll regret it later. Tang Shui was taken aback and was about to refute when Xie Tianliang became anxious. Seeing that Mingwei and Song Shui were really about to leave, he hurriedly asked, just tell them we're doing great. The two girls paused for a moment, but did not turn back. After speaking, they ran towards the distance. Once everyone boarded the designated small island, they lined up in hundreds of rows to submit their magic cores and assess their scores. Voices announcing each person's scores echoed from the front of the line. Yu Jingluan, 20 magic cores. Ji Chujun, 60 magic cores. Deng Chengxi, 100 magic cores. At this moment, Yin Yu had also reunited with the others and arrived at the small island to submit his magic cores. He knew that Song Shui and Mingwei had left, and he wondered if the two girls planned to become black households in the Great Xia. Hearing Xie Tianliang's inquiry, finally, we can leave. Boss, where do you plan to go? Sigh. Boss, who knows when we'll meet again? Xie Tianliang sighed helplessly upon hearing this. What's there to be sentimental about? In 2 years, you and your boss will meet in the capital. Previously, everyone had shared their experiences before arriving at Demon Island. Tang Shui and Xie Tianliang were both 2 years older than Yin Yu, and both planned to further their studies at a university in the capital. As Tang Shui spoke, her gaze at Yin Yu grew increasingly strange. 2 years? The capital? Xie Tianliang looked at Tang Shui in confusion upon hearing this. Tang Shui did not intend to explain, but instead retorted, do you think your boss won't take the college entrance examination? Also, aside from those few prestigious schools in the capital, do you think your boss would go to other schools? Right. Why didn't I think of that? Xie Tianliang exclaimed. Suddenly enlightened, he continued chatting with Yin Yu about other topics. The line quickly reached Yin Yu. He handed a cloth bag over, and the guard received it, preparing to count it when suddenly, a guard rushed over and whispered something in the ear of the guard responsible for checking the magic cores. After a moment, the two finished whispering. Just as Yin Yu was about to urge them, he saw the guard who had just approached take Yin Yu's cloth bag and walk away. Yin Yu hurriedly chased after him, but was stopped by the guard responsible for registration. Yin Yu quickly asked, what do you mean? The guard responsible for registration did not respond, but waited until the guard holding Yin Yu's bag had completely disappeared before saying, how dare you ask me what I mean? What are you doing here? Don't you know to hand over the magic cores for me to check? What did you say? Yin Yu thought he misheard. The guard had clearly seen Yin Yu's bag being taken, yet now he was asking Yin Yu for the magic cores again. This was clearly a provocation, and Yin Yu was not going to let it slide. Just as he was about to explode, he heard the system's electromagnetic voice. System has issued random mission. The host has discovered a large number of magic cores around him. Please rob them. Successful robbery rewards 100 points. Failure rewards none. It seemed that it was ultimately impossible to complete the assessment normally. Hearing the system issue the task, Yin Yu looked around and realized it was not the time to act. He planned to move to another place when he heard Xie Tianliang's voice. My boss clearly handed over the magic cores to you. You let someone take them away. So why should my boss take the magic cores again? Yeah, we all just saw you let that guard take the bag with the magic cores. Tang Shui echoed. Yeah, we all saw it. The guard responsible for registration saw that the situation was about to get out of control and quickly sounded the alarm. Immediately, over a dozen guards rushed over. The guard responsible for registration, seeing that enough people had arrived, shouted angrily at Xie Tianliang and Tang Shui. It was these two people who, having failed to obtain a magic core in the secret realm, actually attempted to seize the magic core here. How could they be so shameless and cheat like this? I hereby declare their examination null and void. Hurry up and kick them out. You bastards. The two of them were about to rush forward to fight with the guards, but were stopped by Yin Yu, who pulled them towards the back of the team. The guard responsible for registration saw that the three had left and sneered. Accept your fate. With your lack of background and power, do you really think you can turn the tide? Chapter 89, The Man in Black. Are we just going to let this go? After being pulled to the back of the team by Yin Yu, the two were filled with dissatisfaction. They had worked hard to draw so many maps, only to have the magic cores they earned snatched away by the guards who had surrounded them. How could they accept this? Seeing that the two were still angry, Yin Yu took out 2 magic cores from his body and handed them to them. The two looked at the palm-sized magic cores in Yin Yu's hands, astonished. They knew that golden-level magic cores were only fist-sized, while silver-level ones were only egg-sized. The magic cores Yin Yu took out were clearly of a higher level than golden level. Xie Tianliang quickly asked, Boss, what level of magic core is this? This is a commander-level magic core. Yin Yu had previously killed several commander-level creatures in the secret realm and originally planned to distribute them to everyone after the assessment. However, due to unexpected events during the assessment, he hurried to this small island after meeting the two, not having time to take them out. Now that they had some free time again due to the unexpected results, Yin Yu finally distributed the magic cores to the two. He had also prepared magic cores for Song Shui and Mingyu, but now that the two girls had left, Yin Yu could only wait for another opportunity to give them their magic cores. The two took the magic cores, their expressions softened, but they still asked unconvincingly, Boss, what about the assessment? The assessment? Hearing this, Yin Yu sneered and glanced at the distant small island with a deep gaze. After everyone submitted their magic cores and the guards spent several hours organizing them, the top 100 were finally sorted out. A military officer walked to the front of the crowd, ordered people to clear a space in the front of the team, and after the area was completely cleared, the officer scanned the crowd for a moment and began to announce, "Now, anyone whose name is called, step forward and stand at the front of the team." Does everyone understand? Understood. The officer nodded in satisfaction and then began to announce the results. The 100th place in this assessment is Shunjueshio. The 99th place is Qin Jinghua. As the officer announced, more and more boys and girls stepped out from the crowd and moved to the front of the team. Half an hour later, there were already 100 people standing at the front. The officer scanned the crowd again and continued to announce, "Now, we will redistribute the special wristwatches of the Dragon Guards to those who passed the assessment." The officer kept turning the bracelet on his body, and after a moment, a bright light emitted from the bracelet, and a wristwatch appeared in the officer's hand. Then he shouted, "Shinjueshio, come and collect your wristwatch." After handing the wristwatch to Shinjueshio, the officer continued to turn the wristwatch, clearly indicating that the bracelet was a special storage treasure. Yenyu knew that the time was right, and immediately walked to the front of the team. The surrounding guards suddenly saw a figure in a black robe walking straight towards the front of the team. Having already passed the 100 people who had passed the assessment, they quickly shouted to stop the approaching figure in black. "Hand over all the wristwatches now. You can keep your lives, bastards." Upon hearing this, the guards immediately summoned their beasts and were about to engage in a fight with the man in black. Suddenly, a giant python appeared beside the man in black, emanating a strong aura that frightened the surrounding beasts into submission, some even losing control and soiling themselves. People began to discuss, what level of beast is this? Even the golden level ones are about to be scared to death. Is it diamond level? Who is this person? How could they have a diamond level beast? I don't know who offended the senior, but please speak clearly. We will definitely make amends. The officer looked at the giant python beside the man in black, smiling and retreating. Upon hearing this, the man in black sneered, and the giant python immediately transformed into a young girl in a red dress in her 20s. When the guards saw the appearance of the girl in red, they were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they fell to the ground, pointing at the girl in red and muttering, "Medusa, a 7-star Emperor-level magical beast. You actually have a legendary level beast." Legendary level beasts are only possessed by the top powerhouses of the Great Xia, and there are only a handful in the entire Great Xia. The man in black before them was clearly not one of the well-known top powerhouses of the Great Xia. If the Great Xia officials knew that Medusa had become a beast, they would not still have her on their wanted list. Upon hearing that the giant python before them was a legendary level beast, everyone shut their mouths, afraid to make any sound, lest they anger the man in black. Now, even if the man in black were to kill everyone on the island, no one would have the strength to resist. The guards also noticeably lost their previous arrogance, but still reminded the man in black, "Who exactly are you? Don't cause trouble here. If you dare to offend us, the dragon guards of the Great Xia will never let you go. Get lost if you know what's good for you. You want to let me go? Don't forget. My beast is a wanted criminal of yours." Upon hearing this, the guards deflated. Indeed, the Medusa before them was already an enemy of the Great Xia, and they certainly would not let the man in black go. But whether the man in black would let them go completely depended on his mood. The man in black was Yenyu. Seeing that everyone was silent, he walked up to the officer and pressed his palm on the officer's shoulder. "Now start distributing all the wristwatches. Wang Jingwen, come collect your wristwatch." The people on the island were not unwilling to leave, but without this wristwatch proving their identity, they would definitely be hunted down by the Great Xia if they left the island. They could only live as nameless fugitives. At this moment, upon hearing that Yenyu was going to distribute wristwatches to everyone, they looked at him as if he were a deity. Wang Jingwen, a young man, happily took the wristwatch and looked at Yenyu. Yenyu, seeing Wang Jingwen's eager expression, shouted to everyone, "Once you get your wristwatch, feel free to leave. Thank you, benefactor." Wang Jingwen quickly bowed deeply to Yenyu and then ran off into the distance. "Fu Qingxiong, come collect your wristwatch. Hu Yonglei, come collect your wristwatch." Chapter 90, Return. Chu Feng, come collect your wristwatch. All the wristwatches have now been distributed. Can you let us go now? After several hours, they finally finished distributing all the wristwatches. The officer opened the bracelet, and indeed, there were no wristwatches left. Looking at the crowd who had received their wristwatches and were leaving, the officer knew this was unavoidable. He could only ask Yenyu if he could let everyone go. Yenyu looked at the officer's bracelet, which indeed had no wristwatches left, and frowned. Where was his own wristwatch? Just as he was about to ask, a loud laugh came from the side. "Ha! Are you looking for this? Give it to him." The person who suddenly appeared was Tang Dafei. The officer looked at Yenyu with a puzzled expression, also curious. The man in black had already taken 2 wristwatches, so why was he still looking for more? Just as the officer was about to ask, he saw Tang Dafei holding a wristwatch in his hand. And the officer suddenly realized that Tang Dafei had previously taken a wristwatch from him, and the man in black was obviously looking for this wristwatch. The officer hurriedly asked Tang Dafei to return the wristwatch to the man in black. Yinyu, at this point, what else are you pretending for? Upon hearing this, Tang Dafei sneered, looking disdainfully at Yinyu. Yinyu was also curious. Did the golden-level Tang Dafei not fear a legendary-level beast? Yinyu was puzzled. But he still opened his black robe. At this moment, he heard other guards turning around one after another. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. I didn't see anything either. Look at you all, what a bunch of fools. Tang Dafei looked at the other guards who turned away, not daring to look at Yinyu, and angrily scolded everyone, saying, Don't worry, I've already called for reinforcements. The dragon army will be here soon. Upon hearing this, Yinyu knew it was time to end things quickly. Just as he was about to take action, he heard the other guards wailing, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Please spare me, hero. I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. Please spare me, hero. The dragon army will be here soon. I don't believe you dare to act. Tang Dafei looked at the wailing guards, feeling frustrated, and shouted angrily at Yinyu. Yinyu sneered and took out Xia Qingtian's watch again. Tang Dafei hurriedly looked at the watch in his hand, puzzled. Then he remembered he had been unable to contact Lai Lanxiang and glared at Yinyu. How dare you secretly keep Captain Lai's watch? Hey, how did I end up with such a fool? The other officers shook their heads and sighed upon hearing this. Yinyu looked at Tang Dafei and teased. Let me help you call for reinforcements. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? Don't be arrogant. They must be on their way. Just wait and see. Reinforcements are coming, huh? Upon hearing this, Tang Dafei was also furious. Why hadn't the reinforcements arrived yet? Suddenly, a guard behind him stood up and waved towards the distance. Everyone quickly looked. And sure enough, hundreds of double-winged red dragons were flying towards them. At this moment, the guards on the island began to dance with joy. With so many people coming, their chances of rescue would greatly increase. Yinyu looked at the approaching double-winged red dragons as they began to shine and sneered. Did you guys get it wrong? You've surrendered, right? Too late. Ha. Tang Dafei thought Yinyu was scared and had softened, starting to mock him. But before he could finish speaking, an officer shouted, Not good. It's atomic flash. Everyone hide. Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down, looking at the shining double-winged red dragons. After thinking for a moment, the officer shouted and ran towards the distance. Yinyu closed his eyes, waiting for a rain of experience points to fall as hundreds of atomic bombs rushed towards him. After a few moments, the small island completely disappeared, but the double-winged red dragons continued to pour atomic bombs for several hours before finally stopping, leaving only after confirming that there were no living beings in the area. By the time the double-winged red dragons stopped their bombardment, Yinyu had already left that sea area and had climbed onto another small island. Once on the small island, Yinyu eagerly opened his host panel. Host, Lin Yu. Martial artist level, silver, host skills, self-harm, waiting for the rabbit. Beastmaster talent, level 8, 63 million, special talent, real man, beasts, thornvine, 5-star silver. Holy light spirit, 5-star silver, double-winged fire dragon, 5-star silver, Medusa, 8-star legendary, slime, 5-star silver, three-tailed white fox, 7-star legendary. Luck, 100 points, 1, 367, 853. Although I don't know what enmity you have with the dragon army, this is a huge gain for me. Ha ha ha. Yinyu couldn't help but sigh while holding Xia Qingtian's watch. After using Xia Qingtian's watch twice, he had attracted the dragon army's fierce bombardment. Not only had his beasts been upgraded to 5-star silver, but his Beastmaster talent had also reached level 863 million, looking at the more than 1 million points. Yinyu truly felt that his year-long journey on Demon Island was worth it. During the month that Yinyu headed to Baibuzu, a major earthquake occurred in Daxia. First, over 5 million dragon army soldiers suddenly appeared within Daxia, shocking the entire country. The Daxia dynasty quickly launched an investigation. After internal scrutiny of the dragon army, it was found that these people's identities were all genuine, leading to a search for other clues. However, when they investigated that nameless small island, all leads were cut off. And at this point, all the high-ranking officials of Daxia fell silent. A few days later, Daxia began a nationwide manhunt for the black-robed man who contracted Medusa, while also announcing that the extra 5 million would be incorporated into the reserve of the dragon army, reducing the benefits of the dragon army reserves. This matter finally settled down. Brother Yin, save me, save me. Chapter 91. That man has returned. Brother Yin, is that really you? Please save me, save me. Although Yin Yu didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, he hated school violence even more. Looking at the approaching group of people, he angrily shouted, You guys, get lost. Don't let me see you again. Hey, who are you? A few nearby students, not recognizing Yin Yu, one of them teased, Who is this loser? Daring to act like a boss here, really sticking a green onion in a pig's nose, and pretending to be like that. Hurry up and return Ran Wenbin to us. And then give us a few million as compensation? Sorry, wrong person. You all carry on. Brother Yin, I used to not recognize great talent and offended you. Please save me. I will definitely apologize to you some other day. Upon hearing this, Ran Wenbin saw Yin Yu really walking away and hurriedly ran up to hug Yin Yu's leg, constantly slapping himself to apologize to Yin Yu. Even so, Yin Yu was not a saint. Since there had been enmity before, how could he easily forgive? Moreover, he hadn't yet understood the matter of Ran Xingxi sending Yin Yu to Demon Island. So how could Yin Yu lend a helping hand to Ran Wenbin? He raised his foot and kicked Ran Wenbin to the ground, ready to leave. A few punk boys saw that Yin Yu was really leaving Ran Wenbin behind, thinking that Yin Yu had softened, and immediately shouted at Yin Yu. You recognize the situation, but Ran Wenbin is staying. What about our compensation? Huh? Yin Yu thought he heard wrong. Was there really someone who dared to ask him for compensation? Just as he was confused, Ran Wenbin quickly got up from the ground, took out a check for 5 million, and handed it to Yin Yu. This is my little brother's protection fee for this month. Please accept it, big brother. Ran Wenbin just said he didn't have any. I see you're itching for a beating. A few punks saw Ran Wenbin hand over the check to Yin Yu and became furious, walking towards the two. Excuse me, classmate Yin Yu. Please help me solve this trouble, and this 5 million will be considered a reward. How about it? All right, I'll take it. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu thought it was reasonable to receive money to help others out of trouble without any future ties. So he immediately accepted the check and rushed towards the approaching group. He quickly kicked the incoming punk to the ground with a flying kick, followed by a few sweeping kicks, easily taking down several people. Once he saw they were no longer able to fight back, he put away the check and was about to leave when the leader of the defeated group glared at Yin Yu. You really don't know who I am? Yin Yu, upon hearing this, felt puzzled. Previously, during the arena match between him and Ran Wenbin, almost everyone in the first year participated. Even if they didn't remember Yin Yu's beasts that slaughtered everyone, they should at least remember that Yin Yu had cleaned out all their family assets at that time. This matter had caused quite a stir in the school, and Yin Yu had even been banned for life. The people in front of him seemed to have never seen Yin Yu before. This was strange. Ran Wenbin, seeing Yin Yu's puzzled expression, quickly stepped forward to explain. Here's what happened. I see. Yin Yu learned from Ran Wenbin's account that after he left school, the turmoil surrounding his slaying of beasts on the arena gradually subsided. By the end of the first semester of the first year, 3 students at the school had their beasts detected with high-level talents, causing Bai Bao Town to gain instant fame and recognition in several other states nearby. Students from other states flocked to the school, and although it was only the second semester, the number of transfer students was overwhelming. Yukai Middle School had no reason to refuse them and expanded the 9 classes before the first year to 19 classes. Even so, many students continued to come, prompting Bai Bao State to split Yukai Middle School into a North and South campus, ensuring that both sides were equipped with the same teaching staff and resources to accommodate all the students. The new campus became the South Campus, while the former Yukai Middle School was designated as the North Campus. Yin Yu looked at the school's plaque, which indeed had changed to Yukai Middle School North Campus. Just as he was about to introduce himself to everyone, Ran Wenbin hurriedly stepped forward and said to the group, Chapter 92, is the school not chaotic enough? Get the hell out of here. My name is Yin Yu, and I was a student in class 9 of the first year at this school. I left for a year due to personal matters, and if you have any objections, bring anyone you know to class 9 to find me. I'll take care of this. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu kicked Ran Wenbin aside, not wanting to be associated with him any further. After saying this, he walked towards class 9. Ran Wenbin felt a surge of emotions. The boss is indeed the boss. There wasn't a single threatening word, yet every word was a threat. At this moment, Ran Wenbin was more determined than ever to stick to Yin Yu, not wanting to let go of this opportunity. He quickly caught up with Yin Yu and led the way. Big shot. Look who I brought you. Under Ran Wenbin's guidance, Yin Yu quickly found class 9. Just as they were about to arrive, Ran Wenbin made a quick dash into class 9 to find Bai Dagnang, who happened to be doing homework in the classroom. Seeing Ran Wenbin's arrival, he frowned slightly and said impatiently, What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm doing homework? What homework? You should see who is here, Ran Wenbin said, pulling Bai Dagnang towards the classroom door. Bai Dagnang, relying on the beast and evolution plans Yin Yu provided him, had now become a silver-level Beastmaster, ranking among the top combatants in the grade. Although Bai Dagnang and Ran Wenbin had a poor relationship before, when a large number of students flooded into Yukai Middle School, some of them attempted to provoke the original students. They had represented Yukai Middle School together in the past, so they had some common ground. After the school split into North and South campuses, both of them became grade representatives of the North Campus, often competing against the South Campus in the arena. Their relationship had become somewhat ambiguous. However, Bai Dagnang still felt some aversion towards Ran Wenbin. At this moment, being pulled by Ran Wenbin. He was extremely displeased and broke free, scolding him. Ran Wenbin, our relationship isn't that good. Be careful. As Bai Dagnang was scolding Ran Wenbin. He had already been pulled to the door, and upon seeing the figure in front of him, he thought he was mistaken. Rubbing his eyes to confirm that it was indeed Yanyu, he hurriedly stepped forward to hug him. Brother-in-law? Bai Dagnang's brother-in-law? The other students nearby were taken aback, looking at the dark-skinned young man in front of them, momentarily unable to recall who he was. They were unsure who suddenly shouted, "It's him. Who is it?" The nearby students quickly moved closer, asking, "Who is this? Do you know him?" Who else could Bai Dagnang's brother-in-law be? It was that man. The man that the school had expelled. The student pointing at Yanyu explained in a series of hurried statements. And everyone suddenly remembered that Bai Dagnang had referred to his brother-in-law, who was none other than Yanyu, the one who had been banned from the arena for life a year ago. After confirming it was indeed Yanyu, everyone rushed to share the news. The young teacher looked at Ran Qingxi and sneered. "What did you say?" Ran Wenbin, hearing this, thought he had misheard and looked at the young teacher in confusion. Just as the young teacher was about to continue explaining, a white figure suddenly stood up in the corner, confronting the young teacher and asking, "What is going on?" The young teacher was startled by the sudden appearance of the white figure. Seeing the slight exposure on the figure's chest, he quickly averted his eyes and coughed. "Just stay calm and wait for retirement. Don't come up with any bad ideas. Is it not enough to cause trouble for the school?" Chapter 93, Scared Silly. Is the school not chaotic enough? Hua Wenfa, you can't even handle a Ran Wenbin. You really are something. Don't ever say you're with me. I can't afford to lose that face. Boss, you misunderstood. I had already dealt with Ran Wenbin, but then a young guy saved him. Hua Wenfa was the leader of the group, Yanyu had previously taught a lesson to at the school gate, and upon hearing this, he quickly explained. Where did this guy come from? So blind that he dared to touch my people. Wu Bupong's expression gradually turned cold as he looked at the people around him. Hua Wenfa realized that Wu Bupong was getting angry and quickly clarified. Yanyu? Why does that sound familiar? Wu Bupong thought for a moment, but couldn't he recall where he had heard it. Suddenly, a figure grabbed Hua Wenfa by the neck and hurriedly asked, "Let go." Hua Wenfa pushed the figure away, and the figure, having been startled, fell to the ground and forgot to get up, trembling all over. Hua Wenfa sneered, looking disdainfully at the figure, ready to ask questions, but Wu Bupong interrupted him, looking at the now terrified figure on the ground. "Oh Fakai, this kid, Yanyu, is really that scary. It's him. It's him. I should have realized it was him." The one trembling on the ground was indeed Oh Fakai, who kept repeating it's him, unable to say anything else. Seeing Wu Bupong looking perplexed at Oh Fakai, who was incoherent, Hua Wenfa quickly stepped forward. "Boss, I see this Oh Fakai is clearly weak and has been scared silly. How about we go meet this Yanyu and see what kind of person he is?" "Boss, the strongest person in this school used to be Ran Wenbin. Now, if he sees us, wouldn't he have to obediently pay the protection fee? How could anyone be stronger than Ran Wenbin?" Wu Bupong found this reasonable, but still wanted to understand Yanyu first. Just then, Oh Fakai heard Wu Bupong was going to challenge Yanyu and rushed forward to grab Wu Bupong's leg. "Boss, let us not go. You can't beat that man. Apologize quickly." "What? Get lost. Useless." Wu Bupong, upon hearing this, became furious. He had been somewhat hesitant, wanting to learn more before confronting Yanyu. But now that Oh Fakai had said Wu Bupong was not as good as Yanyu in front of his subordinates, he knew that if he hesitated even a bit, his team would likely fall apart. Wu Bupong kicked Oh Fakai away and led his subordinates towards Class 9, where Yanyu was chatting with Bai Dagnang. A chubby student interrupted them. "Are you Yanyu?" The newcomer was Wu Bupong. Yanyu looked at the fat guy in front of him, thought for a moment, and confirmed he didn't recognize him, quickly asking, "Who are you?" "Kid, you were pretty arrogant when you protected Ran Wenbin back then. Are you scared now?" "This is my big brother Wu Bupong. Hurry up and apologize to him." Hua Wenfa, standing beside Wu Bupong, thought Yanyu had backed down and began to arrogantly scold him. Seeing Hua Wenfa, Yanyu remembered he was one of the people he had previously taught a lesson to at the school gate. Yanyu looked at Wu Bupong and the others beside him, his eyes filled with disdain. "You worthless trash aren't even qualified to make me move. Since I don't want to fight now, you better leave quickly." For big brothers, the surrounding students began to murmur. "The four great kings are here. So fast. What are you doing here?" Bai Dagnang, seeing the four of them, clearly recognized them and quickly stepped forward to inquire. For people looked at Bai Dagnang, thought for a moment, and mocked. "What's wrong, Bai Dagnang? Are you going to protect him? The legends of your school can't be that weak, can they?" The leader of the four then turned to Yanyu and asked, "How about it? Are you brave enough to compete with us?" Hearing this, Yanyu sighed and looked at the so-called four great kings, instantly losing interest in the competition. He was about to chase them away when Ran Wenbin, who had been silent beside Yanyu for a long time, suddenly stepped forward and demanded an appearance fee. "You just want to fight? How can I let my brother lose face?" My brother's appearance fee is at least 5 million. The surrounding students were momentarily stunned. Just as they were about to mock Yin Yu for being money-hungry, they saw Yin Yu kick Ran Wenbin away and angrily scold him. Bastard. Do you think I'm that greedy for money? Upon hearing this, everyone felt that Yin Yu's image had improved significantly. Just as they were about to show respect, they heard Yin Yu speak again, at the very least, 5 million each. Ran Wenbin, thinking that Yin Yu's words were a misunderstanding, was overjoyed at that moment and turned to the students, scolding, whoever can produce 5 million, one by one, my brother will accept. While the four great kings were dismissing Yin Yu for being greedy, they heard Ran Wenbin scolding and looked at Yin Yu in confusion. They saw that Yin Yu remained unfazed, merely smiling at everyone, clearly having tacitly accepted Ran Wenbin's statement. The four great kings exchanged glances and were still uncertain as they asked, is what that Ran Wenbin kid said true? As long as we offer 5 million, you're willing to accept everything? Yin Yu nodded. All right. Since you want to see me make a move, I'll accept anyone who can put up 5 million. And I allow you all to come up on the stage and fight me at once. What did you say? Huang Wenfa looked at Yin Yu in surprise. The students around them looked at Yin Yu as if they were seeing a monster. The previous students from Yutsai Middle School recalled the scene of Yin Yu dominating the arena, and they couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder he is that man. While the students were filled with emotions, Zheng Nana also arrived at class 9. Seeing Yin Yu calm and composed, she quickly stopped and said to Yin Yu, just in time, let me see how much you've grown. How about it? Are you willing to accept? If you're afraid to accept, hurry up and roll away. In the future, when you see my brother, keep your tail between your legs. Ran Wenbin, hearing Yin Yu's confirmation, was overjoyed. He knew Yin Yu's thoughts and quickly urged everyone, you all are cowards who bully the weak and fear the strong. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. All right, we agree. Let's go to the arena now. Under Ran Wenbin's constant provocation, everyone agreed to the match. Seeing them agree, Yin Yu quickly set off with them towards the arena. The surrounding students also hurriedly followed. Bai Danning suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Yin Yu, saying, brother-in-law, wait, you are banned from the school. Bai Danning's voice was not loud, but it was still heard by those around him. Everyone suddenly realized that Yin Yu had been banned for life from the school and could not go on the arena. They couldn't help but sigh. It was at this moment that the four great kings realized that Yin Yu's lifetime ban was true, and they wanted to see if Yin Yu was as afraid as the rumors said. After thinking for a moment, they looked at Yin Yu and said, how about this? You finish your enrollment procedures first, and we can compete another day. How does that sound? Brother, you should hurry and handle the enrollment procedures. After completing the procedures, then deal with them. Ran Wenbin also remembered that Yin Yu was banned from the arena and thought of helping him lift the ban after he completed his enrollment. Hearing this, Yin Yu was also in a quandary. He definitely couldn't go to the arena now. Suddenly, a voice from the system rang in his ears. System published. Random task. Do you want to go to the South Campus to challenge? Choose yes. Reward. Level talent upgrade voucher 1, points 30. Choose. No. Reward. None. Hearing the system's task, Yin Yu was overjoyed. Although he already had over 1 million points, which was enough to buy a level talent upgrade voucher, being able to obtain one for free now was too good to refuse. He asked Bai Danning beside him, is the South Campus far from here? Take me to the South Campus. The South Campus? Ran Wenbin realized something at this moment, but still uncertainly asked Yin Yu. Yin Yu nodded and looked at the four great kings. Since it's a competition, it doesn't matter where we go. You want to go to the arena in the South Campus? The four great kings looked at Yin Yu in confusion. Yin Yu calmly nodded, and the four great kings exchanged glances and nodded. Each took out a 5 million check and handed it to Yin Yu. We concede. What? Yin Yu looked at the checks in front of him, momentarily unable to react. He looked around and saw that the students did not mock the four great kings for conceding. Yin Yu looked at Ran Wenbin in confusion, who quickly explained. Here's the thing. What's the strongest in the South Campus? The strongest in the South Campus is said to be a senior named Zhuang Daning, who has already broken through to 3-star gold level. There are also 2 others who just broke through to gold level, by Guangxian and Godaxian. Is that it? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was dissatisfied. 3 gold level opponents, even if they all attacked together, could only gain 30 points of experience per round. He asked again, what about their teachers? Their principal should be quite strong, right? Most of their teachers are at the gold level, but their 3-grade directors are 1-star diamond level Beastmasters. It's said that the principal was hired by Baibao Prefecture at a high price as a diamond level Beastmaster. No one has seen the principal make a move, so we don't know their exact strength. Great. We'll all go together. Then let's go. After Yin Yu finished speaking, he led everyone towards the South Campus. When they first set off from Class 9, there were still less than 100 people behind Yin Yu. By the time they walked out of the teaching building, there were already over 1,000 people. Those who were not in the teaching building hurriedly came after hearing the news and followed behind Yin Yu towards the school gate. Chapter 95, Shattering the Arena. Yen Yu led the crowd with great momentum, which naturally attracted the school's attention. Someone quickly reported the situation to the principal. Upon hearing this, the principal was puzzled. The students in the school often fought, and the competition was extremely fierce. Why were everyone so united at this moment? He quickly inquired, "What is Yen Yu doing? Leading everyone out of the school?" Suddenly, a student with a bruised face stumbled onto Wu Bupong's back, crying for help. "Big brother, save me." Wu Bupong was busy following the crowd to see if Yen Yu was really as formidable as the rumors said, and impatiently asked, "What happened?" "Zhuang Jiedong brought a few little brothers to the school to challenge and injured many of us. Big brother, you must go save them," the bruised student exclaimed. Hearing this, not only Wu Bupong, but even the four great kings looked at Yen Yu with troubled expressions. Yen Yu felt that their mission was off to a bad start, and was somewhat angry as he looked at the bruised boy. "Lead the way," the bruised student, while not knowing who Yen Yu was, saw that the school's big shots were following Yen Yu and thought his identity must be extraordinary. He led Yen Yu ahead. The old man in charge of guarding the arena saw the thousands of people coming and quickly panicked, shutting the door and shouting at everyone. "What are you trying to do? Old Rome, don't you recognize me anymore?" Yen Yu walked up to the old man guarding the arena with displeasure. The old man looked at Yen Yu for a moment before realizing, "Why are you only here now? You made me so anxious." The old man guarding the arena clearly recognized Yen Yu, remembering the student who once dominated here, and looked at the students from the school who were being oppressed and nearly afraid to step onto the arena. He couldn't help but sigh. If only that formidable Yen Yu were still in school, the old man said, quickly opening the door to let everyone in. As Yen Yu entered the arena, he saw that the dozens of platforms that were once there had now dwindled to just one. Yen Yu felt a surge of emotion. With so many students in the school, they could only crowd onto such a small platform, which was truly heartbreaking. Just as Yen Yu was lost in thought, a loud bang suddenly erupted beside him. Everyone quickly turned to look, only to see a student commanding his beast to smash the platform into pieces. Watching the last platform being destroyed, everyone was filled with sorrow, sighing, "What a pity. There won't even be a place to compete anymore. What are we going to do from now on?" "Ha ha ha." Hearing the sighs, Yen Yu burst into laughter and walked towards the boy who had smashed the platform. Although everyone was confused by Yen Yu's sudden joy, they followed him. Bai Deneng stepped forward to inform Yen Yu. "This person is Zhuang Jiedong, a second-year student from the South School, and the brother of Zhuang Dening, the top expert of the South School. He has already reached the silver level." "Not bad. Not bad. Zhuang the hero is impressive," Yen Yu replied with a smile, clapping his hands as he approached Zhuang Jiedong. The crowd behind him was taken aback by Yen Yu's behavior, thinking, "Isn't this just a case of if you can't beat them, join them?" They looked at Yen Yu with disdain, some even preparing to leave. Zhuang Jiedong was excited about smashing the North School's platform, and upon hearing someone praise him, he mockingly looked at the approaching Yen Yu. "I smashed your North School's platform. Why are you so happy?" "To be honest, I didn't want to see these platforms anymore. Now that you've smashed them for me, of course, I have to thank you," Yen Yu said. The people behind him couldn't bear to listen any longer, starting to spit in anger and leaving. They originally thought the legendary Yen Yu would be very tough, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a coward. Expressing their dissatisfaction with him, Zhuang Jiedong was delighted, looking at Yen Yu and saying, "In this school, you are the one I find most comfortable. How about you be my little brother from now on?" "Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Yen Yu burst out laughing. The crowd that had followed him was shocked to see Yen Yu so weak and was about to step forward to confront him when they heard Yen Yu's voice again. "You have a good eye. Hurry up and kneel down to call me dad." "What did you say?" Zhuang Jiedong roared in anger, scolding Yen Yu. The people behind Yen Yu were also stunned by his sudden change in tone, looking at him in surprise. Yen Yu's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Zhuang Jiedong. "I'm saying you better hurry up and pay me, then kneel down to call me dad. I might just let you go." "Hey, what money?" Zhuang Jiedong laughed loudly upon hearing this, and his followers gathered around him. Yen Yu looked at them. "First, it's the medical expenses for the injured person you hurt. Second, it's the cost of buying a new platform. And finally, it's your tribute fees." "Tribute fees? Then we'll see if you have the life to collect it," Zhuang Jiedong shouted in anger, quickly ordering his companions to attack. Zhuang Jiedong's beast was a short-tailed bear, and Yen Yu had already detected its attributes. Name: short-tailed bear. Level: 2-star silver. Host: Zhuang Jiedong. Nickname: Species: bear. Weakness: thunder. Attribute: gold. Talent grade: level, skills: roar, skilled. Diamond palm, mastered. Talent: none. Bloodline: none. Status: healthy. Evolution route: common. What a pity for this beast with a level talent. Yen Yu watched as the short-tailed bear, along with the others' beasts, lunged at him, shaking his head but not dodging. Zhuang Jiedong, seeing that Yen Yu showed no intention of dodging, was overjoyed. "So you're just a fool, haha?" Just as Zhuang Jiedong was speaking, Countless vines appeared in front of Yin, wrapping all the approaching beasts into Zongzi. As the beasts were wrapped up, they let out a series of screams. Moments later, the Zongzi quickly unraveled, revealing what had moments before been lively beasts, now reduced to a pile of minced meat. Zhuang Jiedong and his lackeys spat blood, pointing at Yin. You dare to kill my beast. Who the hell are you? Chapter 96. Cleansing the door. You dare to kill my beast. Who the hell are you? Yin coldly looked at Zhuang Jiedong, who was bleeding profusely. Zhuang Jiedong's eyes seemed like two ice caves as he shivered all over, suddenly recalling the rumors about this school. Looking at Yin in fury. So you are the Yin who was banned for life. How dare you strike at me? The school will never let you go. Ha ha ha. So I have to thank you for destroying the platform. Yin replied. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. No wonder Yin was delighted to see the platform destroyed. Being banned from the platform meant he couldn't act against Zhuang Jiedong. But Zhuang Jiedong's own actions had given Yin the opportunity to strike back without concern. Yin acted decisively, killing Zhuang Jiedong's beast. And the crowd was once again shocked. The four great kings couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he is a legendary figure. His reputation is well deserved. I killed my beast. My brother will never let you go. Zhuang Jiedong, realizing that it was his own actions that had given Yin the chance, was furious and fell to the ground, frantically pounding the ground in anger, looking at Yin with eyes full of hatred. Yin shook his head, looking at the crazed Zhuang Jiedong. Since you've heard about me, you should know better what I'm going to do next. While everyone was puzzled, Yin stepped forward, stripping Zhuang Jiedong and his lackeys of all their resources, and upon seeing only a few magic cores, Yin was furious, slapping each of them several times. What are you pretending for? You don't even have a dime on you. I truly feel embarrassed for you. My brother will definitely not let you go. After taking a few more slaps, Zhuang Jiedong grew even angrier but could only struggle on the ground. He threw the magic cores to the previously beaten boy and looked towards Wu Bu Pang in the distance. Wu Bu Pang was terrified, thinking Yin was going to settle the score with him, almost about to kneel. At this moment, everyone truly experienced what it meant to be ruthless. Feeling the fear of Yin dominating the entire school, Yin quickly said, find a few people to drag these dead dogs away. And don't forget to collect the debts later. Upon hearing this, Wu Bu Pang quickly called his subordinates to drag the group behind them towards the south campus. Just as Yin was leading everyone out of the school, two figures appeared, the principal and the grade director Jin Yongyuan. Jin Yongyuan watched as the principal hurried over to stop them, and after seeing Yin teach Zhuang Jiedong a lesson on the platform, he merely followed the group to the school gate without intervening. Watching Yin and the crowd walk away, he quickly inquired, Principal, shouldn't we stop them? What if something unexpected happens? That kid has indeed become much more ruthless than before, and his timing for striking is very precise. Those beasts were almost all killed in one blow. Judging by his aura, he should also be at the silver level. Jin Yongyuan carefully analyzed Yin's recent actions and assessed his level based on the beast's auras. The principal sneered, Then what are you worried about? Hurry up and get back to work. Stop worrying about unnecessary things. Yin led the crowd to the south campus gate, immediately attracting the attention of many students from the south school. Just as Yin was about to step forward, Ran Wenbin quickly stepped up to block him. Big brother, let me handle this small matter. Yin thought that Ran Wenbin already understood what he was about to do. Ran Wenbin was indicated to continue, and upon receiving the order, he hurriedly stepped forward to shout from a high point in the south campus. Everyone here in the south campus is trash. Is there anyone who disagrees? You brat. What did you say? You brat. Say it again if you have the guts. Many people from the south campus, seeing Yin and his group arrive, gathered around. Upon hearing Ran Wenbin's insults, they began to angrily rebuke him. Yin frowned. He wasn't here to provoke these people, but to find the strongest individuals in the south campus. As he thought about interrupting Ran Wenbin, he heard the system's voice in his ear. System released, contract task. Please urinate in front of the school gate as a demonstration. Reward, a talent enhancement scroll of level A. Damn, how is this fair? Yin recalled the first contract task where he had to ask Tang Shui about the color of her underwear. And now he was being asked to do something so vulgar in public. He could only hope this would truly infuriate the strong ones from the south campus. Sighing, he walked towards Ran Wenbin, who was growing increasingly anxious as he saw the crowd of south campus people still not fully enraged, shouting, You bunch of useless trash. Just roll away. What a disgrace. Yin slapped Ran Wenbin, who looked at him with confusion. He had tried his best to provoke the south campus crowd. So why was the boss still not satisfied? After interrupting Ran Wenbin, Yin directly approached the stone tablet at the entrance of the south campus. Just as he was about to climb on it, the crowd quickly shouted, You brat. Get down here. Hurry up and roll down. I see now. Ran Wenbin noticed the crowd's emotions had clearly risen, pondering why he hadn't thought of this method earlier. just as he was about to praise it. He heard the crowd begin to roar, "You brat. Stop it right now." "No way." Wan Wenbin quickly looked at Yin Yu, only to see him starting to unbuckle his belt, looking at him in disbelief. Then he looked at Bai Danning, and the two exchanged a nod, preparing to step forward to stop Yin Yu, but then they heard him laugh. "This school gate is too dirty. Let me help you wash it." "Ha ha ha. You brat. You're seeking death." Normally, students would spar without teachers intervening, but now Yin Yu was openly urinating on the school sign, humiliating the school. Several teachers from the South Campus rushed forward to stop him. They saw a few beast tamers lunging at Yin Yu, but he seemed oblivious and continued to urinate. Many girls present covered their eyes and cursed, "Pervert. Shameless." Yin Yu, however, was deaf to their words and continued. The attacks from the beast tamers soon reached him, and it looked like he would either die or be severely injured. Many teachers from the North Campus followed, ready to step in to save Yin Yu. But when the beast tamers attacked him, it was as if they were hitting air, continuing their futile assault. This was due to Yin Yu's real man, host skill, which ignored all attacks. The North Campus teachers paused, looking at Yin Yu in confusion, while the South Campus teachers could only continuously scold him, letting him finish. After he was done, the system's reward had already been issued, and Yin Yu shivered for a moment, sighing, "So comfortable." Chapter 97. The style of the first expert's younger brother. Just as Yin Yu was relishing the comfort, the crowd from the South Campus erupted in anger, cursing at Yin Yu, "Get lost. Shameless. Pervert." While the South Campus people were angrily rebuking Yin Yu, the girls from the North Campus looked at him with flushed faces, shy and embarrassed. Yin Yu glanced at the South Campus crowd for a moment, walked up to Zhuang Jiedong, lifted him up, and surveyed the crowd. "Zhuang Daning. Are you here? Zhuang Daning, are you here? Zhuang Daning, are you here?" After calling 3 times without a response, he ripped off Zhuang Jiedong's clothes and began slapping him. "Didn't you say your brother has plenty of money? How dare you lie to me? Slap, 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 stop, slap." After several slaps, Zhuang Jiedong was already bruised and battered, unable to maintain his human form, rolling his eyes. Seeing that Yin Yu had no intention of stopping, a young man stepped out from the crowd and shouted at Yin Yu to stop. Yin Yu, hearing this, slapped Zhuang Jiedong again and asked, "Who are you, brother? Save me, save me." Zhuang Jiedong, seeing someone stop Yin Yu, quickly opened his swollen eyes and pleaded for help from Zhuang Daning, who was approaching. Yin Yu looked at Zhuang Daning and asked, "So you're shouting, huh? Enough. Let go of my brother." Zhuang Daning was furious upon hearing this. He had witnessed Yin Yu's vulgar behavior at the school gate and saw that the teacher's attacks had inexplicably failed against him. This meant that engaging Yin Yu would only lead to being beaten. Without knowing Yin Yu's background, he dared not make a move. Watching Zhuang Jiedong being beaten to a pulp with no sign of stopping, Zhuang Daning had to steel himself and step forward to rescue him. "I will let him go. But it seems you've forgotten something." Yin Yu looked at Zhuang Daning mockingly. "How much does he owe you? I'll pay it back." Zhuang Daning realized that when they had competed, they must have bet money. After all, that was common in arena competitions. And he knew Zhuang Jiedong had gone to the North Campus to challenge Zhuang Daning. Zhuang Daning thought that paying back the money would end the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yu said, "The people behind me were all injured by Zhuang Jiedong. Each of their medical expenses is at least 200,000 to 300,000. Plus, the damage to the North Campus arena could easily amount to 1,000,000. And Zhuang Jiedong's compensation fee must be several million, right? You can calculate how much you owe me." Zhuang Daning looked at the lively crowd behind Yin Yu and realized they showed no signs of injury, knowing Yin Yu was trying to extort money. Originally, Zhuang Daning thought Yin Yu would only ask for a little pocket money, but he didn't expect the amount to be astronomical. Zhuang Daning, of course, didn't have that kind of money and was furious. "I don't have it. Let us see what you dare do to my brother." Just as Zhuang Daning finished speaking, Yin Yu ripped off Zhuang Jiedong's pants, holding him up by his underwear and walking towards the South Campus crowd. "Is there anyone who wants to see the style of the first expert's younger brother? Now I will show you the true face of Lushan. Feel free to take photos." Hearing this, Zhuang Daning was furious and was about to scold Yin Yu. But he saw Yin Yu already holding Zhuang Jiedong at his waist. Zhuang Daning quickly changed his tone. "What do you want? I heard this school has a few golden level pests. Now you go find them and have them compete with me. If you lose, all teaching resources of the South Campus will belong to the North Campus. How about that? All right, I can help you find them, but if we win, you not only have to run naked through the streets of Baibezu, but you also have to let us deal with your beast tamers. What do you think?" Zhuang Daning hesitated for a moment, suddenly perked up, and smiled at Yin Yu, quickly agreeing. "So your beast tamers will also be at my disposal?" Yin Yu asked back. "Of course. It depends on whether you dare to come," Zhuang Daning said, heading towards the arena, with the South Campus crowd parting to let the North Campus people through. Yin Yu didn't care at all, leading his group towards the South Campus arena. As they made their way, a young man in the distance was on the phone, incredulously asking, Is this Yin Yu really that powerful? In a moment, the two sides gathered at the arena, and the originally spacious audience area, which could accommodate over 100,000 people, was now completely full. At this time, Zhuang Daning on the stage was eager to deal with Yin Yu. Before agreeing to the competition with Yin Yu, someone had informed Zhuang Daning that Yin Yu's real man skill was on cooldown and would likely not be usable today. It was also clearly stated that Yin Yu's cultivation level was silver grade. This information greatly boosted Zhuang Daning's confidence, making him feel he could easily defeat Yin Yu and avenge Zhuang Jiedong. Seeing Yin Yu actually stepping onto the stage, he impatiently said to the teacher hosting the match, "Teacher, let's start. What's the rush?" Yin Yu quickly interrupted. Zhuang Daning, thinking Yin Yu was having second thoughts, mockingly looked at him. "Are you scared now? It's too late. Where's that bravado you had earlier? I'm just worried you'd look bad if you lose. Where are those few cockroaches? Why haven't they arrived yet?" Yin Yu disdainfully searched among the crowd for a competition he was sure to win, and one that could bring him glory throughout Bai Bazu. Zhuang Daning was not willing to share the spotlight with anyone else, so he immediately said, "Don't worry, they won't come. Since that's the case, Bai Daning, let's begin." Upon hearing that the other few golden grades wouldn't be coming, Yin Yu called out to Bai Daning. Bai Daning immediately took out a white cloth and placed it in front of the arena, which was divided in the middle. One side read North School wins 12, and the other read South School wins 12. When Ran Wenbin saw this familiar scene, he quickly started encouraging the South School students to place bets. Sure enough, students from both schools began to bet, and Zhuang Daning, seeing everyone starting to wager, didn't rush to start, instead mockingly looking at Yin Yu. "Shall we have a little fun? How about it? Less than 25 million is out of the question," Yin Yu said, glancing disdainfully at Zhuang Daning. Zhuang Daning, thinking he had misheard, asked, "Do you have that much money?" "Bai Daning, help me place the bet," Yin Yu said as he took out a check from his pocket, deliberately waving it in front of Zhuang Daning before handing it to Bai Daning. Zhuang Daning immediately felt insulted. Just then Ran Wenbin shouted, "North School student. Yin Yu bets 25 million. Oh, who in the North School is so rich?" The South School students exclaimed in surprise, while the North School students went wild, rushing forward to increase their bets. Seeing the South School's betting area relatively empty, Zhuang Daning quickly called others to place bets. Sure enough, moments later, several people arrived at the stage to place their bets, but there were still fewer than from the North School. Yin Yu sighed and looked at Zhuang Daning. "Hey, are you going to place a bet or not?" Chapter 98, 250 million. You wait. Zhuang Daning was now frantic, desperately making calls to borrow money. How could he let such a profitable opportunity slip away? Finally, 10 minutes later, Zhuang Daning managed to gather 25 million and bet on the South School to win. After placing his bet, he looked at the teacher hosting the match, just about to speak when a loud voice interrupted. "South School bets 250 million. Huh. Upon hearing this, not only were the North School students shocked, but the South School students also turned to look at the middle-aged man who had entered the arena. The man was clearly familiar with such scenes, noticing the confusion among many. Indeed, the school had written regulations that teachers could not participate in student competitions. And this middle-aged man was clearly not a student, but a teacher. He explained to the crowd, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. This is the school's sponsorship for this competition. And all the winnings from this fund will be distributed to everyone after the match." Wow. The North School students were envious, exclaiming that the South School was incredibly wealthy, casually putting out so much money to share. Upon hearing this, the South School students began to increase their bets. Yin Yu coldly laughed. What a bunch of paupers. Zhuang Daning, sneering, began to mock Yin Yu when suddenly a student stepped onto the stage. Yin Yu quickly asked, "Are you going to compete too?" "Dazhong, what are you doing here?" The one who stepped up was Go Dazhong, who ignored Zhuang Daning and approached Yin Yu. "Do you want to compete as well?" "Teacher, let's start quickly. The match begins now." The referee teacher, upon hearing this, gestured to Yin Yu, and after Yin Yu nodded, quickly announced the match's start. "Thunder Leopard, come!" Zhuang Daning shouted, and a thunder leopard with blood-red eyes and blue-purple fur appeared before the crowd. Yin Yu quickly used the system to check the thunder leopard's attributes. Name, blood-red thunder leopard. Level, 3-star golden grade. Host, Zhuang Daning. Nickname, none. Species, leopard. Weakness, space. Attribute, thunder. Talent rank, none. Skills, roar, skilled. Gallop, skilled. Lightning claw, skilled. Talent, none. Bloodline, none. Status, asleep. Evolution path, none. It was actually a thunder attribute beast. When the blood-red thunder leopard appeared, everyone was astonished. Thunder attribute beasts are the most valuable among creatures with the same talent, known for having the strongest attack power and being the rarest, often leading to the situation where one can easily acquire gold but find it hard to obtain a single beast, especially a thunder attribute spirit beast. As Yin Yu looked at Zhuang Daning only summoning one blood-red thunder leopard, he was about to ask if Zhuang Daning would summon other beasts when Zhuang Daning shouted, sending the blood-red thunder leopard lunging at Yin Yu. Seeing this, Yin Yu sneered, "Since that's the case, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." As Yin Yu's voice fell, a fire stick appeared in his hand, and behind him, a meatball materialized. Upon seeing this, the South School crowd began to mock. "Ha ha. He actually thinks he can win with a spirit beast. It's simply laughable." Ran Wenbin was also taken aback by Yin Yu's appearance and quickly looked at Bai Danning, who had never seen Yin Yu's light spirit beast, also taken aback but confidently said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." The same situation unfolded in the distant audience, where a young male teacher asked Zheng Nana, "Is this really the same person as before?" Zheng Nana frowned slightly upon hearing this. It wasn't that she didn't know much about Yin Yu's spirit beast, but in the entire Great Xia dynasty, spirit beasts were typically used as medical personnel's beasts. Of course, many warriors contracted spirit beasts, but none were used for fighting. Zheng Nana curiously looked at Yin Yu, just in time to hear Yin Yu shout, "My big knife has been itching for action." As soon as Yin Yu's words fell, he charged towards the flying blood-red thunder leopard with the fire stick in hand, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Is he out of his mind? Indeed, battles for Beastmasters usually involved battles between the beasts themselves, and even if the Beastmaster participated, they should be charging at Zhuang Daning. But Yin Yu charged directly toward the blood-red thunder leopard. Zhuang Daning, watching Yin Yu approach, was filled with confusion, thinking Yin Yu's real man skill had cooled down. Just then, he heard Yin Yu's voice, "Xiao Guang, go." As soon as Yin Yu's voice fell, Xiao Guang emitted several beams of golden light, showering Yin Yu and the fire stick. As the golden light touched Yin Yu, a golden shield formed around him. The crowd watched as Yin Yu, surrounded by the shield, charged at the blood-red thunder leopard, which, upon contact with the golden light, shrank from its original height of 2 to 3 meters to that of a teddy bear. Realizing that the blood-red thunder leopard's cultivation level was now only at silver grade, Zhuang Daning immediately roared at Yin Yu, "Bastard! You despicable! What did you do?" Chapter 99, North School wins. North School wins. As the referee announced the results, the crowd from the South School instantly fell silent, while the students from the North School began to celebrate wildly. Ran Wenbin was so excited that he hugged Bai Danning and exclaimed, "We won! Big brother is just the best." "Ha ha." Bai Danning pushed Ran Wenbin away irritably, saying, "Who are you? Don't talk nonsense. My brother-in-law didn't agree to take you as a little brother." Hearing this, Ran Wenbin was displeased and retorted, "It seems like Big Brother didn't say anything about dating your sister either." "What did you say?" Bai Danning was furious at his words, and he and Ran Wenbin started to bicker. "No wonder he's that man, definitely worth our expectations," a previous male teacher remarked, watching Yin Yu spiritedly. Having heard that he had won, Yin Yu paused for a moment before continuing to whip the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. At this point, the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard had already regained its size and cultivation level, yet it was barely hanging on. Seeing that Yin Yu had no intention of stopping, Zhuang Daning shouted angrily, "You've already won. Hurry up and stop. What else do you want?" "Shouting, have you forgotten? We agreed that the loser has to let the winner handle their beast." Yin Yu continued to whip the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard, which was lying on the ground. The middle-aged man who had previously bet over 200 million was now so furious that his face turned ashen. After thinking for a moment, he decided to spare Zhuang Daning and said to Yin Yu, "Show some mercy. Are you really going to be so ruthless? This was agreed upon before. Fulfilling the bet means being heartless. If I were the one who lost, would you all be so generous?" Yin Yu sneered and continued to whip the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. Zhuang Daning saw that the beast was about to be killed by Yin Yu and knelt down to beg, "Please spare the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. As long as you let it go, I will do anything you ask." Yin Yu pretended not to hear and continued swinging the fire stick in his hand. Suddenly, he was grabbed by a pair of hands. Yin Yu immediately transmitted a thought, and those hands quickly let go of his fire stick, suppressing their anger, and said, "Name your price. How much for you to spare this Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard?" Indeed, I think you have a point. Showing mercy when you can is a good thing. I'll be a bit generous then." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu immediately stopped. The crowd from the North School sighed in relief, and Yin Yu's previously tall image instantly transformed into that of a greedy little man. However, Yin Yu didn't care at all, and quickly called Bai Danning to his side, asking, "How much can a golden-level spirit beast with tier talent sell for?" "You bastard, despicable. Shameless. Just say if you want it or not. Big brother, if this guy doesn't want it, let's not kill the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard. After all, if it dies, it won't taste good when grilled." Initially, Zhuang Daning thought Ran Wenbin was being kind by trying to save the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard, but he didn't expect it was because he felt it wouldn't taste good if it was dead. He immediately exploded with rage and roared, then looked at the middle-aged man, who sighed, "Yin Yu, what do you say?" At this moment, Bai Danning and Ran Wenbin nodded in tacit agreement. Yin Yu quickly approached and said, "Pay up." The middle-aged man took out a check and handed it to Yin Yu, then led Zhuang Daning away. Yin Yu looked at the crowd and shouted, "Charge! Hurry and move the equipment." Hearing this, the people from the North School began to lift and carry various teaching instruments, rushing toward the North School. In an instant, the entire competition venue was stripped bare, leaving only a small platform that was required to remain, with not a single chair left. Yin Yu sat on the platform with Bai Daneng and Ran Wenbin, watching the North School students busily moving the teaching equipment. Bai Daneng still asked with some concern, "Brother-in-law, should we go check? What if someone tries to stop us?" "No need. Those people are not even as strong as Zhuang Daning. If even Zhuang Daning was made to beg for mercy by Big Brother, what can those people do? If someone stops us, it can only be the heads of the grades or the principal." Yin Yu was also a bit uneasy and was about to head over when he was pulled back by Ran Wenbin. "Won't those teachers stop us?" Yin Yu looked at Ran Wenbin in confusion, and Ran Wenbin laughed. "I really hope someone sticks their head out, preferably the principal himself." "Awesome. No wonder you're my brother-in-law." While a few were chatting on the platform, several figures rushed into the principal's office, where an old man was treating a middle-aged man, who was Ma Yufa. The old man was Lei Zizhou, the principal of the South Campus. The others were shocked by the scene before them and couldn't help but exclaim, "How could this happen?" Lei Zizhou said nothing but rolled up Ma Yufa's right sleeve, revealing that his arm was devoid of color, as if all the blood had been drained from it. The people present had seen Ma Yufa grabbing Yin Yu's fire stick and couldn't help but sigh, "Blood-sucking. I didn't expect that kid's spirit to master such a terrifying skill." "Wait, old Ma is a diamond-level powerhouse. That kid is only silver level. There's no way he could hurt old Ma." The others looked at Lei Zizhou, clearly puzzled about how Yin Yu could injure Ma Yufa. Lei Zizhou sighed, "Ignore defense, only true damage. I didn't expect that kid's spirit to have mastered both blood-sucking and true damage." Everyone couldn't help but start praising Yin Yu's light spirit. But Lei Zizhou shook his head and said, "No, that kid's fire stick should also be his spirit beast. These two skills are understood by two different spirit beasts. Despicable. Shameless." The others were furious. Although Zhuang Daning had summoned only the Crimson Blood Thunder Leopard, Yin Yu had summoned two spirit beasts, clearly overwhelming him in numbers, which made them even angrier. Lei Zizhou, however, shook his head and continued, "Although that kid indeed won with more against less, do you believe that even if Zhuang Daning summoned other spirit beasts, they could defeat that kid?" Hearing this, they looked at the unconscious Ma Yufa and couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect there to be such a monster in the North School. It seems we were too careless." Indeed, we were too careless. Just as they were about to argue, they heard Lei Zizhou speak again, "Principal, are you saying that kid came from that place?" Hearing this, everyone began to tremble, hoping Lei Zizhou would say they were wrong, but saw him nodding with his eyes closed. The two spaces actually fused. "It seems we need to find a time to deal with some of these magic cores." Yin Yu looked at the second floor of the ancient tower, which was piled high with magic cores and crystal stones, leaving no space to step. Although training each spirit beast required dozens of magic cores daily, when Yin Yu raided the overseas training base of the Dragon Army, he took away many high-level magic cores and materials. Just as he was thinking about how to deal with these magic cores, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He quickly exited his consciousness and asked, "Who is it?" As Yin Yu spoke, he hurried to open the door. But when he opened it, there was no one there. This had happened several times since he moved in a month ago, and he couldn't help but complain, "Who is so bored?" Yin Yu closed the door and walked to the bed, preparing to sleep, but the door knocked again. Annoyed, he asked, "Who are you?" "Huh." Upon hearing that someone was really there this time, Yin Yu quickly got up and opened the door, only to see a girl standing there. Yin Yu recognized her. It was Su Xueping, who had gone to the black market with him. Seeing that Yin Yu seemed to be asleep, Su Xueping quickly apologized, "Sorry. I didn't mean to disturb your rest." "It's fine. I was just about to rest, wondering who it was. Someone so bored knocking on my door every day?" Yin Yu explained impatiently, and Su Xueping looked at him in confusion. "Knocking on the door for fun?" "Yeah." Yin Yu then told Su Xueping about how someone had been knocking on his door every day for the past month, but when he opened it, there was no one there. Su Xueping recalled seeing a shadow in front of Yin Yu's door earlier, which made her think he hadn't fallen asleep. So she came to find him. After pondering for a moment, Yin Yu hurriedly asked, "What are you doing here so late? Is this your doing?" Su Xueping teased Yin Yu with a smirk. "My doing?" Yin Yu looked at Su Xueping in confusion. Su Xueping sneered and, without waiting for an invitation, walked directly into Yin Yu's dormitory, closing the door behind her. Seeing this, Yin Yu became anxious. If anyone found out he was secretly meeting a senior at night, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Su Xueping noticed Yin Yu's flustered expression and her gaze turned colder. She was aware of the situation between Yin Yu and Chu Tianjiao and coldly snorted as she handed Yin Yu a newspaper, sneering, "I didn't expect it. The Imperial-level Medusa is really your beast. No wonder Medusa cooperated with you to rob the black market. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you think that's possible?" Yin Yu took the newspaper from Su Shueping, which had a front-page article about the black-robed Beastmaster being wanted for possessing Medusa. Of course, Yin Yu wouldn't admit it. Su Shueping found Yin Yu's reasoning convincing. How could an Imperial-level magical beast be willing to be a beast for a silver-level Beastmaster? She nodded and continued, "Forget it. I can't be bothered to investigate further. But that black-robed person must be you. Don't tell me there are two Medusas in the world. Who knows who Medusa is working with? Anyway, I have no time this weekend." Yin Yu wanted to refute, but Su Shueping suddenly asked him, "Are you free this weekend?" Yin Yu hesitated. He was troubled about how to deal with the magical cores and crystals he didn't need at the moment. He spent his weekly rest time selling magical cores and materials at various material shops, but those shops had very little demand. At most, they would buy a few dozen magical cores or crystals. Yin Yu planned to continue selling them at other shops, leaving him no extra time. Seeing Yin Yu's hesitant expression, Su Shueping spoke up again. "I'm going to a black market. It's a great place to dispose of stolen goods. Where would I get stolen goods?" When Yin Yu saw that Su Shueping had already concluded that the wanted black-robed person was him, he was left speechless. However, hearing that Su Shueping's destination could quickly handle the excess magical cores and crystals, he had no choice but to agree. "Since you need something from me, I will do my best. All right. See you at the school gate at 6 o'clock on Saturday morning," Su Shueping said with a smile as she left Yin Yu's dormitory. After sending Su Shueping off, Yin Yu finally began to sleep soundly. Not long after Su Shueping left, she stopped, sighed, and said to someone behind her, "It's useless for you to follow me. I'm not interested in that guy for now, but you need to hurry. Some things you have to fight for yourself." Saturday arrived in the blink of an eye. Yin Yu and Su Shueping took a taxi together and traveled for several hours before reaching their destination. Yin Yu looked at the dilapidated street and the houses on the verge of collapse, thinking they had come to the wrong place, and quickly asked, "Did we come to the wrong place?" Su Shueping smiled without saying a word and led Yin Yu down the street. Seeing how deserted the street was, Yin Yu seriously doubted they were in the right place, but Su Shueping didn't explain and took him into a shop. In Chapter 101, just as you think. After entering a shabby shop with Su Shueping, Yin Yu realized they were in a materials shop. The shopkeeper quickly approached them, asking, "What materials do you need, gentlemen?" "No. We want to sell some excess materials," Su Shueping quickly retorted. The shopkeeper asked, "What materials do you want to sell?" As the shopkeeper finished speaking, Su Shueping looked at Yin Yu, and the shopkeeper quickly turned to Yin Yu. At that moment, Yin Yu realized Su Shueping had brought him here to sell materials. He took out a silver-level magical core and asked, "How much will you give me for this?" "For a silver-level magical core, we buy at 50% of the market price. Since your magical core is of good quality, I'll offer you 20,000 alliance coins." The shopkeeper looked somewhat disappointed when he saw Yin Yu had only one magical core, but he still took it and examined it closely. Yin Yu quickly retorted, 50%. "You are way too greedy. Other shops offer 70%. 70%? Then you should go find another shop," the shopkeeper said as he started to show them the door. Just as Yin Yu was about to leave, Su Shueping hurriedly grabbed his arm, saying, "This is the black market. No one can trace the origins of things sold here. Think it over. Can you raise the price?" 50% is too low," Yin Yu said. He really didn't want anyone to know that these magical cores and crystals were coming from him, but the shopkeeper's price was too low. After hesitating for a moment, he asked the shopkeeper, who looked at the magical core in Yin Yu's hand and refused to budge, "There are plenty of shops that offer 20 or 30%. My 50% is already generous. If you think it's too low, you should look elsewhere." Hearing this, Yin Yu turned to leave. Su Shueping wanted to persuade him again, but Yin Yu was set on leaving and said impatiently, "Wait, how much do you have? If it's really enough, I can give you 60%, 65%. Yin Yu thought that other shops were offering 70%, so he could only accept it. If he weren't in a hurry to dispose of these magical cores, he would have taken his time selling them. Thinking that the shopkeeper needed to make a profit, he still raised the offer by 0.5%. The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, didn't get angry but instead sneered, looking at Yin Yu mockingly. "Then let's see how much you have. If you really have that much, I might be able to accept it. But I see you don't look like you can afford much." Yin Yu nodded, looking at the shabby shop with a slight frown. The shopkeeper awkwardly smiled. After all, the shop did look like it was about to collapse. Then the shopkeeper took out a check for 200 million and looked at Yin Yu. "If you have that much, I can offer you more. Even 70% is not impossible." Yin Yu looked at the check in the shopkeeper's hand and sneered. "I didn't expect it. Shopkeeper, you're actually playing the fool. But I can sell you 200 million worth of materials right now." "Really? Please don't joke, sir." The shopkeeper looked at Yin Yu, who didn't seem to be joking, with confusion. Without explaining, Yin Yu walked into the small courtyard inside the shop and quickly took out the magical cores and crystals he was preparing to dispose of. In a moment, a small mountain over 0.5 meter high appeared in front of Yin Yu. The shopkeeper and Su Shueping stared in shock, mouths agape, as it could hold an egg. After a moment, The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes to accept the reality before him and approached Yin Yu with an apologetic expression. Sir, I'm really sorry. I was blind. I'll have someone count the materials right away. Please wait a moment. Task. Yin Yu looked at Su Shueping in confusion. Su Shueping smiled at him and then left. Yin Yu felt puzzled for a moment until he heard a mocking voice behind him. I was wondering where all these materials came from. Turns out it's you. The heartless one. I was planning to finish these and then come find you, right? But then again, how can these hundreds of millions of magical cores be more important than you? Before Chu Tianjiao could finish, Yin Yu pounced like a tiger and picked her up, heading towards a nearby room. After the two of them had their fun, they chatted for a moment. And then Chu Tianjiao suddenly recalled something and began to scold Yin Yu. You dared to rob the Dragon Legion. You are too bold. How could you act so recklessly? Yin Yu explained the situation to Chu Tianjiao upon hearing her words. Chu Tianjiao understood, but still felt uneasy. Seeing the anxious look on her face, Yin Yu decided to reveal some secrets to her. He nodded and said, the matter with Medusa is just as you think. Chapter 102, Interest. Indeed, Medusa is my beast. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianjiao was stunned. Realizing that Yin Yu was not joking about being so powerful, she was overjoyed. However, she was also upset that Yin Yu had kept it a secret from her, which had caused her to worry. She repeatedly punched his chest in frustration, complaining, you liar. Big liar. Heartless big liar. Yin Yu could only hug Chu Tianjiao tightly. Once she calmed down, he quickly asked, when did Longxing Tiantang start collecting magic cores and crystals? Do you think Longxing Tiantang only has spirit pet eggs? Chu Tianjiao was immediately displeased. But considering that Yin Yu had indeed not had much contact with Longxing Tiantang, she continued to explain. Actually, Longxing Tiantang is a business of the Chu family, one of the 4 great families of the Daxia. Longxing Tiantang is spread throughout Daxia. And apart from spirit pet eggs, it also deals in many precious materials, covering almost all trading goods in Daxia. The Chu family? Then doesn't that mean? Yin Yu realized that Longxing Tiantang was indeed part of Chu Tianjiao's family business. Handing over such a large amount of materials to Longxing Tiantang could cause trouble for her, making him a bit worried. Seeing Yin Yu's concern, Chu Tianjiao snorted. Humph. At least you have some conscience. Then she continued to explain, I am indeed a member of the Chu family, but not a direct descendant. Otherwise, why would I be assigned to Baibao Prefecture? Although Longxing Tiantang is a Chu family business, it is not mine. If these materials are handed over to you, will it cause you trouble when they appear in Longxing Tiantang? Yin Yu was still a bit worried about Chu Tianjiao's safety. Hearing this, Chu Tianjiao felt warmth in her heart and said, don't worry, I will be fine, and I don't plan to hand these materials over to Longxing Tiantang. Not handing them over to Longxing Tiantang? Yin Yu looked at Chu Tianjiao in confusion, and she continued to explain. It turned out that Chu Tianjiao did not have a high status in the Chu family and was often looked down upon internally. Her being in Baibao Prefecture was more of a punishment than an arrangement by the Chu family. Previously, she only had a budget of 10 million alliance coins to manage at Longxing Tiantang. And since Baibao Prefecture is the northernmost region of Daxia, it is cold all year round in the poorest state. Therefore, the Longxing Tiantang shop there only sold spirit pet eggs. Even more frustrating was that these spirit pet eggs were mostly those that could not be sold in other places and were sent to Baibao Prefecture. To obtain high-quality spirit pet eggs, Baibao Prefecture's Longxing Tiantang could only rely on luck. After Chu Tianchuan's beast was detected to have a high talent level, the Chu family in the capital raised her budget to 200 million. Naturally, Chu Tianjiao was unwilling to continue being controlled by the Chu family, so she quietly opened a shop in the black market to resell materials. Hearing this, Yin Yu sensed that Chu Tianjiao was in urgent need of money and immediately took out all the excess magic cores. A mountain of magic cores appeared by the bed, even higher than the small hill in the courtyard. Chu Tianjiao was shocked to see so many magic cores and crystals again. After pondering for a moment, she said with difficulty, unfortunately, I can only barely accept the outer doors ones for now, but this many. It's fine. Just pay the interest for now. Interest? What? When Chu Tianjiao looked at Yin Yu in confusion, he suddenly pounced on her again. Thank you, Teacher Zeng. You've worked hard. Is that all you can say? Zeng Nana looked at Yin Yu teasingly, realizing that Zeng Nana had indeed helped him a lot. Yin Yu took out a palm-sized magic core and handed it to her with a smile. I apologize for troubling you for so long. This is just a token of appreciation. Please accept it. A leader-level magic core? Zeng Nana had only been joking. But she didn't expect Yin Yu to actually take out a magic core, which was indeed the leader-level magic core he had obtained in the secret realm. Now, Zeng Nana was in a dilemma. She originally had other matters to discuss with Yin Yu, but now that he had really taken out a magic core, she didn't know what to do. Seeing Zeng Nana's troubled expression, Yin Yu smiled and stuffed the magic core into her hand and walked towards the room. Zeng Nana quickly called out to him, Yin Yu, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you. Not knowing what she wanted to discuss, Yin Yu replied hurriedly, sure. Let's go inside and talk. No. Wait a moment. Seeing Yin Yu about to enter the room, Zheng Nana quickly stepped forward to stop him, leaving Yin Yu even more confused. He immediately asked what was going on. After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Nana gritted her teeth and finally revealed her thoughts. Chapter 103. Who am I really? Actually, Yin Yu, thank you. Teacher, I should be the one thanking you. After they finished speaking, they entered the house. Upon entering, Yin Yu was greeted by a pleasant lavender scent, which was much more comfortable than the unpleasant paint smell he had encountered when he first entered the dormitory. He felt that letting Zheng Nana live here was indeed a wise decision. After they both tidied up their rooms, they gathered in the living room. After chatting for a while, Zheng Nana asked, "What are your plans?" "Of course, to complete my studies." Yin Yu replied without hesitation. Zheng Nana nodded upon hearing this, but seemed to be thinking about something. Yin Yu quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" After hesitating for a moment, Zheng Nana continued to inquire, "Are you really only at the silver level right now?" "Yeah. Why do you ask?" Yin Yu was puzzled as he had reported his true level at school before, and didn't he understand why Zheng Nana was asking this. She pondered for a moment and asked, "Then how come you can summon a beast?" "According to rumors, you need to be at least at the gold level to summon one." "Oh, my slime mutated during evolution, allowing me to summon a beast at the silver level." "Oh, it seems the rumors are indeed true. Are you really a beast tamer?" Seeing Yin Yu nodding in confirmation, Zheng Nana thought for a moment and continued, "Then can you help me with something?" "Of course." Yin Yu assumed it was about Zheng Nana's beast needing to evolve and immediately agreed. Zheng Nana was delighted and then said, "Can you take a 3-month leave on Monday when classes start?" "Ah, that won't take that long." Yin Yu thought it was for Zheng Nana's beast evolution and didn't require such a long time. Just as he was about to explain, he noticed Zheng Nana's hesitant expression and quickly changed his response. "Okay, I'll ask for leave when I get to school on Monday." Monday soon arrived. And as Yin Yu was writing the leave request, Bai Danning saw him asking for another 3 months off and quickly inquired, "What for?" The two traveled for half a month and finally arrived at Zheng Nana's home. As they entered, they heard a mocking voice. "Great-grandpa." Nana sends her greetings. Zheng Nana led Yin Yu into the small courtyard and directly to the family's conference hall, where she respectfully greeted the elder in the main seat, who was clearly the head of Zheng Nana's family. "Great-grandpa, this is Yin Yu. Don't randomly claim relatives." Before Yin Yu could finish speaking, a young man in his 20s rushed out. He was Zheng Nana's cousin, named Zheng Xiaoxing. After interrupting Yin Yu, he felt it was not enough and looked at Yin Yu before turning back to Zheng Nana. "Cousin, I see this kid is younger than me. He can't possibly be your student, right? Even if you don't want to get together with Zhang's young master, you don't have to find such a young student to fill in, right?" Zheng Nana trembled upon hearing this. Even her cousin could see it, let alone the elders present, who must have already seen through her. For a moment, she didn't know how to continue pretending, her face flushed with shame. She could only lower her head and walk toward the family head. Yin Yu, seeing that Zheng Nana really intended to come clean, slapped the young man, Zheng Xiaoxing, across the face and grabbed his collar, angrily shouting, "I'll give you one more chance." "Who am I? Dare to say it again. Who am I?" Zheng Xiaoxing, enraged that Yin Yu actually dared to strike him, was about to retort, but Yin Yu slapped him again. His actions instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the council hall. Zheng Nana was also stunned by Yin Yu's actions. The young man, of course, was not willing to back down. Yin Yu raised his arm again, ready to hit him, when a middle-aged man immediately stood up. This middle-aged man was Zheng Xiaoxing's father, Zheng Lianjin. Seeing his son being hit, he hurriedly stepped forward to strike Yin Yu. At this moment, the family head's voice rang out. "Second, don't harm his life." "Yes. Family head. Enough." As the family head's words fell, everyone looked at Yin Yu, their gazes no longer filled with disdain. Zheng Lianjin, who had just been slapped by Yin Yu, was burning with anger. Seeing everyone remain silent, he angrily looked at Zheng Nana. "The marriage of the Zheng family's children has always been under the family head's command. How can it be easily changed? Moreover, the betrothal gifts from the Zhang family have already been given. If we go back on our word, wouldn't that be?" Seeing that everyone hesitated again, Yin Yu laughed and said, "Betrothal gifts? It's not only the Zhang family that has them. I have them too." "Yin Yu, stop messing around. At worst, we'll think it over." Zheng Nana quickly whispered in Yin Yu's ear, but he shook his head and said, "Don't worry. It's fine. You brat. You really are shameless. Do you know how precious the Zhang family's betrothal gifts are?" Zheng Xiaoxing laughed, and then took out a spirit pet egg, holding it up and looking at Yin Yu mockingly. "Do you know what talent this spirit pet egg has?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yu quickly scanned the spirit pet egg in Zheng Xiaoxing's hand. Name, Cloud Leopard. Level, Embryo. Host, None. Nickname, None. Species, Leopard. Weakness, Thunder. Attribute, Wind. Talent grade, Level. Skill, Roar Entry. Talent, None. Lineage, None. Status, Sleeping. Evolution route. Common. After scanning, Yin Yu discovered it was a cloud leopard with level talent and shook his head. Just a cloud leopard with level talent. You still dare to say it's precious? Just be careful not to get your tongue bitten. Zheng Xiaoxing sneered. But he still admired Yin Yu for recognizing it was a level talent spirit pet egg. I didn't expect your eyesight to be quite good. Knowing that this is a level talent spirit pet egg, then you should know how much it costs to test the spirit beast inside the egg. You should just back off. I initially wanted to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be distanced instead. Yin Yu shook his head, sighed for a moment, and continued. I'll be honest, I am actually a breeder. Ha ha ha. The people in the council hall burst into laughter, clearly not believing that there could be such a young breeder as Yin Yu. Zheng Xiaoxing, seeing Zheng Nana's puzzled expression, became even more convinced that Yin Yu was bragging and laughed even more wildly. Breeder? Kid, you should know your place. This isn't a place where girls can be easily deceived. Nana, summon the lightning cat. Yin Yu, seeing the crowd laughing crazily, shook his head and hurriedly asked Zheng Nana to summon the lightning cat. Although Zheng Nana didn't understand what Yin Yu meant, she quickly summoned the lightning cat. Moments later, a completely black Scottish fold cat appeared in Zheng Nana's hands. This Scottish fold was her beast. Name, Lightning Cat. Level, 9-star golden level. Host, Zheng Nana. Nickname, Little Flash. Species, cat. Weakness, thunder. Attribute, electric. Talent grade. Level, skills, lightning claw, perfect. Stealth, perfect. Electrocution, perfect. Bloodthirst, perfect. Talent, lightning. Lineage, none. Nana, I've actually prepared the evolution talisman for your lightning cat. Let us evolve it now. Yin Yu lightly brushed the lightning cat in Zheng Nana's hands, then took out a talisman and placed it on the Scottish fold. He began to chant, and after a moment, the talisman absorbed into the Scottish fold's body. The cat's body immediately turned a dark purple, and the intense aura emitted by the Scottish fold caused everyone in the council hall to quiet down. The family head quickly asked, Kid, are you really a breeder? Yes. Now the lightning cat has become a beast with level talent. Yin Yu nodded. Kid, don't joke around. Do you know that a beast with level talent is something that is hard to come by? The family head looked at Yin Yu with a serious expression. Isn't it just a test with instruments to see if you're bragging? All right, let us see how you die, Zheng Lianjin said, leading everyone to the instrument room. As they just left the council hall, the woman who was slapped by Yin Yu earlier suddenly threw herself onto Zheng Lianjin, crying out, My lord, you must stand up for me. Who dared to hit my woman? Zheng Lianjin, seeing the clear handprint on the woman's face, was furious and was about to seek revenge when he saw the woman pointing at Yin Yu. Zheng Lianjin glared at Yin Yu. Was it you? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu looked at the woman, thought for a moment, and said, Oh, I did slap a barking female dog when I came in. What is the matter? Chapter 105, Dream On. Everyone arrived at the testing room and placed Zheng Nana's lightning cat into the glass cover of the instrument. Once the lightning cat was fully inside, Zheng Lianjin closed the cover and didn't rush to press the start button. He looked at Yin Yu first before pressing the button. Moments later, the screen of the testing instrument displayed the lightning cat's attribute information. Name, Lightning Cat. Level, 9-star golden level. Species, cat. Weakness, thunder. Attribute, electric. Talent grade, level. It really has become a beast with level talent. It really has evolved successfully. The crowd began to discuss excitedly after seeing the information on the instrument screen. Even the family head looked at Yin Yu with desire in his eyes. Once everyone quieted down, the family head grabbed Yin Yu's arm and walked to the front of everyone, immediately announcing, This young man shall henceforth be Zheng Nana's husband. No one shall have any objections. Actually, let's talk about it later. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was preparing to interrupt the family head, but the family head seemed to have anticipated this and quickly interrupted Yin Yu. Seeing the crowd's anger rising, Yin Yu could only wait to explain later. The family head continued to tightly hold Yin Yu's arm, not letting him leave his side. Yin Yu had no choice but to follow the family head to the Zheng family's council hall. Just as they walked out of the testing room, the woman who was slapped by Yin Yu rushed forward, hugging Zheng Lianjin and crying, My lord, you must stand up for me for this little injury. Crying like this is unbecoming. It goes against the dignity of our family. Someone, quickly drag her away. Don't let her embarrass us here. Before the woman could finish speaking, Zheng Lianjin quickly interrupted her and ordered someone to drag her away. The woman, seeing Zheng Lianjin's sudden change, immediately became unwilling and began to throw a tantrum. Zheng Lianjin, however, was too lazy to care and just ordered people to quickly drag her away, then hurriedly smiled at Yin Yu. Entering the conference hall, the head of the Zheng family pointed to the main seat on the left and said to Yin Yu, Since you are a member of the Zheng family, there should be a place for you here. However, due to time constraints, you can temporarily sit here for now. What do you all think? Seeing Yin Yu's hesitant expression, the head of the Zheng family quickly looked at the other members of the Zheng family. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed and took their seats elsewhere, leaving the main seat on the left for Yanyu. The head of the Zeng family smiled with satisfaction at this, and, without waiting for any reaction from Yanyu, directly pushed him into the seat. The head of the Zeng family then announced to everyone, since everyone has no objections to this marriage, let's choose an auspicious day and get married as soon as possible. Yanyu was taken aback and almost jumped out of his seat. However, the elders of the Zeng family had already begun to select an auspicious day. Yanyu felt anxious, knowing that if he didn't explain soon, he might really become the son-in-law of the Zeng family. He quickly stood up, but before he could speak, he heard, Nana doesn't want to get married so early. Please. Great-grandpa, support this. Are you not satisfied with this kid? Hearing this, Zeng Nana realized that she had invited Yanyu for a different purpose and hadn't expected them to almost get engaged by mistake. She had never considered a relationship with Yanyu and was at a loss for what to do. The head of the Zeng family could see the expressions on their faces and knew that Yanyu was likely just a distraction for Zeng Nana. However, Yanyu had cultivated a beast with top-tier talent, and the head of the Zeng family did not want to let him go easily. It was not appropriate to introduce other young ladies of the Zeng family at this moment. So he could only sigh and continue to announce, since the two of you feel that your feelings are not mature enough, let's get engaged for now. Once your feelings stabilize, you can get married. After the head of the Zeng family finished announcing, he looked at Yanyu. Nana is already 20 this year, and I will give you 2 years at most. By then, you must come here to get married. Respected head of the family. The day after tomorrow is an auspicious day. We can hold the engagement ceremony. At this moment, the elders of the Zeng family had already finished their discussion. Upon hearing that the day after tomorrow was an auspicious day, the head of the Zeng family looked at the elders with satisfaction and praised them. Just as Yanyu was about to leave, Zeng Nana leaned closer and whispered, Is there something else? Yanyu quickly inquired upon hearing this. Zeng Nana understood his meaning and immediately turned red, heading towards the head of the Zeng family, leaving behind a line, Dream on. Originally planning to cooperate with the Zhang family to develop the mind through marriage, it now seemed impossible. She wondered if anyone had any good ideas. The competition rules proposed by the Zhang family were 1 match each for silver, gold, and diamond levels. Clearly, the Zeng family did not have a diamond-level Beastmaster and had already lost 1 match. Zeng Nana's purpose in finding Yanyu was to hope that he could participate in the competition to help the Zeng family win 1 match. And if the head of the Zeng family won another match, the Zeng family would ultimately win. Yanyu felt uneasy and asked, what if the Zhang family goes back on their word later? Although the Zeng family currently did not have a diamond-level Beastmaster, the Zhang family could not easily manipulate them. Even if things fell apart, the Zhang family wouldn't gain much. Chapter 106. A man can bend and stretch. Yanyu had not finished speaking when he saw Zeng Nana's fierce glare, and he had to stop. At this time, the members of the Zeng family had also finished their discussions and decided to first select the strongest members from the family at each level and then compete with the Zhang family for the mine. The next day, the head of the Zeng family summoned everyone to the training ground, where the Zeng family's members were divided into silver and gold level formations. The head of the Zeng family looked at the 2 formations and, feeling very satisfied, asked Yanyu, Young Master Yan, what do you think of my Zeng family's people? Don't speak ill of my family. Yanyu had to change his words and continued. They all look spirited and full of fighting spirit. I believe they will perform well in the upcoming competition. Good. After Yanyu finished speaking, Zeng Nana finally let go of him. The small actions between Yanyu and Zeng Nana could not escape the head of the Zeng family's notice. Hearing Yanyu's praise, the head of the Zeng family was very happy and immediately shouted, The competition begins now. Before the head of the Zeng family finished speaking, the door of the Zeng family had already been smashed open by an iron-armored barbarian lion. Everyone dodged as they looked at the iron-armored barbarian lion, and the head of the Zeng family quickly led everyone to welcome it. A few elders worked together to subdue the iron-armored barbarian lion. The head of the Zeng family looked sternly outside and yelled, What is the meaning of the Zhang family head coming here uninvited? The head of the Zeng family truly had a lot on his mind. After a moment, a figure appeared in the Zeng family square. It was the head of the Zhang family. Behind him were an old man and a young boy. The young boy, upon entering the Zeng family, quickly scanned the crowd and soon locked onto Zeng Nana, who was laughing and chatting with Yanyu. He immediately became furious and was about to step forward but was stopped by the head of the Zhang family. Upon entering the Zeng family, the head of the Zhang family only glanced briefly at the head of the Zeng family before fixing his gaze on Yanyu. Everyone also looked at Yanyu. Although Zeng Nana was a direct descendant of the Zeng family, being suddenly stared at by so many people made her shyly hide behind Yanyu. The young boy following the head of the Zhang family grew angrier and shouted at Yanyu, You brat, quickly let go of my woman. Hearing that you are a beast cultivator, I wonder if you would be interested in coming to my Zhang family. What the Zeng family can give you, my Zhang family can also provide. What do you think? Really? Yin Yu looked at the head of the Zhang family in surprise. Upon hearing this, the members of the Zhang family quickly moved closer to Yin Yu. Although Zhang Nana knew that Yin Yu was not someone to be afraid of death, she was so angry that she twisted Yin Yu's back into a pretzel, causing him to endure pain while trying to stay calm. The head of the Zhang family was overjoyed upon hearing this and quickly said, "Of course, as long as you can say it. Good. Then may I ask if the Zhang family has a Zhang Nana?" Yin Yu asked seriously. At this moment, the members of the Zhang family burst into laughter. The Zhang family obviously did not have a Zhang Nana, and the head of the Zhang family's face turned ashen with anger. With a cold snort, he looked at the head of the Zhang family. "Since the Zhang family members are all here, there's no need to choose a day. Let us compete for the mine right now." Hearing this, the members of the Zhang family hesitated. Since the selection had not yet begun, how could they casually send someone to participate in the competition? The head of the Zhang family saw the hesitation on the faces of the Zhang family and coldly snorted. "I didn't expect the Zhang family to have fallen to this point. Even when someone came knocking, you don't dare to resist." After speaking, the head of the Zhang family signaled the young boy behind him to take the stage. The young boy nodded and stepped onto the Zhang family's platform, looking at everyone. "I, Zhang Quanwen, challenge all silver-level Beastmasters present." "What? It's this kid." They heard that this kid was just one step away from the gold level and had a top-tier talent beast. Ordinary gold levels wouldn't be his match. The crowd began to discuss. The head of the Zhang family sneered at everyone. "There's no way around it. This kid is currently the weakest in my Zhang family. He has been unable to break through to the gold level for a long time, so my Zhang family has to use him to challenge the Zhang family's silver level. The Zhang family can't possibly lose to my Zhang family's weakest, right? If that is the case, I think the Zhang family has no reason to exist. Impudent. Does my Zhang family allow you to act wildly here?" The head of the Zhang family was furious upon hearing this and immediately looked at Zhang Xiaoxing. "Xiaoxing, go and meet this second son of the Zhang family. Head of the family, you can't let my son go to his death. Let others try first." Zhang Xiaoxing said, but did not move, instead looking at Zhang Lianjin, who quickly stepped forward to stop him. The head of the Zhang family was furious upon hearing this. He did not randomly select Zhang Xiaoxing to take the stage. Zhang Xiaoxing was indeed the strongest among the young generation of the Zhang family, and he was also at the silver level. The head of the Zhang family scolded Zhang Lianjin. "Such cowardice is not the behavior of a man. Xiaoxing is a son of the Zhang family. At such a critical moment, shouldn't he contribute to the Zhang family?" Zhang Lianjin gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Previously, Zhang Xiaoxing had competed with Zhang Chuanquan and was crushed by him. At such an important moment, who could guarantee that Zhang Chuanquan wouldn't strike hard? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Lianjin asked, "Is it really my son that you want?" "It's fine. Don't worry. This is the Zhang family's territory. The Zhang family wouldn't dare to be reckless." The head of the Zhang family knew that the other party clearly had ill intentions, but was confident that they wouldn't dare to kill in broad daylight at the Zhang family. He quickly reassured Zhang Lianjin. Zhang Lianjin nodded in response, signaling for Zhang Xiaoxing to take the stage. Zhang Xiaoxing nodded, and the head of the Zhang family looked at Zhang Xiaoxing stepping out of the formation, praising him. "As expected of my Zhang family's son. One must have the spirit to accept challenges." Zhang Lianjin only sneered coldly and moved away. After Zhang Xiaoxing ascended the arena, the people of the Zhang family began to cheer for him. "Victory! Victory! Victory! Victory!" Zhang Xiaoxing merely scoffed and showed no intention of attacking. At this moment, Zhang Lianjin had already approached the head of the Zhang family, and suddenly, with a thud, he directly knelt before the head of the Zhang family, saying, "I pay my respects to the family head. Please spare my son's life. I concede." At this moment, Zhang Xiaoxing's voice of concession also came from the arena. The head of the Zhang family watched as the members of the Zhang family instantly split into two factions, looking angrily at Zhang Lianjin in the distance. "Second son, I didn't expect you to betray the family. Betray the Zhang family." The head of the Zhang family sneered. "As the saying goes, a true man can bend and stretch. I am merely trying to preserve the Zhang family's lineage by being accommodating, while you are stubborn. If the Zhang family listens to you today, we might end up exterminated. You are the true traitor of the family. Everyone, let us join me in punishing the traitor." Chapter 107. The Trick. Indeed, after Zhang Lianjin's intense words, several people stood by his side, and all 6 elders of the Zhang family stood beside him. Only a few loyalists remained beside the head of the Zhang family. The head of the Zhang family, clearly anticipating the changes, coldly approached the head of the Zhang family. "Are you still going to fight?" The head of the Zhang family saw that most of his kin had left him, and regardless of the final outcome, the Zhang family would no longer exist. He sighed. "These brothers behind me, can you spare them? You don't need to worry about these matters." The head of the Zhang family clearly did not intend to spare these people. After all, the members of the Zhang family would not let them go either. The head of the Zhang family took out a dagger and handed it to the head of the Zhang family. For so many years, Our families have been in open and covert conflict. You are a person of dignity. The head of the Zhang family, hearing this, said, I have already engaged to Yin, so please do not make things difficult for my husband. What? Yin looked at Zheng Nana, furious and flustered, realizing that he might not be able to stay out of this. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Chuanquan exploded in anger, berating Yin. You little brat. Are you looking for death? How dare you sleep with my woman? Behave yourself. Just as Yin was about to retort, Zheng Nana kissed his cheek and whispered a few words before hiding behind him. Seeing Zhang Chuanquan's increasingly ferocious expression, Yin knew that no explanation would suffice. He was not going to endure this unwarranted disaster. He immediately waved his hand, reaching for Zheng Nana's breasts. Though Zheng Nana was hiding behind Yin, she was flustered by her earlier boldness. Yin was her student. How could she allow this? At this moment, Zheng Nana, in a panic, did not expect Yin to act this way. She couldn't dodge in time and was caught by Yin. Zheng Nana's body trembled, and she became extremely shy. To Zhang Chuanquan, this looked like Yin was flirting with Zheng Nana. Zhang Chuanquan, who had just been fed a mouthful of dog food, no longer cared about anything else and summoned his beast. Zhang Chuanquan's beast was a netherwolf, which pounced at Yin under his command. Yin saw the netherwolf charging at him, sneered, and a fire stick appeared in his hand. The members of the Zheng family looked at the fire stick in Yin hand and sighed, lamenting that a silver-level beast could not be repelled by a mere fire stick. Zhang Chuanquan laughed wildly at Yin's attempt to block the netherwolf with a fire stick. Ha! Today, let me show you the strength of a Beastmaster. Don't worry, I will have my brothers take good care of that cheap woman from the Zheng family. The head of the Zhang family looked at Yin with the fire stick, preparing to resist Zhang Chuanquan's netherwolf, and could only shake his head helplessly. A dignified beast trainer. Even a member of the Zheng family could be a guest of the Zhang family, let alone Yin, who was not. The Zhang family would treat him with respect. Unexpectedly, Yin, blinded by lust, slept with the fiancée of the second son of the Zhang family. It was clear that the Zhang family could no longer keep Yin. At this moment, the head of the Zhang family felt a twinge of regret for Yin, who was about to fall. Just as Zhang Chuanquan was laughing maniacally, Yin's wrist flickered, and the fire stick instantly sprouted countless vines, wrapping the netherwolf into a dumpling in the blink of an eye. Everyone gasped in astonishment as they watched Yin easily subdue the netherwolf. In their understanding, beast trainers were usually ordinary people without the talent for beasts, but everything before them indicated that Yin was a beastmaster. Everyone's perceptions were shattered, and they exclaimed, I can't believe it. This person is actually a beastmaster. I've heard that it's very difficult to become a beast trainer. How did he cultivate? Young master, as long as you spare the netherwolf, you can still be a guest of my Zhang family. What do you think? The head of the Zhang family, knowing Yin's value, immediately decided to spare him. Yin sneered, unfortunately. It's too late. After humiliating my woman, you think you can just leave like this? Shameless. You little brat. How dare you take advantage of me? Hearing this, Zheng Nana shyly hid behind the head of the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family looked at the shy Zheng Nana, sighed, and said to her, from now on, the Zheng family will be entrusted to you. Great-grandfather can only help you to this point. You must seize this opportunity. After saying this, the head of the Zheng family gently patted Zheng Nana's small head, his aura suddenly rising significantly as he walked towards Yin. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zhang family looked at Yin with a cold smile. So, beast trainer, what do you want? You can take the body, but leave the life. Yin said, then walked towards the head of the Zhang family. Suddenly, a figure blocked Yin's path. It was the head of the Zheng family, who stopped Yin and looked at him for a moment, feeling relieved, and smiled. From now on, Nana will be entrusted to you. Don't let her down. After saying this, the head of the Zheng family walked towards the head of the Zhang family. Yin immediately understood the head of the Zheng family's intention and rushed forward to grab him. You think you can play the orphan trick? You old man, dream on. Hearing this, the head of the Zheng family smiled even more happily and quickened his pace. Just as the head of the Zheng family was about to attack the head of the Zhang family, Yin, seeing this, became anxious and shouted, no. As soon as Yin words fell, the fire stick in his hand immediately emitted countless vines, quickly wrapping around the head of the Zheng family. The head of the Zheng family, determined to die, quickly waved his hand to break free from the vines. At first, he could easily break them, but the vines grew increasingly more and began to wrap him up. The head of the Zheng family, seeing that he could not escape, was about to summon his beast when he found that the surrounding vines were actually drawing on his blood. Chapter 108, Golden Level. How could this happen? The head of the Zheng family, feeling the loss of blood, was shocked. When he tried to channel his energy to resist, it was already too late, and he was wrapped up like a dumpling. Looking at the now tranquil dumpling, Zheng Nana rushed forward and grabbed Yin's arm. Don't hurt my great-grandfather. Through the information transmitted by the vines, Yin Yu confirmed that the head of the Zheng family no longer had the strength to resist. A thought was sent over, and the dumpling moved beside Zheng Nana, then opened up to reveal the head of the Zheng family, who looked dazed and pale. Zheng Nana hurriedly stepped forward to check and found that he was only anesthetized and slightly anemic, with no serious issues, which relieved her. At this moment, the head of the Zhang family also noticed the abnormality of the head of the Zheng family and looked at Yin Yu with a gradually serious expression. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Xiao Guang, prepare to go." The head of the Zhang family looked at the dazed head of the Zheng family and quickly summoned his beast. Name, Earth Armored Dragon. Level, 1-star Diamond level. Host, nickname, None. Race, Subdragon species. Weakness, Wind. Attribute, Earth. Talent grade. Level, Skills, Earth Armor, Mastery. Diamond Drill, Mastery. Earth Mound, Mastery. Earth Escape, Mastery. Talent, None. Bloodline, None. Status, Healthy. Evolution Route, Common. Yin Yu was overjoyed to see the head of the Zhang family summon a diamond-level beast and quickly quickened his pace towards him. The head of the Zhang family, seeing that Yin Yu had dealt with the head of the Zheng family, did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. What the head of the Zhang family did not know was that the head of the Zheng family had previously been seeking death and did not dare to harm Yin Yu in the slightest. It was only when he could not break free that he struck to cut the vines, giving Yin Yu the opportunity to subdue him easily. After Yin Yu's words fell, Xiao Guang immediately cast several golden lights on Yin Yu and the head of the Zhang family. The head of the Zhang family, originally 178 meters tall, instantly shrank to 17 centimeters. The head of the Zhang family panicked and saw that his Earth Armored Dragon had not shrunk, quickly commanded it to pounce on Yin Yu. Sure enough, after a round of mockery from the head of the Zhang family, everyone, having witnessed the power of the diamond-level beast, hurriedly ran behind the head of the Zhang family. At this moment, only the head of the Zheng family remained beside Zheng Nana. The head of the Zhang family sighed. "Since you don't want to keep your dignity, I'll have to send you on your way." After speaking, the head of the Zhang family quickly ordered someone to grab Zheng Nana. Upon hearing this, several people behind the head of the Zhang family immediately moved to seize Zheng Nana. However, just as they approached her, countless vines suddenly grew around Zheng Nana, wrapping around them. Then, several screams were heard, and when the vines receded, everyone saw that those who had approached Zheng Nana had turned into minced meat. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of the cave. "You are too anxious. I haven't even done anything yet. Dare to target my woman? Is it you? You actually didn't die?" Everyone followed the voice and indeed saw a figure standing at the bottom of the cave. It was Yin Yu. The head of the Zhang family looked at Yin Yu in disbelief, but Yin Yu seemed unfazed, looking at him mockingly. "Your Earth Armored Dragon doesn't seem that impressive. Now it seems it's my turn to act. What did you do? I am a diamond-level Beastmaster. How could I not kill you? A mere silver level. Xiao Guang, go." "Ha ha ha. Finally, it's your turn. Let's see if I don't crush you." As Yin Yu's words fell, his figure suddenly shrank to just over 10 centimeters. The head of the Zhang family was overjoyed and quickly summoned his other beasts to pounce together, wanting to crush Yin Yu. As Yin Yu was stomped by the beasts, he immediately vanished. A few breaths later, he reappeared, but just as he did, he shrank again and was wrapped in golden light. The head of the Zhang family and several beasts looked at Yin Yu disappearing and reappearing in a few breaths, instantly flustered, and began to stomp on him frantically. A few hours later, Yin Yu suddenly emitted a strong aura, pushing the head of the Zhang family and the other beasts away. Yin Yu calculated in his heart that he had just been killed several thousand times. He was far from reaching the breakthrough opportunity. Curious, Yin Yu quickly opened the host panel. Host, Lin Yu, martial artist level, gold level. Host skills, self-harm, waiting for the rabbit. Beast talent, level 2363 million. Special talent, real man, beasts, thorn vine, 5-star silver level. Holy light spirit, 5-star silver level. Twin-winged fire dragon, 5-star silver level. Medusa, 8-star legend level. Slime, 5-star silver level. Three-tailed white fox, 7-star legend level. Luck value, 100 points. Points, 1, 599, 853. So it turns out. Chapter 109. Do you want to regret? After reading the host panel, Yin Yu understood that the beasts indeed had not broken through to the gold level. It was just that Yin Yu's martial artist level had broken through to gold. The reason for this situation was simply that Yin Yu had previously contracted the three-tailed white fox, which, like Medusa, was also a legendary beast. Since the three-tailed white fox was contracted later, its feedback was not as obvious. It was only now that Yin Yu's martial artist level was far higher than the beast's level that he discovered the three-tailed white fox's feedback. At this moment, everyone around saw Yin Yu break through in battle and began to retreat. The head of the Zhang family also hurriedly retreated, trying to escape. Yin Yu would not let the tiger return to the mountain and quickly moved to grab the head of the Zhang family. After several hours of consumption, the head of the Zhang family was no longer Yin Yu's opponent. He made a feint and ran towards the exit, but did not notice the vine that suddenly stretched out under his feet, causing him to fall hard. Seeing that Yin Yu's vines had blocked his path, he shouted at Yin Yu, "I am the head of the Zhang family. If the Zhang family dares to do anything to me, what will happen in the future?" Yin Yu mockingly looked at the head of the Zhang family and stepped closer. At this moment, the head of the Zhang family also realized the current situation and had no fighting spirit left. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. The head of the Zhang family hurriedly summoned the earth-armored dragon, not caring about its exhaustion, and shouted angrily at the approaching Yin Yu. The diamond-level head of the Zhang family is actually forced to self-destruct to escape? What level of cultivation does this kid have? His strength is so terrifying. Everyone looked at the head of the Zhang family being forced to self-destruct and sighed at Yin Yu's strength. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu paused, and the head of the Zhang family shouted happily, "Ha! Since you dare not kill me, let me go quickly. Since you don't want the earth-armored dragon anymore. You should have said so earlier." Yin Yu looked at the earth-armored dragon kneeling in front of the head of the Zhang family, its body gradually swelling. Seeing that the head of the Zhang family was really going to let the earth-armored dragon self-destruct, Yin Yu quickly summoned the slime and pointed at the earth-armored dragon. "This is diamond level. You should be able to have a feast." A feast? The head of the Zhang family and everyone else were stunned. The earth-armored dragon stood 5 meters tall. Who could eat that? The head of the Zhang family looked curiously at the black slime behind Yin Yu, wondering what kind of beast it was. Hearing this, the slime immediately flew toward the earth-armored dragon. At this moment, although the earth-armored dragon could not move, it was trembling all over. The head of the Zhang family felt something was off and hurriedly urged the earth-armored dragon to swell its body. But the earth-armored dragon, frightened, moved much slower. In an instant, Yin Yu's slime transformed into a giant bag, wrapping the earth-armored dragon inside. The head of the Zhang family, not caring about the backlash, shouted, "Explode! Explode! Explode!" Puff! The head of the Zhang family shouted several times, but the earth-armored dragon in the bag showed no reaction. Just when the head of the Zhang family was in a panic, he saw the black bag rapidly shrink back to its original form, landing on Yin Yu's shoulder. The head of the Zhang family suddenly began to spit blood, pointing at Yin Yu and shouting, "You! How dare you!" The diamond-level head of the Zhang family could not even self-destruct in front of this kid. Truly, everyone watched as the head of the Zhang family lost the earth-armored dragon and fainted from the backlash, and they began to praise Yin Yu's strength. Suddenly, a middle-aged man next to them slapped the boy who was praising Yin Yu, and the boy angrily said, "Why did you hit me? Don't think you can bully me just because you're older. Who gave you the guts to call this kid the Zhang family's son-in-law?" The middle-aged man was even more frustrated, and everyone suddenly realized what was happening, kneeling down to beg for mercy from Yin Yu. "Please spare my life, sir. I was blind and couldn't see. Please forgive me. Sir, please forgive me." The head of the Zhang family had fainted from the backlash after losing the earth-armored dragon. Although it wasn't fatal, even if he woke up, he would lose 90% of his cultivation. If he forcibly used pills to heal, it might consume most of the Zhang family's resources, leaving the family in a state of decline. The roar of the Zhang family had also awakened those who had betrayed the Zhang family, and they all knelt down. Just as Yin Yu was hesitating about what to do next, the head of the Zhang family walked over and thanked Yin Yu. "Thank you for your help in saving the Zhang family today. I'll handle the matters with the Zhang family from here." Yin Yu nodded and stepped back, noticing that Zhang Nana's makeup was all smudged from crying. He quickly joked, "Oh my, who made my Nana so sad? Nana has always had a quirky personality. I'll need you to be more forgiving in the future. Aren't you going to handle the Zhang family's matters?" Just as Yin Yu was feeling embarrassed, the head of the Zhang family came over. Yin Yu immediately threw out a line and ran away, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Those who had betrayed the Zhang family were clearly no longer needed. In the following days, the head of the Zhang family busied himself with finding a new group of people and began to reorganize the Zhang family. One day, while Yin Yu was sleeping in his room, Zhang Nana suddenly rushed in, waking him up and trying to drag him out of bed. Yin Yu quickly shouted, "Don't move. I like to sleep naked. I'm not wearing anything." Zhang Nana immediately turned red and looked away, and after a moment, she quietly asked Yin Yu, "When do you plan to hold the engagement ceremony? What? Are you having second thoughts?" Zhang Nana, seeing that Yin Yu didn't respond, got even angrier and approached him, saying, "I don't know who has been going around saying that I'm his woman, causing such a stir, making it impossible for me to get married. Now that you want to back out, I tell you no way." Because Zhang Nana was too close, Yin Yu felt as if he had 2 sacks of rice on his chest, and coupled with the revealing neckline, he momentarily lost his senses. When Zhang Nana saw that Yin Yu hadn't responded, she was about to continue her tirade, but noticed Yin Yu staring at her chest. Zhang Nana felt a mix of emotions, not knowing what to do, so she pulled the blanket off Yin Yu and ran out of the room, leaving behind a remark, still as thin as a toothpick, just small but fierce. Shameless. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu couldn't help but recall his previous situation in the freshman trial secret realm. He was actually wearing shorts, but had been teasing Xingnana to avoid getting out of bed. Now, as he lifted the blanket and looked at his body, he muttered to himself, I can see this. Chapter 110, Early College Entrance Examination. What were you two talking about? After finishing reading the letter, Yin Yu pondered for a moment. Life on the demon side wasn't tough for him. Rather, it was quite enjoyable. Not only did it enhance his cultivation, but it also brought him immense wealth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was enjoying himself. He had completely lost interest in the golden level ranching shi. And now the only things that piqued his interest at school were the few diamond level grade directors and the principal in the southern campus. After looking at the check and thinking for a moment, he turned to Ran Wenbin and said, All right, let your uncle help collect all the diamond level materials from the northern campus as soon as possible. The more detailed, the better. Once it's done, my business with your uncle will be settled. What were you two just discussing? The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, Bai Danning said, Brother-in-law, you haven't been at school for the past few months. The school plans to merge the two campuses and establish an experimental class. Merge? Experimental class? Yes. Through Bai Danning and Ran Wenbin's explanation, shortly after Yin Yu left 3 months ago, the southern campus applied to merge with the northern campus. And now the two campuses have completed the merger. Next week, they will start the selection competition, which will include not only cultural subjects, but also practical combat. The practical combat will take place in the school's arena, and the top 50 will be able to enter the newly established experimental class. The next day, when classes began, Yin Yu went to the office of the grade director Jin Yongyuan. Seeing Jin Yongyuan reading a book, Yin Yu quickly approached and asked, Director Jin, why hasn't the restriction on me in the school's arena been lifted yet? There's nothing we can do. The school's leaders are discussing your application, and there should be results soon. Director Jin, when will the school have news? The selection for the experimental class is about to begin. Will I be able to participate normally? The situation is this. Since last year, a large number of students have flooded into Baibao Prefecture, bringing huge economic benefits. However, last year's college entrance examination results in Baibao Prefecture were not ideal, consistently ranking at the bottom of the Great Xia. The higher-ups in Baibao had gotten used to it. But now that they have invested a lot for these incoming students, they can't afford to continue being at the bottom. If Baibao's college entrance exam results continue like this, the number of students coming to Baibao will significantly decrease in the future, and all the equipment purchased will go to waste. Therefore, Baibao and the school jointly decided to let Yin Yu participate in this year's college entrance examination, striving for good results. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, There are less than 100 days left until the college entrance examination. How can I catch up? It's fine. The college entrance examination mainly consists of practical tests, and theoretical knowledge is mainly about the application of practical skills. With your strength, participating in the college entrance examination will definitely not be a problem. Jin Yongyuan quickly corrected Yin Yu's thoughts. Most of the theoretical knowledge in Great Xia was related to spirit beasts, and since Yin Yu had an advantage, he could scan and know the specific attributes. So he didn't need to worry. After thinking for a moment, Yin Yu smiled and asked, If I achieve good results, Director Jin should have a lot of rewards, right? The college entrance examination is mentally and physically exhausting, and there's less than half a year left. Actively preparing for the exam can easily lead to malnutrition. If students are listless during the examination, it will probably affect their results. Didn't you win a lot of money when you went to the southern campus to challenge them? Have you spent it all so quickly? Upon hearing this, Jin Yongyuan's expression changed, and then looking at Yin Yu's teasing expression, he naturally understood that Yin Yu was asking for benefits. Jin Yongyuan certainly wouldn't dig into his own pockets, but he would apply to the school for Yin Yu. However, recalling how Yin Yu had cleaned out the students of the southern campus before the competition and taken away 250 million, Jin Yongyuan didn't believe that Yin Yu had spent it all so quickly. Chapter 111, Cryptocurrency. Spent it all so quickly? Yin Yu felt distressed. He had indeed won nearly 100 million in cash at the southern campus, but later, when selling materials, he encountered Chu Tianjiao, who wanted to leave Longxing Tianxia and was preparing her own shop. Since their relationship was good, Yin Yu couldn't bear to see his woman suffer and lent her the cash and materials for her shop. Chu Tianjiao would also give Yin Yu pocket money and interest on time. Now, aside from the daily rations for the various spirit beasts and the check from Ran Xingxi, Yin Yu had less than 500 alliance coins in cash. Seeing the opportunity to obtain materials for free, Yin Yu couldn't let it go. Even though he couldn't use these materials, he could exchange them for money. With money, he wouldn't have to stay at school and home all the time, and his private life could be more colorful. Hearing Jin Yongyuan's question, Yin Yu rubbed his hands and said with a smile, I've made some investments recently. Investments? What did you invest in? Jin Yongyuan, hearing that Yin Yu hadn't even graduated from high school yet and was already investing, quickly asked curiously. Yin Yu immediately said seriously, "It's that cryptocurrency." "Oh." Yin Yu nodded upon hearing this, but Jin Yongyuan quickly pressed down on Yin Yu's shoulder and said, "You little brat must have spent money everywhere, right? That thing is completely worthless. Hurry up and pull out. You've already been trapped. If you withdraw now, you might have to take a loss." Yin Yu shook his head helplessly. Jin Yongyuan, hearing this, thought about how much it had indeed dropped before and sighed. He then comforted Yin Yu, saying, "In that case, I will try my best to help you apply for more resources from the school. Just focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. Bring it here." "Huh? What thing?" Yin Yu's eyes jumped at the words, and he quickly asked. Zheng Nana, seeing that Yin Yu was pretending not to know, quickly started searching him up and down until Yin Yu was left only in his shorts. Zheng Nana then stopped, looking at Yin Yu with confusion, muttering, "Strange. Logically, that Ran Wenbin kid wouldn't have the guts to trick me." Hearing this, Yin Yu's heart raced a bit. He thought to himself that Zheng Nana's information was really sharp. His money hadn't even warmed up yet, and she already knew about it. This was Yin Yu's private stash, and of course, he wouldn't take it out. He quickly asked Zheng Nana, "What does the teacher want at this time of day?" "These are the resources the school has given you this month, until your college entrance examination is over," Zheng Nana said, her eyebrows twitching slightly. She then took out a package and handed it to Yin Yu, which contained the resources the school had provided for him. Yin Yu quickly opened the package to check. Seeing that Yin Yu was fully focused, Zheng Nana coldly laughed and asked, "So many resources. It seems the school really values you. Too bad you can't sell them for 50 million. It seems the toothpick isn't very sharp, not even piercing through such a big check." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu threw the package to the ground and chased after Zheng Nana, but she had already blended into the crowd. Looking at Yin Yu, who had just rushed to the doorway, she wore a mischievous smile. Yin Yu, only in his shorts, had to give up, feeling frustrated. "Brother-in-law, are you really going to participate in this year's college entrance examination?" Yin Yu nodded firmly. Bai Daneng, seeing Yin Yu's determination, quickly asked, "Which school do you plan to apply to?" "Brother-in-law, where did you get so many resources?" "That's none of your business. Next, you just..." Yin Yu called Bai Daneng over to help him handle these resources. "No wonder you're my good brother." "Thank you, my good brother. In the next 6 months, there would be resources every month. You need to hurry up and cultivate. Aim to enter the experimental class. I will find a way to enter the experimental class," Bai Daneng said, full of enthusiasm, as he left Yin Yu's dormitory with the package. Yin Yu watched Bai Daneng's departing figure, feeling a bit melancholy. Just as Yin Yu was feeling down, a white figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor, making him shiver. The figure was Zheng Nana. Bai Daneng, seeing Zheng Nana appear here, also stopped in confusion. Zheng Nana glanced at the package in Bai Daneng's hand for a moment, then looked curiously at Yin Yu at the dormitory door. Yin Yu quickly slammed the door shut with a bang, and Bai Daneng realized something was wrong and ran away. Chapter 112. Dare to hide private money? "Yin Yu, open the door for me." With Zheng Nana's urgent knocking, Yin Yu had no choice but to open the door. After Zheng Nana entered the dormitory, she quickly scanned Yin Yu and confirmed that he really only had 500 alliance coins. Then she stopped, questioning Yin Yu. "I didn't expect you to be so clever and shrewd. It seems you're really preparing to work part-time as Bai Daneng's brother-in-law. It's that kid who insisted on calling me that. I've said it countless times, but he just one T changed his mouth. What can I do?" Yin Yu replied helplessly. Zheng Nana looked at Yin Yu for a moment, then casually picked up a pin from his desk and broke it in half. Seeing Yin Yu's body tremble, her expression finally softened. She then handed Yin Yu a check, which was the same one she had taken from him before, and said, "You've given all the school's resources to him. What will you do? You can buy your own resources." Yin Yu looked at the check, feeling conflicted. He was touched by Zheng Nana's concern, but if he had this check, he could go have fun at the entertainment club in Baibao Prefecture. Normally, he would take the check without hesitation, but now it was mixed with other things, so he had to steel his heart and gritted his teeth, saying, "No need. I don't need these resources. Besides, I have enough resources for cultivation." "Then you..." "Ow. Let go. Hurry and let go." Zheng Nana looked at Yin Yu with confusion. Yin Yu had to nod firmly. Upon receiving Yin Yu's confirmation again, Zheng Nana finally relaxed. Suddenly, she thought of something and twisted Yin Yu's ear, causing him to cry out in pain, but Zheng Nana started scolding him. "Dare to hide private money? Tell me, what are you hiding it for? Do you have other thoughts?" "I don't. Really, I don't. That money is for Bai Daneng's cultivation." Yin Yu quickly pleaded for mercy. Hearing this, Zheng Nana thought for a moment, but didn't let go. Seeing that Zheng Nana had the look of not letting go until Yin Yu confessed, he had to explain. After entering high school, Bai Daneng's sister Bai Xiaohan has been supporting Yin Yu's various beast taming expenses. Yin Yu's monthly expenses were several $100,000, and Bai Xiaohan supported him for several months. Now that Bai Daneng wants to push hard to enter the experimental class, Yin Yu certainly won't just sit by and watch. And since the resources on him are enough for beast taming, he gave the school's resources to buy Danning. Hearing this, Zheng Nana thought about Yin Yu's outstanding beast taming ability, and even if the initial consumption wouldn't be small, she was also not afraid of Bai Danning playing tricks. So she finally let go of Yin Yu. Phew, does it hurt? Let me rub it for you. After hearing Yin Yu's explanation, Zheng Nana, seeing Yin Yu's red ears, felt apologetic and started to rub them for him, occasionally blowing on them to cool them down. Seeing Zheng Nana's suddenly shy appearance and her gentle blowing, Yin Yu couldn't pursue the matter any further and had to change the subject. What are you doing here? Can't I come if there's nothing going on? Zheng Nana said. Displeased, Yin Yu quickly comforted her. Even I am yours. Whether it's here or at home, it's all yours. You can come and go as you please. Do I even need to ask? That's more like it. Zheng Nana didn't expect Yin Yu's sweet talk to come so suddenly, feeling shy. Fortunately, she was behind Yin Yu, so he couldn't see her. After a moment, Zheng Nana asked, are you going to get involved in the Zheng family's affairs? The Zheng family's affairs are my affairs. Tell me, what's up? Yin Yu said with righteous words, winning Zheng Nana's heart. She continued, the situation is like this. The Zheng family has now integrated the Zhang family's resources and has started mining. A large amount of, or is now piling up without a good market. The Zheng family is busy and overwhelmed. I naturally want to help my family, but the effect isn't obvious. I came to discuss with you what to do. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu thought for a moment and comforted Zheng Nana. It seems you have a wide circle of friends. Aren't you going to tell me who it is? Hearing this, Zheng Nana saw that Yin Yu seemed to really have a solution, and pretended to be angry as she asked him. Since it was about selling, or, Yin Yu thought of Longxing Tiantang, but wouldn't he say it? Just now, Bai Danning had just called him brother-in-law, and his ear had almost been twisted off by Zheng Nana. If she found out about Yin Yu's relationship with Chu Tianjiao, wouldn't she peel him like a fruit? Yin Yu could only pretend to be calm and said, I don't know anyone. I can only rely on luck. All right, Zheng Nana said. Although she found Yin Yu's expression strange, she thought that he probably didn't know any big merchants, so she gave up on pursuing the matter further. The knocking sound disappeared for a few hours. By the time Yin Yu looked at the clock, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Yin Yu quickly got up, put on his black robe, and prepared to go train. In Baibuzu, the only training method Yin Yu could think of was the electromagnetic cannon equipped there. Initially, Yin Yu had trained under these electromagnetic cannons, and now with the addition of the light spirit, he should be able to endure more cannonballs. Yin Yu decided to give it a try. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a figure at the entrance. Yin Yu hurriedly approached. Jiang Peiyin? Is that you? The girl in front of him was indeed Mo Xiaorong's former roommate. They had participated in the school's trial together, and after the trial ended, due to Mo Xiaorong, they had quite a bit of contact. Seeing Jiang Peiyin come here so late, Yin Yu was quite puzzled. Jiang Peiyin looked at Yin Yu, who was wearing a black robe and seemed ready to go out, and quickly asked, It's so late. Are you still going out? And you're dressed like that. Do you have something going on? Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow. I'm preparing to go out for a bit. Training is important. And Yin Yu certainly wouldn't delay his training for a girl. Saying this, Yin Yu prepared to leave. How about I go with you? Jiang Peiyin quickly grabbed Yin Yu's arm, then shyly released it. Yin Yu was going outside the city gate of Baibuzu to take a beating. How could he bring Jiang Peiyin along? Yin Yu quickly refused. No. Chapter 113, as expected of the boss. Then you. Jiang Peiyin immediately made way for Yin Yu upon hearing this. Yin Yu nodded and headed toward the darkness. Jiang Peiyin watched Yin Yu's disappearing back, gradually lowering her head. After leaving the dormitory, Yin Yu didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Although he had the wings of the red dragon, for some unknown reason, he still couldn't fly, so he had to take Route 11 toward the city gate of Baibuzu. The city gate was already closed at night, so Yin Yu had to take a small path, find a secluded place along the city wall, and quietly climb over. Fortunately, Yin Yu had experience from before and easily scaled the wall, finding a suitable spot. He quickly summoned all his beast companions and had Medusa and the three-tailed white fox release their aura. Moments later, the city wall of Baibuzu was filled with soldiers. After waiting a moment and seeing that all the cannon platforms were fully charged, Yin Yu shouted to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang, go. As soon as Yin Yu's words fell, he felt his physical strength drop significantly, which was due to Xiao Guang's weakness. Then the vegetation around Yin Yu began to fall. Yin Yu's original height of 175 meters instantly transformed him into a giant over 10 meters tall, thanks to Xiao Guang's growth. The soldiers on the city wall saw a giant appear beside two emperor-level beasts and couldn't help but swallow hard. The soldiers on the wall began to pray, Come on, attack. You must attack. Although the guards on the wall were unsure if they could defeat Yin Yu, who was accompanied by two emperor-level beasts. They recalled how just a year ago, in this very spot, countless soldiers had gained promotions due to the appearance of those black-clad figures during those nights. Although their military merits had later been reduced, it was still better than being stationed here. Moreover, the giant before them was unprecedented. There was no reason to reduce military merit. If it weren't for the regulations preventing them from firing without orders, the gunners would have already desperately fired cannonballs. Seeing that the guards on the city wall remained motionless, Yin could only shout, "Charge! Kill! Damn! They really are attacking." The guards, seeing the giant accompanied by beasts, began to aim at him. With a command from their officer, the gunners started firing cannonballs at the giant. Several cannonballs struck the giant simultaneously, exploding upon impact. Yin heard the familiar electronic sound in his ears. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 points. Beast Talent Enhancement Progress, 500. Beast Growth Progress for each, 500. Damn, that's 500 at once." Yin Yu's enormous form was crazily reborn under the barrage of cannonballs, even more powerful than a diamond-level powerhouse. Once Yin Yu stabilized his form, he quickly shouted to Xiao Guang, "Xiao Guang, go. Again. Damn, it didn't even kill me." The soldiers watched as Medusa and the three-tailed white fox disappeared, thinking they had already eliminated the giant. The officer quickly took out binoculars to check, only to see a figure slowly growing larger again. He hurriedly called for the second team to fire. "Second team, fire." A few more bombs landed on the giant, exploding again. About a minute later, the giant reappeared. Before the giant could stabilize, several cannonballs dropped again. This repeated for about 5 hours before the giant completely disappeared. Even so, the guards did not dare to let their guard down, staring intently at the spot where the giant had vanished. "Ah!" The startled scream came from Jiang Peiyun, who had been awakened by the huge knocking sound. Jiang Peiyun found it strange to wake up in an unfamiliar bedroom, and suddenly saw Yin Yu walking out of the bathroom. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands and shouted, "What are you doing so early? What is going on?" "Boss, I'm sorry. I interrupted your good time with your sister-in-law." Although Ran Wenbin appeared sincere, he was secretly in awe of Yin Yu. The boss is indeed the boss. Now he's even hosting girls overnight, as expected of the boss. "Speak. What is the matter so early?" Yin Yu was too lazy to pursue the matter any further and asked about Ran Wenbin's purpose for coming. Seeing that Yin Yu really didn't intend to follow up, Ran Wenbin felt even more that Jiang Peiyun was already Yin Yu's woman and quickly moved closer to Yin Yu. "Some senior students from the South Campus want to meet you." "Boss, what do you think?" Yin Yu thought for a moment. With less than 100 days until the college entrance examination, they would all go their separate ways afterward, making it difficult to have further interactions. Yin Yu didn't think 100 days could build a deep friendship, so he directly refused. "Forget it. After the college entrance examination. If there's a chance, we can talk then." Chapter 114, Inquire. If there's a chance, we can talk then. Yin Yu was a famous figure at school. As soon as he arrived, everyone stopped to watch, which made things convenient for him. However, there were too many students on site, and Yin Yu had to search hard. Suddenly, a figure in the crowd pulled Yin Yu and started to run toward the distance. Suddenly, a voice called from the side, "Peiyun, I'm over here." The one pulling Yin Yu was Jiang Peiyun. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was about to stop and see who it was. But Jiang Peiyun seemed not to hear the call and pulled Yin Yu away from the crowd. The student who had called Jiang Peiyun was momentarily stunned. Watching as Jiang Peiyun pulled Yin Yu further away, "Little sister, it's me. I'm your brother." "Damn kid. Stop right there. Let go of my little sister." The student who had called Jiang Peiyun, disregarding the strange looks from those around, squeezed out of the crowd to chase after Jiang Peiyun. Finally squeezing through the crowd, he was abruptly stopped by a figure. Seeing someone blocking his way, the student was about to explode, but the other party spoke first. "What's wrong with your little sister?" "My little sister was just taken away by a damn kid. Hurry and let me through." The student explained quickly, wanting to leave. But the other person was furious. "What did you say? How dare anyone touch the boss's woman?" The student was even more confused. When had his little sister become this person's woman? Just as he was about to ask, he heard the other party urging him. "Quick, take me to her. Hurry." Yin Yu was pulled by Jiang Peiyun to a place with fewer people. After resting for a moment, Jiang Peiyun looked at Yin Yu with confusion. "Why did you come so suddenly? I saw you seemed in a hurry last night, so I came to find you now that I have time. Actually, I was looking for you, you little brat. How dare you bully me?" A sudden shout nearby interrupted Jiang Peiyun. The two quickly turned around to see Ran Wenbin covering someone's mouth and retreating into the distance. Yin Yu carefully looked at the student being covered by Ran Wenbin and felt he had seen him somewhere before, but couldn't recall at the moment. Just as he was about to approach, Jiang Peiyun rushed forward and pushed Ran Wenbin aside. "What are you doing? Let go of my brother. Hurry up." This was Jiang Peiyun's brother, Jiang Daxiang, whom Yin Yu had seen before at the arena in the South Campus. He was the one who wanted to introduce Yin Yu to the boss. After Ran Wenbin let go of Jiang Daxiang, he quickly introduced him to Yin Yu. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu remembered that Jiang Daxiang was the second place who wouldn't take the bait no matter how he was provoked at the arena in the South Campus. Now it made sense that he was Jiang Peiyun's brother. Understanding all this, Yanyu stepped forward to greet Jiang Daxiang. But Ran Wenbin suddenly approached and leaned close to Jiang Daxiang, causing Jiang Peiyun to panic. Just as she was about to push Ran Wenbin away, she saw him whisper a few words into Jiang Daxiang's ear. Jiang Daxiang looked puzzled at Ran Wenbin, and when he saw Ran Wenbin nod, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly leaned close to Jiang Peiyun and whispered a few words to her, causing her to blush instantly and not dare to look at Yanyu. Jiang Daxiang seemed to have received confirmation and dragged Ran Wenbin away. Yanyu looked at the blushing Jiang Peiyun. Realizing it was a matter between siblings and not wanting to intrude, he waited a moment, coughed lightly, and looked into the distance. Earlier, you mentioned you wanted to find me for something? This is the video for the training of the dual-winged red dragon's flight. Take a look. Jiang Peiyun replied, her delicate body shaking slightly. Just as she was about to leave, she handed the memory card she had just taken out to Yanyu and ran away. Yanyu wanted to ask Jiang Peiyun where she got the video, but she had already run far away. He felt it wasn't the right time to chase after her and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. After finishing his meal, Yanyu quickly inserted the memory card into the projector and started watching the video on dual-winged red dragon flight training. After watching the instructional video, Yanyu frowned. According to the video, once the dual-winged red dragon comprehended the soaring skill, it could begin flight training. The flight training for the dual-winged red dragon was similar to that of birds, requiring it to be thrown into the air repeatedly to explore flying techniques on its own. Due to the large size of the dual-winged red dragon, humans couldn't lift it. So the common method was to have other flying dual-winged red dragons carry it and drop it from a certain height, allowing it to mimic the gliding of other dual-winged red dragons. Once it fully mastered gliding, ascending training would begin. Looks like I can only find her. Yanyu knew that the only one who had a dual-winged red dragon and could fly was Su Xueping. He recalled that he still owed Su Xueping a favor from the last time and reluctantly decided to seek her out. Su Xueping was not in the same class as Yanyu. After arriving at Su Xueping's classroom, he found that every desk was piled high with books, and he couldn't see who was sitting there. After searching for a while and not finding Su Xueping, he asked a classmate for help. Hello? Can you help me find Su Xueping? What do you need her for? The classmate asked, looking at Yanyu strangely. Yanyu frowned but replied, I have some questions about beast training and would like to ask her. Ha ha ha. As soon as Yanyu finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in loud laughter. A student nudged another classmate who was sleeping next to him, waking him up. Confused, the awakened student looked around at the laughing crowd and joined in the laughter. The others continued to laugh uncontrollably, and a girl quickly leaned over and covered Su Xueping's mouth, saying, Xueping, someone is looking for you to ask about beast training. Chapter 115, The Gunner. Upon hearing this, Su Xueping looked in the direction her classmate pointed and indeed saw Yanyu, who had just left the classroom. She quickly got up and chased after him. Su Xueping soon caught up and grabbed Yanyu. Weren't you here to ask me questions? Why are you leaving? The college entrance exams are coming up soon, so you should hurry and prepare for them. I want to disturb your studies. Yanyu said as he was about to leave. He had originally come to ask Su Xueping about the flight of the dual-winged red dragon, but seeing her sleeping so deeply, he didn't have the heart to disturb her. The college entrance exams. No need. I've already found a gunner. You, a gunner? Yanyu was surprised to hear that Su Xueping was planning to cheat on the entrance exams. After a few days of preparation, he had gained some understanding of the exams. The college entrance exams were officially held by the Great Xia dynasty, gathering students from across the nation in a pre-cleared secret realm for 3 days of testing. During these 3 days, the secret realm would gradually shrink, and by 5 o'clock on the afternoon of the 3rd day, it would completely disappear. All candidates would be released, marking the end of the exams. Inside the secret realm, there were magical beasts as well as hidden scorecards. After obtaining a scorecard, candidates could swipe it on the exam equipment to gain the points indicated on the card. Each scorecard could only be used once for points. When leaving the secret realm, the points on the exam equipment would be the final exam score. Most magical beasts were at the silver level, with the highest being gold level, and killing these magical beasts would not yield score points. Students entering the secret realm only needed to avoid these magical beasts unless the location of the scorecard was too tricky, in which case they would need to fight the beasts. The exam equipment not only saved scores, but also had an escape button. If the magical beasts in the secret realm went berserk, accidents could occur. Pressing the button would result in the exam score being unchangeable, and the candidate would be immediately teleported out of the secret realm, completing the exam. It's worth noting that points on the exam equipment could be given or stolen, making strong teammates very important, as they could protect one from being eliminated and even steal points from others. Hence, the concept of a gunner emerged. In a sense, Yanyu was also a gunner hired by the school. Looking at Su Xueping, who seemed very confident, Yanyu felt a bit sorry to burst her bubble. Since you found a gunner, how strong is that gunner? What university do you plan to apply to? The gunner is quite strong. I believe getting into the Qinglong Academy shouldn't be a problem. Qinglong Academy? Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was astonished. Qinglong Academy and Xuanwu Academy were top beast training universities in the Great Xia, comparable to Tsinghua and Peking University. Yin Yu stared at Su Xueping in disbelief, amazed that she, who had started taking Dragon Legion tasks in her second year, could find such a powerful gunner. He congratulated Su Xueping. Congratulations. It seems like Qinglong Academy is already within your reach. Seeing that Su Xueping indeed didn't need to worry about the entrance exams, he asked, "Can I ask for your guidance on my dual-winged red dragon flight?" "Sure. No problem." Su Xueping thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Seeing her so readily agree, Yin Yu recalled that he still owed Su Xueping a favor from selling the magic core and felt a bit embarrassed, saying, "Recently, do you have time to grab a meal together? I heard a new clothing store opened in the city. Would you be interested in checking it out?" "Huh?" Su Xueping looked at Yin Yu with a puzzled expression. "Are you asking me out? What do you want?" "It's just that you always help me. And I want to thank you," Yin Yu quickly explained. Su Xueping nodded, a mischievous smile on her face as she looked at Yin Yu, then said seriously, "Don't worry. You'll definitely have a chance to repay me. Now, let us release your dual-winged red dragon." When Yin Yu wanted to ask Su Xueping what exactly he should do, Su Xueping had already taken him to an open space on the back mountain of the school. Su Xueping was the first to summon her double-winged crimson dragon, and then she urged Yin Yu to summon his as well. Hearing this, Yin Yu quickly summoned his double-winged crimson dragon. As soon as Yin Yu's double-winged crimson dragon appeared, Su Xueping's double-winged crimson dragon immediately took a few steps back, trembling in fear. Feeling the fear of her double-winged crimson dragon, Su Xueping scolded, "Just like you. Both are silver level. Why is your double-winged crimson dragon so small and so red?" As soon as Su Xueping finished speaking, she indeed saw that Yin Yu's double-winged crimson dragon was exceptionally bright red. Its size was only half that of Su Xueping's double-winged crimson dragon, which should normally be dark red and stand at 5 meters tall, while Yin Yu's was fiery red. Yin Yu, feeling indebted to Su Xueping, was embarrassed to lie and had to admit that his double-winged crimson dragon had actually evolved into a double-winged fire dragon. Name, double-winged fire dragon. Level, 5-star silver level 396565. Host, Yin Yu. Nickname, Little Chi. Race, subdragon species. Weakness, space type. Attribute, fire. Skills, soaring beginner, red flame, mastery. Indomitable will, mastery. Explosive flame, mastery. Hardening, proficient. Burning, mastery. Tier, proficient. Flame storm, proficient. Flame roar, proficient. Flame slash, proficient. Earthquake, proficient. True dragon majesty, proficient. Talent grade. Level, talent, fire. Flight type, true dragon majesty. Bloodline, true dragon bloodline 11035, 232 billion. Status, healthy, excited, intimidated. I want to scare you to death. Evolution route, 1 locked. Flame slash, the double-winged fire dragon slashes forward with its wings, adding fire attribute damage. Earthquake, the double-winged fire dragon stomps the ground violently, causing a gravitational disturbance in a 50-meter radius. True dragon majesty, bloodline skill, release the dragon's majesty. Intimidate the opponent. Evolved? Isn't it said that the double-winged crimson dragon cannot evolve? According to the official announcement, which is a principle that all beast masters in the Great Xia believe in. Su Xueping looked at Yin Yu in shock, and when she saw Yin Yu nod in confirmation, she covered her mouth in surprise. After a moment, both of them began to communicate with their respective beasts. After nearly an hour of communication, Su Xueping's double-winged crimson dragon carried Yin Yu and the double-winged fire dragon to experience flying. Hearing the double-winged crimson dragon's continuous cries, it was clear that the double-winged fire dragon was also extremely nervous about its first flight, and Su Xueping looked at Yin Yu, who was equally tense. Chapter 116. So you were aiming for me. Little Chi, go for it. Little Chi, go for it. Little Chi, higher, higher. Cheering for the double-winged fire dragon were Medusa and the three-tailed white fox. Watching the other beasts bouncing around in the second layer of space to cheer for the double-winged fire dragon, Yin Yu was puzzled. He was being carried by others and wasn't flying that high himself. The double-winged fire dragon wasn't even exerting itself. What was there to cheer for? Just as Yin Yu was filled with confusion, he saw a black dot in the sky splitting apart. Su Xueping quickly shouted, "Don't move. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. Yin Yu, it's dangerous. Quickly dodge." Instinctively, Yin Yu was about to dodge, but the double-winged fire dragon's intent came again. Yin Yu hesitated slightly, only to see a flash of black before his eyes, and at the same time, he heard the system's electronic voice. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,100 points. Beastmaster Talent Enhancement Progress 00. Beast Growth Progress 300 each. Damn, so you were aiming for me." About a minute later, Yin reappeared in the pit created by the double-winged fire dragon's landing, angrily climbing out of the pit. Just as he was about to scold the double-winged fire dragon, he saw that it had already been taken far away by Su Shueping's double-winged crimson dragon. Could it be? You wish. Put away those dirty thoughts. Su Shueping, hearing this, looked at Yin Yu's confusion and quickly realized what he was thinking, angrily rebuking him. Then she added, "Aren't you still waiting for me to repay you? You can't have any accidents. What exactly do you want me to do?" Yin Yu looked at Su Shueping, realizing he had misunderstood her, and quickly asked, "You'll find out when the time comes." Seeing Su Shueping purposely not saying anything, Yin Yu also lost interest in asking further. And the two continued to train Yin Yu's double-winged fire dragon. "Brother-in-law, these magic cores can't be sold. What should we do?" "Huh?" Yin Yu looked at Bai Daji, who had taken out the magic cores. These were the leftovers after Bai Daji had used them. Yin Yu checked carefully and found nothing unusual, so he quickly inquired, "These magic cores are indeed fine, but how outrageous." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu was furious. "Then you should keep these resources for now. You will definitely need them for training in the future. Brother-in-law, how about this?" Chapter 117. Isn't the money mine? "Brother-in-law, how about this?" Bai Daji said as he took out several $1,000s and handed them to Yin Yu. Yin Yu knew Bai Daji didn't have much money now, and although he was curious why Bai Daji's family suddenly reduced his resources, he didn't want to pry. Yin Yu certainly wouldn't accept Bai Daji's money. But Bai Daji looked around and slyly said, "Brother-in-law, this is where you're wrong. This is my money for buying these resources." "Huh?" Yin Yu was taken aback. Bai Daji continued to explain, "These resources are purchased by me. I didn't give you any alliance currency. From now on, brother-in-law's resources are my resources, and my money is brother-in-law's money. There's no conflict." "Haha, that's great, very good." Upon hearing this, Yin Yu realized that from now on, Bai Daji could legitimately take resources from him, and he could also receive alliance currency from Bai Daji. It was truly a win-win situation. Just as the two were laughing heartily, a voice suddenly came from the side. "This method is indeed good. How come I didn't think of it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Daji could only look at Yin Yu innocently before leaving. Watching Bai Daji leave, Zheng Nana quickly stepped forward, pushed open the door Yin Yu was about to close, and teased him, "What's wrong? Aren't I welcome now?" "Not at all. It's just that I've been a bit tired from training these past few days. I'm getting ready to sleep. We have to train again tomorrow." Yin Yu quickly defended himself, but Zheng Nana seemed determined not to let him go. Reaching out to Yin Yu, handed over. "What?" Yin Yu looked at Zheng Nana in confusion, thinking she had just seen Bai Daji take the resources away. The alliance currency Bai Daji handed to Yin Yu had not yet been accepted before Zheng Nana appeared, making it even less likely for Yin Yu to openly accept the alliance currency. He truly didn't know what Zheng Nana wanted. "Take out all the alliance currency on you." Zheng Nana thought of this on a whim, and since Yin Yu really didn't know what was going on, she pointed it out directly. "What do you want this for?" Yin Yu, although puzzled, still handed over the remaining 360 alliance currency he had. Zheng Nana took it, kept 300 of it, and handed back a few coins to Yin Yu. Seeing his pocket money instantly turn into a few coins, Yin Yu was certainly unwilling and quickly asked, "Why? This is too little." Didn't you say that even people are mine? Isn't the money mine too? You don't know that now there are too many counterfeit bills in the Great Xia. I've heard that paper bills above 5 yuan might be fake, and I'm afraid you'll be deceived. So these few coins should be enough for you." Yin Yu was completely engulfed in madness. When Zheng Nana saw Yin Yu's craziness, she suddenly squeezed into his dormitory, closed the door, and nestled in his arms, softly saying, "It's okay. The family is still there anyway. Let's deal with the Zheng families first. This is the information my uncle collected on the Southern School's diamond-level teachers. Okay, give it to me." Yin Yu originally planned to challenge these teachers at the Southern School, but now it was obviously unnecessary, and he had a better way to gain experience. So he wouldn't go challenge these teachers for the time being. Yin Yu took the envelope and expressed that he had cleared things up with Ran Qingxi. "Did you anger Teacher Zheng?" Ran Wenbin recalled seeing Zheng Nana leave pouting in anger just now and casually asked, "You also think she was angry?" Yin Yu asked casually. But Ran Wenbin looked at Yin Yu in surprise. At that moment, his admiration for Yin Yu was beyond words. From the little lowly like Jiang Peiyun to the Beastmaster like Zheng Nana, Yin Yu seemed to have it all covered. Through Yin Yu's earlier inquiry, it was evident that their relationship was not ordinary. It was you. Chapter 118. Used up all my luck. The person Ran Wenbin saw in black was Yin Yu, who was heading to the city gate of Baibuzu to train. The double-winged fire dragon had not fully learned to fly yet, so Yin Yu had to continue taking bus number 11. When he arrived outside the city wall of Baibuzu, the electromagnetic cannons on the wall had already been fully charged, clearly waiting for Yin Yu to come and start work. After days of getting familiar with each other, Yin Yu didn't hesitate anymore. He no longer needed to disguise himself to attack Baibuzu. He just needed to let the light spirit empower, enlarge, and the electromagnetic cannons on the wall would fall. After so many days of training, the light spirit no longer applied, weakened. Although Yin Yu could indeed reincarnate more easily when weakened, the number of cannonballs he could receive at the same time became fewer. With more cannonballs, Yin Yu would naturally have more chances to reincarnate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a random points gift box through the lucky wheel. Please check. The points gift box opened, and Yin Yu received 5 points. After several hours of training, every time Yin Yu finished training, he would check his growth progress and points. Occasionally, when his luck value reached 100, he would spin the new luck wheel. The electronic music by his ear was the most frequently heard sound for Yin Yu over the past year. Every spin resulted in a points gift box, but he only occasionally managed to get 10 points. Most of the time, it was the least of 5 points. Yin Yu couldn't help but start to reminisce about the distant past when he once drew a bloodline crystal stone, feeling a deep sense of emotion. Damn, I didn't expect that. That bloodline crystal stone, did it use up all my luck? Big brother, you wouldn't want to see your little brothers tortured like this, right? I'm sorry. The next day, since Su Shueping had something to do in the afternoon, Yin Yu finished training the double-winged fire dragon in the morning, had lunch, and was unsure where to go in the afternoon when Ran Wenbin quickly ran over to find Yin Yu. Big brother, today the school has started the selection for the experimental class. Do you want to go take a look? So soon. Yin Yu calculated that there were only 2 months left until the college entrance examination. Yet many schools had already begun mobilizing the second-year students to prepare for the exam actively, so the school should indeed start the selection process. Aren't you and Bai Danning in the top 10? Big brother, you wouldn't know the specifics since you're not at school. What does that matter? Even if your strengths are still the same in the whole school, right? Don't worry. Big brother, the situation has changed. If Ran Wenbin had agreed with Yin Yu's thoughts before, after last night's ordeal, he knew he would definitely not make it into the top 10. Moreover, even Bai Danning couldn't defeat the girl, and because Ran Wenbin pulled Yin Yu down with him to escape last night, he didn't spare Bai Danning either. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu looked at Ran Wenbin, who seemed terrified, and curiously asked, "What person makes you so scared? A new genius has appeared in the school, and I haven't heard about it." Indeed, after such a long time of growth, Yin Yu had deeply realized that so-called geniuses were actually built up through resources. Yin Yu's beast mastery consumed tens of millions daily, and just the electromagnetic cannonballs he endured every night. If it weren't for the independent nuclear power stations in each state of the Great Xia, the electromagnetic cannons in Baibuzu would have long been silenced. Even so, the neighborhoods surrounding the school were still experiencing rolling blackouts, barely maintaining the power supply for Baibuzu School. Is that Wenbin? Why are you still here? Hurry. Your brother and my little sister have already gone up to the arena. Let's go take a look. Upon hearing that Bai Danning and Jiang Peiyun had already taken to the arena, Ran Wenbin shivered all over. Last night, it was Jiang Peiyun who had caught him. Initially, Ran Wenbin thought that the vine was just a bit thick and didn't pay much attention, wanting to wave his hand to cut it. But he didn't expect the vine to be incredibly sturdy. Realizing something was wrong, Ran Wenbin quickly summoned his beast, but it was too late. The thorns on the vine had already pierced his skin, and the toxins from the vine entered his body through the thorns. Before Ran Wenbin's beast could be summoned, he had already passed out from the poison. When he woke up, he realized that the one who had taken him down was the previously unknown Jiang Peiyun, leaving him both surprised and conflicted. Not good. I almost forgot.